Chapter 441. The game has been updated. The path of cultivating immortals is indeed correct. Theoretical skills cannot be practiced? So that's the case, second brother. I need you to condense a powerful skill, preferably one that can reach the sky. In return, I will condense a body for you, and let you become a player on my road and embark on the path of cultivation. Sabo nodded. Although the second brother condensed only theoretical skills, it has the level of condensing advanced skills. Moreover, the condensation of skills is actually very simple, just like updating the game. As long as the rule framework is changed, and the game is updated, it is very easy to perform. The second brother nodded. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely condense a Tantian Gongfa. That's good, you just need to modify this theoretical Gongfa. The most important point is that the Gongfa should highlight the characteristics of the Gongfa. The Gongfa I need can build a supreme foundation. After practicing it, the true chi in the body is vast and vast, more than the true chi in the body of the same cultivator. The true chi is equivalent to mental power. When cultivators of the same realm compete, whoever has enough true chi in his body will win. Other things don't matter, the true chi must be strong. This is his only requirement. The second brother didn't understand these, but still nodded in agreement. Sabo explained and said goodbye to the second brother. Before leaving, he looked at his body. The other party did not abandon it. At this time, he was lying quietly on a bed, being carefully taken care of by the people in the team. I pick you up after I'm done. Retracting his gaze, Sabo returned to his own road and continued to complete the professionalization of cultivation. This was his last plan. After a day of trying, the plan was finally successful, and the game was significantly updated. Professionalization of immortal cultivation. When you become an immortal cultivator, a realm will appear below your personal attributes, and this realm represents the player's cultivation. The realm does not affect the four-dimensional attributes, and it exists as an independent entity. To put it bluntly, it is the same as before, except that there is an additional profession of immortal cultivation. The profession of immortal cultivation requires the accumulation of immortal cultivator medals. Only after the immortal cultivator medals can you change your job to become a cultivator, and have the ability to practice the exercises. If you don't become a cultivator, you can't practice the exercises at all. This is the content of his current update. The most critical point is that the realm of immortal cultivation will not affect the four-dimensional attributes. In this way, you can separate immortal cultivation from professionalization at any time, which is very simple. It was not until the next day that the game was updated, and this update took a whole day. After the update, the players on the road couldn't wait to open the game to check the updated content. They were surprised to find that the cultivation level on their personal attribute interface had disappeared long ago, and was replaced by the same attribute template as before. In addition to being shocked, they also learned that Shioshin has become a profession. In addition, the way to obtain Shioshin medals is the same as that of other professions, but Shioshin profession is a rare profession. As for the player who practiced the technique at the beginning, he has completed the job change and became a cultivator, and there is no level limit. The points previously added to the four-dimensional attributes have been taken away. This is Sabo's method to prevent the Shioshin realm from affecting the four-dimensional attributes. The two belong to different systems. Finally done. Sabo stood in the sky. After completing the update, he felt relaxed. Shioshin began to get on the right track, and the enthusiasm of players to upgrade their level soared again. In the transaction, the professional medals of Shioshin were purchased at a high price. For the transactions in this world, Sabo did not follow the previous set of rules on the road, but followed the concept of free transactions, and did not impose any restrictions on transactions. Therefore, the Shioshin medal became the most valuable item in the transaction. Sabo did not care about this. Everyone has their own opportunities. At this time, he had returned to the rainforest and looked at the time of the task. There were only 7 or 8 days left. There was a lot of food stored in the house, enough to eat for a while. In the remaining last period of time, Sabo had only 2 goals. One was to find a box, and the other was to become a cultivator and have a powerful practice. The last 7 days left should be about the same. Sabo stood in front of the cabin, facing the turbulent river. There were special items in the resource box. As long as he found some, it would also help his strength growth. Moreover, the food was enough now, and there was basically no shortage of food and drink. In the remaining few days, Sabo walked through the forest, constantly collecting the shadow of the resource box. In 5 days, he collected a lot of resource boxes. In addition to basic supplies, there was also a portable space and a blueprint that turned into a long sword, which could also be used with his own skills to make swords and swords. There was also a very good item that could promote the rapid growth of the evolution level, with an upper limit of 10%. The rest were some basic supplies. In the last 3 days, Sabo picked up the manual, flipping through the world's chat probability while checking the team he was about to join. There were a lot of people in this team. After all, they could be ranked in the top 10. Of course, the minimum requirement to join them was a secondary highway, and of course, this also required passing their assessment before they could join. The reason why Sabo wanted to join in was to find a layer of protection. In addition, by joining this team, he could develop things on the road with peace of mind. During this period, the second brother did not contact him. The creation of the skills takes time. Even if he wants to condense a powerful skill, it will take a lot of time and energy. What's more, the second brother has just achieved the entry level. Sabo is not in a hurry. In the last 2 days, the second brother finally contacted him, and Sabo came to the road of the second brother without stopping. At this time, the second brother is even more tired. He holds a skill in his hand, and the fluctuation on it is stronger than the ideal skill last time. Sabo knew that his second brother had succeeded. You should take a good rest recently. He took the technique and told him, then took out a ball of black clay from the ring. The clay squirmed and slowly condensed into a real flesh and blood body. This was his promise to his second brother. Thank you, big brother. The second brother entered the body, and the body opened its eyes, and said with great joy, but there was always a layer of fatigue on his face. When you have rested, contact me and I will give you a copy of the same technique. Sabo waved his hand, and the wind and clouds turned. The second brother came to the road he controlled and successfully connected to the system. The second brother nodded. Okay. This body? Sabo said lightly. I will help you look after this body. When the time comes, come over and I will give it to you. Okay. Chapter 442. Back on the road to the second brother was no longer around him. He went to rest. Sabo sensed his body, and then fell from the sky and sank into the body. On the boundless road, there was a fleet of cars consisting of a few cars. The best car was just a motorhome. Captain, he has been in a coma for half a month, and a lot of food and water have been wasted on him during this period. We don't have much supplies, and we can't afford to keep a vegetated person. In the car, Lee Xian sat on the sofa, looking at the man in front of him, and sighed helplessly. Sun Dishuan, as long as he is alive, we cannot abandon him. Sun Dishuan said, Captain, have you ever considered the feelings of other members? Keeping a waste is a burden. There is not much food left in our team now. Especially after the update, the immortal cultivators will appear, and the professional era will be over. We need a lot of supplies to cope with future changes, and now there is a burden in the team, and other members are not convinced. If you don't believe it, go and ask. Since the game was updated a few days ago, an immortal profession was updated, and the whole world was boiling. This is a profession that can live forever, which is stronger than the butcher profession or even the curse master. The current update is just a beginning. Everyone knows that it will not be long before the game will usher in a major update. After this update, immortal cultivation will no longer be a dream. Countless people have begun to prepare for the next update, because every time the road is updated, the difficulty of the road will increase, and many people have begun to hoard supplies, among which food and water resources are the most important. No one knows whether the difficulty of obtaining supplies will increase after the game is updated. In short, in the past month, players on the road have found that it is much more difficult to obtain water and fuel than before. Often, 5 or 6 barrels of fuel and water can be obtained in one night, but now, 5 or 6 barrels of fuel may not be obtained in 2 days, and the number of cars in the team has begun to decrease sharply. Only those large teams dare to maintain the number of cars. Just like their team, there are only 5 or 6 cars, and only a dozen members. Lee Xian was silent. How could she not understand the reason? It's just that her heart has always been firm that the man will wake up, but now, her inner firmness has become less and less firm. Wait 2 more days. If he doesn't wake up in 2 days, then we will leave him on the road to fend for himself. She knew that she had to give these people an explanation, otherwise her captain's prestige would also decline. At this moment, the horn of the car behind suddenly sounded. Something's going on. The car stopped and Lee Xian opened the door. A man got out of the car behind him and shouted to Lee Xian, Captain, he's awake. Lee Xian and Sun Dishuan looked at each other. Let's go and take a look. In the truck behind, Lee Xian got on the car and saw Sabo sitting on the bed with a confused face. You're awake. Sabo looked at the unfamiliar environment with a confused face. Where is this? How come I'm here? Li Xian said. When we met you, you were already in a coma, and you were in a coma for half a month. What did you go through, and why were you in a coma for so long? Sabo pretended to rub his aching head. I don't know, I can't remember anything, I just know that my name is Sabo. Sabo. The people in the car were shocked, they thought of that person. What's wrong? Sabo looked at these people in surprise. It's okay, since you can't remember anything, why don't you stay and recuperate here? Li Xian said. Her eyes were bright. Her eyes fell on Sabo, but turned into a trace of doubt. She used her skills to check the other party's danger level, and what she saw was chaos, without levels. Then, she secretly took a breath of cold air. This guy's horror is definitely more terrifying than everyone in the team. Sabo looked at Li Xian thoughtfully, nodded gently, and slowly lay down on the bed. Li Xian winked at Sun Dishyun, who understood. Okay, since you're awake, it's okay, get ready to go. In the car, Sun Dishyun's eyes flashed with doubt. Captain, what happened? Li Xian's face sank. I just used the risk assessment skills to assess the risk of that person, but what I saw was indeed chaos. The risk assessment system cannot assess the other party's risk value. Generally, there are two reasons for seeing chaos. One is that the other party is an ordinary person, and the four-dimensional attributes are all below 10 points. The second is that the other party's four-dimensional attributes are several times higher than mine, which will present a chaos. Sun Dishyun sucked in a breath of cold air, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Captain, so the other party's four-dimensional attributes are several times higher than yours. Then he is not ranked in the game, it is very likely. Li Xian nodded. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Sun Dishyun only felt cold all over. It is absolutely impossible to say that he is an ordinary person. As long as he participates in the game and gains skills, the four-dimensional attributes will be improved. The person they picked up is definitely not an ordinary person, so it can only be the second one. There is no Sabo in the game ranking. There is only one inference that this person came from another road. Li Xian pondered and suddenly raised his head, but there is another possibility. The other party has a skill that can block. When I just explored, the other party also looked at me. He must have noticed something. By the way, we have the other party's appearance. You can search in the world to see if there is a person named Sabo. If there is, then it may be that our inference is wrong. The other party does have the skill to block the exploration. Captain, you are right. There is indeed someone named Sabo in the world, and there is a person who looks exactly like him. The level is 12. Sun Dishyun immediately checked in the world, and saw a person named Sabo, and his appearance was exactly the same as his. The originally throbbing heart calmed down. It turned out that he was worried in vain. That means the other party has a shielding skill. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She also found Sabo, who was indeed exactly the same as the person she rescued. It seems that I was worrying about nothing. Fortunately, I checked it, otherwise I would have misunderstood. It's good that he is fine. Since he is awakened now, let them adapt first. It's not easy to meet someone on the road now, so let him stay. Li Xian stretched and said casually. She just broke out in a cold sweat. Captain, what do you think is the relationship between Sabo and Sabo? Sun Dishyun suddenly said. The name is strange, there should be no relationship, but then again, Sabo has not appeared in the world for a long time. Some people say that he is dead, and some people say that he is invisible and has withdrawn from the world. No one knows where he is. Zhou Lao did not reveal it, and Feng Xian Chu Xia did not reveal it either. Li Xian was stunned for a moment, and then said that she thought of her glorious moment at the beginning of the game, becoming an Iron Fist girl, with a pair of iron fists that no one could beat, but she was still killed by the opponent in 1 second. If he were still alive, he would have gathered all the glory and his status would be higher than that of Mr. Zhou. After all, Sabo created an era, and was a beacon in the dark period of the three powers. Even Mr. Zhou said that Sabo was a pioneer of the era. Chapter 443. I feel that Sabo may be dead. If he is still alive, there would be no news at all. It's a pity that the glory he once won will disappear in the long river of history with time. Sun Dishyun sighed. He was once one of Sabo's admirers, but now he almost forgot Sabo. If it weren't for the name of this person today that reminded him of Sabo, he might not think of him again in this life. He sighed in his heart. What a pity. If he was still alive, he might have reached the top, become the most dazzling existence in the world. There is also Sabo's account in the space, and the number of video playbacks has broken through the sky. Even now, none of them can catch up with Sabo's quality of life. At that time, Sabo was not only powerful, but also had a life that no one could reach even with their efforts until now. It's a pity that he has disappeared now. What a pity. The convoy moved forward slowly. Sabo didn't know what the people in the car in front were talking about him at this time. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed. The captain of this team looked so familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Forget it. Let's take a look at this technique first. Unable to remember it for a while, Sabo stopped thinking about it and quickly checked his personal attributes. With the emergence of the cultivation technique, two independent attributes, technique and cultivation, appeared in the personal attributes. In addition to his powerful four-dimensional attributes and various skills, only these two places were blank. He turned his back to the people in the car, took out the technique from the ring, and put it under him. Technique, wordless book. Grade, unable to determine. Although the technique has been condensed, the game is not very complete yet. As long as it is a technique, the grade will be undetermined. The same is true for my road technique, but it can also confuse the players on the road and make them think that this technique is extremely powerful. Sabo glanced at the concise judgment of the technique and thought in his heart. He then used the resource upgrade system to upgrade it. The technique after the upgrade looked no different from before. However, Sabo, who often used the upgrade system, knew that the grade of the technique had been improved a lot. Use it. With a thought in his mind, the technique turned into a stream of light and sank into his body. In an instant, many secrets of cultivating immortals appeared in his brain. Name, Sabo. Title, Pioneer of the Human Race. Profession 1, Shura. Profession 2, Master of Chinese Martial Arts. Profession 3, Automotive Engineer. Skills, Wordless Book. Gender, Male. Level, 12. Cultivation, None. Experience, 301 out of 5,000. Strength, 1159, 115.9. Agility, 1211, 121.1. Physical fitness, 1031, 103.1. Mental strength, 1737, 347.4. Health value, 485, perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart, click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye, click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate fighting skills expertise, strength increases with training, primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, detection. Iron body, burning life, purification, weapon affinity, sword light and sword shadow, meditation, fire control, teleport, reconnaissance, change, transformation. Shura occupation skills, bloodshed, only, slaughter, Azura's fury, full firepower, backup energy, primary Azura physical fitness. Shura occupation passive, Azura's hand, LV2, Azura's incarnation, LV1. National Martial Arts Master Occupation Skills, Bajiquin, Netherworld Step, Punch, God's Descend, Strong Hand Cracking Skull. National Martial Arts Master Occupation Passive only, King of Battle, LV1. Automobile Engineer only passive, King of Cars, LV1. Automobile Engineer Occupation Skills, Primary Artillery, open the system again to check the current status. In addition to the powerful four-dimensional attributes, he has also successfully practiced the exercises, but is still in the stage of no cultivation. Cultivation requires accumulation bit by bit. Skills are still useful. When my second brother wakes up, I will ask him to give me some skill advancement books, and I will advance all the skills that can be advanced. Sabo's heart was filled with anxiety. After the four-dimensional attribute exceeded 1,000, the low-level skills of increasing attributes had almost no improvement for him. Just increasing the four-dimensional attribute by a few points was too small. He needed more powerful skills. After he had the skills, he was not very interested in the improvement of the four-dimensional attribute. The improvement of the four-dimensional attribute had no effect except for the individual strength in the rule survival road. Because the players there were all using the rules to fight, and they would not give you a chance to get close. Even the individual strength of the people there was stronger than you. So now Sabo only had one aspect left to improve, that is, the improvement of cultivation. With his current strength, it was at most equivalent to building the base layer. Although his four-dimensional attribute exceeded 1,000, which was hundreds of times that of ordinary people, he would be suppressed when he reached the upper level. And the suppression was very miserable. At least in the rule road survival, he could only exert the power of 100 points of attributes. But the chi cultivated in the body will not. After using the technique, Sabo closed his eyes and began to practice the technique. There was almost no obstacle, and he entered a state of meditation. His mind was empty. Sabo was very familiar with this feeling. Wasn't it the state when he was meditating? A few minutes later, with his strong mental power, he felt the movement of spiritual energy in the air. The amount was not large, like a wall of small stars. The sensing of spiritual energy was successful, and the next step is to cause it to enter the body. Sabo was extremely focused at this moment. He silently recited the key points of the technique in his mind, and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. This required extreme concentration, but it was not difficult for him. Soon, the spiritual energy in the air, like a star, began to move closer to his body and penetrated into his body little by little. There was no strange feeling when it entered his body, but then he felt a trace of gas in his body, which was very subtle. The first step of cultivation was successful, and the gas was drawn into the body. At this moment, he felt warm all over, and his body's strength increased slightly, almost imperceptibly. Sabo thought in his heart, although the technique is separated from the four-dimensional attributes, after all, cultivating immortals can enhance physical strength. Even if there is no connection, it will still enhance one's own strength. He felt that the four-dimensional attributes increased by about 10 points in just the first step of drawing the gas into the body. It must be said that the magical effect of the technique is even more powerful than the technique. Next, he entered the state of cultivation, silently recited the formula, and let the faint true qi in the body circulate around the body. 1 Shotian is 6 hours, 12 hours. When 1 Shotian is over, it is equivalent to half a day. During the practice, you can't feel the passage of time at all, just like sleeping. There is no time in the practice. Chapter 444. At night, a week of training was over. At this time, the trace of true qi in his body was as thick as his little finger, and his cultivation had reached the first level of qi training. Although the four-dimensional attributes did not increase, Sabo felt that his strength had increased. At night, the team stopped moving and rested on the spot. Night is the best time for hunting. There are many wild monsters. Most of the team's resources are also obtained at night, and some are resource boxes on the roadside. Sabo no longer cares so much about the resources on the road, but he cares a lot about the level. The bonfire was lit, and the few team members gathered around 2 bonfires, with cloth under their buttocks and broth boiling on the bonfire. Are you still adapting here? Lixian came over and asked Sabo not long after he sat down. He nodded and rubbed his head. I've adapted, but I just forgot a lot of things in the past. Amnesia is mostly caused by a heavy blow to the head. Maybe you participated in a battle before, and suffered a heavy blow to the head, causing coma and amnesia. Your team thought you were dead, so they abandoned you. Lixian's voice was a little indifferent. Her words were very real and in line with the current situation. Sabo did not refute, but nodded obediently. You make sense. I also felt a tingling in my head when I woke up. Lixian patted his shoulder. You should take good care of your injuries in our team. Maybe the lost memory will come back someday. Yeah. The sky was completely dark. When I looked up, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and I couldn't see the stars and the moon. Now the game activities have long become a thing of the past. The development of the highway is on the right track. The second brother will have to wait until the highway is upgraded. Level 12, I'm already too far behind. Sabo glanced at his own level, then opened the system, and found that the level of Zhou Laotu in the world had been upgraded to level 16, ranking first in the level list and the popularity list, and he is the well-deserved leader of mankind today. The group policy is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and can maximize the efficiency of wild monster refresh at night. And all this is just the beginning. After the second level highway, the boss will appear, and more powerful wild monsters will appear on the highway. Sabo deeply understands all this. Excessive level increase will inevitably cause countless casualties after the arrival of the second level highway. But this is also unavoidable. The second level highway has many resources, and is also the best way to improve strength. He became a rule and knew everything well. The second level highway may be the end of the world for players, but for the rules, they will become second level rules. The most notable feature of the second level rules is that they know the rules well. You can use the second level rules to achieve the strongest power, space, time, power, speed, etc. The first level rules are the most basic power, which can use the rules to bombard and master the original power. After all, the second level rules are more complete. My level is too low, which will affect the development of my second brother. Maybe after getting the skills I should go back. After all, my goal has been achieved. Sabo's heart moved, and after drinking some broth, his figure disappeared without a trace. When Li Xian and others noticed that Sabo disappeared, it was too late. On the vast highway, Sabo destroyed his physical body, turned into rules, returned to the original highway, checked the current development of the highway, and everything was going smoothly. The development of the highway is proceeding in an orderly manner based on the development of the rule framework. Sabo took a look and returned to the rainforest. On the last day, he began to practice and quietly waited for the end of the rainforest. The key to the practice was directly imprinted in his memory. With the resource upgrade system, it can completely be upgraded without the rule highway. He continued to practice for the rest of the day. In the morning of the next day, the true chi in his body was already as thick as a thumb. At this time, the manual also received the news that the survival was over. Ding! The rainforest survival mission is over. Reward: a mysterious survival item. Mysterious survival item? Thinking in his heart, the sight in front of him began to change. The familiar world of survival on the rule highway appeared again, surrounded by a gray world with a heavy sense of depression. The tricycle returned again, and Sabo received the survival item for 30 days. Copy version of consciousness speed. Copy your own consciousness into the consciousness speed. Suffer a destructive blow. Activate the consciousness remaining in the replica consciousness speed and enter a dormant state. Wait for the dormant state to end, and come back again. A dark pillar appeared on him. Hiss, good stuff. Sabo originally thought it was a kitchen tool for survival, such as pots and pans, but he didn't expect it to be a magic weapon. This is a really good thing. Once you are in a life and death situation, when you are swallowed, you can use this consciousness bead to seal your own memory in the consciousness bead. But there is a disadvantage, that is, you enter a dormant state and don't know when you will wake up. Use the resource upgrade system to upgrade it, and the dark consciousness bead in your eyes turned into a strange blood red. Advanced replica version of consciousness bead. Bind with consciousness bead. Copy all the memories and consciousness of the original body. Suffer a destructive blow. Activate the memories and consciousness retained in the replica version of consciousness bead. Activate immediately and come back again. After upgrading, consciousness bead is even more powerful. Sabo sighed, and suddenly a great plan came to his mind. He sat on the tricycle, transformed into the rules, and entered his own world, and used the blood and flesh condensed in the ring to condense a body again. This body was exactly the same as his own appearance, and then took out a crystal coffin and sealed the body in the crystal coffin, so that the body would not be destroyed for a long time. It also includes putting all the items on the body in the crystal coffin and binding oneself with the upgraded consciousness bead. As long as you die on the rule road, the consciousness in the consciousness bead will be activated immediately, and the consciousness will enter the flesh in the crystal coffin to complete the alternative rebirth. This is more secure than the previous method. He put the consciousness bead and the body together, and then put them in the second brother's road world. Joining the team is an extremely risky thing. Doing this can be regarded as a backup plan. If something goes wrong, I will be reborn. I hope that everything about me will be transferred along with the consciousness bead. Sabo sighed in his heart. If he wants to become a great man, he must take this step, and this step is extremely risky. If he is not careful, he may even die, the system will disappear, and he will lose all his strength and become an ordinary person. Of course, all this is speculation. If the consciousness bead can even copy its own data, it would be the best. I hope so. And the things in the ring can ensure that even if he loses all his strength, he can still make a comeback. Chapter 445. After finishing all this, Sabo returned to the rules highway with great confidence. Even his second brother didn't know about this. He was recovering from his injuries. In this way, I can also keep a backup plan. In this way, if an accident occurs, I can still be reborn. After the upgrade, the consciousness bead will be copied along with my behavior to ensure that the memory will not be lost after the accident. Sabo's heart moved. He was not sure whether the consciousness bead could assist its own data. The advanced version of the consciousness bead hoped to have this ability. Memory and consciousness should be similar. After all, I turned into rules, and I also appeared in a state of consciousness, but this state can control the rules. I really hope there will be more such survival tasks. The consciousness bead is definitely the most powerful one among the survival items. It can be reborn in a different way. It is not an ordinary item at first glance. Then, Sabo began to teleport according to the coordinates set by the previous person's rules. The teleportation method is very simple. You only need to click on the coordinates with your mind to teleport to the location of the coordinates. This is the deputy captain of the 5th team in his contact manual. These teams are all legally certified by the manual, and there is a deputy team logo on the head of the deputy team, which is very convenient, and this logo cannot be forged. After all, it is created by extremely tyrannical rules. Others who want to copy need to weigh the inspection above. Soon, a burst of light enveloped the body of his car, and the next second, his figure disappeared. When he appeared again, Sabo was shocked to find that there was an extremely large team in front of him. The convoy spread endlessly in the gray world. Looking closely, there were at least several thousand vehicles, and there was no end in sight. There were many types of cars, but most of them were three-wheeled, followed by sedans and trucks, and there were many types. There were even RVs, which were more common on the road. Sabo was a little shocked, and also shocked by the size of the team. He also felt the powerful and shocking momentum emanating from the convoy. At the same time, his appearance was also watched by a group of players who had become the rules. A newcomer is here. His aura is so weak. He is also a first-level newcomer. First-level newcomer, that's enough, nothing else, disperse. After seeing that he was a newcomer, these players seemed to lose interest and dispersed, leaving only a player with a more magnificent aura standing in front of him. Sabo realized that this was most likely the person who came to pick him up. He put away the tricycle, and the other party walked up and said, "Welcome to join us. The name of our team is A." The leader has always been determined that the team can move towards the status of Old A, so we named it A. From today on, you are a member of Team A. I know you have a lot of questions, but let me introduce you to the basic situation of the team first. Sabo retracted his gaze, thinking, and followed the monster in front of him to understand some basic information about the team. The special strength gap of the rules of highway survival has forced some players to seek shelter. Teams came into being under such circumstances, and the manual also gave birth to the team column. Therefore, many newly promoted highway rules, like you, have been protected. Of course, there are frictions in the team on the road. Currently, there are two major departments in the team atmosphere, namely the front line and logistics. Most of the teams are composed of these two departments. The front line is mostly composed of some roads above level 3, and the logistics is responsible for roads below level 3. Your task is also logistics. Don't underestimate logistics. Logistics is also extremely important. Collecting supplies, leveling supplies, and distributing supplies must have a certain amount. After all, the supplies for survival on regular roads are really scarce. Even for large teams, there is a shortage of supplies. What we can do is to divide the supplies in detail. The creature brought him to in front of a huge truck. This is a truck loaded with supplies. There are about 10 trucks in the team. Your task is to count the supplies every day. Then he looked at a huge black shadow standing on the edge of the road in the distance. Every 10 meters or so, there was such a black shadow. This is the frontline member. In addition to the front line in front, there are also their escorts behind the team and in the team. Be polite to them. Sabo nodded and immediately had a basic understanding of this team. Due to the special characteristics of the rules of survival highway, the team will not have many departments. Instead, it is simple and very easy to manage. He looked at the black shadows on the roadside moving forward with the team, and suddenly felt a strong force, which was shocking. However, compared with the patrol rules, it is far behind. Looking at some low-level members of the team, most of them use their tricycles as a means of transportation, and of course there are also those who walk. The speed of the team is not fast, and it can keep up even if it walks. After the creature explained, it left. As for the high-level highway that can teach you experience, just think about it. However, with so many rules in place, his heart was much more stable. Perhaps joining this team is a more correct choice. Sabo started to move forward with the team, but not long after they moved forward, an emergency occurred. The sky gradually darkened, and the whole world seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dark clouds, dim and depressing. A long convoy spread. The weather has changed. It's over. I feel that many people will freeze to death this time. There are not many thick clothes prepared. I remember that there are only more than 300 pieces in total. Look! Look over there. The team has experienced rules, and they began to discuss. At this time, a creature pointed to the desolate land where the car was sitting on the road in the distance, where a series of black shadows emerged. The wild monster is coming. This is also the first time that Sabo has faced a wild monster like this, except for the previous encounter with a wild monster in the fog. The people in the convoy began to dodge forward. There was only one place where the wild monsters appeared. There were 5 or 6 of them, but don't underestimate these 5 or 6. They have the power to kill some low-level rules in seconds. Sabo didn't dare to stay here for long. He turned on the swiftness and followed the panicked crowd to move forward. He saw a creature with at least level 3 rules. He couldn't resist a round under the hands of those wild monsters. He was killed by the opponent in seconds. His body was torn into pieces, and the huge rules dissipated in the world. The biological group was even more panicked. The strength of the wild monsters this time was different from before. Soon the powerful rules on the roadside organized again. They formed a protective wall to block the wild monsters' advance. But the strength of these wild monsters was too strong. Even the protection formed by the condensation of rules could not withstand this wave of wild monsters' attacks. The situation has escalated. Contact the high-level rules of the convoy immediately. A voice of a rule came from the back, and more frontline rules went to support the back. But without exception, they were all killed in seconds by these 5 or 6 wild monsters. Chapter 446. The third-level rules also began to flee forward. Sabo understood the terrifying strength of the wild monsters and directly activated the skills to hurry on. At this moment, the rear convoy had collapsed. The strength of these wild monsters was too strong. Going forward, Sabo had already felt a strong breath approaching, but saw a huge creature approaching not far ahead. Sabo stopped and looked behind him, but saw that the creature actually jumped high and suddenly smashed into the wild monster group. With the emergence of terrifying rule fluctuations, a violent wild monster was smashed into meat paste. Then he felt the ground vibrate violently, and a cloud of dust and smoke erupted from the road in the distance, blocking their sight. Everyone stopped and looked at the position where the battle broke out behind them. The ground shook continuously, and the road broke apart from the battle position. What a powerful rule power fluctuation! Sabo was surprised that the fluctuation of the rule power was so terrifying. The ground there seemed to be destroyed. The dust and smoke spread, and the wild monster and the rule creature could no longer be seen. But from the continuous earthquake, he understood that the battle was not over. The strength of this rule has reached at least level 5. Sabo thought to himself that the wild monster that could kill the level 3 rule in seconds must be powerful, and must be at least above level 3 and reach level 4. The battle lasted for a minute, and a tall figure walked out of the dust that had not yet dissipated. Victory! The crowd cheered violently. The face of the Gundam creature was grim, and it leapt along the road where people dispersed, as if it had done something insignificant. The crisis was resolved, and people returned to their old ways. Sabo was relieved, as if this team was much worse than he had imagined, and there was a certain gap between what he thought. As he moved forward, Sabo felt more and more that joining this team was a wrong choice. His original intention was to seek shelter, but he did not expect such a thing to happen. In the following days, Sabo gradually got used to the life of the team, and encountered dozens of wild monsters of all sizes. During this period, he did not deliberately show his ability to have skills, and lived in the team very low-key. He also met 2 biological friends, both of whom were taciturn, and Sabo got along well with them. At night, the team stopped moving forward, and Sabo lay in the middle of the road, with some weeds under him. This was his bed tonight, and many creatures slept on the ground. Next to him lay 2 friends he had recently met. One was named Hu, and the other was named Li Xian. The names were strange. Sabo was eating instant noodles distributed by the team. These foods can be changed according to race, which is very convenient. The instant noodles are very fragrant. Since leaving the road, he has not eaten such delicious noodles. Who do you know more? Sabo asked while eating instant noodles. More was the person he killed according to the patrol rules. The other party only provided a name, and did not say anything. Who shook his head. No, Xia, if you are looking for someone, you can find the prophet of the team. Prophet? Xiaobo's eyes widened, and he tilted his head to look at Hu in disbelief. Li Xian on the side said, the prophet is a race that once wanted to escape the constraints of the road, but failed. It was also the first race to resist the rules. Later, the prophet became a wild monster on the road, but the power of the prophet still exists. With its powerful power, the prophet can still stand out from the monster city, and even become a rule. The prophet also has a very high status in the team because they can predict. Who continued, you may not have heard of it in the first few days. Even the team leader is very respectful to the prophet. The prophet is also a very principled race. You only need to take out some valuable things, and they will tell you what you want to know. Now Sabo can basically conclude that the prophet must be the prophet in the information he obtained when he was on the road. He wanted to use the portal to another world to complete the plan of escaping from the road, but failed. Where is the prophet? Sabo asked. Who said? The prophet is in the only RV in the middle of the team. You need to give him something valuable before he will let you in. Valuable things. Sabo's eyes sank slightly. The only valuable thing on him was the portable space, which contained a lot of water and food. I don't know if these things can be considered valuable things. In addition to these things, there is also a set of physical biscuits, which are upgraded from the resource upgrade system and are upgraded in the rainforest. I asked tomorrow. Nothing happened overnight, and no wild monsters appeared. The situation here is different from that on the road. The appearance of wild monsters here is completely random. Wild monsters will not appear just because it's dark. Even in the daytime, wild monsters will also appear. The next morning, the two brought Sabo to the prophet's RV. In front of the RV, Sabo felt a very powerful force. His eyes fell on a tall figure in front of the RV. It was the powerful rule for dealing with the 5 wild monsters on the first day. But on the prophet's side, it was just a person guarding the RV. Sabo was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that the identity of the prophet would be so popular. In front of the RV, there was a long line. Almost explained, there are many people here every day. Many people want to know their future destiny. Some people even come to ask every day. After all, after they know their destiny today, their future destiny line will be changed, so they will come to ask again. Sabo nodded gently, and was a little speechless about the people in the team. These people are really persistent. They should think about choosing a good destiny to develop. Then will the prophet lie? Who shook his head, they won't lie. This is the peculiarity of this race. If they lie to a creature whose future they predict, they will lose the ability to predict. Lily also said, this race is very contradictory. They can neither lie nor predict the future of their own race, otherwise they will lose this magical ability. Sabo nodded. This is in line with a special profession in his world, fortune teller. Standing at the end of the line, he could only try to see if Biscuit could let the other party tell his fate. Time passed as they chatted. During this period, many people lined up behind Sabo, and the long line in front was slowly shrinking. No one dared to cut in line, and everyone followed the rules. Near noon, there were fewer and fewer people in front of Sabo. Chapter 447. Finally, after lunch, Sabo had walked to the closed door of the RV. The tall creature stood beside him. Sabo could clearly feel the powerful aura of the other party. The weather was getting colder and colder at this time. Many people had put on thick clothes. Sabo shivered a little. He had another set of clothes in his personal space. He didn't dare to take it out and wear it openly. If he was noticed, he might be remembered. These days, he has seen a lot of bullying in the team, and even the rules were swallowed. This is also one of the reasons why he is so low-key. Sometimes, keeping a low profile is a very good choice. 2 minutes later, the door opened, and the creature in the car got out of the car with a gloomy face. Perhaps the prophet told him something bad. Enter the car, don't talk, wait for the prophet to speak. When Sabo just stepped on the door of the RV, the tall creature spoke. He nodded and walked in. The decoration inside the RV is similar to that of RVs on the road. It is magnificent and fully equipped. Kitchen, sofa, bathroom, bedroom. The RV is heated, very comfortable. There is a stool on the corridor of the RV, with a curtain in front. Sabo, I finally waited for you. Before Sabo sat down, he saw a figure appear on the curtain. The curtain was opened, and a strange creature walked out from behind the curtain. His brain was very developed, the size of a basketball, but his body was very thin. It looked very uncoordinated. Hearing what the other party said, Sabo's heart trembled, and he said very vigilantly, "You know my name." The prophet nodded. "Of course, I have been waiting here just to wait for you to appear. For more than 300 years, the game has been restarted several times. Now I finally wait for you." Sabo's vigilance did not relax at this time, but asked, "What are you waiting for me for?" The prophet knew that the other party did not believe him, and that his race was very strange and had the ability to predict the future. Since the prophet race entered this game, they have not stopped predicting. I always want to get rid of the constraints of this game. It was also more than 100 years ago that a great prophet passed away and left a very important prophecy. Wait for Sabo. This news was received by many prophets and hidden in their hearts. They were all over the road just to find him. Now, he finally found it, which took 123 years and 4 months. Maybe you have many questions in your heart, but I can tell you that if you kill that person, you will die. You must not go, your future will be smooth, unimpeded, and transcend the world, and there will be several huge turning points in this life. One is to join this game, accept destiny, and control the future. The second is to assassinate more. The prophet was excited and said immediately that he was in a hurry, and could not care about so many things. Sabo's eyes flickered. He didn't know whether he should believe the prophet in front of him. At this moment, he had many questions in his heart. Time is running out. I only have 1 minute. Sabo, you must believe me. You are the savior of our race, and our race is your left arm and right arm. With our help, you will complete the mission of controlling the future. The prophet sorted out his words, and said immediately, How can I believe what you said? Sabo narrowed his eyes, staring at the ugly creature in front of him very cautiously, and it was difficult to connect him with the prophet. First, no. You agreed to the requirements of the patrol rules, and assassinated more is a more powerful existence in the upper world. The first team of our rule highway was left by him. Once you reveal your motive for looking for more, it will attract their attention. At that time, you will be greeted with endless pursuit. Sabo suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. His heart was shocked, and he said, Tell me, what else do you know? The prophet said, I have observed your future, which is hazy. This means that there are countless roads, and countless scenes in your destiny. I can only see part of it. I saw you looking for more, but you were hunted down by the people of the first team and died without a burial place. But the strange thing is that there was an accident in this, and another. A picture, you ascended to the upper realm, but were still killed by more. This shows that your future is changeable and uncontrollable. Sabo pursed his lips and stared at the prophet in front of him. I know all this, now tell me why you are looking for me. Why did the old prophet ask you to find me after his death? First, no. This is because you can lead our prophet family to glory. And you will also control the future because of us prophets. We are like bumps and concave, complementing each other. Once anyone is missing, no great things can be accomplished. Sabo didn't know whether he should believe the prophet's words. He even regretted looking for the prophet in his heart. After all, the existence of this race itself is very perverted. The ability to see a person's future is itself very daunting. He pondered for a long time before saying, Do you want to cooperate with me? The prophet nodded and said, Yes, I know your purpose of joining the team. In addition to finding more, you also want to modify the rules framework and completely control the rules. Sabo narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that the other party even knew all this. He had no scruples in his heart and said, How do you want to cooperate? The prophet shook his head. It should be asked, How do you want to cooperate? You know our purpose, to get rid of the constraints of the road. I can provide you with help, and let you live a comfortable life on this road. The level 5 rules outside are only a very small part of us. If the elder knows, I'm afraid, he will send you an 8-level rule to protect you. Sabo understood a little in his heart. It seems that he is very important to the other party. He now basically guessed that the other party's purpose is to get rid of the road through him. If so, then he can indeed rely on their power, and live a good life on this road of survival by rules. At least, he will not be noticed by Moore's power on this road. Sabo's heart moved, and he nodded. Okay, we can cooperate, but you have to tell me how to change the control of the rule framework first. The prophet shook his head and said, Don't worry about the rule framework. You can't touch it now. Once you touch it, not to mention us, even the patrol rules can't cover you. Sabo's heart trembled, and he nodded. Then I won't touch the rule framework for now. First, no, during this time, you stay in this team. I will recruit a driver in 2 days. Take this opportunity to show the other people in the team that you are the person I like. Other things will be discussed after a while. We will provide you with what you want. Chapter 448. Okay. Sabo nodded, and when he saw that the time was almost up, he walked out of the RV. The people behind had been waiting for a long time. Sabo looked at Hu and Li Xian, found their location, and walked towards them. Hu asked, How is it? Did the prophet tell you where Moore is? Hu didn't know who Moore was, and when he spoke a little louder, many people around him looked over. Sabo quickly pulled the two away. After talking with the prophet, he understood that Moore's identity was very sensitive, and there might be other teams in the team. I don't know if Hu's conversation just now has attracted the attention of others. Hu was still a little surprised at this time, not knowing what happened, and asked blankly, Sabo, what happened? Sabo lowered his voice and said, Hu, Moore's name is a taboo. You shouldn't mention it in crowded places, and I was careless. He glanced around, although many people didn't pay attention to them, but there were still a few creatures looking at them from time to time. I was being targeted. Hu's heart tightened. Li Xian said, We were being targeted. Sabo, who is Moore? Just by mentioning his name, we were being targeted. Isn't this too scary? Sabo said in a deep voice, it's my negligence. You'd better leave me for the time being. If you get angry, it will be a disaster for your life. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Out of caution, he decided to let the two leave first. Lee Xian shook his head decisively. It's too late. Who mentioned Moore's name? The other party must have noticed who. The picture of the three of us together has been seen by the other party. Even if we are separated, the other party will only suspect that we acted separately. They have already regarded us as a group. Who also noticed that some people nearby were looking at them from time to time, and many of them were even second level and third level, while the three of them were just first level soldiers. They usually had no sense of existence in the team, but they didn't expect this to happen today. Who, don't worry too much about this matter, there must be a solution. After Lee Xian comforted Hu, his eyes fell on Sabo. Xia, I want to know some news about Moore. Why are they targeting us? Sabo pondered and said in a low voice, Moore is an absolute strongman from the upper realm. He was once the most powerful person in the world, and the first team was created by him. The creatures living on the road have basically heard of his legend. Even the captains of the top 10 teams may have been his subordinates. The two took a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that Moore was so powerful. They thought Moore was just Xiaobo's lost friend. In fact, even Xiaobo didn't know Moore's identity at first. He only knew that Moore was from the upper realm, and his strength should not be underestimated. These were all told to him by the prophet, and he did not expect that Moore's identity would be so powerful. The two were silent, and this matter was like a mountain pressing on their hearts. Sabo pondered and said, You don't have to care too much about this matter. If someone finds you, you can say that the person you are traveling with wants to find Moore. Since this matter was caused by me, I will naturally not drag you two into it. Lee Xian and the other two did not say anything, and remained silent. But the three of them knew in their hearts that the three-person team they formed was destroyed in this way. Even if Lee Xian and Hu wanted to help Sabo, it was useless. Moyer's power was too strong. Hu stepped forward and said, Sabo, I'm sorry, if it weren't for me. Sabo was very open-minded. If it weren't for the two of them, he probably wouldn't have thought of looking for the prophet and cooperating with the prophet. If the prophet is not found, I am afraid that I will have to ask about Moore in the convoy, which will be even more troublesome than now. He waved his hand calmly. It's okay, this matter itself is not your fault, in fact, it should be my fault. After that, he turned and left, and casually found a person who noticed them and walked over. Brother, do you know Moore? The creature was surprised, and his expression turned distorted, and asked coldly, Who are you? What are you looking for Moore for? Sabo said lightly, I am from the next world, and I want to ask Moore something. The creature's eyes revealed a fierce look, and said coldly, Moore is no longer in this world. What do you want to ask him? At this time, many creatures also cast their eyes over. They were all Moore's subordinates, and experienced Moore's most glorious era. Although they have left the first team now, their loyalty to Moore has not ended because of leaving the first team. They are loyal to Moore, not to any first team. Leaving or not does not prevent them from being loyal to Moore. At this time, Sabo was also a little uneasy in his heart. This was equivalent to a direct provocation to them. Sabo still looked very calm on the surface. He had already thought of a reason in his mind. Of course, I want to ask him about the development of the highway. Our highway is adjacent to Moore's highway. Moore's glorious deeds are not only popular on his highway, but even on our highway, there are rumors about that strong man. He was able to enter the upper realm early, so he must have his own plan for highway management. I want to ask him, maybe there will be unexpected gains. After listening to Sabo's words, the creature did not relax its vigilance against Sabo, but the hostility in its heart was not as much. After talking with him for a while, Sabo left. The man watched Sabo's back, quickly came to the other creatures, and told them what had just happened. How is it possible? A first-level rule wants to ask the Demon Lord about the development of the highway. How is this possible? There must be something wrong with this kid. After hearing the creature's words, a creature immediately refuted. The creature that just talked to Sabo widened his eyes, as if he just reacted, Fuck! I said, there must be something wrong with this kid, contact other people, find him and kill him. Don't worry, the other party must have some reason to find the Demon Lord. As for what he said just now, I'm afraid it was just for us to see. Don't forget that there are two people besides him. These people thought of the two people who were with the kid, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared on their faces. They were not fools, and naturally understood that doing this to the party was probably to draw all the attention to themselves, so as to protect their companions. Find them and kill them together. They can't be seen by the people on the front line, otherwise we will not escape death. Understood? Chapter 449. On the other hand, Sabo knew that his actions would definitely be guessed by the other party, so this was just the first step for him. He made himself stand out and leave a very deep impression in the hearts of these people, so that the image of the two could be diluted. Even if they reacted and went to look for the two, they could not find them without their appearance. At this moment, Sabo's appearance would be magnified in their hearts. As for the other party coming to his door, Sabo naturally had a plan to deal with it. He had already cooperated with the prophet. After the other party knew that the prophet liked him, he would definitely not look for him, but just keep this in mind. For the rest of the time, Sabo, in addition to the orderly development of the highway, was hiding in the convoy, and the general range of which was not too far away from the prophet's RV. That day, Sabo sat quietly on the ground, and suddenly heard the heated discussion of the crowd. Have you heard? The prophet wants to recruit some RV drivers. Fuck, is this true? It's true. Our leader sent a rule with superb driving skills, who was said to have changed his job as a car mechanic on the road, but the prophet rejected it, saying that he wanted to target the majority of rule players. Wait, do you think the prophet wants to recruit someone who will become a big shot in the future? Hiss, I think it's possible. Invest in advance. When the other party rises in the future, they will naturally not forget the prophet. I have to say, this prophet is really quick. Sabo heard the conversation of the creatures around him, and curled his lips. The prophet was finally going to act. He knew that he was the only one who could choose the driver, so he was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he was eating snacks calmly. At this time, a figure appeared in front of him. Sabo raised his head, and his eyes instantly turned cold. The other party's voice was cold, with a hint of murderous intent. Boy, come with us. Sabo smiled. This is a convoy. You dare to touch me? But the other party suddenly stretched out his hand, and grabbed Sabo's neck with lightning speed. Sabo couldn't react at all. The moment the other party's hand grabbed his neck tightly, he immediately used purification. Originally, the other party thought he had a sure win, but he didn't expect that the moment he grabbed the other party, his hand inexplicably loosened. And at a glance, the other party's figure had disappeared. The creature's face was filled with shock. This is not the power of rules. Could it be that he, like the prophet, has special abilities in his race? No, that's not right. If his race really has special abilities, life would definitely not be so miserable. Thinking of this, he was also a little confused. He really couldn't understand why the other party escaped from his hands. You must know that you are a second-level rule. If you want to kill him, you can kill him in seconds. But the strange thing is that the other party actually broke free. He didn't stay here for too long, but returned to his people and told them what had just happened. Unexpectedly, he received a barrage of scolding. You are going to die. Do you know that today is the time for the prophet to select drivers, and you are still doing it on the prophet's territory? If you are discovered, we can't save you. The man thought of this and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the other party escaped. If the other party did not escape, once he struggled, the two would inevitably have friction. If things got out of hand, he would be sentenced to death. He took a deep breath and said, Fortunately, the other party escaped. You just said that when you grabbed his neck, your hand loosened for some reason, and then he disappeared, right? After cursing, the third-level rule also felt something was wrong. Yes, it's totally out of control. It's definitely not a rule. If it's a rule, the other party can't beat me at all. And that force is completely irresistible. In just a moment, the other party escaped, and disappeared without a trace the next second. The third-level rule couldn't figure out what was going on, so he had to tell him, Today is a special period, don't do it first. If you find out, our life will be difficult. Follow him during this period, don't do anything weird. Yes. Near noon, wild monsters appeared on the boundless road again, and the rules of the team became agitated again. Facing the aggressive wild monsters, the rules had already prepared for battle. Sabo hid in the crowd, and did not participate in hunting wild monsters. In the rules of highway survival, killing wild monsters will not gain anything, but it is a thankless task. However, a team battle was born between the teams. According to him, after a few days, the team battle will come. All teams will participate in the team battle. The winning team can actually upgrade the level without being restricted by the road. The loser will die. Sabo is not optimistic about the team battle, mainly because of the strength problem. There are too many first-level members in the team. Once something goes wrong, it will be a heavy loss for the entire team. Moreover, There are too many low-level members, which does not help the team's strength much, but will become a burden in the team battle. At this time, the Prophet announced that he would select his own driver, and the people who received the news began to rush to the Prophet's position frantically. Sabo was neither arrogant nor impatient, and rushed over with the crowd, but he noticed that he was being targeted by the group again. He was not too panicked, and after the Prophet selected the driver, they would not be able to take any action against him. In the distance, the team leader stood on a car, looking at the crowd gathering towards the Prophet, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Captain, is it really a good thing to let the Prophet stay in our team?" The deputy captain who followed him looked at the moving crowd and said with great concern, "Isn't it a good thing that we have made friends with the Prophet?" Although the Prophet race has experienced a severe blow, it has still successfully risen. As far as I know, the Prophet race has already established a foothold in the upper realm. It is a large race with many strong people. Whether it is good or bad, we will ascend to the upper realm in the future. It is a beneficial thing to make friends with the Prophet. The leader continued, "And you have also heard about this selection. The Prophet race is very special, and can see a person's future. Do you think the person he chooses will be an ordinary person?" The deputy leader nodded gently. "Ahem, now I will choose someone I like very much to be my driver." The voice of the Prophet came from the RV. The originally noisy crowd suddenly became silent, quietly waiting for the Prophet to choose. At this time, the fifth-level rule in charge of guarding the door stepped forward and glanced at everyone, as if looking for something in the crowd. After scanning around, his eyes finally listened. "You are the driver of the Prophet." Chapter 450. There is no doubt that this person is Sabo. Seeing the person coming out, not only the people present were dumbfounded, but also the people who followed Sabo were dumbfounded. Sabo walked out of the crowd very calmly and thanked, "Thank you for the Prophet's appreciation and giving me this opportunity. Work hard and become the Prophet's driver. The future is promising. Go, the Prophet is waiting for you in the car." The tall figure patted Sabo on the shoulder, and then his eyes fell on the crowd. "This is the Prophet's driver. What I want to say to everyone is that those who want to harm the driver in the future should think twice." In the crowd, the person who followed Sabo was dumbfounded. He came to the third-level rules and asked, "What should we do now? The other party has become the Prophet's driver, so it is difficult for us to take action. Don't worry, we can spread the news, claiming that the new driver is collecting information about the Demon Lord. I believe that there are other rules on the road that will take action without us taking action." He underestimated the strength of the Demon Lord. In the car, Sabo met the Prophet again. "No, first, now that you are here, please sit down first. Do you want to drink anything? I have collected a lot of human food and tea here." Sabo said, "Just black tea, thank you, Prophet." The Prophet took the black tea and brewed it with hot water, saying, "This is what I collected yesterday. I tried it myself. I have to say that your human catering culture is high. In addition to these, there are actually a lot of delicious food." Sabo smiled but said nothing. This Prophet had ulterior motives for himself. The Prophet brewed 2 cups of hot tea, one in front of Sabo and one in front of himself, and said, "It's too late to find out about you. Now there is only 1 year left for the intense game to restart. After the game restarts, everything will return to zero, as if the entire game has been refreshed, and you are only on a first-class highway now." Sabo frowned and said, "You mean after the game restarts, everything will return to zero? Then what about the things we got on the road?" The Prophet took a sip of the hot tea, as if he didn't know it was hot. He said, "Everything will disappear. We have experienced several game restarts, and tried countless ways to avoid restarts, but all ended in failure." Sabo pursed his lips, and didn't agree with it. The Prophet and his friends were restarted by the game, because they existed in the rules and in the game, but they didn't forget their identities. They were outsiders. With the control of the system, even if the game was restarted, his own strength would be preserved safely. In addition, he still had the consciousness bead, so he was not afraid of the game restart. But what he wanted was how to survive the disaster that would happen a year later. The fundamental reason for the game restart was the raging cosmic storm. Even if the game restart was avoided, how could you guarantee that you would survive after the game restart? The Prophet continued, "There is no other way. We will do our best to help you this year, and let you reach the first level." Sabo looked up and asked thoughtfully, "The first level?" "No, first. The road is a pyramid-like ladder, with a total of 4 levels. The players at the bottom control the power of the profession, the rules at the second level control the power of changing rules, and the cosmic rules at the third level control all kinds of terrifying rule powers. some of which can even travel through time and space. The fourth level of the power of creation. No one can reach the fourth level at present. Moore, whom you want to kill, is the most likely to reach the fourth level. He has reached the fifth level of cosmic rules, and it only takes a look to kill you. Sabo took a breath of cold air. Damn, I am only at the first level highway rules, while others have reached the fifth level universe rules. Such a gap is really not to be underestimated. He is now very curious about the purpose of this game. The prophet said again, but don't worry, Moore has existed for millions of years. He has experienced hundreds of restarts, big and small, but he has retained his own strength. It's very strange, as if the game avoided him when it was restarted. Sabo immediately felt a little surprised. Doesn't the prophet know the existence of creatures like outsiders? Presumably, Moore was able to avoid hundreds of restarts because of his identity as an outsider. Outsiders, who even know the patrol rules, it's really strange that he doesn't know. The prophet saw Sabo's expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Sabo said, "Do you know about outsiders?" The prophet shook his head, "I don't know. I haven't been in touch with my family for a long time. The prophets scattered on various roads are all concentrating on finding you. Only when they find you will they contact the previous one. I have already contacted the previous one and used the only chance to contact you. The prophets of the previous one want you to go to the previous one to learn more powerful rules." Sabo was shocked and said, "Have you considered the gradual progress of the game in this way? Once you are discovered, what will happen? Don't you know?" The prophet nodded and said confidently, "Of course I know. We have been transformed from races to monsters dozens of times. In the Monster City, we have already developed our own Monster City rules. Even if we go to the Monster City, we can become road rules again in the shortest time." Sabo was speechless. Is this the truth that practice makes perfect? I have been there many times, and have mastered the rules of the wild Monster City. I have to say that the prophet is a really powerful race. The prophet said again, "If you don't want to go, you can stay here. We will send an 8th level rule to protect your safety. In addition, if you want to modify the rule framework, the patrol rules alone cannot protect you. You need to block the road first." Sabo pondered, not understanding what the prophet meant. The prophet continued, "Once you modify the rule framework, it will be known by the more powerful rules of the upper realm, and even the patrol rules will be implicated by you, so you need to block the road. We the prophet don't know this method either. We only know how to block the road, but we don't know how to block it. After blocking the road, modify the rule framework again, and no one will notice you. Block the road." Sabo fell into deep thought. The prophet didn't bother him. This was something that even the prophet couldn't think of. The road was not so easy to block. Oh right, the rules of the fault world seem to block the detection of the rules of the upper world. They are attached to the first-class highways, and they can be found on almost any highway, but the strange thing is that no one does anything to them, and even the highway rules themselves don't know where they exist. Sabo suddenly thought of the rules of the fault world. The fault world is not too powerful. They focus on the first-class highways, and are attached to them. They have never been eroded by the rules above. If I use the highway rules of the fault world and turn the highway into a fault world, then can I avoid the detection of the upper world? Chapter 451. I have an idea, but I don't know if it is feasible. Sabo suddenly said. The prophet paused while holding the black tea, and looked at Sabo with an incredible look. "You really thought of a way? Blocking the road is easy to say, but when you do it, you will find that you are helpless, because there is no way to block it." Sabo thought for a while and said, "Do you know the fault world? I have entered the fault world before, and unexpectedly swallowed the rules of the fault world, and controlled the power of the fault world. The best feature of the fault rules is to block the detection of the upper rules." The prophet was stunned for a moment, and then took a breath. You actually swallowed the rules of the fault world. No wonder you can now reach the peak of the first level highway rules. I can only feel that you have entered the rule highway for a little more than a month to survive, and you can reach the peak of the rule highway, unless you use extreme methods, but your highway runs very orderly. It doesn't look like you have adopted extreme methods at all. Extreme methods. It turns out that you have your own chance. After a pause, he continued, "If you really mastered part of the power of the fault world, and used the characteristics of the rules of the fault world, it would not be difficult to block the highway. I didn't expect that the problem that has troubled all the rules on the highway for hundreds of years was solved by you. You are worthy of being the one who saved our prophet family." Sabo smiled, and waved his hand lightly. "Don't say that. It's all opportunities gained by accident, and I also survived a narrow escape. Don't be so modest, this is still related to your strong destiny. There is a layer of golden light covering your destiny. There must be something helping in secret. Knowing it first, I was extremely envious. If the Prophet clan had this kind of help, wouldn't they have gotten rid of the constraints of the highway long ago? Sabo knew what the other party was talking about, which was actually the resource upgrade system. Since there is a way, I will think about how to use the rules of the fault road to block the road. I will stay in the car for this period of time. The Prophet nodded. Don't worry, I have contacted the Prophet clan and asked them to send an 8th level rule to protect your safety. With us escorting you, you will be the next Moor. By the way, can you tell me about Moor? Sabo asked before leaving. Moir, he is a genius. We have dug into his growth history and found that he has only risen for 100 years. He has experienced a game restart, but he still became the most dazzling existence of this era with a domineering attitude. At the beginning of the game, he showed a strong talent. On his road, he occupied all the lists and no one could match him. In 10 years, he shone brightly on the bottom road, and even 3 roads were killed by him into death roads. During this period, he experienced a game restart. After the restart, he made great progress and challenged all the strongest people. Even the rules were not his opponent. Then he felt that the bottom road was boring, so he tried to become a rule. He swallowed a 3rd level road with a domineering attitude and became a rule of a 3rd level road. It can be said that he peaked at the beginning. In the following decades, he was invincible in surviving on the rule road. He was seen in hundreds of districts. He was the most dazzling existence of that era, and was even honored as the demon lord by the fanatical creatures who followed him. Even though he has left this road for half a century, its influence is still very far-reaching. In the upper world, he still did not stay idle. He became famous after only 2 years in the upper world. In the following 30 years, he used his fame in the lower world to develop rapidly in the upper world, rising like a dazzling new star. He even swallowed up the largest force at that time. So far, he has reached the 5th level of the universe level rules, with strong strength and millions of followers. He is the most powerful existence in the upper world. After hearing this, Sabo couldn't help but take a breath. This is definitely the fate of the male protagonist in the cool novel. The Prophet looked at Sabo's shocked face and smiled. Don't be too self-deprecating. You are even more perverted than him. With the strength of level 12, you dare to challenge the rules. Even the highway has not reached the perfect state. At the beginning, Moore also reached more than 60 levels before he showed his edge. At level 70, he had an invincible highway, and at level 80, he fought against the rules of the 3rd level highway and swallowed it. But compared with you, he is far behind. It has only been a few months since you entered the game, and you have already reached the peak of the 1st level highway. Although your strength cannot keep up, in terms of rules, you have already walked ahead of most people. Even now, there are still many rules in the team that have only evolved to 70 or 80, and they have been on the highway for several months. Sabo smiled faintly. He recalled his experience, which was a mess. An irresponsible highway rule and a plugin. As a result, he has come to this point. In fact, the real rise is to brush a large amount of contribution points in the fault world, and buy all the materials in the giant pillar several times. If Moore is the template of the protagonist of the cool document, then he is hanging on the wall. If he is given 100 years, he may have entered the 4th level. If he wants to catch up with more quickly, he must modify the upgrade conditions in the rule framework, and the early stage is to block the road so that the road cannot be detected by the upper world rules. Sabo thought in his heart, he felt that only this road could make him go through. As for provoking the forces left by Moore on the road, he didn't think it was a big deal. There is motivation only when there is oppression. The more oppression, he is like a spring, and the harder he rebounds. The patrol rules sent him to this road. It is very likely that this road was once the place where Moore was born, and where he rose. Then most of the people on this road are Moore's men. In an instant, Sabo also got fighting spirit. The best way to quickly improve is to modify the rule framework. In the boundless and gloomy fault world, Sabo came here again. An invisible force rushed to him from all directions. After getting the value of the power of this world, Sabo felt full of strength. His eyes fell on the town under his feet. The town developed in an orderly manner, but the merger of the two towns caused the creatures on both sides of the town to have friction from time to time. At this moment, both sides have basically united and worked hard to build the first team. As for the captains in the town before, the things he left to them, they really exchanged them for contribution points for the development of the team. The items sold in the giant pillar will turn into a force to bless themselves. Sabo didn't care about these. He looked at the gray sky man and thought, if you want to cover the road, you need to let the power here appear in the road world. Chapter 452. Although it is easy to say, it is very difficult to do it. It is not easy to divide the power here to the road. Sabo stood high in the sky, with an inexplicable force surging under his feet, supporting him, and his thoughts at this moment spread to the surrounding sky like tentacles. When he merged the giant pillars, he mastered some of the rules of this world. This power is different from the power of the town, but the power of the structure of this world. Don't look at the many sharp blades in this world, but it is the structure of this world that makes this world in existence that cannot be detected by the rules. After several days of attempts, he finally mastered a little bit of the structure of this world, which is very strange. This was done under the blessing of the giant pillars. I have to say that this world is really very strange. The structure is also beyond imagination. For more than a week after that, Sabo kept going back and forth between the road and the fault world, trying a little bit. Failure, failure, failure. The rules on the road have been polluted by the fault world, and his evolution has also regressed seriously. For such a long time, he didn't know how many times he had failed. But every time he felt that he was about to succeed, he failed inexplicably. And he could never find the reason for this inexplicable reason. After a short thought, Sabo decided to give up trying temporarily. If he couldn't find the reason, continuing to try would only make his evolution lower and lower. In the end, the shielding was not successful, but his strength regressed a lot. At this time, the players on the road have reached level 10 and become cultivators, including Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao's life has been pretty good recently. With the supplies he left for her, her life is also enjoyable. Secondly, the evolution value has reached more than 100 billion. The originally declining evolution level has been refilled after consuming tens of billions of evolution values. The strength value was increased to 130 points by consuming 50 billion contribution points. 130 points is equivalent to the level of a level 50 highway. When the strength value is increased to 200, it will be equivalent to the 4-dimensional attribute value normally possessed by a level 80 player. You woke up. How is the progress? At this moment, 10 days have passed, and the prophet has already prepared food for Sabo. Sabo returned to his body, and he was already starving. He immediately grabbed the food on the table, and put it into his mouth. While chewing, he shook his head and said, failed. I have mastered some special properties of the fault world, and then wanted to present it on the highway under my control, but every time I was about to succeed, I would fail. By the way, nothing special happened during this period. Every time I was about to succeed, I would fail. I can't help with this point. The prophet stared at Sabo and found that his future direction had become blurred, and he couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. He added, there is something special. You are now being targeted by the forces left here by more. Even a large number of rules have entered the team, including the powerful rules. Sabo chewed the food in his mouth carefully. They are so fast. It seems that I have to leave here. The prophet looked at Sabo's wolfing appearance and said, wait a little longer, and the 8th level rule we set will arrive. Sabo glanced out the car window and said lightly, I'm afraid we can't wait. If we stay any longer, the team leader will drive us away. You cover me tonight. I plan to leave tonight. If you have anything, contact me through the manual. Can't the manual send coordinates? If you have anything, just contact me through the manual. There were already many people staring at the car outside the window. If they were not afraid of the level 5 rules protecting the prophet, they would have rushed in and torn themselves to pieces. The prophet stood up and said, this won't work. I finally found you. Sabo waved his hand and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. It's the same with the manual. And these guys are waiting for someone who can deal with the level 5 rules protecting you. By then, even if I want to leave, I can't leave. The prophet didn't say anything. How could he not know that he could only sigh in his heart? There were no level 8 rules of their race on the highway. If they wanted to transfer them, they had to transfer them from other highways. This was a very time-consuming thing. If it was fast, it would arrive in 3 or 4 days. If it was slow, it would take a week. Sabo was right. Those people outside were not moving now, because they couldn't beat the level 5 rules protecting them. Once they had a strong person, they might dare to launch an attack. The prophet sighed and said, by the way, your 2 companions were also killed by the other side. I know, let them die, I don't owe them anything, if I can avenge them, I will naturally avenge them. Sabo paused slightly, and said very calmly. After eating a few mouthfuls of food, he asked again, by the way, Can you see my future destiny? If you can, you should be able to see how I solved the road blocking problem. The prophet shook his head. When you just woke up, I checked it. Now your front is blurry, and your destiny is unpredictable, just like a complicated road. I still need to sort it out. Many of Sabo's destinies are linked together, like spider webs stuck together, and it is impossible to tell which is which. He needs time to sort them out, and clearly divide these destiny lines. This is not an easy thing, but Sabo is related to the fate of their race. No matter how difficult it is, he has to sort it out. Sabo nodded, ate half full, and then stuffed the remaining food into the portable space. Okay, tell me when you are done. I need to sleep for a while now. I am too tired. Tell me when it gets dark. The prophet nodded to indicate that he knew. Looking at Sabo sleeping on the sofa, he made a cup of black tea for himself, took a sip, and began to sort out Sabo's destiny line. This sorting lasted until the evening, and when night fell, wild monsters appeared in the wasteland. The rules and the team became restless. Sabo was awakened by the sound of fighting outside, and quickly stood up, looking out the window with cold eyes, and found that it was not aimed at him, but wild monsters appeared. Looking back at the prophet, he found that the prophet was still in deep thought. Sabo exhaled, did not disturb the prophet, pushed open the car window, used the transformation function directly, turned into a small flying insect and left. After leaving the prophet's RV, he fell into the crowd, and turned into his original appearance, and left in a hurry. No one knew all this. Even the prophet did not know how Sabo left. It was not until the next morning that he suddenly realized that Sabo had already left the team and went to an unknown place. I'm leaving first. If you are done, tell me. If I am one step ahead of you, I will come to you at that time. This is what Sabo left for the prophet in the manual. The prophet sighed. After all, I left. I hope the people above will come down quickly, and there will be no more mistakes in the middle. Chapter 453. Boy, we expected you to leave, and we followed you all the way. Not long after leaving the team, Sabo was stopped by 5 figures, the most powerful of whom had reached level 2. Sabo glanced at them, and said coldly, "Why are you stopping me?" The second level rule in the lead was murderous. We already know that you have been looking for the news of the Demon Lord. Anyone who is not good for the Demon Lord must die. The rule beside him said, a first level rule actually asked about the news of the Demon Lord in order to seek death, thinking that the prophet can protect you? Don't you think it's ridiculous? The power left by the Demon Lord here is beyond your imagination. Sabo's eyes flickered, and a manual appeared in his hand. In this case, don't talk nonsense, I'm in a hurry. The second level rule showed a cruel smile on his face. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me, blame you for provoking someone you shouldn't provoke. He suddenly launched an attack, and in an instant, the overwhelming power of rules pressed towards him. The power of rules has unpredictable power. The most basic control method is to use the measurement of the power of rules to attack the target. The power of the second level rules was like a small mountain, pressing down directly. Sabo felt a great pressure on his body, and this power was very dull. Sabo immediately used all the skills to improve the 4-dimensional attributes, and fought with the power of rules. The manual in his hand turned into a broadsword, and a blood-red light emanated from the broadsword. The true chi in his body was surging. His current cultivation had reached the second level of chi training. The true chi in his body was as big as 2 fingers. The ferocious knife light emerged and disappeared into the void. A ripple spread in the air, accompanied by a huge sound. In an instant, the opponent's condensed pressure disappeared. This was only a short moment. It can hit. The power of the sword light and sword shadow after the blessing of true chi is not only considerable, but also can hit this invisible rule power. Sabo looked grim. This road is right. The true chi is attached to the blade, so the knife has the opponent's invisible rule power. The 5 figures were shocked. The second level rule was shocked, and walked forward to look at Sabo in horror. Skills. You can actually use skills. No, skills can't hit the rules that exist in the rule highway. The power of the 2 worlds is different. What kind of power is that in your knife? They were shocked. You must know that the applicability of skills can only play a role in the highway, because that is the birthplace of skills. Not to mention using skills to kill rules. Even if the King of Heaven comes, skills can also be used. But this is the rule highway, which is a higher level of rule power than skills. The opponent can not only use skills, but also let the skills hit the power of rules. How can they not be shocked? At this moment, they have to re-examine the first level peak rules in front of them. The second level rule is even more murderous. He doesn't know how the opponent has kept the skills until now, and he doesn't know what means the opponent uses to let the skills hit the invisible rule power. But he knows very well that the first level peak rule in front of him cannot be left. Let's go together and kill him. We can't let him leave alive. Yes. The 5 people attacked together, and the rule power condensed was not as simple as 1+1. Facing the strongest attack of the 5 people, Sabo immediately turned on the hunting state, but saw that the whole world had changed. His sight suddenly focused, and the opponent's movements became slow. He saw that the air around him was in a strange twisted state, and that was the invisible rule power gathering towards him in a terrifying posture. As the terrifying rule power approached him, Sabo's expression was calm, and he grasped the 1 second of purification to be invincible. In that short moment, the sound of the mirror breaking came from his body, and the rules between the whole world disappeared instantly after squeezing him. The 5 people were greatly shocked. The second level rule lost his voice, and said, "How is it possible? How did he do it?" Purification can contact its own negative state, and have a 1 second invincibility time. Although it is only an auxiliary skill, it can reverse the situation if used well, and using purification is currently the best solution. There is something more shocking for you. Sabo no longer stayed behind, and turned into Shura. His figure suddenly soared several meters, and a sea of blood condensed around him. Behind the Shura blood sea, he seemed like a god. His 4-dimensional attributes had been greatly enhanced, surpassing the 4-dimensional attributes of level 80 players. Combined with the exhaustion of his mental power, the 4-dimensional attributes were directly multiplied several times. Not to mention the second-level rules, he dared to fight against the third-level rules. Holding the broadsword blessed by the true chi, Sabo did not use the power of rules, because the power of rules was not as good as the opponent's. On the contrary, the combination of true energy and skills really gave him boundless surprises. Sabo's figure disappeared on the spot, and only a sea of blood surged. The 5 of them quickly responded, and the power of rules around them rolled, excluding the sea of blood from outside, so as not to affect themselves. But they never thought that a figure appeared behind them, with a blood-red broadsword surging with true energy. After the blessing of double heavy blows, a first-level rule disappeared instantly, and was directly swallowed by him. The remaining 4 people had no time to react. With the death of a first-level rule, the other 3 first-level rules panicked instantly. The second-level rule was still calm, and immediately said, "Send the coordinates to the team, let them come to support quickly, I will resist him." Then as soon as the voice fell, he saw that there seemed to be an extremely dazzling blood-red color separating the layers of blood sea. It was a knife, and the knife fell directly on the rule power rolling around him. In an instant, the power of rules fell apart and turned into pieces on the ground, and Sabo split him in half. The rest of the people quickly took out the manual and tried to contact others. But it was too late. The blood-red knife lights whistled and knocked them to the ground, and the manual fell out of their hands. Sabo's movements were very swift. After the 3 people fell to the ground, he stood up with a cold expression. One of the rules immediately shouted, "Spare our lives, we are just passing by." Another rule also followed up and said, "We are not Moore's men, we are just a group of chores." Sabo ignored the 3 people's pleas for mercy, and drew his sword expressionlessly, and killed the 3 people one by one. Be a good person in the next life. After absorbing a second-level rule and 4 first-level rules, Sabo only felt that his own rule power was rolling, as if it had reached a 0 point, and a lot of rule power actually wanted to overflow. It was like a water bottle filled with water. Chapter 454. The power of the first-level rules is limited. What a pity for these power of rules. The power of the rules provided by the 5 people is very huge, and a lot of the power of rules has dissipated between heaven and earth. Sabo is very distressed, but he can do nothing but watch these power of rules dissipate. A sigh is left in his heart. So much overflowing power of rules, reaching the second level can at least provide 10% of the degree of evolution. What a pity. After dealing with the 5 people, Sabo exited the transformation state, and suddenly felt tired, as if his brain was cracked. This time, he had raised his firepower to the limit, and he just didn't use the life burning. Also, the true energy in his body was consumed, and it felt like all the strength in his body was drained. This feeling is very uncomfortable. But I have to say that this true chi is really useful. The broadsword blessed by true chi can have the power to hit the power of rules, but the amount is too small. If it weren't for the fact that the 4-dimensional attributes have just been improved during this period, and most of the skills are blessings, it is not enough to kill instantly. Sabo thought in his heart, and the true chi was consumed, and he successfully killed the 5 people. If it was the first level of Chi training, it might not be enough to kill the 5 people. He also realized that the role of true Chi is very high. Once the cultivation is improved to the foundation building realm, the strength will be greatly improved, and it will not be weaker than the power of rules. After thinking for a while, Sabo took out his tricycle, sat on it, and set off forward, and this direction was opposite to the direction of the team. At this time, the death of the 5 people had been known by the 3rd level rules, who was in charge of taking care of him. His face was cold, and he asked in a cold voice, "Something happened to Gu and the others. They were killed." Others were surprised. What happened? How could they be killed? Level 3 rules shook their heads and said, they didn't send any messages before they died. Either they underestimated the other party and thought they had won, but they were killed by the other party. Or they were killed by the other party in seconds and didn't have time to send any messages. If it's the second case, then the other party's strength is at least level 3. Could it be someone in the team? Someone asked. Level 3 rules said, we don't know anything now, even where they happened. Now go to the team and ask if anyone has seen them. Okay. The man spread out in a team with 2 people and began to ask if anyone had seen Bones and described their appearance. After searching for an hour, someone said they had seen them. Level 3 rules immediately went over with people. The one who saw them was a level 1 rule, who was at the end of the team and was lying in a somewhat dilapidated tricycle to recover from his injuries. I have seen them. You said there are 5 people in total. One of them is a level 2 rule. They followed a rule figure. I was quite impressed by that figure. He walked on 2 legs, and there were 2 legs hanging down. It looked very strange. It's him. Someone who had seen Sabo's appearance explained, and immediately realized who this person was. No, isn't he a driver at the Prophet's place? How could he appear here? Level 3 rule was stunned for a moment, frowned, and immediately said to his younger brother, go to the Prophet, and see what happened. When they came to the Prophet's position, they could feel that there were still very strong auras nearby monitoring the RV. One of the level 5 rules saw the level 3 rule and waved to him. Why are you here? The level 3 rule hurried over with his men and said, some of my men are in trouble. Some people said that they saw them following the human out. I thought that the human was not in the Prophet's RV, so I came to take a look. The level 5 rule said casually, we have also been watching. It has been half a month. The other party has not come out of the car. Sometimes you can see him driving. I think your men followed the wrong person and were found and killed by the other party. The level 3 rule nodded. I hope so. If nothing happens, we will leave first. Let's go. The level 5 rule waved his hand and said casually, staring at the slowly moving RV, wondering what he was thinking. On the vast highway, Sabo had already put away the RV, with a blood-red broadsword in his hand. In the misty darkness in the distance, a figure was approaching. It was a ferocious wild monster. Sabo's eyes flickered, and he checked his own status. At present, all the skills had been cooled down. Even if the strength of this wild monster exceeded level 2, he was sure to kill it. Roar! The wild monster let out a howl and rushed directly towards him from a distance. Very fast. Sabo's eyes turned cold, and he found himself. He stopped hiding immediately, and manipulated the power of rules to form an invisible hammer, and smashed it. With the ground shaking violently, the hammer hit the wild monster, and was actually blocked by it. This monster's strength has reached level 2. Sabo thought in his heart, and calmly used his skills. His internal chi was full again, and there was a way to deal with this monster. The hunting state was turned on, and Sabo immediately raised his strength to 200, and his mental power was exhausted again. He now consumed his mental power, and his own strength could be increased by at least 5 times. It was simply terrifying. The broadsword with double heavy blows and passive Shura's hand fell on the monster, smashing it out, and a deep wound appeared on its body. Sabo retracted his strength, expressionless, stepped on the mysterious steps, and quickly approached the monster, taking advantage of its illness to kill it. The monster finally reacted and wanted to resist Sabo's second attack, but still failed to resist. This time, the wound was more hideous and terrifying than the last time. When its figure was chopped and flew out, before it landed, a blood-red knife light came out again, swallowing it directly. The wild monster, which was already dying, was silent in an instant. Sabo's true energy was exhausted again. He stood on the ground panting, his eyes cold. Although I can kill these wild monsters, I need to try my best every time. Once the number of wild monsters increases, I can't deal with it. All 3 roads will be upgraded quickly now. Sooner or later, they will find that I left the Prophet's RV and chased me. He didn't have much time. After a short rest, he immediately drove the tricycle away. The darkness closed, and a faint halo came from the distant sky, which was a sign of dawn. Unknowingly, he had been moving forward for a night. Sabo was in high spirits, and not tired at all, but he still went into his own road in the morning to check it out. The road was well developed and people had smiles on their faces. The development of the team was much better than expected. Chapter 455. It is completely impossible to tell that they are playing for their lives in the game. If the highway I was on had developed the convoy system in advance, would we all be level 30 now? Sabo thought to himself, and shook off the idea. I don't know what my second brother has been busy with during this period. I went to his highway to take a look and everything was still the same. Back to the regular highway to survive, Sabo sat cross-legged in the car and began to practice. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in the early morning is the most concentrated, and practicing is also more effective. It was not until about 10 o'clock that he stopped practicing. His eyes were like lightning, and his mouth was spitting out filth. Standing up, there was a crackling sound from the muscles and bones of the body, and the true energy circulated in the meridians, which also nourished the muscles and bones. The true energy in the body increased a lot, and the cultivation was improved. It must be said that practicing in the early morning is really more effective, which is far from comparable to other time periods. After eating something, Sabo continued on his way. The portable space exists in his body, which is different from the ring and locker. Even if he reaches the upper world, the portable space will still follow him. After the resource upgrade system upgrade, the portable space has increased several times, which is larger than the space of the locker. But there are very few supplies in it. The world of regular highway survival itself is scarce. Even the team has very few supplies. Often a person only has 2 meals a day. You have to know that this is the 5th ranked team, and each member can only eat 2 meals a day. The capitalists will cry when they see it. It's not that the leader exploits, but there are indeed not many supplies in the team. The resource boxes are too scarce. After moving forward for a while, Sabo saw a resource box. Rice and flour. Not bad. Sabo took out the things in the resource box. After upgrading, the original small bag of rice and a small bag of flour were instantly upgraded to 2 large bags of flour and rice. With these 2 things, he can steam some rice or bake some cakes to eat. The kitchen gift bag contains tableware, kitchen utensils and seasonings. Even if it is some cakes, they can be made very delicious. After harvesting another bag of rice and flour, his mood has improved a lot. Humming along the way, if the real pressure in surviving on the rural road is to face the swallowing of the same kind. Under normal circumstances, there is not much pressure on the rural road. Especially now, with the help of the Prophet, it is basically no longer a difficult thing to avoid the restart of the game in the future, because his own identity can avoid the restart of the game, and what he will face next is actually the cosmic storm. Compared with the restart of the game, he cares more about the cosmic storm. The real danger actually comes from the cosmic storm. As for Moore, he is not too afraid. The main reason is that Moore's hand is not in the irregular road at all. As for the little Luo, he left on the regular road to survive. To be honest, Sabo is not afraid of him. When he really grows up, let alone them, even Moore himself can kill. This is not bragging. For those who use external plugins, this is not a difficult task. Near noon, Sabo has opened 2 resource boxes. In addition to flour and rice, there are weapons transformed by rules. Bows. It must be said that there are really many types of weapons transformed by rules. He has now collected the Zhongba snake spear, the knife, the sword, and now there is a bow. Maybe in the future he will be able to collect all kinds of weapons. After obtaining the bow, Sabo immediately used it. In this way, when fighting with others, his diversity will definitely catch the opponent off guard. At noon, he used a basin to mix a lot of flour. He planned to make more pancakes to eat on the road. Add salt and chili oil to the flour, put it in a pot on the fire and start baking. Not long after, the outside was burnt, and the inside was inside, and a pot of pancakes came out of the pot. He picked up one, regardless of whether it was hot or not, and took a big bite. The taste was not bad. The most important thing is that the pancakes you make yourself are safe to eat. There is another pot of pancakes in the portable space, which is enough for at least 10 days. In the following 2 days, except for the time of practicing in the morning, he was on the road all the time. Finally, he stopped at a special section of the road. In front of him was a mountain forest. The dense forest was a little strange. It was not green, but black, which looked a little gloomy and scary. But this was indeed the best place to hide. Sabo parked the tricycle on the side of the road, and then took out the straw and soft bear skin that he had used to survive in the rainforest and put them behind the tricycle. Then he lay on it and fell asleep quickly. These days, he had been on the road and had not slept much. It took him 2 or 3 days to reach this location. During this period, he also opened a lot of boxes, but most of them were pitifully few foods. The most outrageous thing was that there were only a few peanuts in one box. I have to say that the resource boxes in this world are really stingy. Fortunately, I have a system. After upgrading it, the number of resources has skyrocketed. There are a lot more food in the space, enough for me to live for 1 or 2 months. The most important thing is that the meat of the wild animals killed in the rainforest is still there, and he has dried them into bacon, but he hasn't eaten much yet. Sabo fell asleep very quickly. After his body touched the soft bear skin, he fell into a sleeping state. The regular road is different from the highway. You can go without food, drink or sleep on the highway, but it's not possible here. If you persist for 2 or 3 days, you will feel very sleepy and fall asleep as soon as you touch the bed. I'm afraid it will be more serious in the upper realm. After a nap, it was already night. I just felt refreshed and comfortable, and my soul was cleansed. I haven't felt so comfortable for a long time. Sabo stretched his body and stretched comfortably, looking at the black forest around him. Although it looks weird, it is actually very safe. The special roads here are different from the special roads in the lower world. The special roads here will trigger tasks. For example, the previous task of rainforest survival is in a forest, but that forest is different from the forest in front of us. The previous forest was lush and green, with luxuriant branches and leaves. Looking at the forest here, it is extremely dark, with only branches left on the trees, which looks very weird. Sabo stood here for a long time. He didn't want to do this task. The main reason was that this forest was really weird. It would be better to live here for a while, and upgrade his level to level 2 as soon as possible. After a simple meal, Sabo lay on the soft bear skin and then entered his own road world. At this time, another 3 days passed. The development of the road is also getting faster and faster. Chapter 456. There are already players on the road who have reached level 13, and they are closely following the players on the road of the second brother. Old Man Joe has also reached level 17, and the second brother will soon be able to upgrade to the second level road. Sabo was not willing to lag behind. In addition to rushing on the road, he did not stop thinking about integrating the fault world with the road. Once successful, the road would be isolated from the entire world, reducing its presence. Even if the rule framework is modified, no one will notice. Although he did not feel a sense of crisis, it is not his character to seek comfort. After thinking for this period of time, he summarized several new plans. The first is to completely open the fault world, and let the town of the fault world be completely integrated with the road. Another method is to directly use the fault world to erode the rule framework. This is a very risky thing, especially the second one, but if it succeeds, it is equivalent to isolating the rule framework, which is equivalent to isolating the road. It is a similar method. Sabo decided to try the first one first. Once there is a sign of failure, he can quickly close the entrance. After all, both worlds are under his control. At this time, the players on the road suddenly found that the sky was a little dim, and the situation a few days ago appeared again. The sky has changed abnormally in the past few days. Is something going to happen? I don't know. Who knows what will happen? I always have a premonition that it won't happen. At this time, above the sky, Sabo stood in the void, his consciousness sank into the world, and the two worlds began to merge with each other. At the beginning, the progress was very smooth, and he even felt that his road was changing little by little. It was nothing more than the weather conditions of the road would be similar to those of the fault world, but the game was still the same as before. It's just that the players have entered winter early. The sky rule chain inexplicably emits ripples, just like the calm water surface is stirred by people, and then these chains directly block everything in the fault world. Sabo is extremely focused at this moment, and naturally he can see the whole scene. It turns out that you are the one who is making trouble. No wonder I have tried so many times and failed. In this case, then I have to use the last method. He now understands that it is the rule framework that is making trouble. The rule framework is a self-contained system, and even after upgrading, it will not be completely controlled by itself. The control of itself can only change the content inside. Just like a firewall, the fault world is a virus. If you let the virus invade the computer, the firewall will naturally be passively triggered, which is inevitable, and the control of itself is to change the content in the firewall. It's just that he doesn't know much about the rule framework, so he can only use an extreme method at will. That is to let the virus directly defeat the firewall. Moreover, the virus is under his control, so there is no need to worry about the virus getting out of control. Soon, Sabo began to try the last method, attaching the fault world to the rule chain, and began to erode the rule chain. On the other hand, Sabo also released his authority, and did not prevent the fault world from devouring the rule chain. After the devouring, new chains were generated, and these chains were the power of the fault world. The rule framework was eroded bit by bit, and it never thought that it was difficult to prevent thieves from attacking at home. What it didn't know was that Sabo had been thinking about it for a long time. Soon, under the fault rules he controlled, the rule framework was eroded bit by bit, and the whole world became dim. The content of the rule framework was now clearly in front of him without him having to check it. Looking at the inexplicable forces surging and interweaving in front of him, some of the forces even carried a dangerous aura. Sabo felt that if he touched just a little bit, he might be dead. He realized that this was the true content of the rule framework, and it was these intertwined forces that formed this world. The person who created this game is really amazing. Just a few forces can form this world. Sabo saw the situation inside, and couldn't help but click his tongue. He was very familiar with some of the forces. He knew the power of rules, space, and time, but when they were really combined together, he didn't know them. These forces are the basic framework of the highway, the foundation. These forces dare not move. They maintain the operation of this world. Once they move, it is not a question of whether the game can run, but a question of whether the world will be destroyed. After letting the fault world cover the foundation, he turned his attention to the power above the foundation. These powers were very familiar. The fluctuation of skills, the ranking list, the team, the monsters, the special road, the weather, etc. formed such a road. He also felt very deeply, because some of the things here were filled in by him. At this moment, he also understood that these intertwined powers are codes, and these codes are running on the foundation. Of course, there are some unknown powers among them, which may be the rules of the game, such as the air wall, the level of the road player required to upgrade, the tasks and rewards in the special road, etc. Could the person who created this world be a human? This set of rules looks so familiar. It's completely a set of programs. After Sabo figured it out, he was a little surprised. Isn't this all based on the code program routine of the previous life? This is a little outrageous. In this way, the basic rule framework is in place. The next step is to try to change it. The weather conditions can no longer be controlled by the rule framework. It will be determined by the rules of the fault world, which is already uncontrollable. It is already very risky to let the fault world swallow the rule framework. There is no big conflict between the two. In addition, Sabo's exquisite control will not allow the fault world to completely swallow the rule framework. It swallows only the protective shell of the rule framework, and then uses the rule power of the fault world to form a new protective shell again. And this protective shell will protect the rule framework and prevent it from being exposed to other rules. In this way, the rule framework drives the highway, and the highway will be hidden. It can be said to be the best of both worlds. Sabo's eyes are calm. The calmer the lake, the more turbulent the waves. The rules framework is basically under my control. The road is hidden. The next step is to ask the prophet to change the rules framework. At this time, 3 days have passed since the survival on the rules road. Sabo appeared on the survival on the rules road again. He felt hungry, and couldn't wait to take out the pancakes he had baked before and eat them in big mouthfuls. While eating, he checked the manual. The prophet, the matter has been exposed. They have discovered your escape. They have left the team and are chasing you. Be careful. Chapter 457. This message was sent yesterday, which means they have been chasing him for a day. Sabo looked at the cake in his hand, crushed the remaining half, and scattered it on the ground. Then he walked into the black forest on the left and scattered the residue on the ground, one pile here and one pile in front, creating the illusion that he was heading to the black forest. Sabo walked to the front of the tricycle, scattered some more on the ground, and then entered the black forest with the debris he scattered. He wanted to play a psychological tactic. If the enemy is stupid, then he will be discovered. If the enemy is smart, maybe he will not be discovered. This is a psychological tactic. Those who have become rules are very smart. Sabo stayed in the black forest for 2 days. He was not idle during these 2 days. He kept asking the prophet for advice. The prophet clan has a very deep study of the rule framework. After all, They are thinking about how to get rid of this game every moment. It is necessary to step over the rule framework, so their research on the rule framework is not ordinary deep. The prophet told Sabo all the research of his race over the past few hundred years. For them, Sabo was like a savior. As long as he entered the upper realm, the prophet clan would stand out and basically be able to get rid of this game and return to their own world. The prophet clan did not like power. They preferred a free and easy life. These days, Sabo also understood the foundation of the basic framework. It was nothing more than the power of creation added to these 3,000 avenues, and gathered together to form a foundation that relied on the road world. Going up, it is the operation of this foundation. It contains a lot of content, including the gameplay rules, weather, roads, material refresh, wild monster refresh, special road refresh and tasks, etc. In this content, the rules are to enrich the content, the game develops rapidly, the world develops rapidly, and the feedback is that they will become stronger with the development of the world. And this is related to the core of the game, and it is also the core of controlling the upgrade of rules, which is connected with the road. According to the prophet, it is impossible to cut off the connection between them. Once the connection is cut off, you may lose the source of power, and even the road will be out of control. The only way is to change its power operation based on this connection. To put it bluntly, it is to change the content that requires the road players to reach a certain level before the rules can be upgraded without cutting off the connection between each other. This is not easy. Just as Sabo was trying to figure it out, a group of uninvited guests came to the Black Forest, and the leader turned out to be a level 5 rule. He was full of aura, and he moved with the wind. The car he drove was also a motorhome. Brother, there is something ahead. The previous level 3 rule has become his younger brother. The level 5 rule got out of the car, and saw a pile of scum scattered on the roadside. These are the food of that rule. It tastes a bit strange. There are also some in the bushes on both sides of the road. Haha, he made it so conspicuous, I'm afraid he is worried that we can't see it. His purpose is most likely to make us think he is in this black forest. The level 5 rule immediately saw through everything. His voice was cold. Level 3 rules nodded in agreement. You really think we are fools? As long as we enter the black forest, we will be caught by this rule. He may have already fled in front, and this fact is used to delay time. Level 5 rule said coldly, chase. Leave one person here to watch, and send us all the coordinates here. They are not stupid. Is there really someone who will eat so much food? It is probably that guy's conspiracy, maybe to delay time. They immediately drove along the road. As for them, they also thought that Sabo would do the opposite, but if it were any of them, they would not take such a risk, because it would be equivalent to putting themselves in a desperate situation. There is no way out in the Black Forest. Entering is equivalent to entering a desperate situation. As long as you are stuck here, you can't escape. They left one person to guard. Once something happens, send a message. It only takes a few seconds for them to rush over. Very convenient. In the Black Forest, Sabo was lying comfortably on the tricycle. He had not triggered any missions in the Black Forest, nor had he searched for resource boxes. Instead, he was studying the system framework. The prophet had given him many things, which contained introductions to those powers, including the power of creation. At present, he was two separate individuals from the root rule framework. After learning the purpose of these powers, Sabo had a crazier idea in his mind, which was to devour these powers, and make them part of his own power. But how could this be possible? You have to know that these powers are not uniform, and the strength is also different. Once there is a slight mistake, exploding and dying is a small matter. Of course, these are just his imaginations. After all, if this thing really touches, even if it touches a little bit of destructive power, others will be wiped out. But don't underestimate these things. Even if they are things that the upper realm has never touched, if you can really control such a little power, let alone the 8th level rules, even more will have to kneel. They all want to follow the game, but they don't know that the content in the game is the real treasure. Sabo's eyes glowed green. He now needs something to swallow these powers safely. This is not a difficult task for him. You must know that these powers include the 3,000 avenues at the end of cultivation. If you can create a Tontian Gongfa that swallows the 3,000 avenues for yourself, these powers will not be easy to get. Thinking of this, Sabo was extremely excited. No one knew better than him how to go next. If he succeeded, he would be able to live freely even if he lost his identity as a rule. It's just a rule. How can it be compared with these powers? Sabo's eyes flickered, and this desire was wildly magnified in his heart. The powerful heart of the blood demon heart beat vigorously, like beating a drum. After calming down his excitement, Sabo also began to consider it. This thing is easier said than done. Theory is easy to establish, but practice is another matter. It's similar to the anti-physical perpetual motion machine theory. Everyone feels that perpetual motion machines are just SOSO, but when they are put into practice, what a bullshit perpetual motion machine. Anti-physical things, bah. Next, we still have to find the second brother, but we have to make a body for him first. The second brother's condition is not optimistic. It has been a month now, and the second brother's condition is still the same as before. He must have had something happen on the rule road, but the second brother didn't say what happened, so Sabo didn't ask. Chapter 458. Sabo looked calm. After thinking for a while on the tricycle, he decided to go to the highway to take a look. In the vast void, Sabo condensed an extremely powerful body for his second brother. The internal organs in the body are all made of the internal organs of powerful creatures. This body is different from the body in the fault world. The body in the fault world can only be condensed by the method of the fault world, and after condensing, the identity is an outsider. He can create outsiders unlimitedly by upgrading the method of making bodies. After all, these things have been upgraded by the resource upgrade system. Sabo didn't want his second brother to become an outsider, and not be controlled by him. Everyone has selfishness. Who knows if his second brother has selfishness? So he directly used the internal organs of various powerful beasts in this world to condense a very powerful body, and this body was under his control. The basic four-dimensional attributes alone reach 70 points, and each part has its powerful function. Sabo did not upgrade it either, because this body was already strong enough. Next, he would use the thought-generating instrument. This thing was from the fault world and could generate thoughts, even regular thoughts. He had tried it before. As long as the thoughts were injected into the body, and then the rules entered the body, it would be equivalent to another kind of rebirth. In addition, there was the technique. He also used the best technique, condensed the body, and created the technique, which cost more than 20 billion evolution points. The evolutionary power consumed was even more terrifying, and his evolution level dropped to 90%. The role of the rules was actually getting smaller, and smaller for him. Sabo is not in a hurry to upgrade the level of the rules now, but is thinking about how to control these forces of the Foundation. If he can control all these forces, he will be the creator of the next game. Island, cave, or wasteland. These are just ideas, but if they succeed, he will be like Pengu, creating the world. These forces will come together and create a world. With a template framework like the highway, you can create a world of your own by copying. Thinking of this, Sabo's heart, which had just calmed down, beat again. If the people in the upper world knew his crazy idea, they would not think he was crazy, because this idea is really feasible. They will even go crazy for it. On the tricycle, Sabo had the opportunity to enter a state of meditation. He now has too many things to improve. Rules, skills, cultivation, and the basic framework of rules, all of these need to be changed. This blindness is not a solution. Skills can be discarded first. My own skills are enough. Next, I still need to speed up the improvement of my cultivation and the modification of the rule framework. As for the evolution of the rules, it has reached a bottleneck period. It is urgent to modify the rule framework to improve it. Sabo thought that during this period of time, his focus can be shifted to the modification of the rule framework, and of course, cultivation cannot be stopped. Naturally, it needs to go hand in hand. If the basic framework is changed, can the skills be turned into skills? As long as you learn it, you can improve your cultivation to perfection. No, it's unlikely. Above the void, Sabo looked at the fluctuating energy in front of him, his heart pounding. He wanted to change the rule framework and make the technique like a skill, but on second thought, this was almost impossible. After all, the design of the technique is not only on the surface of the foundation, but also a part of the foundation. The template of the technique is in the foundation. For example, the technique is like a book on the surface. The formation and condensation of this book comes from the foundation. The changeable part exists together with the weather modification and the special road modification. But the power of the technique, the power of the weather, and the power of the special road are all generated in the foundation. If you really want to make the technique like a skill, and learning it can improve your cultivation to a perfect state, then you must place the power of the technique in the foundation. And all this is just a theory. Sabo is not sure if the power of the technique is really placed in the foundation, and whether it will be a blast to learn it. This is all an unknown. Forget it, let's not talk about it that far. Sabo put aside this theory. Theory can be generated anytime and anywhere. just like a perpetual motion machine. It is theoretically so, but it doesn't work when you actually operate it. There are too many things involved here. Change the rule framework, and figure it out bit by bit. Sabo has been in the void for a week. During this period, he constantly changed and corrected the things on the foundation, and explored them bit by bit. His movements were very careful, and his progress every day was like a snail. But when it comes to the low level, he can't help but be careful. It's still simple to change the most basic things, but it's very troublesome when it comes to the power inside. In the Black Forest, Sabo lay on a tree branch, taking out some food from his personal space and chewing it carefully. He kept modifying it for a week, but the progress was very slow. And the contact with the Prophet has never been broken. A lot of things have happened in the past few days. First, something happened to the 5th team. After failing to find Sabo, the 5th level rules pointed their spearheads at the 5th team. You must know that the influence left by more in this world is enough to affect the entire era. And the 5th team where Sabo exists suffered. Through coordinate positioning, many 7th level and 8th level rules came. The 5th team almost fell apart, and the leader still didn't understand what happened. The most important thing was that the people of the 1st team didn't reveal it, and they also wanted to take this opportunity to crush the people of the 5th team. So things happened. The leader fled, and the 5th team was in name only. He was no match for these people. He only denounced their bad behavior in the world chat, and even asked people in the upper world to give him an answer. But no one paid attention to him. He didn't know what happened. Who would give you an answer when it came to more? Secondly, the Prophet also suffered. The 5th level rule died on the spot. The 8th level rule fled with the Prophet, and hid in a special road. He was also severely injured, and the rule chain was broken. It will take more than a month to recover. The most important thing is that the upper world has also learned about what happened on the 425 rule road. Moore's response to this was just that there were fleas, just slap them to death, and then there was no reply. Even in the upper world, the Prophet mobilized many people to criticize Moore, but Moore remained silent. No one knew what he was doing. Prophet, I send you the coordinates, come over, we are now recovering in a very safe place, and I just happen to have something to tell you in person. Chapter 459. A week later, Sabo received a reply from the Prophet. During this period, the 1st team did not give up the search for Sabo, and even received a message from the upper realm to eliminate him together with the Prophet. For a period of time afterwards, the Prophet was hiding from place to place, and had no time to chat with Sabo in the manual. The injury of the 8th level rule had also reached a very serious level, and his strength had declined to the 7th level, and his body was covered with cracks. The enemy was chasing him closely, and he had no time to heal his wounds. He often stayed in one place for 2 or 3 hours before someone chased him. On the highland side, Sabo was also hiding from place to place. This was the place where he disappeared last, and it must have been subjected to a carpet search by these teams. Several times, Sabo was discovered by the other party, and finally escaped safely with the help of his changing skills. He also realized that he could not stay in Highland. He had not eaten or slept well in the past few days, let alone studying the rule framework. So after receiving the Prophet's message, he asked the Prophet for the coordinates as soon as possible. Then he was directly teleported. In the dark forest, strange figures were swaying. They saw the light of transmission and shouted in surprise. He's there! He wants to teleport away! Stop him! The light of transmission startled them. The atmosphere sank, and an inexplicable force came down, with a devastating momentum. The trees in the entire dark forest made a bursting sound, and the tall and thick trees were broken by this force. Puff! The force hit Sabo, who was unprepared. He spit out a mouthful of blood, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Then the area where he was razed to the ground by the opponent. This is a level 5 rule. He stood at the place where Sabo disappeared with a stern face. He was injured. But one thing is certain, the coordinates this guy sent were given to him by the Prophet. It is meaningless to search here. Contact the team that is tracking down the Prophet immediately, and we will send them over to assist in the search. This level 5 rule is very smart, and guess the reason immediately. In fact, as early as when they were tracking down Sabo, they sorted out Sabo's network of relationships in the manual and found that this person did not have many friends at all. What shocked them even more was that this person had only joined Highway 425 for more than a month, and now only 2 months have passed. His evolution level has reached the peak of level 1. It is said that more than half a month ago, this guy killed a level 2 rule and 4 level 1 rules, which means that his strength reached level 2, but his evolution level was still at the peak of level 1. This is just the data from 1 month ago. This investigation surprised everyone. Moore was not so perverted at the beginning. They realized that this guy must not be allowed to live. Hu and Li Xian are both dead. Only one prophet is left. The one who can provide him with coordinates must be the prophet. Search the prophet's location vigorously, and issue a reward. I will never see a flea. The leader of the first team was very decisive. After digging up Sabo's network of relationships, he quickly issued a comprehensive wanted notice, and the gold content of this wanted notice is very high. All the rules on the road understand that the main goal of this wanted notice is more. At this time, a small mound of earth appeared in the wilderness. It had been hollowed out, and a motorhome was stuffed in it, and the mound above was buried again, and even dead grass was planted. You're injured. Sabo appeared in the RV and fell directly on the bed, dying. The prophet was shocked and hurried to support Sabo. A strange creature on the sofa also looked at him. Its breath was weaker than Sabo's, and it was even weak to open its eyes. I was attacked by a level 5 rule, and I lost half my life. I just need to rest for a while. Sabo grinned, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I was asked to crack the rule framework. When the day comes, you all wait for me. The prophet supported Sabo to the sofa on the other side, then poured some hot tea, sat on the chair by himself, and exhaled. I didn't expect things to develop so rapidly. It's seriously beyond expectations. Then, he was a little confused. It shouldn't be. Logically, even if you reveal the idea of looking for more, you wouldn't be wanted so seriously, right? Now there is news about you everywhere in the world. The development of things was indeed beyond expectations. Even Sabo didn't expect it. He said, I don't know either. Moore's men may have found something. Now is not the time to think about this. Are you absolutely safe here? Safe for now. The prophet thought of the experience of being discovered before, and felt a little scared. He also knew that this hiding method could only hide for a while, not for a lifetime. You have to know that the rules are not vegetarians. Sabo lay on the bed weakly. The blow just now almost killed him. If it weren't for the force chasing his tail, he would have died long ago. Hiding here is not a solution, but there is nowhere to go. You are all seriously injured and unable to move. If you are discovered again, you will probably die, the prophet said. He was a little anxious. He finally found Sabo. If he died in his hands, everything would be over. It's okay if he died, but he must ensure that Sabo is alive. Only if he is alive, the prophet clan has hope. The prophet had a bold idea in his mind. He wanted to lead away those who were searching and let Sabo and his men escape successfully. What a joke, you are a second-level rule. Going out is like going to die. Sabo glared and said immediately, this is definitely not a good idea. He knew very well how many people were searching outside. To plow the entire Black Forest, the number of rules used must be quite large. How long can he escape with a second-level rule? It's just a trouble. Besides, people are not fools. They see you running alone and don't understand what happened. The 8th level rule explained the reason weakly, and the restrictions on the attack were ashen, which meant that they were in a desperate situation. The air became a little oppressive for a while. Both of them were healing, which was a torment for the prophet. At this time, he noticed that Sabo's healing method was quite special. Not only him, but also the 8th level rule noticed it. I saw a faint milky halo on Sabo's body, wrapping his whole body. And this power was very strange, and it didn't belong to the power of the rules. The 8th level rule widened his eyes, and there were turbulent waves in his heart. Could it be that this kid had mastered a new power? Watched carefully for a while. It really is. I saw Sabo's breath was long, and the air around him was stirred with it, which was incredible. The two looked at each other, and saw a ghost. Chapter 460. True Qi is actually very effective for internal injuries of the body. In addition, the horizontal pressure of rules is an external force. It is not like in the fairy tale novels, where two immortals fight with boundless magic power. In addition to the internal injuries caused by the body, the most important thing is that the internal injuries caused by the immortal skills still have the opponent's immortal Qi. Physical injuries don't matter. Just one pill will do, but the opponent's residual immortal Qi is very troublesome to deal with. This is why in fairy tale novels, once one party is injured, they have to retreat for 100 years to recuperate. This is actually the reason. But the rules are not like this. The rules are more like a way to control the gravity between heaven and earth and suppress the target. The high degree of evolution and the high level determine the power of this gravity. As for the residue, there is none. So Sabo's use of true chi for cultivation is actually the fastest way. Under the nourishment of true chi, his physical injuries improved rapidly. In just one day, he was able to walk on the ground and talk like an ordinary person. This shocked the two prophets, who had never seen the world. At this moment, they felt that their worldview was a little collapsed. In addition to controlling the power of rules on the rule road, they could actually control other powers. And even the prophet had not found this power, even after looking through the future of thousands of races he had inquired about. This is incredible. Sabo did not hide anything from the two of them, and at this moment, they were standing on a united front. This is cultivation you don't understand. The two, With Sabo's explanation, a mysterious world of immortals appeared before them. You should know that immortals are beyond the ordinary world, have infinite lifespans, and can easily cross the long river of space and time. With one blow, billions of galaxies are shattered, and cosmic turbulence emerges easily. They can even become the will of the universe and control the world. In a sense, the power of immortals is actually stronger than the power of rules in highway survival. But in another sense, the power of immortals is weaker than the power of rules. Because immortals need to go through billions of years of cultivation, and they must cultivate to the extreme before they can master such a little power. But rules are different. They can allow you to successfully master the power of time and space in 100 years. Even Sabo has also found a little way at this moment. After reaching the upper realm, I am afraid that it will be a collision of this level of power. So immortals have the advantages of immortals, and rules have the advantages of rules. In short, every kind of power in the world has its own advantages and disadvantages. This is beyond doubt, just like the comparison between immortals and marble that Sabo often saw in his previous life. What is there to compare? The power is not the same. As long as a mortal masters the cosmic gem, he can master the strongest power. But immortals can't do that. Let a mortal take Pengu axe to open the sky and see if he has the ability. It's changed. There's nothing to worry about the level of power in the setting. This kind of power is idealistic, and the author determines the level of power. Of course, it is obviously impossible to use the power of rules to materialize the cosmic gem, unless Sabo can dig out the power of the foundation and then master it himself. Maybe he can materialize the cosmic gem. A day was spent in caution and anxiety. From time to time, there would be bursts of whistling sounds above their heads. The earthen mound was very close to the road, and they could hear the movement from the road, which was very loud. They had no way to evacuate at the moment, but fortunately Sabo's wounds had healed. In fact, the power I possessed existed in fantasy, but I used the rules of the road to materialize it. It is a thing called Shoshin in my world. Sabo only generally explained the existence of Shoshin techniques, which was a bit vague, but everywhere revealed the concept of being able to create power in the road world. The 8th level rules, and the prophet looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. We have fallen into a misunderstanding. The rule framework has designated our future development route, and development framework from the beginning. We can play freely in this framework. Similarly, this has also caused imprisonment in our thinking. Even if some of us get rid of the rule framework, it is only to pursue a stronger rule power, but we don't know that the right direction to get rid of the constraints of the rule framework is to create power by ourselves. The prophet suddenly raised his head, with shock in his eyes. The 8th level rules understood, and he now completely understood the correct way to play the road. Not a profession, not a skill, not a rule. It's about creation. Create your own power. It's incredible. You are indeed the one chosen by the old prophet. You are really capable. Your future achievements will definitely surpass more. Sabo smiled and said, "This is just my accidental discovery." They don't know that the real value on the road is the terrifying power after opening the frame. As for these discoveries, they are insignificant. I believe that every Blue Star person can do it. Because everyone on Blue Star has played a game called Block World. The concept of creation is deeply rooted in people's hearts. I believe that when they become rules and masters, the first thing they think of is creation. An unexpected discovery. Your unexpected discovery has created an era. The prophet sighed. If you can create your own power, you will no longer rely on the rules to improve your own strength. We can also create our own power, said the 8th level rule. His heart began to beat, and he wanted to enter his own road to try it out. But he still has a lot of things to understand. It is easy to create power, but it is not so simple to really act. The 8th level rule chatted with Sabo for a while, understood the principles, and had a certain degree of confidence in his heart. Waiting for the crisis to be resolved, it is natural to go and try it out. Now is the crisis, it is not the time to discuss this. I have to understand the framework of the rules first. Sabo said to the two. You go now, the two of us will watch here. The 8th level rule said that he still had to heal his wounds and digest the information given to him by Sabo. There is too much information here. Creation, what a magical thing. After watching Sabo enter his own road, the level 8 rule retracted his gaze. This news is extremely important. If it is feasible, it can at least increase the strength of our clan. It needs to be tested. Go ahead. Sabo's ideas are really wild and unconstrained. He deserves to be favored by the old prophet. Maybe he can really become an existence in the upper world. The two admired in their hearts. Creation is something that countless people dare not even think about, but it was completed and realized by others. It's simply terrible. Chapter 461. The 8th level rules have already started to contact the prophets of the upper realm, and told them this idea through the prophets of the upper realm. At this time, on the boundless highway of the upper realm, the prophets drove a terrifying chariot. In the chariot fleet, a group of old prophets in white clothes sat in a chariot that had been modified to the top. And the information transmitted by the 8th level rules was also obtained by them at the first time. Creation. Creation. Sabo's concept is simply unconstrained. We are the masters of the highway, and the highway also gives us the power of creation. After intercepting the message of the 8th level rules, an old prophet's eye is shown. If we can create, maybe we don't need to return to our original planet, maybe we can reproduce our planet here. Whether this idea is feasible or not, we still need to try it. This is a huge conference room, where old prophets sit, competing to talk, and they feel that this plan is more and more feasible. At the top of the conference room sat a tall and extremely young prophet. This prophet was the patriarch of the prophet clan and the most powerful prophet, with a cosmic rule level of 4. His eyes sank slightly, and then he raised his hand to stop these people from being quiet. The old prophets turned their eyes to the patriarch of their clan. Experiment. Experiment to find out the truth. Whether Sabo's theory is feasible or not requires a lot of experiments. If it is feasible, then we can create our world and power on the road. Our prophet clan will also take off, and we can even step into the upper world without catching Sabo. The patriarch of the prophet clan said, if you can step into the upper world by yourself, why should you rely on others? For Sabo, their prophet clan has made enemies with more, who has the most powerful power. This will kill many people. Yes. The convoy stopped moving forward, and a grand experiment was launched. There are a total of 312 people participating in the Sabo theory creation experiment. Among these 312 people, 18 have reached the requirements above the rule framework. Inside the luxurious chariot, an old prophet with an old face and wrinkles announced the statistics collected in the past few days. This experiment is participated by the whole tribe. After layers of selection, from the rule road to the universe rule road, the number of participants has reached more than 100,000 times. This includes the injured 8th level rule. The plan began. Under the leadership of the patriarch of the prophet clan, these rules began to experiment with their own roads as experimental points, and the experimental plan supermarket created a mysterious power belonging to their world. Energy. Energy is the mysterious power of the prophet clan. It is said that it can communicate with heaven and earth and deduce the magical power of history and the future. There is always a power in their clan to predict the future, and it is precisely relying on this energy. But their clan actually always guards a secret, that is, the role of energy is weakening. The road world does not have this power. They need to return to their own world to restore this power. In addition to the role of predicting the future, energy also has the role of prolonging life and enhancing one's own strength. Energy is only available in their world, and is extracted from a blue mineral. Time passed, and the prophet elders in the chariot waited anxiously. Underground, Sabo has been sinking into the road for several days. During these days, he has been chatting with the prophet about the rule road framework. He has basically figured out the power in the rule framework and mastered certain modification techniques. During this period, they moved to several places and avoided the enemy's detection without any danger. But it was not that their position was absolutely safe, because their tail was still being bitten tightly by them. Hurry up! Sabo's eyes were cold, and the RV was speeding on the road at a very fast speed. It's the fastest. We need to find a new place and drive forward. Maybe we will meet the people who left before, said the prophet. The underground was discovered before, and the 3 people worked together to kill them, and then escaped quickly. These people have learned it well. After discovering them, they always send coordinates to others, so that they can come to support them. Sabo looked behind him, and he could vaguely see some small black dots following closely on the endless road. This was the rule of chasing them. He was very calm in his heart, and he had thought of a way. Sabo opened the car window and looked at the world outside the car window. What are you doing? The 8th level rule was surging with the power of the rules. He was a little surprised and didn't understand what Sabo was going to do. Sabo looked calm. I'm looking for a relatively safe place. A safe place? Level 8 ruler showed doubt on his face. There are rules chasing us from behind. If we enter the wilderness, we will be discovered by them. I have a way. Sabo said calmly. His eyes swept across the wilderness on both sides. As far as his vision could reach, it was an open area. It was not easy to find a safe place. Especially in this open area, there was basically no place that was too safe. However, as the car drove at high speed, the open wilderness became continuous. Sabo quickly ran into the cab, and his eyes fell on the world outside the car window. There were rolling mountains ahead. There is a way. The prophet, who was driving the RV at high speed, asked hurriedly, What is the way? Do you want me to drive into the mountains? It is unlikely, especially in this kind of mountains, where there are many wild monsters and even bosses. What's more, there are people chasing us behind us. If we turn in, they will find us. No, don't turn in, keep driving. Sabo looked calm. He already had a way to get rid of these people behind him. Prophet, what is the way? Is it reliable? Sabo's eyes were calm. Reliable. Very reliable. Soon the RV drove into the range of the mountain road. Sabo quickly took out the manual and set a coordinate to the prophet and the 8th level rule. What is this? The coordinates here. Sabo said, Keep going forward. We have to drive very far. It would be best if we can use this high mountain range. The prophet suddenly became excited. I understand. You want to drive out of the high mountain range, and then use these coordinates to teleport to the high mountain road. That's right. If possible, try to delay for a few hours. Let's collect more coordinates, so that once we are discovered, we can quickly teleport to another coordinate. Sabo said calmly, By teleporting in this way, many methods can be saved. Yes. Yes, the method is great, so that they can't figure out our location. The 8th level rule nodded. This method is indeed a good method. They need to prepare more coordinates. The RV is driving at high speed, and the 3 people are no longer nervous at the beginning. With the method provided by Sabo, they can quickly teleport to the coordinate location. Chapter 462. In this way, the people behind them have no idea where they have been teleported to. The prophet said again, Maybe I can contact a few people and ask them to provide us with coordinates. We can get to their location. Unreliable. Now we are wanted by all parties, and the bounty even tempts me. These people will definitely tell the news to the people chasing us after we arrive. It's too risky. Level 8 rules flatly refused. No. Just follow the prophet's method, I will drive. You go to contact. It's best to find someone who has a normal relationship with you. Sabo said very calmly. He realized a problem. And a very serious problem is a huge loophole in the method just now. Why? If we are betrayed, we must let them betray us. It's best to tell everyone this news. Sabo interrupted Level 8 rules. Level 8 rules was a little puzzled. He had never encountered such a way of self-introduction. Obviously, the previous method was already very perfect. It seems that the method just now is perfect, but when they see us disappear, they can guess that we have teleported, and they will infer that the location we teleported is still on this road. Because if we can teleport and run, we would have teleported and run long ago. Sabo saw what the 8th level rule was thinking, and explained, The most important thing is that once this method is exposed, they will leave coordinates where they found us, so there may be coordinates left all over the road. If we appear at coordinate number 1 and escape after being discovered by them, can they teleport people to coordinate number 2 in front to block us? The prophet and the 8th level rules were immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. This would put them in a dead end. So we can make a detour by betraying others, said the prophet. That's right. In this way, the chance that they guessed that we were teleporting back is very small. At this time, Sabo had taken over the power to drive the car. He had an automotive engineer and superb driving skills, and he was not at all afraid of the high-speed RV. Okay, eye contact. The prophet nodded, and felt that this plan was very feasible. I immediately started to contact a friend he had talked to twice before, who was not considered a friend. When the other party heard that the prophet wanted his coordinates, he threw the coordinates over excitedly. Receive the other party's coordinates. After arriving, the 8th level rules will directly control it. Sabo said, and had taken out the manual and clicked on the coordinates sent to him by the prophet. Okay. The 8th level rules nodded, indicating that he understood. At the moment when the prophet put away the RV, Sabo shouted, "Go!" 3 rays of light lit up. The rules that were chasing them from behind saw that the 3 people were actually trying to teleport and escape, and immediately said, "They are trying to teleport and escape. Stop them." "No, it's too far." When they had already gathered their attacks and started to attack, they found that it was too late, and the enemy's figure had disappeared on the vast road. Only the sluggish people were left, and then they began to contact their superiors. This was not a trivial matter. The prophet and others escaped by stepping on unknown coordinates, and they completely lost the only clue of the prophet and others. As expected, their leader was furious and organized thousands of people to search, but still failed to find the enemy. Instead, the enemy escaped. This was simply a great shame. However, someone soon contacted them, saying that he had mastered the coordinates of the location where the 3 people were teleported, and asked whether the bounty was real. Moore's former subordinates immediately replied that the bounty was not only true, but they could even give him more bounties as long as they were found. Little did they know that this person had been controlled by the 8th level rules. Everything is going according to plan. The next step is to send the coordinates to them, and we will be ready to retreat. Sabo looked at the rules that had been controlled. This creature was a 4th level rule. At this moment, he was in pain, his breath was disordered, and the power of the rules had been dispersed by the 8th level rules. The rules floating on his body were the imprisonment of the 8th level rules on him. As long as he dared to disobey, the 8th level rules could kill him in an instant and devour him. Although the 8th level rule was injured, even a finger could easily crush it to death. This is the power of the 8th level rule. Okay. The 8th level rule nodded, and then controlled the rule to send them the wrong coordinates. The wrong coordinates were hundreds of meters away from them, and a trap was set. Soon, 2 rays of light lit up there. It seemed that the enemy was very cautious, and sent 2 people to take a look first. After the other party was teleported out, he touched the trap, and his body was instantly pierced by the trap made by the 8th level rules. These people were also well prepared, and sent the news here before they died. Prophet, Sabo and others are really here. They left a trap on the coordinates of the teleportation. Be careful. Little did they know that this trap was only a one-time trap. However, these people were also very courageous. Even though they knew that the other party had tampered with the coordinates, they still sent a large number of people to click on the coordinates, obviously using the human wave tactic. In the distance, Sabo quietly watched the figures appearing on the road, and knew that the plan was more than half successful. The plan succeeded. Kill him, and we will leave quickly. Sabo said coldly. Forgive me. I swear, I won't tell anyone what I saw. The creature trembled all over when he heard Sabo's words, and immediately knelt down and begged. Unfortunately, Sabo and his men were determined to kill him. For his plea for mercy, the 3 of them had no mercy at all. They became rules, and controlled the lives of countless people. In the eyes of rules, life was completely insignificant. So after receiving Sabo's message, the 8th level rule clenched its big hand without hesitation, and with a click, the whole creature was directly crushed into pieces by the gathered rule power, and the bright red internal organs and blood sprayed. The 3 also began to teleport the moment they saw each other. The teleportation location this time was the mountain road. After arriving at the road, the 3 of them quickly went to the side of the mountain road. In this way, no one knew where they were. Even if they knew, they would never think that they were hiding in the mountain road. And they also had another coordinate that could be teleported to any time and anywhere. After escaping, they had no time to be happy. The 8th level rules needed to be tested and recovered from injuries. Sabo needed to change the rule framework, and the prophet needed to sort out Sabo's fate. The 3 of them were very busy. After finding a hiding place, they started to get busy and had no extra time to chat. Chapter 463. Sabo has mastered the basic essentials of modifying the rule framework. He has started the most basic modification, and there is only one chance. His modification object is the weather. Because the rule framework has been eroded, the weather on the road has become very bad. Sabo tried the weather. Even if the weather test failed, it would still be the same. It would not be a big deal. However, when it comes to upgrading the road, you can't be careless and must be very cautious. The weather conditions are very complicated. It's time to test yourself. Sabo's eyes are calm. It seems that he is trying to control the power of the rules for the first time. This is the real beginning of his modification of the rule framework. Although it is only the weather, Sabo is still very careful and dare not be careless. This is the time to accumulate experience. Sabo has used all his skills. At this time, after 2 months of development on the road, coupled with Sabo's series of measures to promote upgrades, there are already more than 10 players of level 10, and some have completed the job transfer of Xiuxian and become a real monk. Among all professions, people are full of yearning for monks, not only for the increase of strength, but also because Xiuxian can increase lifespan. Who would think that their life is too short these days? So after the appearance of monks and lifespan, the players' desire to upgrade their levels reached a climax. It has been more than half a month since the sky turned gray, and the air has become extremely cold. Thin clothes can no longer protect the players from the cold wind. The players on the road use some tattered cloth and weeds on the roadside to resist the cold wind. I don't know what happened these days. It's like the weather has changed. I feel like the road is like this, changeable. Not only the game is changeable, but also the weather on the road. Yeah, it was hot a few days ago, but now it's freezing, and it might even freeze to death. The players were discussing in the world. The daytime is when they are free, and the night is when they are active. Just then, a player noticed that the gray sky had changed. The sun appeared in the sky. And the moon? This is the sun and the moon in the same sky. It still looks gray. Is there something big going to happen in the game? The world was in an uproar. The players who were originally chatting suddenly noticed that the long-lost sun and even the moon appeared above the gray sky. This is incredible. And what's even more shocking is still to come. As time goes by, the players are horrified to find that the material that makes the world gray is actually dissipating. Yes, it is slowly dissipating. It is incredible. The cold air is also gradually fading. The change in weather instantly set off the road, and countless players competed to discuss it. At this time, on the endless road, a motorhome quietly stopped by the roadside. Coco, Coco! Lin Jiao's graceful figure appeared on the sofa. At this moment, she was holding Blueberry, rubbing Blueberry's soft fur with her hands, her beautiful eyes bright. What's going on outside? Hey, those great things are fading. It seems that the former road is coming back, but unfortunately, some people will not come back. A tall figure emerged in her mind. Like a god. The weather changes on the road are receding at a speed visible to the naked eye, shocking countless people. The change of weather is really like a person's face, changing from cloudy to sunny. It was extremely cold 1 second and warm the next second. The sun is out. Half an hour later, the sun appeared and it was a little warm. But the cold wind that blew from time to time was still icy. However, after more than 10 minutes, the temperature of the sun gradually increased, and the wind became warmer. This change was just like changing faces, changing every second. Above the sky, Sabo felt the change in air temperature and smiled. Successful, just as I thought, as long as you master the distance, it is actually very simple to modify the weather. In the future, you don't need to add anything on the foundation, but you can change the weather by directly changing it. In the past, if you want to complete the update of the game, you need to add something on the basis of the weather or the original game, and integrate or cover the former to meet the requirements of completing the update. Now he has figured out the weather is going away. If he wants to make the whole world interwinter, he only needs to make a slight change. This is the real rule on the road. It seems that this is the correct way to open the rule. After 2 days, the weather change has finally been completed, and the negative impact of the fault world has basically been eliminated. Next, we will try to modify the upgrade conditions. Looking at the warm road, Sabo's eyes were surprisingly calm, without sadness or joy. As for what happened on the highway, it was no longer within his scope of concern. If the modification is successful, he will basically get rid of the upgrade conditions that depend on the player level on the highway, and he will soar to the sky. No one can stop his upgrade. It took 2 days to modify the weather, and the modification of the upgrade conditions is unknown. Sabo did not think too much. After thinking about some simple questions, he came back from the survival of the rural highway and immersed himself in the modification. This time he was more cautious than before, and this modification took 3 days. On this trip back, the Prophet was on guard, and the 8th level rules had already entered his own highway. I don't know what they were busy with. As for the people in the world, they are still looking for them like crazy, but they are hiding in the mountains and almost cut off from the outside world. Naturally, no one knows their movements. They also ushered in a short period of silence. Sabo entered the highway this time with the determination to complete it. After entering the highway, he put himself into a particularly quiet state. He studied hard, modified painstakingly, and explored the method of modification bit by bit. In fact, it is very simple. Just need to erase the conditions for upgrading, but it is very difficult to actually do it. Soon, a week passed quietly in his little bit of research and modification. He had already worn away most of the conditions, and a sense of sharpness appeared on his body, looking more like a sword. He didn't know why this happened, but he felt that after these restrictions were worn away, he felt like he was liberated. On the 9th day, he had reached a very important stage in modifying the rule framework. This was a finishing stage, and only a little bit was left to complete. As long as the finishing work was completed, he would be completely free from the shackles of upgrading. However, something happened in the outside world. Chapter 464. It turned out that the people who were looking for them had already searched the road where Sabo disappeared at first, and then moved to the place where the prophet and his men disappeared, and began to search bit by bit from the place where the prophet was found. Finally, they found a special mountain road. They did not let go of the situation in the mountain road, and began to conduct a carpet search of the mountain road with more than 2,000 people. This was also seen by the prophet. Damn, how did they get here? Did they find us? No, they are conducting a carpet search of the mountain road. The prophet hid on a mountain, his eyes fell on the rules that appeared in front of him, and he was shocked and began to think about what exposed them. But he didn't expect that there were no loopholes left when they came. And their carpet search here can only be said that the other party was a blind cat that met a dead mouse. They definitely found here bit by bit, and then began a carpet search. It seems that they have been looking for me for a long time. If they really knew that I was hiding here, these people would probably have come here long ago. The prophet quietly disappeared and quickly returned to a canyon. In the RV, Sabo and the others were still busy in their own world, and the canyon was full of steep peaks and trees, and there was no way for the RV to drive out. In more than half an hour, the enemy will be able to get here. Once discovered, they will send a lot of powerful rules through the coordinates. We can't stay here for so long. We have to find a way to get out from here. The prophet was still calm. After careful thinking, he decided to use the power of rules and rules. It shouldn't be a problem to get out from here, and they were still more than half an hour away from here. Even if they couldn't rush out, it would be no problem to hold them back for some time. Boom, the car made a roar, and then the whole car body shook violently. The prophet manipulated the power of the rules to clear the tall trees in front, and the tall trees fell down with a roar. The prophet also ignored the damage of the RV and drove at full speed. In the violent bumps, Sabo and the 8th level rules on the road suddenly felt the violent vibration. What's going on? Something happened on the rule survival road. Sabo suddenly realized that the rule modification was halfway through, but he was modifying something related to his own upgrade, so it was not a big problem to stop halfway. He also teleported back immediately. He opened his eyes and found that the RV was bumping. You finally woke up, hurry up. They have already touched here. The prophet noticed the two people who woke up and said immediately. Level 8 rules looked at Sabo deeply and then said, where are we going now? Go to the coordinates that person sent us before, let's go. But be prepared for battle. Sabo's face sank. This is really not good news. You mean someone will block us there? Level 8 rules said. Well, but we have no way to go. While they haven't found us yet, we will teleport there. Even if someone finds us, we will have a chance to come here after they tell others to teleport over. Sabo said that the searchers didn't find them in the mountains at the moment, and now they appeared at the coordinates set by the prophet friend, and they would most likely be discovered by others, and their appearance would definitely cause a sensation. There will be countless enemies coming by the coordinates, so the mountain road is actually safe. Just find an opportunity to teleport over. In fact, we were careless. A few days ago, we should have found a few more coordinates and sent them over, so that when we were discovered in the mountains, we would have a place to go. Sabo said calmly, but unfortunately, there was no chance to start over. At present, the probability of their exposure is already very high, so they can only use this extreme method. Let's go, let's fight, I'm not afraid. The prophet said, put away the RV, and their figures appeared in the dense forest, and then the three of them directly clicked on the coordinates and started to teleport. At present, the three of them are helpless on the road, and this matter is also a sensation on the road, and countless people are paying attention to this matter. The three of them are only powerful with the 8th level rules. Even if the prophet is the 3rd level rules, they are still cannon fodder in front of the enemy. But there is no way. This road was once the birthplace of Moore, and countless people went crazy with the rise of Moore, and countless people also surrendered to Moore. Of course, there are also many people who hate Moore and even contact the prophet and are willing to help them escape. But they were rejected by the prophet, and no one knows whether these people are good or bad. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Besides, they have the 8th level rules, so they are not without opportunities. On the boundless highway, 3 cars were parked on the side of the road, and 3 strange figures were sitting in the cars. These 3 creatures came from different races and looked very strange. We have been waiting here for half a month, let alone the prophet. Even other people have never seen it. If this continues, people will be killed by wild monsters before they wait. One of the creatures said with a dissatisfied tone. The remaining 2 nodded in agreement. During this period, they encountered dozens of wild monsters of all sizes. Every day, they encountered new wild monsters with strong strength, and their bodies were covered with wounds. Maybe they would die here sooner or later, but orders could not be disobeyed. Once they left without permission and were discovered, their fate would be no worse than being killed by wild monsters. Just as the 3 of them were chatting, one of them turned his head and suddenly saw his eyes. Look, someone is teleporting here. But the exclusive light of coordinate transmission was lit on the wide road. 1, 2, 3, exactly 3. Attention! A creature shouted, the rules on his body condensed, and the manual appeared on him. Swish! A knife light suddenly burst out from the light of transmission. Enemy attack! The pupils of a rule suddenly shrank, and he roared, flipped his hand, and pressed it down, and the surging rules pressed down with overwhelming force, and the blood-red knife light rubbed against the inexplicable rule power, making a sharp whistle. This rule looked ruthless, took a breath, and pressed it down suddenly, and only heard a click. The knife light was crushed directly. Contact the boss and others, he said quickly with a solemn look in his eyes. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an inexplicable force directly beat the 3 people into a pulp, but the message in the manual was still sent out. Let's go! The prophet immediately took out the RV, and the 3 of them quickly got in the car and drove away. On the road behind them, a dozen or so transmission lights lit up. Chapter 465. Level 8 Rules looked behind him and said calmly, I will go back and hold on for a while. You 2 will withdraw first. I will contact you when the time comes. You send me the coordinates. Your injury will be known first. My injury is almost healed. I can hold on for at least half an hour or even an hour. After all, I am also a level 8 rule. Level 8 Rule smiled, as if he didn't take this matter to heart. The prophet and Sabo nodded without hesitation. Perhaps this is the only situation at the moment. Be careful. When Level 8 Rules left, the prophet left a word. Level 8 Rules nodded, but Sabo looked at Level 8 Rules and stopped talking. He felt the strangeness of Level 8 Rules. The whole person seemed to have changed, and he had an indescribable feeling. What's wrong with him? Sabo walked up and asked. I don't know. I ask him when he comes back. The prophet shook his head. He also felt the change in the mood of Level 8 Rules, but this change was subtle. Sabo narrowed his eyes slightly. Maybe the prophet didn't notice it, but Sabo did notice that after the 3 escaped, the 8th level rule cast his eyes on him more than once. Obviously, something happened after the other party sank into the road, which made the other party start to pay attention to him. Can he contact your prophet clan? Sabo asked again. The prophet, who was driving, nodded. He has reached the 8th level rule, with strong strength. He is only 1 step away from reaching the upper realm. Naturally, he has more ways to contact than me. Sabo nodded lightly. After the car drove out of the book kilometers, he looked back, and could no longer see their figures. He kept a careful eye and left a coordinate here, and sent it to the dark avatar. Although it shows that the other party has failed to receive, you can still transmit through the chat box between the 2. Beside the highway at the coordinates, there is a deep ditch, 2 meters deep, which is a very suitable place to hide. At this time, more than 10 minutes have passed, and the car has traveled more than 20 kilometers. Sabo said, now we are in a safe position, we can transmit now. I will send a message to the Level 8 Rules. The message he sent to the Level 8 Rules was very simple. Just a simple message that we have teleported away, and will wait for you in the mountains. The prophet did not doubt anything, but Sabo had begun to doubt. After all, the changes in the Level 8 Rules were so obvious to him that Sabo had to be on guard, even if they had a cooperative relationship. The 2 began to transmit, but the prophet did not know where Sabo was transmitting. At this time, the Level 8 Rules stood quietly on the road, looking at the rules that were besieging them, many of which were Level 7 rules. The prophet clan has decided to break up with Sabo. You can target him instead of us. We only had a cooperative relationship with him before, but now the cooperative relationship has been dissolved. Can the misunderstanding between us be resolved? The level 8 rule looked at these people, neither humble nor arrogant. Since the success of the experiment a few days ago, they received news from above to give up the search for Sabo. The experiment was a great success. They no longer need to rely on Sabo, nor do they need to return to their own world. And according to Sabo's ideas, they even made a new discovery. And this discovery can even allow the Prophet clan to gain a foothold in the upper world, and even surpass more. Seeing what the level 8 rule said, the rules that came to encircle and suppress them naturally had to pass on this message. You know, a level 8 rule can crush them. Even if they start fighting, they will use their numbers to kill the level 8 rule, but they will also have to pay a heavy price. If they can turn hostility into friendship, it will be great. No one wants to face an enemy of the level 8 rule. Soon, the approval from above came down, and the misunderstanding could be resolved, but he had to help them catch Sabo. The level 8 rule had no doubts about this, and immediately said, "Of course, we have already contacted each other." As he said, he spread out the manual, revealing the message Sabo sent him. Now they have returned to the mountain road, which is the mountain road you searched for before. We have 2 coordinates, one is here and the other is the mountain road. You just need to find someone to block here, and then send people to the mountain road to kill them. I will take the Prophet away, and we will not interfere with each other. A level 7 rule took his eyes off the manual and nodded. Okay. They have confirmed that the message was sent by Sabo to the level 8 rule, and there is no mistake. They immediately ordered everyone to go to the mountain road to kill Sabo, and not to hurt the Prophet. Here, they sent several level 4 rules to guard here. But they didn't expect that an accident happened as soon as they started to act. The Prophet sent a message to the level 8 rule. Sabo is missing. The level 8 rule frowned and asked hurriedly, "What's going on?" At this time, these people also noticed the message sent by the Prophet to the level 8 rule, and they stopped quickly when they were about to leave. The 8th level rules did not hide anything, but presented the chat to them openly. It turned out that the Prophet and Sabo had decided to go to the mountains, and the 2 of them were teleported together. But unexpectedly, after the Prophet appeared in the mountains, he did not see Sabo's figure. He was the only one in the whole open space, which means that Sabo was teleported to an unknown coordinate. "Come back quickly, we must find him." This was the last message the Prophet sent him. The 8th level rules immediately turned gloomy, and said helplessly, "We also lost track of Sabo's whereabouts. I didn't expect this person to be so cunning and see my changes so quickly." These people's faces turned livid. "You are not in a cooperative relationship, send him a message." The 8th level rules nodded and sent a message to Sabo. "Where are you? I have reunited with the Prophet, where did you go?" "Sabo, I am worried that we will be too conspicuous if we act together, so I will leave alone first, and we will reunite after the storm is over." The 8th level rules were silent, looking up at the rules searching for Sabo. "There is still a chance, just wait for a while, after the storm is over, he will naturally contact us." From the message sent by Sabo, the 8th level rules saw that Sabo did not seem to notice his changes. As for why they separated, it might be true that they were worried that they would be too conspicuous if they were together. "Okay, we will trust you again." These people finally nodded and decided to wait for a while. Anyway, they had wasted too much energy searching for a few people during this period, so they might as well take a rest now. Maybe many people are tired. One of the level 7 rules said, "You come with us." The level 8 rule nodded and did not refuse, of course. His injuries have not healed yet, and he needs to recover quickly. But before that, he still needs to bring the Prophet back. Chapter 466. Regarding the decision of the chief of the Prophet clan, the Prophet was silent. Level 8 rule said on the side, "This is inevitable. The Prophet clan has worked hard for 100 years to get rid of the shackles of the road game, and has experienced dozens of ups and downs. Now, they have finally found a way to rise even without leaving this world." The Prophet was silent for a long time before he raised his head, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "So this is how the chief of our Prophet clan treats the benefactor who saved our clan. How is this different from the behavior of the Mad clan?" Level 8 rules laughed. "He is only the 1st level rule, and has not even reached the 2nd level rule. Even if he has reached the 2nd level rule, what can he do? He can't protect himself now." The Prophet nodded and disagreed. "Yes, he can't protect himself now, but you know Did you find anything in his fate line? If he can withstand this crisis, he will soar in the future, and even more will not be able to follow his footsteps. His fate line carries a miracle. Maybe in the near future, we will all regret it." "Regret? No, you know what the Prophet family in the upper world has researched. If they go out of this way, the Prophet family will have new discoveries. In the future, they will also soar to the sky, and even become the top existence in the upper world. The 8th level rule said, you know what this means. The future is very likely to belong to our Prophet family. As for him, let him fend for himself. The Prophet finally sighed helplessly. He was unable to refute what the 8th level rule said. As he said, the experimental plan was a complete success, which brought a lot of convenience to the life of their Prophet family in the game. From another perspective, the great discovery of the Prophet clan can make the Prophet clan flourish, and it is reasonable to abandon Sabo. After all, whether to find Sabo or abandon Sabo, they are all contributing to the future of the Prophet clan. Being with Sabo means to resist more. In the upper realm, more is bound to attack them. After all, Moore's arrogance is well known. No one wants to be an enemy of a madman. What's more, this madman is the strongest in the upper realm. At this time, Sabo hid in the ditch for 10 minutes, then took out the tricycle and stayed away from the road. 3 days later, a lake appeared in Sabo's sight, and he decided to take a rest in front of the lake. During this period, he did not stop and kept on the road. He left coordinate marks on some places where he could hide, so that he could escape quickly when he encountered danger that he could not beat. Sabo sat cross-legged on the edge of the lake. The lake was very large, with no end in sight. The lake's surface was sparkling, and the water was surging, as if something was stirring at the bottom of the lake. The lake water in the regular highway survival game looks a bit strange. Could there be fish in it? Sabo's eyes flickered, and he casually transformed the tricycle into a broad knife. He raised his hand and slid it, and casually cut off a blood-red knife light, which roared and rushed into the lake, and instantly a huge wave of waves appeared. There were strange creatures in it, with extremely strange appearances. Not fish. This is. But the black creature that splashed up actually rushed out of the lake, and rushed straight to bite his vitals. Piranha. Sabo's eyes were slightly stunned, and he chopped in the air with his knife. A blood-red knife energy roared, and in a flash, a flying fish in front of him was swallowed up, and a cloud of blood mist exploded in the air, and then this was not over. More and more fish jumped out of the water, and rushed towards Sabo at a very fast speed, catching him off guard. Fortunately, Sabo reacted very quickly. The air in front of him was squirming, as if something was piled up one by one. This was the air wall condensed by the power of rules, which was a very good way to deal with these tumbling flying fish. But an unexpected scene appeared. He saw that the fish seemed to be able to sense the air wall condensed by the power of rules, and they actually bit the air wall with a snap, making a numbing sound. The air wall was broken into pieces by them. This is not a piranha, but a fish that devours rules. Sabo was puzzled. He didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying thing in this lake. Once they came into contact with him, they might devour him. The lake water was still surging, and it seemed that more and more fish were coming here. Sabo only thought for a few seconds, then gave up the plan to settle on the edge of the lake, and immediately stepped on the nether step to quickly evacuate the edge of the lake. The things in this lake are not simple. Although I can use skills to kill them, I can't use the mysterious power of rules. I'm afraid that even with the powerful power of rules, they will be swallowed by them. Sabo's heart moved. Thinking back to the scene just now, he was still a little surprised. The creatures in the survival of the rules road are really weirder than each other. After thinking for a while, Sabo left the lake and hid far away. However, he did not leave. This lake is so big that there must be all kinds of strange creatures in it. Maybe they can't be seen now, but when the crisis comes, the creatures here will definitely become his powerful assistants. More importantly, the chance of wild monsters being refreshed here is very low. Some places on special roads, where wild monsters exist, have a very small chance of refreshing other wild monsters. The lake is like this. There are already wild monsters in it, occupying the refresh quota, so other wild monsters will no longer be refreshed. In addition, Sabo's evolution level is very low, and the chance of refreshing wild monsters is very small. It will not refresh. So Sabo stopped after moving forward about 1 kilometer, found a fairly good position, and lay in the back pocket of the tricycle. Entered the highway very safely, and continued to change the rule framework. Now it has reached the last step of demolition. It won't take long for the modification of the rule framework to be successfully modified. At this time, the outside world search for Sabo has not weakened, but has intensified. The main reason is that these teams have not had friction for a long time. At this time, a person who jumps out to disrupt the situation will inevitably cause some teams to shake. Among them is the second team that is hostile to the first team. They are also looking for Sabo, but they are not trying to kill Sabo, but to include him in the team. Besides, the team war is about to start, so it is a good idea to let Sabo join and annoy those people in the first team. Time passed quietly. There is only 1 month left before the team war. Sabo has been missing for a long time. The Prophet is looking for him, the first team is looking for him, and the second team is looking for him. They even launched a bounty. The bounty is very high when they compare with each other. Other players on the road are even crazier. They didn't expect that one person could cause such a big storm on Highway 425. People in other teams are getting more and more curious about Sabo. They want to see who he is. Chapter 467. On the boundless highway, a sparkling lake occupies a huge area. There seems to be something swimming under the lake. From time to time, it flips, causing huge ripples on the calm lake surface. Beside the lake, a tricycle is parked on the edge of the wide highway. Suddenly, a terrifying air wave gushed out from the tricycle, and the tricycle was actually emitting a burst of light, and then the tricycle turned into a somewhat shabby car. A figure appeared next to the car. Rule: Sabo. Highway level 2. Evolution degree 12.34%. Strength value 190. Evolution value 423648221563. Number of highway players 496245. 6344. With a surge in strength and nothing to cover him up, Sabo exudes an amazing aura at this moment, and the highway level has reached level 2. Except for the upgrade of the highway level, there is no change on the highway. The medium for the highway level to be upgraded is that the players on the highway must reach level 2, which will drive the rules to level 2. Sabo cuts off the relationship between the three, that is, the upgrade of the highway level is linked to the upgrade of the player level, not the level of the rules. In other words, the manual panel now shows that the highway is level 2, but the level of the highway he controls is still level 1. This is a very strange phenomenon, which Sabo has been constantly exploring and modifying in the past few days. If the level of his highway is rapidly upgraded, and the highway he controls is also rapidly upgraded, the difficulty of the game will rise sharply. At that time, all the players on the highway will have nothing to play. The game is too difficult, and they can't survive at all. What a powerful force! Sabo said in surprise. The second level highway has a deeper sense of those powers, but he can't control them. After all, those powers exist in the upper realm and become rules. The deepening of the rules is just to feel their existence. Unable to mobilize or even touch those powers. It has to be said that this world is so strange. More than 400 billion evolutionary values can only increase the evolutionary level by 40% and the strength value by 50 points. Sabo's eyes were thoughtful. As the level of the highway increased, the most intuitive manifestation was the evolutionary value consumed to increase the evolutionary level. 400 billion also increased the evolutionary level by 40%. It's really too expensive. However, the evolutionary value is still increasing rapidly, and Sabo doesn't feel distressed. After all, increasing the rule level is crucial, so it also consumes 400 billion and directly increases the evolutionary level by 40%. Then he felt that the fluctuation of his own breath became more and more obvious, and he was one step closer to controlling the rules. And the power of the rules he controls is getting bigger and bigger. Not bad. I finally finished modifying the rule framework. It's really refreshing to improve my strength without limit. Sabo's eyes flickered. The power of the rules controlled by the second level rules is not comparable to the first level rules, and he has now reached the intermediate stage of the second level rules. Now you can update the game at will. If you want to quickly obtain evolution value, you have to promote the progress of the game. Next, you have to start the convoy war and team cooperation mode. After thinking about it, Sabo decided to continue updating the game. Only by updating the game can the evolution value grow rapidly. Evolution value 2364842582. There are more than 20 billion evolution values, which is enough to support a large-scale update. In addition to the ranking mode, fleet war, and teamwork, what else can be updated? Sabo recalled the online games he played in his previous life, which were not quite in line with the road game, but at least the activities in it were desirable. What kind of sign-in to receive rewards, holiday rewards, etc. By the way, maybe the evil demon invasion can be done. Sabo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he decided that the whole evil demon invasion, what is the evil demon invasion, is actually the wild monster tide invading the road. This idea can be adopted. Immediately, he returned to the road. The road was quiet, sunny, and windy. With his own changes to the weather, it is very simple to modify any weather, and there is no need to create a new weather to add. The players on the road were in a good mood, at least they looked very happy now. The improvement in weather naturally brought people a better mood. Sabo stood in the sky and began to think about more details. In fact, he could update all at once, but in this case, the stimulation to the players on the road would only last for a short time. But updating in batches can constantly stimulate the players on the road. So on the first day, he launched the Team War mode, where teams can fight each other and match according to the level of the team. Similar to the ranking mode, the higher the level, the richer the reward. Obtaining rewards through the team level can encourage players to upgrade the team level. The team level is linked to the players' levels, which naturally increases the players' desire to upgrade their levels. On the second day, he updated the ranking mode and divided it into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, grandmaster, and king. The ranking levels are divided according to a very popular competitive game in the previous life. Each stage has victory points. And the ranking mode is also divided into single-player ranking, 3-player ranking, and 5-player ranking. On the third day, the sign-in mode was updated, and the sign-in rewards were divided according to the level. The higher the level, the higher the sign-in reward. This increased the players' desire to upgrade their levels. On the seventh day, the game recharge feedback activity was updated. He introduced some ideas from Juju, that is, through the players handing over the materials to him, the system judges the value of these materials, which is equivalent to the recharge amount. When the recharge reaches a certain level, different equipment will be obtained. The TX Krypton Gold model is implemented to the end. Similarly, the rewards for recharging at each level are different, which can increase the player's desire to upgrade their levels. At the same time, the recharge level will be opened, from Noble 1 to Noble 10. Later, the colorful mode of World Chat can be opened, fonts, colors, costumes, etc. All kinds of fancy things are available. And these game updates took him several days, and the most important point was to transfer the Fault World Pillar recovery mode. And in the past week, the players were shocked one after another, and the world was crazy about discussing the purpose of the game update. Little did they know that he just wanted to mobilize the enthusiasm of players to upgrade their levels, so as to promote the increase of evolution value. In just 7 days, the evolution value exceeded 130 billion. Updates create miracles. There is no doubt about it. Chapter 468. There are many rewards among them, and the players fell into a frenzy for a while. Nobles can receive gift packages every week. The quality of the gift packages received by noble levels is very different. Players use the stored food and useless materials to recharge nobles. The sign-in rewards are generous, and they change according to the level. Players are crazy about upgrading their levels. Level. All the players are crazy about upgrading their levels. There are too many rewards, and they are all linked to the level. The higher the level, the richer the reward. Sabo's 7 consecutive days of updates have completely ignited the enthusiasm of the players. At the same time, the 8th day update is coming. At this time, the world is still arguing about whether there will be another update today. The originally bright weather suddenly became gloomy, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. It seems that something is going to happen. Look at the game update. As the sky darkened, some players noticed that the game had been updated. Countdown to the demonic invasion, 9 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 13 seconds, 12 seconds, and 11 seconds. The demons from outer space have invaded the highway. Players need to fight together. Below are the appearances of the demons, all of which are strange creatures that look very scary and hideous. These are the powerful monsters in the Monster City. Oppression brings motivation. I hope you can hold on for 10 days. Sabo's eyes flickered. The demonic invasion is undoubtedly the cruelest for the players on the highway, because the demonic invasion will kill many people. But the initial game mode of the highway is the survival of the fittest. Sabo just updated a series of measures to help players get through the most difficult moments in the early stage. Now, he feels that the time is ripe, and players need to experience some excitement in this warm life. The team hunting wild monsters is undoubtedly the simplest game mode, which can gain a lot of experience and a lot of supplies. Players only need to wait for the night to fall every day. Especially after many players have obtained the skills, improving their cultivation is crucial for them. But with the update of this series of games, they understand that the level is the most important. And the invasion of evil demons can ensure that they will not forget to improve their strength while improving their level, which can promote both level improvement and strength improvement. The coexistence of the two can meet the difficulties after the road level is improved. Sabo did this on the one hand to eliminate low-level players, and on the other hand to let them adapt to powerful creatures, which are equivalent to a small boss. Adapting in advance is beneficial to them. The means are a bit cruel, but the method is indeed the most correct. Afterwards, Sabo came to the second brother's road again. It was the second brother's road. At this time, the second brother had disappeared for 2 months. He was busy revising the rule framework a few days ago, and had to avoid attacks from other rules. He had no time to come to the second brother's road. When he came to the second brother's road again, the world had not changed much. At present, a large number of players have reached level 18 and level 19. The second brother was about to complete the promotion from the first level road to the second level road. But the strange thing was that the second brother was not seen for a long time. It was not that the second brother did not want to see him, but that the second brother was seriously injured. Sabo stood high in the sky, calling his second brother. Not long after, the void in front of him squirmed, and a twisted figure appeared in front of Sabo, which was his second brother. His condition was not good at the moment, and it could not even be described as bad, but very bad. His whole body was covered with cracks as thick as thumbs, and the dark cracks were hideous, causing his body to be twisted. Sabo's second brother, why is your body like this? The second brother's voice was hoarse and weak. I was attacked on the rule road and almost died. Big brother, you have evolved to the second level road. You are worthy of being my big brother. Sabo frowned. Which road are you on? The rule road is also composed of roads, otherwise so many rules cannot be put on one road, so there are different branch roads. For example, the 425 road where Sabo is. The second brother said hoarsely, 360 highway. Big brother, what's wrong? It's been almost 2 months since we last met, and your injuries are still not healed. Is there anyone targeting you on the highway? Sabo said. The second brother was silent for a while, and said, I provoked a few guys, and was beaten by them. They wanted to kill me. If I hadn't escaped, I would have died there. Can you get rid of them? Sabo said. It's hard. These guys are members of the 6th team. One of them is a team leader. They found many people to look for me. One of them brought a treasure that can track my breath. The second brother sighed and said weakly. He was exhausted physically and mentally during this period. This group of people seemed to be deliberately playing with him. Every time they were about to kill him, they would let him go and let him continue to run. To put it bluntly, they are playing with him. Sabo frowned. If there is a tracking smell, no matter how the second brother escapes, he will probably not be able to escape from their hands. This is a troublesome matter. You stick to the 360 road now. I will find you when the time comes. Sabo said he felt that he would be able to become a 3rd level road. As for the method of opening another road to teleport, it is actually very simple. The 8th level rule told him before. You only need to get a teleportation disc, which is similar to the teleportation disc Feng Xian gave him on the road, but that teleportation disc is a low-level teleportation disc, while the teleportation disc in the rule road survival is a high-level teleportation disc, which can complete the crossroad teleportation. There is one in the 8th level rule. And to obtain the teleportation disc, you need to do a task, a hunting task. This kind of task can find the coordinates of the task in the world. After all, many people who have done the task will record the coordinates of the task, and then sell it to others through the way of selling, so as to make huge profits. Sabo also learned about it after connecting to the world chat. This includes the hunting mission of the teleportation disc. However, the teleportation disc is of no use to most people on the road. After all, when the rule level is high, you can open the world chat and join some teams. Make your life better. Leaving here means starting over, and most people will not give up everything here. Sabo actually planned to leave this road. He knew that the prophet must be hiding something from him. Now all the players on the road want to kill him. It would be fake if he didn't want to leave here. Chapter 469. Brother, don't come. The situation on this road is a bit complicated. If you come, you might become their target. The second brother hurriedly said. Why do you say that? It was Sabo's turn to be surprised. This road has been seriously deformed. The psychology of many rules has been distorted. They can't see the hope of growth. They can only enjoy hunting the new rules that enter the road. They have items to track the breath, and they enjoy it every day. The most important thing is that hunting other rules can also improve the degree of evolution. The second brother said with a hint of fear. The 360 road has developed very rapidly. There are already equipment used by the rules, and this tracking breath is one of the equipment they have obtained. Sabo narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that the 360 road would be like this. I'm afraid that the reason why the former road rules blindly updated the game content is closely related to the environment on the road. They updated the game content crazily, as if they didn't care about the players, which eventually led to the collapse of the road and the depression of the players. The evolution is naturally very slow, and it is feared that they may not be able to evolve to a high level until they die. This is the rule of the 360 highway. This kind of update method, like taking hormones, started from the fleet. Then it spread throughout the highway. The consequence is that the failed update method ultimately makes the highway players improve their strength slowly. They have no idea what the core of the player's upgrade is. Maybe this is closely related to the highway they have experienced. Although Sabo has also been updating frantically during this period, he has a limit and knows what can be updated and what cannot be updated. It's okay, I can handle them. Sabo patted his second brother on the shoulder and said, "Live well during this period. I will find you when the time comes." Okay. The second brother nodded firmly. Back on his own road, Sabo sighed helplessly. His second brother was like this, and he definitely had no intention of helping him to condense such a powerful technique. Well, it seems that he will have to rely on himself in this short period of time. Sabo pursed his lips and opened the foundation of the rule framework again, and there were waves of shocking power. Just the power of the size of a hair can kill him hundreds of times in seconds. Not to mention controlling them. This is simply a joke. Sabo sighed, and finally had to put this idea aside. At present, the main focus is to improve the strength value in cultivation, and the second is to improve the degree of evolution. The three kinds of power have their own advantages. Strength matching skills and cultivation are no weaker than the evolution rules. But the improvement of the evolution rules can perceive some rule power, which is what he cares about very much. Most of the rules are to improve the degree of evolution, and few people improve strength. Maybe I can do the opposite. Sabo looked thoughtful. The improvement of strength is similar to the improvement of evolution, and both consume evolution points. Because of his skills, it is actually much more cost-effective to improve strength than to improve the degree of evolution. So after a brief thought, Sabo consumed 100 billion evolution points to improve strength. Of the 100 billion evolution points, 10 billion increased the strength value to 20, and the remaining 90 billion only provided 9 points of strength. The improvement efficiency has become comparable to the degree of evolution. Rule, Sabo. Road level 2. Evolution, 52.34%. Strength, 209. Evolution, 5241-554-3645. Number of highway players, 375-465-2154. With the power surging through his limbs, Sabo narrowed his eyes. He decided to go for the strength route in the early stage, and then the evolution in the later stage. The strength route in the early stage is obviously much stronger than the power of rules. As for the cultivation, it will be used to assist the strength value first. 3 days later, Sabo broke through in the dilapidated car, and his cultivation improved, reaching the 3rd level of Chi training. And the strength value actually increased by 5 points, which is equivalent to giving himself 50 billion evolution value by upgrading 1 level. In these 3 days, the evolution value increased to 100 billion again. He directly deducted 100 billion to increase the strength value, and the rest was condensed into supplies and placed in the gift bag. At present, the players on the road are eager to upgrade their levels, and recharge is naturally not reserved. This is also the reason why he reached 100 billion in 3 days. No one knows players better than him. Especially after a little bit of motivation. The power surged again. Sabo felt that his current power value had surpassed the 4-dimensional attributes of the 80th level player. If converted into rules, it would be at least the 3rd or 4th level rules. After all, after they became rules, their initial power value was 180 points. And if you want to improve this 180 points, it is 10 billion contribution points. It is even more incredible to reach 200 power, but 100 billion 10 points. These players have just become rules. How can they have the evolution value to improve their own power value? In addition, if you want to improve the power value, you don't have the skills. If you do it, it's like a reckless man. It's better to improve the degree of evolution. But Sabo, an outlier, appeared. He was able to use skills, which meant that as long as he increased his strength, he could also fight against the rules with skills and true chi, and even they were not Sabo's opponents. During this period, he observed the world while practicing, and his cultivation was growing like a rocket. He even doubted whether he was a cultivation genius. After a day of practice, Sabo lay on the seat in the car with a calm look. There is still a lot of room for improvement in skills now, so why not use this time to polish the skills in detail? Sabo pursed his lips. His heart was beating like a drum. This was the blood demon heart. When he arrived at the rules highway, the blood demon heart produced blood continuously, providing him with a calm mind. Perhaps just like this, he could do something decisively. After a brief thought, Sabo decided to polish his skills and be thrifty. He no longer planned to master other skills. With the Shura incarnation of the Shura profession, he was enough to dominate the world. After his cultivation level was improved, Sabo returned to the road and began to think about how to quickly improve his skills and professional skills such as Shura incarnation. If he wanted to be on his own road, it would be basically impossible to achieve, unless he was out of the rules. When I became a rule, it was too fast and too anxious, so that I didn't have a clear development of my own strength, and I was in a hurry to become a rule. Too anxious. Sabo sighed. The arrow has been shot, and there is no turning back. Now it has been finalized, and it is not easy to change after becoming a rule, unless he is out of the rules and returns to the road. But how is this possible? Chapter 470. Even if he wanted to, the current situation did not allow him to think so. The rule framework was opened by himself. Once he lost his identity as a rule, the rule framework would condense a new rule, and the new rule might not be guaranteed to proceed according to his own development, unless the rule framework cannot condense new rules. Sabo's heart was beating, but he was very calm. Rules, cultivation, skills. Skills and cultivation are undoubtedly the biggest factors in improving strength. Rules are just a means of advancement. In fact, cultivation and skills are the most fundamental. Sabo's pupils reflected the long shadow of the road. He thought to himself that if he gave up his identity as a rule, the most intuitive result would be that this road would most likely collapse. And his second brother is now in the injured stage and needs him. At this juncture, I absolutely cannot abandon my identity as a rule. Let's deal with the current situation first. Since they want to kill me, let them do it. Sabo's eyes flashed with coldness. The only way to completely get rid of the current predicament is to scare the enemy. Time is the most precious thing now. I have just established a relationship with my second brother with great difficulty, and I must not let anything happen to my second brother. In addition, I also have the means to deal with the enemy's encirclement and suppression. There is no such thing as breath pursuit on this rule road. The enemy can find me, and get rid of them with the changed skills. In addition, the evolution value needs to increase the strength, and it is impossible to consolidate the improvement of the evolution level. The best way is to kill other rules, and then plunder. After figuring it out, Sabo looked at the chi in his body. It was now as thick as 2 fingers, enough to use. Back on the rule road, he contacted a person who was responsible for selling the task coordinates. Sabo, I need the coordinates of the teleportation disk task. On the boundless road, a ferocious-looking creature in the third team noticed the information in the manual, clicked on the manual and took a look, and it turned out to be a very familiar person, Sabo. Why would he contact me, the teleportation disk? He wants the teleportation disk task, so it is very likely that he wants to leave this road. The creature's heart moved. Sabo is the most popular figure today, and almost everyone in the world knows about it. It is mainly because of the first and second team's publicity. They can't find Sabo, so they can only find Sabo in the form of bounty. Team 2 wants to protect Sabo, and Team 1 wants to kill Sabo. Interesting. In this case, we can sell this information to Team 1 and Team 2, and make a huge profit. Thinking of this, he was a little excited and quickly replied to Sabo, coordinates. The price is this kind of sale is through private sale, which can be purchased with evolution points, and materials can also be used. There are transactions between the rules, which is a highlight in the manual. Sabo crossed out some evolution points, bought the coordinates of this location, and then teleported directly there. His sight gradually returned, and he found that he was already on a special road, with town buildings on both sides of the road. This is the Yin-Yang Road. Sabo's eyes condensed slightly. He remembered that when he first entered this road, he had encountered this town. He could see the other side of this town when he lowered his head. The teleportation disk is in this town. The hunting mission is probably to hunt the creatures in this town. Fortunately, my cultivation is already at the 3rd level of chi training, and I can deal with this invisible existence. Sabo's heart moved, and he decided to go to the Yin-Yang Highway. The way to enter the Yin-Yang Highway is very simple. As long as you look down and see something you shouldn't see, then you will be considered to have stepped into the Yin-Yang Highway. Sabo looked around the highway with a cold look, and then walked to the side of the road. When he stepped to the side of the road, he felt a series of vague eyes projected over, as if they saw him, but the strange thing was that he couldn't see them. You only need a medium to see them. This kind of creature should be a creature unique to this special highway, different from wild monsters. Sabo thought in his heart, who is the founder of such a highway? He was actually able to create a ghost highway. This is an existence that exists in the ancient myths and legends of Yin country. I didn't expect that it would actually appear in front of me now. After some attempts, Sabo successfully entered the Yin highway. It is called the Yin highway, just like the ghost world. The originally sunny road disappeared, replaced by a road full of black air, with a chill in the air. Strange figures were moving on the road. After Sabo appeared, these strange figures twisted their bodies stiffly, and cast their eyes over, cold and strange. They just stared at Sabo quietly. Then, a prompt came from the manual, Mission, Hunting. Introduction. This is a strange road, full of strange things. You need to find creatures that are not strange in the strangeness and hunt them. Strangeness, 0 out of 10. Reward. Space teleportation disc, hunting creatures that are not strange. Sabo looked at the empty and dark highway. There were such strange and swaying ghosts everywhere, and some even went in and out of the town. It was hard to see what was not a strange figure. This made Sabo feel troubled. He decided to walk around the town and take a look. Anyway, there was still enough time now. After entering the Yin highway, people on the outside road could not find him, which was also a disguised protection. At this time, on the outside road, a series of transmission lights lit up. Looking closely, there were no less than 1,000, and the transmission lights were still continuing. Different creatures from the heavens and the world appeared on the road, including the Prophet and the 8th level rule. However, the two of them did not come to find Sabo, but to wait and see. Hey, isn't this the 7 corners from the first team? How did he come here? The second team arrived first, and the one who spoke was a hideous creature covered with pus. He was a 7th level rule with strong strength. The Chijiu he mentioned was the captain of the 3rd brigade of the first team, Chijiao. He had 7 horns on his head, so he got his title. Similarly, he was also a level 7 rule. Chijiao looked cold. You want to protect Sabo, I advise you not to get involved in this muddy water. The Abscess level 7 rule smiled and said calmly, haha, your first team actually attacked a level 1 rule, and even issued a wanted notice. To be honest, it's too cheap. Especially you, a level 7 rule actually went to catch a level 1 rule. Isn't it shameful? Yes, isn't it shameful? How shameless, a level 7 bullied a level 1. Bah, what rubbish. Chapter 471. As Puss's 7th level rules were disdainful, other members of the second team spoke up. The first team has been a mortal enemy of the second team since ancient times. After all, when they arrived at the team battlefield, the two teams would inevitably compete for the first team's rights on the highway. The two teams have been at odds since ancient times. Chijia's face turned livid, and his expression became ferocious. Puss, don't think I'm afraid of you. How about practicing now? Puss didn't care about the other party's address, and said very calmly, I'm not afraid of you. As he spoke, a strange and strong fluctuation reappeared on his body. Captain, the leader told us to try to avoid friction with the people of the second team during this period. A creature beside Chiji whispered. Chiji's face was ugly. Now the second team has discovered it quickly, and Moore's very tyrannical approach in the past has caused dissatisfaction among many people, especially some old teams decades ago. Later, as Moore went to the upper realm, these old teams merged to form the current second team to restrain the first team. During the team war, they had dozens of team battles. All ended in a draw. Now, a new team battle is about to start, and the team leader specifically instructed to try to avoid friction with the second team during this special period. According to the news received by the team leader, the second team is no longer the second team it used to be. There are many members in it, and they have developed offline with several teams and become a subsidiary of the second team. No one knows whether these small teams are sent to wear down the backbone of the first team. In short, the team battle is getting closer and closer at this stage, and the team leader has deliberately explained it. Shijio can only swallow his anger. If he really takes action, the other party will definitely call for help immediately. At that time, the real team battle will be imminent, which is not good for both parties. Now not only the second team has developed offline, but the first team has also developed offline. Once the fight starts, the team battle will affect all the road rules on the entire highway. This is extremely unfavorable for the entire 425 highway. The consequence is likely to cause people on other roads to invade the highway they are on. This matter cannot be sloppy. The rules of the PUS naturally received instructions from their team leader. It's okay to have small frictions. Try to avoid both sides from taking action, and if the other party really wants to take action, just call for help. In short, we have secured this person, and you can leave. We'll see who wins and loses in a team battle, said the rules of the PUS. What if we insist on taking his life? Chijio narrowed his eyes. If you insist on taking his life, then I'm sorry, we insist on protecting his life. The PUS rule was not afraid, and said, besides, what's the point of you bullying a level 1 rule? Okay, I can give him a chance to live. We will only send a level 2 rule. As long as he can hold on for 2 minutes under the level 2 rule, we will let him go. If you don't even agree to this, then there is no room for negotiation. At worst, we can have a group battle in advance. Seven Corners narrowed his eyes, and said coldly. The PUS rule pondered for a while, and said, I don't have the final say on this. When he comes out, you can discuss it with him. If he doesn't agree, then there is nothing we can do. The two sides were deadlocked on the road. At this time, Sabo had gradually figured out some rules of those creatures that were not strange. Footprints, if it is a ghost, these ghosts will not leave footprints when they walk. If it is not a ghost, then it will leave footprints when it passes here. He looked at the shallow footprints left behind him when he walked over, his eyes thoughtful. The ghosts that passed by him did not have shallow footprints behind them. After all, they were ghosts, and he was not. Then the creatures that were not strange in the mission should be flesh and blood, and they would naturally leave shallow footprints. Thinking of this, Sabo smiled and immediately turned on the hunting state. After entering the hunting state, the whole person's vision is focused like a camera, and the passage of the world has slowed down, and the fine dust in the air can be seen clearly. The hunting state consumes very little mental power, which is really a drop in the bucket for his current four-dimensional attributes. Such skills are enough to use until old age. Besides, it costs little, so why not do it? Sabo looked calmly at the road in front of him. The road was very wide and long, and the town was also very large, estimated to be more than 1,000 meters long. As for how big the town is, it will take time to go deeper before it can be seen clearly. In the town, Sabo moved forward cautiously, and was always alert to the strange movements around him. If something strange happened, he could evacuate here quickly. In the end, this world is really too weird. If he hadn't replaced a strong heart, I'm afraid his heart would jump out of his chest when facing these weird things. Sabo has now entered the town, and his feet make a dull sound as he steps on the mossy stone slabs. The ghosts passing by will look at Sabo, but then look away. Sabo seems to have noticed something, and he slows down his pace and looks cautiously. Just in front of him, he found tiny footprints on the ground, which are almost invisible. If he is not in a hunting state, it is really hard to see. Footprints appear. These footprints seem to have been left a long time ago, and there are no fresh footprints nearby, which means that the creature has only walked here once. It seems that his range of activities is not here. Sabo's eyes flickered, and he walked to the left along the footprints. There is also a bluestone staircase here. The footprints are spreading up along the steps. There are also ancient houses on top, some of which are built of stone, some are built of mud, and some are built of tiles. Very strange. After walking about 20 meters, the direction of the footprints changed, and another set of footprints appeared in front of him, which was not the same as this one. 2 footprints. Sabo's heart moved, and he compared the 2 footprints. The former seemed to exist a few days ago, while the latter existed in recent days, and the depth of the footprints was deeper than the former. There are no footprints in front, which means that there are basically no footprints in front, and this new footprint may allow me to find something unexpected. Leaving the former, Sabo continued to move forward along the latter's footprints. Sure enough, after walking about 30 meters, at a fork in the road, he saw mottled footprints on the ground. Looking closely, there were 5 or 6 different footprints, and some footprints even overlapped. These footprints spread out from a house, and spread to the other side of the street. It can be seen that these footprints are very fresh. The door of the house was ajar, and through the crack of the door, it can be seen that the house is extremely dark and nothing can be seen clearly. The outline of a stool can be vaguely seen. At the same time, Sabo also felt a strange atmosphere. Chapter 472. Sabo was so cautious that he immediately took out the broadsword, gathered it in his hand, and carefully pushed open the half-closed door. With a creak, the rotten and heavy door twisted, making a crisp sound, which was so quiet in this silent room. At this moment, A strange wave came from the house and hit Sabo in an instant. Sabo was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He had already captured this strange wave in the hunting state. The moment it touched his body, he quickly twisted it, and his figure flickered unsteadily. Every time it flashed, it would appear at a distance of 1 meter. The power of the rules failed, but hit the door of the house. With a click, the door of the house shattered like a falling ice cube. Rule fluctuations. What I want to hunt is not wild monsters, but rules. Strange, why do you want to hunt rules? He stood on the top of a moving house, looking at the destroyed door thoughtfully. Just then, he saw a shadow rushing out of the door at a very fast speed, and at the same time, the surrounding black air fluctuated. The ghosts that were originally swaying on the street actually looked over here. On that chaotic face, 2 blood-red eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, Sabo seemed to be hit by a terrifying predator, and his whole body was cold. Sabo's eyes were slightly cold, knowing that he had fallen into a trap of taking creatures. Its original intention was not itself, but the door of the house. The broken door could cause the black air to vibrate, and the most direct effect of the black air vibration was to attract the attention of these ghosts. At this time, 6 figures gathered in the dark street. One of the figures formally attacked Sabo's figure. Damn, I didn't expect another hunter to come. Fortunately, these hunters have little information, and they don't know as much as we do. I hope these ghosts can kill that damn hunter. The figure that attacked Sabo spit out a mouthful of spit. Let's go to the other side and find other people. If this hunter doesn't die, we have to find a way to kill him, one person said. After a simple discussion, these figures quickly left the dark alley. At this time, Sabo's figure flashed rapidly on the roof of the town. His body was like a light bulb that was turned on and off quickly. Every time it flickered, the figure would move forward a little, and even flickered in the air. Incredible, Sabo didn't get entangled with these ghosts too much. He just tried it, and released a flash of swords and shadows. As the sword light swallowed a ghost, the ghost that was chopped in half by the sword light was soon restored to its original state with the help of the black air. He realized that he could not waste his time on this unkillable ghost. He had to quickly get rid of the creature that was not a ghost. Sabo was now heading in the direction where the figure had just left. At this moment, he was flickering in the sky, his mental power was rapidly decreasing, and his cold eyes kept scanning everything on the ground. Soon, he saw 6 people running fast on a street. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally found you. Sabo's eyes flashed with coldness, and his figure fell rapidly. He controlled the second-level rules to condense into a huge stone, pressing down with overwhelming force. The 6 people who were running at full speed at this time noticed the burning and dull air. They looked up at the sky, and then showed a look of horror on their faces. Fly! He can actually fly! How is it possible? This is totally against the rules. The 6 people looked horrified, knowing that they could not run away. The other party could fly, which meant that they could not run anywhere. At this time, the black air on the street where they were located was fluctuating, and the ghosts around them all looked at them. Damn it, let's fight. The 6 people joined forces, and the chance was still quite high. They were also rules, but they had lost their identity as rules, but they had an unknown identity. Outsiders. Sabo didn't know what his expression would be if he knew that the target of this hunt was an outsider. At this moment, all he wanted was to complete the task. He did not hold back and used all his strength. After the blessing, his strength value skyrocketed rapidly. Endless strength poured into his limbs and bones. At this moment, he had a feeling of looking down on the world. This surge in strength could be described as terrifying. With 600 strength points and full strength, no one can be my opponent. Not to mention the 3rd level rules, even the 4th level rules, I have the strength to fight. Sabo's figure flickered, and he still had a trump card to use. Shura Incarnation, Life Burning, which skill can be used as a trump card. Once he was desperate and forced to use all his trump cards, he would have the strength to fight the 5th level rules. Of course, he had to fight quickly, and skills could not affect the rules. The reason why Sabo's skills could affect the rules was entirely because of the effect of true chi. To put it bluntly, his skills are like a sports car, and the true chi is the fuel. As long as there is true chi, he can be invincible. When the true chi is exhausted, let alone his strength value breaking through 1,000, even if it breaks through 10,000, he can't hit the illusory rule power. This is also the reason why the rules on the road are very easy to spend evolution points to increase the strength value. Go! The 6 people have already prepared. They are generally 2nd level rules, but the power of 6 2nd level rules together is still very terrifying. However, the development of the next second directly made them fall into despair. But the blood-red broadsword appeared in the hands of the hunter standing in the sky. With his gentle sliding, the blood-red knife light whistled and evaporated, and the black fog of the whole world was torn apart, and then the strongest blow they condensed was shattered. How is it possible? This is not the rule power. This is a skill. His identity. The 6 people widened their eyes, and an incredible expression appeared on their faces. Instead, it was replaced by a sense of fear. They looked at each other, and knew the seriousness of the matter. They have no way to retreat. It is unheard of that hunters can use skills. Even if they are outsiders, they dare not use skills easily, because once they use skills, they will die instantly. But the person in front of them is fine. Then, the rushing knife light swallowed a person. The hunting progress has been completed by 10%. No hurry. Sabo smiled faintly, turned on the swiftness, and the figure disappeared in the air. They only saw a trace of blood red in the dark space at an incredible speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even if they fought hard, they were covered with rules and governance. Kay could not resist the terrifying power of that guy, and was killed by the other party with a knife. Only the last person was left. Sabo's cold voice sounded, "Where are the others?" The man's mind was still strong. Even if death came, he was still calm. "I tell you, can you let me go?" Chapter 473. Sabo's eyes were full of coldness, and a blood-red knife flashed behind him. Puff. The creature was directly killed by the broadsword. "You talk too much nonsense. You can say it if you want." After killing the creature in front of him with a knife, Sabo's eyes flickered, staring at the surroundings. The ghost energy nearby had been alarmed, and the terrifying and hideous ghosts opened their scarlet eyes, and forgot to come over. At the moment, Sabo didn't want to entangle with them much, and immediately flashed away. The mission progress has reached 60%. I have to say that this mission is still very simple, provided that you are careful of these ghosts. Although he didn't know what these ghosts did, his intuition told him that he must not touch these ghosts, otherwise he would die. It was a miserable death. Besides, whether the mission involved killing these ghosts, Sabo naturally didn't want to fight with these people. After a brief thought, Sabo's figure began to flicker, and soon disappeared without a trace. After leaving the alarmed area, Sabo continued to search the town. The number of hunting missions was 10, so it was very likely that there were 10. In other words, there were only 10 creatures in the town. In a dark room, 7 shadows gathered together. One of the twisted and tall shadows tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and his voice was a little cold. "Lu Zi and the others are dead, and a new hunter has entered the Yin Road. This hunter is not simple, and can escape from a large number of evil spirits. There are only 7 of us left now. One more may not be a match for this person. Now we have to go to Ghost Gate and hide in front of Ghost Gate. Ghost Gate is the birth of Yin Road. It is said that Ghost Gate leads to another world. There were creatures that had entered the Ghost Gate with this evil ghost, but there was no news of them, and they never returned. Over the past few decades, there were many outsiders who joined the Yin Road. Some were killed by hunters, some were killed by ghosts in the town, and the rest entered the Ghost Gate and disappeared. The others looked at each other, and nodded heavily. The Ghost Gate has always been where they hide. They have been hiding in front of the Ghost Gate countless times without any problems. But now the situation has changed suddenly. The hunters who came this time are very powerful, so they must hide in the Ghost Gate. Seeing that they agreed, the Black Shadow immediately stood up and said, "Evacuate in batches. No matter what you see, don't panic. Blend into the group of evil ghosts. Remember, don't alarm the evil ghosts." Yes. 7 people evacuated in 2s and 3s, and their movements were slow, just like the ghosts swimming on the streets. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell that they are creatures. Above the sky, a figure moved quickly. These guys probably never thought that their opponents could actually fly. Sabo walked around the whole town and found nothing unusual. However, when he was at the southernmost end of the town, he found that the black air there had formed a huge cloud layer, and the number of evil spirits had increased several times. Moreover, he could see clearly from the sky that there were evil spirits coming in and out of the black air, as if that was their birthplace. At the same time, there was a cold breath that made people's scalps numb. Sabo did not go down to check. He felt that the possibility of there being creatures there was not high, so he left to check other corners of the town. If he really couldn't find anything, it would not be too late to check that place again. Time passed by bit by bit. Sabo casually entered a dim room and sat cross-legged in the corner to restore his body's mental power. After this surge and the previous full energy, The 3,000 mental powers were almost consumed, and only more than 100 were left. He should recover first. This recovery took a whole day. It was not until the next day that Sabo opened his eyes, and he felt refreshed and energetic, stretching and feeling comfortable. I didn't expect that it only took one day to restore my mental power. Sabo took out a piece of dried meat from the portable space and chewed it in his mouth. He thought this road was a bit strange. In just one day, his mental power was replenished. It was really strange. After eating some food, Sabo thought about it. Why not try to practice and see if there would be any unexpected effects? After all, the black air here is also a kind of energy from the root. Maybe it really works. At that moment, Sabo entered the practice with a hint of expectation, and this cycle ended, and another day passed. When he opened his eyes, exhaled the turbid air, and felt the growing true qi in his body, his eyebrows were smiling. Sure enough. Just as I thought, these black qi can be refined into true qi, but the efficiency is too low. Only a little is refined in one cycle. If I practice here for 2 days, I'm afraid I can break through the 3rd level of qi training. Thinking of this, Sabo's eyes flickered, and he decided to complete this task and settle some things, and practice in seclusion here. He stood up and patted the dust on his body. As soon as he walked out of the bedroom, he saw a black shadow wandering in the room. He subconsciously looked at the ground. There were no footsteps. The black shadow in front of him was a ghost. Sabo was very curious about the formation of ghosts. This road was completely out of touch with reality. It was not like a road. There were no resource boxes or wild monsters. It was more like a ghost world. Could it be that this was a world specially approved by the higher-ups for these evil ghosts to move around in? Forget it. Sabo no longer bothered about this issue. He still had to complete the task. After leaving the room, he did not fly into the sky, but walked slowly along the street. He was in hunting mode, and captured the details on the ground at all times. This search took more than an hour, and he really found a trace of clues. In the middle of the right side of the road, there were mottled footprints, which were deeper than other footprints. This meant that these footprints were left by others yesterday, or the day before yesterday. In short, the time was very close. This discovery made Sabo a little happy. Sure enough, there are creatures on the other side, and I don't know how many of them there are. They are heading to the south. South, isn't there a dense ghost world in the south? The most dangerous place is the safest place. These guys obviously went to the place where the evil spirit was born, which is also a very dangerous place. These guys have stayed here for a long time, and know it very well, so they must go there. Sabo's heart moved. He was in a dilemma before. He thought these creatures were still hiding in the town. In fact, they would definitely hide in the place where the evil spirit was born with their familiarity with the town. And others might give up searching for that place because they are not familiar with it. But they met themselves. Chapter 474. Sabo curled his lips, and his figure began to flicker. This time the flickering speed was very fast, and he appeared 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Soon, a thick black world appeared in front of him. There were wandering ghosts everywhere, going in and out of this black world. There were a series of mottled footprints on the ground, extending from the town and sinking into the black fog. I found the right place. Sabo did not hesitate at all, and immediately stepped into this black world. Then the whole world changed madly, and turned into a blood-red world. The ghosts around him disappeared, and there was no one in sight. The whole world was blood-red, the earth was cracked, and the blood-red land bordered the sky in the distance, indistinguishable from each other. What's going on? Sabo was a little surprised by the changes in the surrounding scenery, but he was not panicked. It was just that there were no other creatures in this world, which was a bit troublesome. Sabo looked around. This was an infinitely extended blood-red world. The whole world was only him. The evil spirits that had entered this world before also disappeared. A world within a world. Why can't I see other people? Sabo frowned and thought carefully. Entering this world turned out to be like this. Sabo knew that he was a little careless, even too confident. But as he said before, there is no turning back. Now that you have entered, there is no point in regretting. The most urgent thing is to think of a way to leave this world. Evil spirits can enter this world, why can't I? Those creatures before entering this world are probably like this too, but they are familiar with everything in front of them, so they can find a way to leave here. Yin rode. Yin and Yang rode. Time passed by bit. Sabo seemed to be looking for something. He raised his head, and decided to give it a try. Then he bent down, stretched his face to his crotch, and looked at the world upside down. Then, the wind and clouds changed, the whole world turned gray. Sure enough, the way to enter this world is the same as the way to enter the world of Yin Road. Sabo's brows relaxed, and he slowly straightened up. It is said that if you bend down and look from your crotch in the corridor alone in the middle of the night, you can see unexpected things. In his sight, there is a tall wooden gate. There is a huge plaque hanging on it. Ghost Gate. The evil ghosts coming in and out enter this ghost gate and then disappear. Damn it, he's chasing me. After Sabo appeared, the 7 people found him, because Sabo did not hide at all, and was not wrapped in black air. Sabo also noticed them, and saw that the footprints under his feet extended infinitely, and spread to their feet. Immediately, without any hesitation, he activated the swiftness, his figure disappeared from the spot, and a blood-red broadsword appeared in his hand. Fuck. The group of people were horrified. How could they fight as soon as they met? Puff! A person was cut in half by the blood-red broadsword. I only killed 4 people. Sabo's voice was cold, and then he chased after a creature that ran slowly. Devil. He is a devil. Some creature shouted. They didn't even think of resisting. Killing 6 people in a row was the best example. Of course, some people tried to resist, but they couldn't even catch Sabo's speed. So what was the point of resisting? After he killed 4 people in a row, the manual sent a task reminder. Sabo stopped, the steel knife in his hand disappeared, and his eyes squinted at the 3 people hiding in the corner. Lucky for you, you are safe. At this time, the remaining 3 people were hiding in the corner like chickens, shivering, and they even wanted to enter the gate of hell. The tall figure did not die. On the contrary, he was the fastest one, because when he entered here, he was already at the 3rd level of the rules. But he didn't even have the mind to resist. Tell me, what is this thing? Since the mission was completed, there was no need for him to kill the rest. This is the gate of hell, which is connected to the real ghost world. It is said that the Yin Road is just a place for these ghosts to wander, which is related to the upper world. The tall black shadow said cautiously. Related to the upper world. Sabo's eyes condensed slightly. This is too complicated. Has anyone entered before? He asked. Yes, and many of them have gone in, but there is no news, and even the avatars in the manual are dark. The tall figure continued. Interesting, have you been abandoned by the rules now? Sabo no longer dwelled on the issue of the ghost gate, and it was obvious that these people did not know where the ghost gate led to. Almost all of us are wanted by the patrol rules, and this mission was issued by the patrol rules. At this point, the tall figure looked bitter. Their outsider status was simply a bug, but it was a pity that God was jealous of talents. Some people did not want outsiders to survive. Sabo narrowed his eyes. The patrol rules also knew his identity, but why didn't he treat him like this? Could it be that there is something hidden in this? Thinking of this, Sabo was overwhelmed, and he had no clue at all. He only knew that the patrol rules asked him to kill more. But the patrol rules obviously hid something from him. I didn't want him to know. Forget it, since I'm here, I make the best of it. The patrol rules are still very powerful, at least reaching the level of the upper realm. At present, we still need to improve our strength to deal with future sudden changes. Sabo left, but did not leave the Yin Road. He needed to rest and wait until the skills were all cooled down. If he exposed himself, there must be many people on the Yang Road who wanted to kill him. So he had to prepare. At worst, he could go all out. All the trump cards were revealed. At least, there was no problem with self-protection. At this time, the first and second teams on the road had been waiting for 2 days, but there was no movement on the Yin-Yang Road, and some people began to speculate whether something had happened. But Sabo's avatar in the manual was still bright. If something really happened, his avatar would definitely be black. Sabo is fine. But many people think that Sabo is injured. Very few people go to Yin-Yang Highway to do the mission. After all, the reward of Yin-Yang Highway is the space transmission disk. It is useless to be transmitted to another highway. When Moore went to the highway before, he did this mission and got the transmission disk as a reward. They know very little about Yin-Yang Highway. Even those who lack information don't know how to enter Yin-Yang Highway. But for them, it doesn't really matter whether they have the transmission disk or not. They won't be so bored as to go to other highways to look for it. Why should they go to other highways to start all over again when they are doing well here? Chapter 475. Time slipped away bit by bit, just at this moment. The road suddenly shook, and a figure appeared in a house on one side of the road. It's out! It's out! The vibration on the roadside immediately attracted the attention of some people. Many people looked up to see who the Sabo was, and he actually caused 2 teams to fight. At this time, Many people gathered on the road. In addition to the first team and the second team, there were also representatives of some other teams. Of course, there were also some scattered rules, and did not join any team. Sabo, who only had 2 hands, 2 feet and 1 head, appeared on the road. He looked a little ugly, even weird. It seemed that there was nothing special, but it actually caused a fight between 2 large teams. Unbelievable. This is the situation of all races in the world. You think I am ugly, and I think you are ugly. The aesthetics are not on the same point. Sabo saw a large number of creatures gathered on the road, and his eyes gradually became cold. It seems that you have dispatched so many people to kill me. You are disrespectful to Moore by inquiring about his news, and I heard that you want to ascend to the upper realm to kill Moore. Do you think you can still survive? Qijiao, the captain of the first team, said coldly. Moore's majesty cannot be desecrated. When he was still a second-level rule, he followed Moore to conquer the world. At that time, the first team was united, and Moore was the god in their hearts. Even if the gods ascend to the upper realm now, Moore's status still occupies a very important position in their hearts. You want to interfere. Who knew that the abscess creature on the side stared at Qijiao with a sinister look, as if to say, dare you touch him? Qijiao looked back with cold eyes. He really couldn't understand why the human in front of him had no relatives with the next day, Weiwu, and still tried their best to save Sabo. Boy, let me introduce myself. I am a captain of the second team. The purpose of coming here this time is to let you join our second team. In this way, no one dares to touch our second team. The abscess creature said to Sabo. In fact, he was also talking to Qijiao beside him. Sabo thought that at this juncture, other teams saw him as if they saw the plague god. The 5th team was destroyed by him. Little did he know that the rankings between these teams should not be underestimated. The 5th team and the 4th team are an insurmountable gap. Only the gap between the top teams will be narrowed. For example, the 2nd team and the 1st team have been fighting for 100 years. There is basically no gap between the two, especially the top combat power, which is almost the same. Now the main focus is on the bottom combat power. Qijia's face was extremely gloomy, terribly gloomy. Fungus, don't break the rules. Fungus smiled. Break the rules? How can I say that I break the rules? It's my business to invite him to join the second team. Besides, he hasn't joined any team. You have a grudge against him, that's your business. I pulled him into the team, that's our business. Of course, you can't bully the weak. What I hate most is bullying the weak. As he said that, his eyes fell on Sabo again. Boy, how about it? Do you want to join our second team? There are professional mentors who know your road development, and our team has a lot of benefits. Sabo pursed his lips. It seemed that this crisis could be resolved. He just thought for a short time, then nodded and said firmly, I join. Fuck. Qijiao's expression changed wildly, and he shouted, Fungus, you are going too far. His body was already showing strange fluctuations, which made Sabo tremble with fear. He had rashly joined the second team, which obviously angered these guys. Fungus snorted coldly, You want to attack our team, have you asked us? After that, his body also showed strange fluctuations, which were not weaker than those on Qijiao. The two sides separated in the middle of the highway, glared at each other, and a large number of rule fluctuations gathered. Instantly, the situation became tense. For a moment, the air sank, and the people watching around felt a trace of pressure, which was the pressure of the power of rules. Just then, a series of lights came from the open space in front of them. Looking closely, there were more than a dozen. When the light dissipated, it turned out to be the top leaders of the first and second teams. The leaders were the captains of the first team and the second team, and even the captains of the third team and the fourth team. These 4 people were all at the peak of level 8, and even reached the half-step level 1 universe rule. Now they just need to wait until all the players on the road reach level 80, and they can go to the upper realm. At this time, all the rules on the road dared not breathe, which represented the top 4 people on the 425 road. The 4 of them joined forces, and could turn the entire road upside down. Sabo was also shocked in his heart. He couldn't help but want to be afraid now, but he knew that once he ran away, it would completely ignite this bomb that could explode at any time. Now it was to see what they said. At worst, he would open his trump card directly, believing that all his means were put into practice, and his combat power could reach level 5, or even level 6 or 7, and then it would be easier to escape. Or he could enter the Yin Road, the gate of hell, always, as long as he wants, there's a way. The captain of the second team glanced at Sabo, his eyes were calm. I didn't expect that you, the first team, would would embarrass a little guy with the second-level rules. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you tell others about it? The captain of the first team also looked calm. He blasphemed the spiritual leader of our team. Not to mention the second-level rules. Even the first-level rules must die, just like your spiritual leader is she. The captain of the second team somewhat agreed with this. There is just one thing I don't understand. Why do you want to protect him at such a huge cost? Is it because of the upcoming team battle? Or is it because of she? The captain of the first team glanced at Sabo. Both, since you have guessed it, you should know our determination. The captain of the second team did not hide it, but admitted it very frankly. At this time, Sabo was confused. She, who is she? Wait, he seemed to have caught something. Could it be that she is the patrol rules? She and Moore have a connection, so the two must come from the same road, and there is a deep hatred between the first team and the second team, so it is not difficult to infer. This was once the place where Moore fought against the patrol rules. But in the end, the patrol rules were defeated. Sure enough. The captain of the first team nodded lightly. Since your spiritual leader wants to protect him, this matter can be let go, but he once blasphemed our spiritual leader. Even if I agree to let him go, the others in our team will not let him go easily. So, we send out a level 4 primary rule. As long as he can hold out for 1 minute under the level 4 rule, this matter will be let go. As for the hatred between us, we will talk about it when the team war comes. Chapter 476. The captain of the first team did not want to have a team fight here. It was not good. The friction between them in the team fight was to weaken the other side's combat power on the one hand, and on the other hand, to obtain extremely huge rule power, and a few illusory cosmic powers. This is the root of the team fight. The manual controls everything. The manual is also the root, just like the system panel on the road. Hearing the captain of the first team say this, I know that the other party wants to give me a step. Indeed, a team fight here not only weakens each other's power, but also does not get any real benefits. Both people and money are lost. The captain of the first team did not want a team fight to break out here, and he thought so too. His eyes immediately fell on Sabo, and his voice was like the sound of the fairy above the 9 heavens. Little guy, what do you think? This is throwing the problem to himself. Others have given him a step, but the step is full of sharp blades. It was not difficult for Sabo to hold on for 1 minute under the 4th level rules, but now he was thinking about how these people would view him once he revealed his trump card. If it was a matter of life and death before, he could have revealed his trump card and escaped by using the teleportation disc, which would have been fine. But it was different now. The 4 peak 8th level rules had already mastered part of the mysterious power of the universe. If he used his trump card and still couldn't escape, then everything would be over. At this time, Sabo already wanted to escape. He didn't want to spend so much time here. At worst, he could hide in the town on the Ean Road. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Sabo, the little guy who had just been promoted to the 2nd level. Sabo knew that he had to make a decision. His heart raced, and he nodded silently. Okay. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse. Although he has mastered a lot of skills, some of the skills that can be seen should not be a big problem as long as they are not used. Of course, the knife must not be used. After all, once he holds the knife, he will passively use the Shura hand, which can also be seen. He also has a boxer, national martial arts master, transformation. These skills cannot be seen by the naked eye. Fortunately, the transformation can last for 10 minutes. Sabo quietly opened the transformation. The transformation is that as time goes by, every 10 seconds, the 4-dimensional attributes can increase by 10%, which corresponds to the increase in strength. That is, in 1 minute, he can increase his strength by 60%. And the transformation of the spirit can last for 10 minutes. Yes, but can I rest for 2 minutes? After all, I just completed a task and my physical strength is a bit lacking now. Sabo said again, in 2 minutes, the strength value will double. I believe that even if the power of rules is not applied, but only fists and feet are used, it can withstand the bombardment of a 4th level primary rule for 1 minute, 2 minutes. For these powerful masters, naturally there is no problem. If they don't even give 2 minutes, it will be a joke if it is spread out. Sabo sat cross-legged on the ground and just wanted to practice, but found that the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth here is completely incomparable with that of Ean Gong Road. But this also shows a problem, that is, Ean Gong Road and Cultivation should belong to the same lineage. This may be from my own world. Sabo's heart moved. He wanted to hide this secret in his heart. He then gently closed his eyes, and exhaled evenly. It seemed that he was recovering his physical strength, But in fact, he was quietly familiarizing himself with his own strength. After all, his strength was increasing every moment, and he had to familiarize himself quickly. Soon, 2 minutes were up. Sabo opened his eyes at the same time, feeling the surging power in his body. Okay, let's start. At this moment, his eyes flashed with thick flames, and his strength began to soar. Suddenly, a strong pressure came over. The 4 leaders waved their hands together, but saw that the road was stretched to form an open space. The first leader and the 4th leader stood together, and the 2nd leader stood with the 3rd leader. The others were stunned. Is this the peak rule power of level 8? They have all touched the power of the universe. Sabo was also shocked, but it was only a flash before he became serious. A figure stood out from the crowd. His rule power fluctuated abnormally, and a large amount of rule power hit Sabo like a heavy hammer. Crack! Sabo tried to resist with his own rule power, but it was obvious that he was hitting a rock with an egg. Just touching the surging rule power, his rule power was shattered. Unbreakable. The level 4 rule had a stern face and a cold voice. The confrontation lasted only a moment. When the people in the 2nd team saw the scene, their faces changed. I didn't expect that Sabo's condensed power of rules would be so fragile. Of course, it's not that he is too fragile, but that there is a level 3 mountain between the two sides, and the power of rules has a fixed value. It's a hard and fast rule. How can you challenge a higher level with the power of rules? Unless you can devour some cosmic power. Touching this cosmic power before reaching level 8 is a suicidal act. The leader of the 2nd team sighed helplessly. She asked them to protect Sabo. Although he didn't know the relationship between Sabo and she, since she believed so, Sabo must have his role. It was just that he disobeyed She's will for the sake of the team in a month. This time Sabo was afraid that he would be in danger. He was expecting a miracle to happen just now. After all, people favored by the spiritual leader must have something extraordinary. Unexpectedly, there was no difference from the ordinary rules, and it was still vulnerable. Ha ha. The leader of the first team smiled faintly, and suddenly felt a little boring. After all, it was so vulnerable that it didn't seem to be a threat. Boring. It's a pity that they made the whole 425 highway restless because of this matter. So that's it. Some people are happy and some are worried. Sabo, who was under the rules, didn't feel anything. His eyes flickered. The collision of the power of rules was so simple and crude. If you are higher than me, you win. With the power of rules, there is absolutely no possibility of turning the tables. No wonder there were so many first-level rules in the 5th team, all of which wanted to seek shelter. If they met a rule that was slightly higher than themselves, they could completely kill themselves. Even if they resisted, their rule power was weaker than others if they were just a little bit less evolved. What a damn reality! However, I am not an ordinary rule. Sabo immediately restrained the rules on his body, and let the terrifying 4th-level rule power come with overwhelming pressure. This scene made others stunned. Even the leaders of the 4 major teams were stunned. Why don't you even resist? 1 minute is still a bit too high for him. It should be 10 seconds. Ha ha ha. Seeing the ugly face of the leader of the 2nd team, the leader of the 1st team laughed. The leader of the 2nd team seemed to have expected it. He snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and turned to leave. But at this moment. Chapter 477. But at this moment, Sabo clenched his fist and took the starting position of Bejiquin. The people around laughed even more. No way, he actually wants to use strength to counter the power of rules? Is he a fool? Or does he not even have basic common sense? The horror of the power of rules is far beyond the power. Listening to the discussions around him, the leader of the 2nd team couldn't help but sigh and left. The leader of the 3rd team couldn't help but shake his head, feeling helpless. He also knew that she asked the leader of the 2nd team to protect Sabo originally. The two thought that Sabo dared to challenge more, and was favored by she. They thought this guy had some outstanding qualities, but it turned out to be a fool. The leader of the 1st team couldn't help laughing, and basically saw Sabo's fate. It's boring. I didn't expect it to be solved so easily. The 8th level rule watching from a distance also sighed, and said to the prophet beside him, even if he was favored by the old prophet, his outstanding feature is probably that he tried to gather new power based on the rule framework. This is also a great advantage of a rookie. At least he dares to try. It's a pity that he shouldn't use his own power to counter the power of the rules. This person is boring. The prophet was silent. After all, he couldn't pass that level. Use strength to counter the mysterious power of rules. Any rule with a little common sense knows that fists cannot hit the power of rules. Only the power of rules can compete with the power of rules. Otherwise, others would not improve their evolution level, and simply improve their strength. The 4th level rule responsible for the attack showed a trace of disappointment in his eyes. I thought you had some strange skills, but it turns out that you are just like this. In this case, then you can die. After that, the power of rules above his head became even more crazy. Sabo was not in a hurry, and he didn't care about the sneers around him. He just secretly operated the true energy in his body and attached it to his fist. He knew that if he wanted to fight against the 4th level rules in front of him, he had to show some means. Kill! Sabo shouted in a low voice. His eyes were cold, and his fists were waving. Suddenly sonic booms came like thunder. In everyone's eyes, Sabo rose from the ground like a cannonball, and the ground under his feet was full of cracks. Everyone was stunned. What a powerful force value is required to do this. You must know that the road surface on the rule road is different from the next road. The ground of the rule road is very hard. They didn't remember that they could break the ground. You must know that in the rules, after the power of rules falls on the ground, it will disappear instantly. This is the magic of this road, but what I didn't expect is that someone actually broke the ground with the power of rebounding today. And the more shocking thing is still to come. Bejequin, the moves are fierce, different from Bejequin's martial arts moves, most of which have little lethality and are only used for performance, while the Bejequin he mastered is extremely strong and masculine, and the moves are fierce. The first move is a killing move. Coupled with the blessing of true chi, Sabo felt the power of his whole body explode. His skin was red, and his blood was surging, as if the blood in his body was boiling. This was the first time he used Bejequin with all his strength, and he didn't expect the reaction to be so strong. At this moment, he felt smooth all over, and his whole body was condensed with unparalleled power. When he came into contact with the overwhelming power of rules, he felt that his fist hit a rock-like object. Crack! But there was a very subtle sound, and the gathered rule power was actually cracked by a punch. But the more shocking thing was still to come. The next second, he swung another punch at the rule power, and the overwhelming rule power was like a piece of fragile glass, shattered into pieces. And the powerful pressure formed by the rule power also dissipated at the moment the rule power was broken. All creatures were stunned. What did they see? Someone actually used a fist to break the rules in the sky. Incredible, incredible. The world is about to change. The history that the rule power cannot be broken by fists must be changed. This guy is about to usher in a new era. The second team, who had not walked far, heard the exclamation from the team, and couldn't help but look back, only to see Sabo falling from the sky. He landed on the ground with a bang, and then shot out again, like a bullet from a gun. The speed was so fast that even the friction between the body and the air sent a sharp scream. What happened? The second captain was a little surprised. Isn't it over? That guy is incredible. He actually smashed the power of rules with his fist. Look at Nya's face. It's all blue. The third captain said with a smile. He also felt incredible, and couldn't figure out how the fist hit the illusory power of rules. He couldn't figure it out, and the first and fourth captains couldn't figure it out, and the others couldn't figure it out even more. This guy simply overturned their common sense. The first captain's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly changed wildly and disappeared in an instant. He turned and looked solemnly at Sabo, who rushed towards the 4th level rules. He is able to break the opponent's condensed rule power. He already has the strength to kill the 4th level rule. It turns out that his real strength is not the rule, but his own strength. Incredible. He subverted the tradition of survival by rules. No wonder she asked me to do my best to protect his safety. The second captain returned to his original position again, and was extremely amazed in his heart. At the same time, he lamented that his determination was far less than before. With the strength, some things are done indecisively. Is it time to consider retreating? At this time, Sabo became a tank that rushed forward, stepping on the netherworld step, and directly activated the God of Heaven on the way. The God of Heaven is a very abnormal skill of the master of Chinese martial arts. It only takes 50 points of physical energy to get a 50% strength bonus. In an instant, the blood red on his skin became more prominent. With the combination of the transformation of the spirit, his strength, let alone the 4th level, is even the 5th level rule, Sabo has the strength to fight. The skills after the resource upgrade system are really too abnormal. A punch was thrown, and the space between them was faintly trembling, like thunder, and it was like a cannonball exploded in front of the 4th level rule. Facing the aggressive Sabo, the 4th level rule was briefly panicked, but soon reacted. He was a man of hundreds of battles after all, and had participated in more than 100 battles of all sizes. There is no doubt about the combat experience. A large amount of rule power gathered and superimposed in front of him layer by layer. Then the figure began to retreat madly. Ever since Sabo blasted the rules with one punch, he realized that this person's power was definitely above his own. The rules were so weird that even if he was a little stronger than himself, he would have no room to fight back. Very accurate. Chapter 478. The battle situation changes rapidly. The 4th level rule that was still high and mighty a second ago was greatly repelled by Sabo in the next second, and there was no room for resistance. Boom! Crack! The layered rule power in front of him has reached a thickness of 10 meters. Sabo gathered all his strength on his shoulders and hit them hard, like a bulldozer. The space nearby was shaking constantly, and the ground was full of sand and stones. At the contact point of his shoulder, the cracks in the wall condensed by the heavy rule power began to spread, starting from the inside and spreading to the outside. Sabo's eyes were slightly cold. He didn't expect that the rule power wall condensed by this guy would be so thick, but he was not in a hurry. This 4th level rule could not escape. He raised his hand and punched. It seemed to be a light punch, but the whole space began to wriggle. The rules who watched this scene were horrified. This guy's power even affected the space. It's incredible. This is the world of the upper realm. The thickness of the space is unimaginable. Even if it's a fight between the 8th level peak rules, there will be such a scene, but he is just a newly promoted 2nd level rule. Everyone was shocked. Too fierce, but seeing this fist fall on the heavy power of the rules that were originally not full of cracks instantly shattered, with almost no obstacles. Facing the 4th level rules fleeing to the side, Sabo naturally couldn't let it go. At this time, about 30 seconds had passed from 1 minute. The speed of the two people's fight was not fast, but it was very fierce. Sabo stepped on the netherworld step. His figure was like a ghost, and his punch was like a thunderstorm. With every step, a shallow footprint would appear on the ground. As time went on, the footprint became deeper and deeper. His strength value is growing crazily. Want to run? Delay time. Haha, so what if you delay time? Sabo's eyebrows were cold, his speed suddenly soared, his figure disappeared in the original place, and the next second he appeared directly behind the 4th level rule, grabbing the 4th level rule with his big hand. The 4th level rule suddenly felt that his body was like being clamped by an extremely hard clamp, unable to move at all. Damn it! The 4th level rule was horrified, and the power of the rules was condensed and hit Sabo's body fiercely. Bang! Crack! However, before the power of the rules fell, Sabo punched him in the body with a fist, directly knocking him out more than 20 meters. Then he dodged the power of the rules. Boom! The ground behind him shook. This did not affect Sabo at all. He just grinned. I didn't expect that the bones of the 4th level rules were so hard that they could survive after being punched. I have to say that I underestimated these rules. Indeed, he did underestimate the rules. He originally thought that his strength might be able to easily kill even the 5th level rules. But the 4th level rules still stood up after being punched by him, so Sabo gave up this idea. The 4th level primary rules have such toughness, let alone the 5th level. Time is almost up, but so what? Sabo had a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows and rushed forward again. Although the 4th level rules survived the punch, they were also dizzy by the punch. They only vaguely saw a figure rushing towards them at a fast pace. He immediately shouted, 1 minute is up. You can't. Before he finished speaking, Sabo grabbed his neck with a fist and lifted him up. The leader of the first group said coldly, the time is up, let him go. Sabo's eyes were cold, as if he didn't hear it, and he punched again, 1 punch, 2 punches. Bang. The head of the 4th level rule couldn't bear the pressure and exploded on the spot. The eyes of the people around him showed shock and shock. He actually killed the 4th level rule. I said, the time is up. The eyes of the leader of the first group were suddenly confused with murderous intent, and a gravity fell on Sabo without warning. Puff! Sabo spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person was pressed horizontally on the ground, and his body was covered with cracks in an instant. Purification, invincible for 1 second. The cracks on the body were also restored in an instant. The eyes of the leader of the first group were slightly shocked, and he exerted strength again. But he was pushed away by the leader of the second group. Enough. The second group leader looked cold and his body was in disarray. You broke the rules, you're dead. Sabo stood up straight. The 4th level rules entered his body and were swallowed by him, and the evolution level began to rise wildly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his internal organs were still aching. 1 minute. You only told me whether I could hold on for 1 minute, but you didn't say I couldn't kill him after 1 minute. Are you only allowing me to be slaughtered by you? But I can't fight back. Humph! The first group leader snorted coldly and glanced at the dead 4th level primary rules. Let's go. After that, he rolled up the people of the first team and the 4th team and left. The rules and people of his team were all around him on the road, and he didn't have the face to stay here at the moment. As they left, blood was faintly coming out of Sabo's mouth. How are you? You glanced at Sabo with a complicated look. If he had been tougher just now, perhaps. Sabo waved his hand lightly. It's okay. You have joined our team now, and you are also a member of our team now. Come with us. You frowned and said, I have my own things to do. I need to wait until my things are done before I can find you. Sabo said that he still had to save his second brother, and his second brother couldn't get into trouble. Okay, I will send you the coordinates of the second team, and come to me after you finish your own things. I also have something to ask you. If there is anything, just send me the coordinates. I will rush over as soon as possible. You didn't force it, and his eyes fell on the people around him. Let's go. The people around him met the cold eyes of the leader of the second team, and they stepped on the teleportation one by one and left. They knew that it was obviously impossible to catch Sabo's attention. Outside the crowd, the 8th level rules and the prophet were stunned. He avoided this disaster, and the future will be smooth sailing. We missed this opportunity, and he won't help us if we want to find him in the future. The prophet sighed. Our race will also take off, with or without him, it's the same. Level 8 rules disagreed. The prophet glanced at the level 8 rules beside him, and shook his head. No. Our race now seems to have signs of taking off, but fate may not favor us. During this period, I have carefully studied his lifelines. In addition to more than 2,400 failure lines, do you know how many successful lifelines he has? How many? More than 56,000. The prophet's voice trembled a little. The level 8 rules opened his mouth with an unbelievable look. Could you be wrong? The prophet glanced at him. Do you think it's possible? The prophet is the most accurate in the prophet race. You warriors won't understand. Chapter 479. The prophet group is divided into two peculiar races. One is the prophet race with prophetic power, and the other is the war race with strong combat power. The two races jointly form the prophet group. The war race is born to be a fighter. The road is basically dominated by the war race, while the prophet group has accurate predictions. They can predict fate and the world, but not themselves. The 8th level rule naturally believes in the predictions of the prophet group. What shocked him was that Sabo's fate line would be so terrifying. From the exploration of fate to now, the prophet group has never met a life form with more success lines than failure lines. This has never happened before. And now they have not only met one, but even more exaggeratedly, this guy's success line is more than 50,000. This is incredible. This means that Sabo has many lifelines in the future, and most of them will succeed. But many success lines do not necessarily mean that he will succeed, and what you are predicting now is only the present. The future lifeline is changeable, and everyone's life is changing every second, said the 8th level rule. He knew that the prophet group had a very fatal weakness, that is, most of the things predicted would not actually happen. Similar to the butterfly effect. It is very likely that a small action of theirs will lead to the outbreak of the butterfly effect, which will bring about the change of the fate line. The prophet shook his head. You are talking about the change that will only happen when we, who know the fate line, interfere. Wait, you want to interfere with his fate line? He stared at the 8th level rules, as if he wanted to re-understand the 8th level rules in front of him. Interfering with the fate line is a taboo in the prophet group, but it is not so serious on the road. But it is still not authentic to do so. What's more, they have helped the prophet tribe. I didn't say I wanted to interfere. The leader of the first team has a murderous intention towards Sabo at this moment. If I tell the leader of the first team about Sabo's fate line, it doesn't count as my direct interference. You will still be fine. The 8th level rule said lightly, and a burst of light appeared on his body. The prophet was startled. Where are you going? The 8th level rule said calmly, where I go has nothing to do with you. You are safe now. My mission is also completed. Naturally, I have to leave. After that, his figure disappeared. The prophet looked at Sabo, who was already standing on the road, and a deep sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. He will definitely tell the leader of the first team about this. This is not a direct intervention, but it is an indirect intervention. Then, his eyes became deep, and the complicated fate of Sabo became hazy at this moment. Once the 8th level rule is spoken, it can be regarded as an indirect intervention in Sabo's future fate. Alas, in the end, he could only sigh and teleport away. Fate is something illusory, and sometimes it may change because of someone else's words. At this time, a series of teleportation lights lit up on the road. Sabo did not keep the leader of the second team, as he still had things to do. Soon, under the surveillance of the leader of the second team, these guys on the road left one after another. As for those who wanted to find him, they had to weigh what you had just said. After everyone left, Sabo entered the Een Road, and his vision became blurred. The Een Road was full of black air. At this time, there were only 3 rules here. When they saw Sabo coming, they were silent and trembling. Sabo's eyes were cold. Find me an absolutely safe house. I will stay here for a while. I will not kill you. I have got what I want. If there are other hunters, you can wake me up and I can help you. The 3 figures heard it, and showed great joy on their faces. This is a good feeling. With such a powerful helper, their own safety has at least improved a lot. Brother, I will take you there. The tall black shadow nodded and bowed. What does face mean at this moment? Came to a tall house, brother. This house is absolutely safe and ghosts will not enter. This house is their base, and the house they choose is the house that ghosts will not enter. Sabo nodded. Thank you for your kindness. I need to rest for a while. You should go and do your own things. Come to me if you have something to do. If you don't have anything to do, don't bother me. Yes. Yes. When the door was closed, the 3 black shadows breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, he lives here. Where should we live? Asked one of the thinner black shadows. There are so many houses, and you ask me where to live? Just find one at random. Ghosts usually stay in the main room when they enter the house, and they won't stay in the bedroom for too long. The tall black shadow glared at the thin black shadow, and randomly found a house and walked in. On the other side, after the 3 people at the door left, Sabo suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and then his breath became weak and his face turned pale. He stumbled to the bedroom and sat cross-legged. Damn it, wait for me, the captain of the 1st Regiment. One day I will make you pay the price. Sabo's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his internal organs were full of cracks. The blow of the 1st captain caused his internal organs to shift and suffered considerable damage. If he hadn't been holding on, he would have been discovered by others when he was outside. What he was doing must not be known to others. As for what the 2nd captain was up to, he was not quite clear yet. He was recovering first, repairing the damage in his body, and digesting the huge rule power after swallowing the 4th level rule. Immediately, Sabo entered the state of cultivation, and the true chi nourished the internal organs and the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body. He turned warm all over, and the black air around him vibrated violently. These black air were a huge energy, and the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth on the Een Road was very abundant. For him, this place was really like a blessed land of immortals, and the speed of cultivation increased a lot. The chi in the body was restored in a short time, and the cultivation began to show growth. The injuries in the body were gradually restored under the nourishment of the chi. At this time, the leader of the 1st team stood in the convoy, looking coldly at the message sent to him by an 8th level warrior from the Prophet clan. More than 50,000 success lines. Your purpose is to let me get rid of Sabo. As an 8th level rule, you can't even kill a 2nd level rule kid? Nia was not polite at all. After all, he had arrogant strength. The 8th level rule's eyes were cold. We have cooperated before, and I don't have too much killing intention towards him. It's up to you to kill him or not. I just brought a message. After speaking, the avatar of the 8th level rule dimmed, and it was obvious that he had left Highway 425 and was going back to the previous highway. Chapter 480. Nia looked at the message sent to him by the 8th level rules and sneered in his heart. This guy didn't tell the truth. More than 50,000 successful lifelines. According to the fate prediction of the Prophet group, this level of lifeline is already the level of the Pride of Heaven, even higher than the leader more. And this person has only been on the highway for more than 2 months, and he has already reached the level of the 2nd level rules. He killed a 4th level rule. He is probably now at the peak of the 2nd level rules. But what we value is not his level of rules, but his strength. Nia thought of the scene where Sabo smashed the power of rules with one punch, and there was still some difference in his heart. He really couldn't figure out why this person's fist hit the power of rules. Since coming from the lower realm to the upper realm, the level of strength has changed, the skills can't be used, and only the strength is left, but with a change of space, the power value is compressed. Don't look at the current power value of more than 700 points. The real power value is only equivalent to the level 80 on the highway. All this comes from the compression of the power of the space level. The Prophet clan had a cooperative relationship with Sabo before. Why did they suddenly break up? Mia sat in the car, lost in thought. He couldn't figure this out. Wait, could it be that the Prophet clan wanted Sabo's trick of hitting the power of rules with his fists? Even I am a little jealous of this skill. So how did he do it? The leader of the second team is also looking at Sabo. I don't believe he won't be jealous. Immediately, he contacted you and explained his purpose. If you can tell me how Sabo hits the power of rules, I can consider giving up the fight in the team battle. Just give us 40% of the resources. In the second team, you looked at the message sent by Mia and was stunned. 40%? Haha, if we go to war, you can't even get 10%. And this is the will of our leader? Are you dreaming? Mia on the other side had a calm face, but there was a fierce murderous intent in his eyes. He knew that you would not agree. If it were him, disobeying the will of the spiritual leader would be a betrayal. But he replied, you have disobeyed once before. Don't you want to get the strange skills like Sabo? After sending the message, Mia closed the manual and began to wait. He knew that sending this message to you would make you psychologically shaken. He even wanted to get Sabo's weird ability, and his purpose of doing so was to sow discord. Once Sabo and you fell out, his chance would come. On the other side, you looked at Mia's message and fell into deep thought. Yes, he was moved. Their level 8 rules have reached a bottleneck period. It is impossible to improve again, and the speed of players on the road to improve their levels is too slow. At first, more stayed in the 8th level of rules for 30 years, and they have stayed in the past 10 years, and there are still 10 years to go. There is no room for growth and strength, and as for increasing the strength value, it is useless. If you can't deal with the unpredictable power of rules, even if you have 1,000 points or 10,000 points, it is useless. However, the appearance of Sabo can change this situation. After they became the 8th level of rules, they have not used the evolution value again. The evolution value has accumulated to a very terrifying number. If all of it is used to increase the strength value, it will definitely be stronger than the power of the 8th level of rules. The prerequisite is to have the method to hit the power of rules with fists. Yu's heart was moved. Mia has no good intentions. He wants me to get Sabo's skills, but this skill is extremely valuable. Even if I forcefully get Sabo's skills, we will break up because of this, and even disobey the will of the spiritual leader more. Thinking of this, Yu was entangled in his heart. He didn't know how to deal with this matter now. Should he break up, or just wait like this? Mia must be waiting for this opportunity. Time passed day by day. 7 days slipped away quietly in a blink of an eye. There was no movement from Sabo in the world, but undercurrents were surging. The team battle was getting closer and closer, and everyone began to get anxious. Mia was anxious, and Yu was also anxious. Mia was anxious because he was afraid that the two would not break up, but Sabo would take the initiative to give this method to Yu, so that the combat power between them would show an unequal trend. After all, they, the peak level 8 rules, naturally have a deep understanding of the existence of this power. Yu was anxious because there was no news from Sabo, and the message he sent to Sabo had fallen on deaf ears. Sabo sat quietly on the Eam road. After 7 days of cultivation, his cultivation had improved to the 4th level of Chi training, breaking through 2 levels, and his strength value skyrocketed. The true Chi in his body had reached the size of a baby's fist, but it was actually just that. The most critical point was that after swallowing the power of the 4th level rules, he successfully entered the 3rd level rules, and the degree of evolution reached 15%. The evolution value also reached 600 billion. If used to increase the strength value, it can only increase by 60 points. At the same time, the speed of collecting evolution value is not as fast as at the beginning. Strength, 264. 264 points of strength. Only need to spend 360 billion to increase the strength to 300 points. After increasing to 300 points, if the strength is increased again, I am afraid that 100 billion evolution points can only increase the strength by 1 point. Thinking of this, Sabo let out a sigh of relief. He began to feel a little overwhelmed about the strength increase, including the strength increase brought by the improvement of cultivation, and the strength increase brought by the improvement of rule level. For these, Sabo thought of one thing, that is, the future line of defense only needs to be placed on improving cultivation, and cultivation can drive the improvement of one's own strength, which is very important. Next, there is a most critical problem, that is, he has not much food left. During this period, he was obsessed with cultivation and seclusion, and there was little food left. In addition to improving cultivation, the next plan is to find resources. Immediately, he spent 360 billion to increase the strength by 300 points. With the surge of strength in his body, like a volcanic eruption, he felt more and more the surrounding space squeezed his own strength. Very uncomfortable. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was a fierce knock on the door, followed by the voices of the rules. Brother, there are hunters entering the Inn Road. Sabo stood up, pushed open the door, and found that there were more than a dozen creatures gathered outside. Come in first. His eyes swept over these strange creatures, and he stepped aside to make way for these people to come in. More than a dozen creatures entered one after another, their faces full of fear, as if they had just experienced an extremely terrifying thing. After the door was closed, Sabo sat on a stool and looked at the dozen figures standing in Tangwood. In 7 days, so many people came again? Unbelievable. When did outsiders become so common on the streets? Brother, you don't know that this Inn Road will not only accommodate players from one road, but also from several roads, and the hunters we meet every day are also players from different roads and different levels. The tall black shadow said, shaking, with a rather sad tone. They used to be high-ranking players and enviable outsiders, but now the situation has changed. The road game has begun to crack down on such players with special identities, not including outsiders, but also some strange people. Of course, the identities of these people are not convenient to disclose, because it will attract the attention of the road. After all, there are things in the rule road that look after the existence of the rule road. Sabo looked calm. You guys hide first. Since I promised you, I will help you this time. But after this matter is done, I will leave for a while. The tall figure nodded quickly. No problem, big brother, the reward of Inn Road is a teleportation disc. Generally, few people come here. Sabo nodded. He agreed with this. He was not disturbed for 7 or 8 days. He just came out of retreat and received their message for help. This means that it took 7 or 8 days for such a hunter to come. You must know that Inn Road is like a fault world, facing several roads. It took 7 days for such a person to come, which is enough to prove that not many people need the reward of Inn Road. Tap tap. At this time, a series of footsteps came from the silent road. When the people sitting by the wall heard the footsteps, they immediately looked up and looked around with some fear. They were imprisoned on the Inn Road by the rules, and their strength was suppressed to the level of the second-level rules. It was really aggrieved. You know, some of them were the overlords of a road in the past, but because they were a little too careless, their identities were exposed, and they were thrown here. They also realized that there are always people outside of people. Now they can only rely on the ugly guy in front of them. It's just that they are the second-level rules, but they can also feel that the rule power of this guy is not high. For a while, people were panicked. Brother, this guy is just over the third-level rules. You asked them to protect me, isn't it a bit? Looking at Sabo, who closed his eyes and rested, and seemed to be oblivious to the footsteps coming from the window, some people panicked for a while. Don't worry, the identity of the eldest brother is the same as ours, or even higher than ours. The tall rules disagreed. He still remembered the scene when Sabo, the god, descended to earth. He really killed one person with one sword. He could even feel that Sabo did not use his full strength. If he used his full strength, not to mention the 4th level rules, even the 5th and 6th levels might not be Sabo's opponents. But these people have never seen it. They have just been here for a short time. They just heard this brother say that they should have fun and enjoy themselves here. As long as they don't touch those ghosts, there will be no problem. And there is no need to worry about hunger here, because they can't feel hunger. As for the hunters coming, there will be absolutely no problem following him. Of course, many people also believe what the brother said. After the hunters came, they hurried to seek shelter from the elder brother, and the elder brother brought them here. The footsteps came from far away, and finally stopped at the door. For a while, the atmosphere in the room was a little depressing. More than a dozen people dared not breathe, crowded together, and cuddled together. You go in first. At this time, Sabo opened his eyes, and said to the rules around him, Go, go, go! The elder brother heard Sabo's words, and quickly got up and took them to the inner room, and then quietly listened to the movement at the door by sticking to the wall or the door. Clang! With a loud bang, the door was kicked open by the guy at the door. The guy exclaimed, his kick was very powerful, but the door was intact after kicking it. How strange! The creature pushed open the door, and looked at a figure sitting in the hall. The figure looked strange, with 2 hands, 2 feet and a head, a nose, eyes and a mouth. All the facial features were piled up on a head, which was really ugly. Sabo raised his eyebrows, and also observed the appearance of the guy at the door. His body was similar to that of a human. He didn't have a deformed figure like those creatures in the house, or some organs on his face and body were insect-like. It's just that its appearance is hard to describe. Its facial features are messy, with one eye on its head and another on its chest. Its mouth is more like its stomach. This is eating to the stomach. Hey, interesting, you have escaped the suppression of the cage, and your strength has reached the 3rd level rule. It seems that you have been here for quite a while. The fact that you can find a way to break through the cage is enough to prove how terrifying your identity is. The ugly figure looked at Sabo and said in surprise. Sabo smiled faintly, knowing that this guy regarded himself as a creature imprisoned here, and he called this place a cage. Obviously they had explored here very well, so he said, "It's normal, I will protect the people in the room. Since you have seen it, then leave quickly, I can forgive this matter." How shameless. The ugly figure's eyes turned cold. A small 3rd level rule actually speaks arrogantly. I admire you a little. You can still find a way out here, which is enough to prove that your qualifications are very top. I am a person who loves talents. After all, it is not easy for you to walk out of your own way now. I don't want you to lose all your previous efforts because of one thing. I still hope you can think carefully about whether it is worth it for a group of prisoners. Sabo felt a little surprised. He shook his head. I promised their boss that I could help them once when the hunter came. Sorry. He is a man of his word and rarely breaks his promise. At that time, he was seriously injured. If he had not held his breath, he would have been exposed long ago, and he would not even have the strength to fight against these 3 people. At that time, it was really a helpless move, so he was eliminated. Since I have made a promise, I will definitely do it. The ugly figure looked stern. Since that's the case, there is nothing to say. A huge force suddenly fell, and the whole space was shaken. The power of this attack reached at least the level of the 5th level peak rule. Huh? Sabo exclaimed, which was a bit surprising. He didn't expect that the ugly guy in front of him was actually a 5th level rule, and judging from the strength, the level of this rule power was not low. Surprise. In his hand, a blood-red broadsword emerged, and at the same time, the power was released. He had already opened the spirit transformation, and the power value was superimposed to more than 500. This knife almost tore the air. Boom! With a roar, the house was shaking. Chapter 481. The fight has started. Who is weaker, and who is stronger outside? Why can't I see anything? Hearing the noise outside, the creatures in the house moved around anxiously, some scratching their heads, and couldn't wait to go out and take a look. After all, they really wanted to know how the 3rd level rules defeated the guy outside. I underestimated you. As expected of someone with a special identity, you can even use skills. Strange, you can actually hit my rule power. No wonder you are so confident with the power of the 3rd level rules. So that's it. A surprised voice came from the main room. Everyone in the room stood still. The amount of information in this sentence was very large. He is also an outsider. He can use skills, that's right. He is definitely an outsider. But why, he was not arrested. Did you notice that the man outside the door said that his skills can hit his own rule power? You should know that the power of skills is weaker than the power of rule power. The two are like two-dimensional things. The power of rule is a dimensionality reduction attack on skills. But he can actually use skills to hit the opponent's rule power. The people in the room were suddenly shocked and looked at each other, and they all saw the incredible look in each other's eyes. This is not a small matter. The other party's identity is probably not as simple as an ordinary outsider. Someone said. Their previous identities were all the overlords of a road, or at least the leaders of a team, or powerful individual players. Naturally, they are knowledgeable, but today, they have refreshed their cognition. Have some sense. Let's go out and fight. We can't move here. That's what I meant. Then, Tang's house fell into silence. Let's go out and take a look. Knowing that the 2 men were going out to fight, someone in the house immediately became anxious. This scene was not common, and they had to go and see it in person. Let's go! Others echoed one after another, and even the eldest brother was excited. In their eyes, Sabo's identity has surpassed that of an outsider. If you can watch a battle like this, it's worth it. On the street, ghosts swayed. At this time, there were 2 figures standing quietly on the relatively spacious bluestone road. In the crack of the main door, there were more than a dozen dark shadows lying. They were creatures of different races. They stared at Sabo, but saw that Sabo was holding a blood-red broadsword in his hand, exuding a fierce momentum. This is abomination, No, not abomination. It's an advanced profession of abomination, like a butcher or something? It's a butcher. But I remember that butcher doesn't seem to be this color, right? It's this color. In the crack of the door, more than a dozen people were arguing cautiously, but their eyes never left Sabo's figure. That figure was so incredible. Isn't he afraid of being caught? You know, outsiders will be caught if they use skills on the road of survival under rules, and the most critical point is that the rules are illusory, and skills cannot hit the power of rules, which makes the presence of skills here much lower. I underestimated you. You are indeed a creature with a special identity, said the ugly man. Sabo is not in a hurry. His strength is slowly increasing, and the longer the time, the stronger his strength will be. He didn't say anything, but stared at the creature in front of him with a hint of coldness. If you don't say anything, then go to hell. The ugly man stared at Sabo, and when he saw that he didn't say anything, his eyes turned cold, and he condensed the power of rules and crushed him fiercely in the form of a cone. The space shook, and a great sense of pressure came. The creatures in the room all felt this strong sense of oppression, and they were immediately horrified. The strength of this creature was at least the peak of the 5th level of rules, but the black air on the street was blocked, as if something had cut through the black air. Sabo tightly grasped the broadsword in his hand, and the black and red light on the broadsword was even stronger, and there was a faint flame burning. He looked up at the sky, squinted his eyes, and waved his arms. A terrifying wave instantly broke through the black fog in front of him. Everyone actually saw 2 blades flashing. When the blade touched the illusory power of rules, it actually pushed the condensed power of rules away with its powerful force. At this time, Sabo had already entered the combat state, and the power of the gods was infinitely growing, and the power of rules did not dissipate because of this. Sabo looked indifferent. If one attack failed, he would attack again. This time his power exploded even more terrifyingly, and the double heavy attack seemed to be free. The originally condensed power of rules also disappeared under the continuous double heavy attack. Then he turned on the swiftness, his figure flashed, and rushed straight over. The swiftness blessed the netherworld step. His speed was extremely fast, and the blood-red broadsword slashed against the wind. This was his useful skill. With a flash, he came to the ugly man, and the blood-red broadsword had already landed on his head. Clang! The golden swords touched, sparks flew, but the ugly man's head actually gathered a lot of rule power, and the rule power was almost solid. It could be seen that the rule power was in the form of white mist. The rule power is about to become a solid. This guy actually mastered this ability before reaching level 6. Someone in the room recognized this form of rule power at a glance. The higher the rule level, not only can you comprehend the rules of the universe, but you can also master the reality of the rule power in order to lay the foundation for going to the upper realm. When the rule power becomes a solid, its horror will be several times more than the rule power of nothingness. This is the sign of entering the 6th level of rules. Sabo was stunned, and he felt as if his knife had chopped on a rock. After failing to hit, Sabo quickly retreated. His eyes fell on a group of misty gas on the ugly man's head. It's just that the misty gas flowed very fast after being hit, and it was obviously under great pressure, and almost couldn't hold on. The power of rules. Sabo's heart moved, and he looked at his own strength value, which had reached 600. This blow was definitely not something that the level 5 rules could withstand, and even the void rules that he had recondensed could be shattered. After all, every 10 seconds, his strength value would show a terrifying increase. And the rule in front of him actually used this white mist-like rule power to withstand his strongest attack of 600 strength and double heavy blow. Incredible. Sabo's eyes turned cautious. He still underestimated these high-level rules. He thought that the power of rules was just like that, even if the level was high, and his skill of using strength to enhance the 4-dimensional attributes was more than enough to deal with these rules. But I didn't expect that the power of rules would have this form. I didn't expect your power value to be so terrifying. The ugly man had a blank expression on his face, and was extremely shocked in his heart, but he was also a little scared. If he hadn't used his trump card just now, but used ordinary power of rules to resist. I'm afraid the knife would fall on me, then I can't stand here intact. After the ugly man was thankful, his eyes immediately became deep and gloomy, and the misty gas above his head slowly flowed and wrapped around him. The amount of this power of rules is not much. It seems that this person has only touched the threshold of level 6. The level of his players on the road has reached at least level 67 or 68. Someone said in the crack of the door, looking at the ugly man standing on the street with burning eyes. This effect will only occur when the level of players on the road is close to the threshold of level 6 roads. Sabo also saw that the ugly man didn't have much power of the white mist state, so he immediately rushed forward and was invincible. The steps he took were extremely strange, and each step landed on an unexpected scene. This is a footwork of a boxer. Big Brother used to be a dual professional player. Someone saw the steps of Sabo's feet, and immediately realized that this was a footwork that only boxers could do. Just as he said, the steps of Sabo's feet were extremely mysterious and profound. This was the netherworld step. His figure was like a ghost, and with the blessing of swiftness, his figure was simply terrifying. It flashed like a ghost. You dare to come? The ugly man snorted coldly, and the airflow flowing around him slowly gathered in front of him, and turned into a series of needles and threads, and then shot towards Sabo. This bloody needle thread blocked the entire bluestone street at once. The gap between the needle thread was not enough for a person to pass through. The creatures in the room cried out in surprise, and looked at the flickering figure nervously. But a blood-red knife light whistled, and tore the bluestone pavement on the ground. Suddenly, gravel flew and the air vibrated. The ghostly aura that permeated the street was torn apart. The ferocious blood-red knife light actually cut a path in the white silk needle thread. Sabo followed the whistling knife light and rushed forward. There are so many things you don't know, he said, opening the spirit transformation. His strength is increasing every 10 seconds, which means that the ugly man in front of him, every 10 seconds, has to face a brand new Sabo, a Sabo with increasing strength. What a terrifying knife light. You win. Now, the ugly man no longer wants to fight. This guy obviously didn't use his full strength. Once he used his full strength, the ugly man felt that he might not be able to hold on. He immediately admitted his defeat, and his figure gradually disappeared. Want to leave? Sabo's eyes were cold. He wanted to leave after the fight. Did he ask me? The blood-red knife light whistled and swallowed the ugly man at the moment he wanted to escape. His body was covered with cracks and looked very scary. I'm afraid your knife light is limited in number. If you don't let me go, I can't let you have an easy time. The ugly man's originally faded figure solidified again, but his aura was weak. He was hit by a knife light and suffered the most serious injury. The ugly man began to believe in his heart that this terrifying knife light could not be used continuously, but had a cooling time. Good, such a powerful force. The creatures in the room were shocked. They had never seen such a perverted rule power, which actually severely injured a level 5 peak rule with a tyrannical attitude. This guy is definitely not an outsider. Ha ha. Sabo smiled indifferently, feeling the loss of true energy in his body, and immediately stopped fooling around. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. The terrifying and ferocious knife light instantly blocked the ugly man's retreat. The boundless spreading knife light was extremely ferocious. The bluestone on the ground and the ghost energy were shattered. It was enough to imagine the horror of this knife light. As the 3 knife lights spread, the ugly man had just condensed a lot of mist-like rule power. Seeing this scene, his heart was ashen, and he regretted it very much. If I had listened to him and left earlier, it would be a pity that there was no if. 3 blood-red sword lights devoured the 5th level rules. A large amount of rule power was devoured by Sabo. The evolution degree increased wildly. 20%, 25%, 30%, 35%. Instead, his aura reached the peak of the 3rd level rules. Boom! At what time? The space suddenly blew. A stream of air gushed out from his body and pushed it around. 4th level rules, and the evolution degree of the 3rd level rules increased to 29% before stopping. At this time, the creatures in the main hall were dumbfounded. This guy doesn't need obstacles to upgrade the rules? As long as he reaches the top, he can break through. Gulp! They swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and their hearts were extremely shocked. I didn't expect such a fierce man to exist here. Just now, he was still at the primary level of the 3rd level rules, and was only a little stronger than them. After all, they were all at the peak of the 4th level rules. But after killing the 5th level rule, the surging rule power was all swallowed by him. It stands to reason that he should stop when he reaches the peak of the 3rd level rule, and then the remaining rule power will dissipate, because he can no longer absorb the rule power, and his body has reached a saturated state. But he never expected that this guy not only did not stop, but broke through the 4th level rule unimpeded. This guy must be the son of the rule, the surge in the power of the rule. Sabo felt that he had some new understanding of the rules of the universe, and nodded with satisfaction. This is the right way. The increase in strength value drives the increase in the power of the rule. It's a pity that the 5th level rule has already explored the 2nd form of the rule power, so the 6th level rule can completely control this 2nd form. The power value of up to 300 points also seems to be more than enough at this moment. There is no way. Every episode of the rule level is a world of difference. Sabo's eyes flickered. Unless he uses all his trump cards to kill the 6th level rule, it may not be enough to rely on the transformation technique to reach the peak. And the time for the transformation skills to reach the peak is almost up. After all, this improvement process can only last for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the blessing of the transformation skills on oneself will disappear without a trace. A battle, the Bluestone Street was in a mess, the black fog was shaking, and many ghosts gathered around. Each ghost had 2 scarlet eyes, like rubies on his face. Sabo moved into the house. Close the door, there are a lot of ghosts outside the door. Close the door quickly. Close the door quickly. The big brother hurriedly called on others to close the door. The door was closed, the room was dark, and everyone leaned against the wall, looking at Sabo with burning eyes. Such a person will definitely soar into the sky in the future, strong strength, killing the peak rules of level 5 with power. There is no limit to the breakthrough. It is just the beginning of the 3rd level of rules. After absorbing a lot of rule power, after the death of the 5th level rules, it has broken through to the 4th level without any obstacles, and does not need the company of players on the road at all. It's outrageous. Sabo calmly sat down in front of the chair, calmed down the boiling blood in his heart, and half closed his eyes. Okay, you all go, I need to take a rest, and I will leave later, but I will come here often. Yes. Chapter 482. Watching them all quietly retreat, Sabo squinted his eyes, and rested for a while. His strength value was still increasing. The 10 minutes were over quickly, and the original strength value reached the peak state, but it disappeared in an instant. The terrifying power in his body became 300 again. Sabo felt unusually uncomfortable. When he was in the 10 minutes of the transformation, he felt as if he had become a god. The airflow generated by a punch on the air could shatter this piece of air. What a pity. The peak can't be retained. Skill, transformation. Features, strength plus 30, agility plus 30, physical strength plus 30, mental strength plus 30. Introduction. Burn 90% of the mental power. The 4-dimensional attributes will enter the stage of transformation, and every 10 seconds, the 4-dimensional attributes will increase by 10%. Cooling time, 12 hours. Note, this state can only last for 10 minutes. 12 hours of cooling time. Wait until you have rested before going out. He took out a black round object from his personal space, which was the transmission disc for this mission. After becoming a rule, especially reaching the 4th level, he had a deep understanding of the rules of the universe. He could clearly feel an inexplicable force on the space transmission disc. This should be the power of space. The composition of the transmission disc is composed of the power of space. What Sabo thought in his heart was indeed correct. The information of the space transmission disc appeared in the manual. Space transmission disc. Enter the highway number to perform space transmission. Transmission time. Determined by the span of the highway. Span ratio. 1 span, 1 hour. Note, transmission once every 7 days. It takes 65 hours to transmit from Highway 425 to Highway 360. 3 days. Sabo pursed his lips and upgraded it without hesitation. Space teleport disc. Enter the highway number to perform space teleportation. Teleportation time. Determined by the highway span. Span ratio. 5 spans, 1 hour. Note, teleport once a day. The transmission time has been shortened. 65 spans are equivalent to 15 hours. The transmission time has also become 1 day. Not bad. The space teleportation disc after the resource upgrade system upgrade has not changed much, and the upgrade is a shortened time. Sabo is now increasingly confused about the resource upgrade system. Each upgrade is random, and you can't control its upgrade at all. But it's okay this way. A day's transmission is not bad. At present, my strength has reached the 4th level of rules, and my peak strength can fight against the 6th level of rules, enough to deal with the second brother's road. But according to the highway number, generally speaking, the higher the highway number, the more chaotic the players on the highway. Rest here for 2 days first, and complete the breakthrough of the 4th level of Chi training. Sabo's mind moved, and for the next 3 days, he practiced wholeheartedly and sprinted hard. His skin was red, just like a person who had been exposed to the sun for several days. The true chi in his body was boiling, and he had now entered the sprint stage. Finally, on the 4th day, with a buzz, a stream of air emerged from Sabo's body, pushing around, and the dust on the ground rolled up. After Sabo's breakthrough, the airflow disappeared, and the dust settled. He opened his eyes. Not bad, the strength value increased by 5 points. But the true qi in the body has increased a lot. Sabo raised his lips and nodded with great satisfaction. He took out some food from the space and ate it randomly, then took out the transmission disc and started to transmit. The coordinates were set at Highway 360. During the transmission, he could not enter his own highway, and the surroundings were even more chaotic. Sabo seemed to have lost the definition of the passage of time. He felt a sense of weightlessness under his feet, as if he was falling endlessly, and he could not practice cultivation. The feeling of weightlessness made him unable to sink into cultivation. He didn't know how long he had fallen, and he saw a circle of light under his feet. Just as he found it, the next second he entered the circle of light. Then the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, and he found himself on a highway. There were 2 cars parked in front, and 2 figures stood beside the cars, tilting their heads and staring at Sabo blankly. They didn't expect that someone would suddenly appear here. A new rule. The creature with a pair of large pincers looked at his companion happily and licked his cracked lips. Take a look. His companion walked over and glanced at Sabo. But he didn't expect that a ferocious knife light was whistling and rushing. His companion didn't even react in time, and was directly swallowed by the knife light and turned into nothingness. The surging rule power was swallowed by Sabo. The sudden change made the creature with large pincers stunned in place. His pupils reflected a human holding a black and red broadsword. His expression became terrified. Let go, let me go. It's just a second-level rule. Sabo's voice was cold, and the surging rule power directly beat the man into a pulp. The scene was tragic. The 2 second-level rules were immersed in the body, and the degree of evolution was greatly improved. Unfortunately, the second-level rules did not improve the degree of evolution much. The 2 second-level rules only improved by 5 percentage points. What a pity. He took out the manual and checked the situation in this world first. There were teams. The number of teams was very large, 3 times the number of teams on Highway 425. You know, there were already many teams on Highway 425, but there were more teams here, which was simply unbelievable. There are so many teams. No wonder my second brother said that the highway here is very chaotic. 2 people dare to form a team. And the development here is more rapid than Highway 425. The captains of the top 10 teams are all level 8 peak rules. Sabo's eyes fell on the manual, and he was a little surprised. He had heard about the situation on Highway 360 from his second brother, but he didn't expect it to be so chaotic. As for why this highway gave birth to so many level 8 rules, it must be inseparable from the chaos of this highway. After observing for a while, he quickly entered the highway and found his second brother. Second brother, I have arrived at Highway 360. Where are you now? The sky above the highway twisted, and the figure of the second brother emerged. The breath on his body was still weak, his face showed surprise, and then disappointment. Brother, you shouldn't have come. Of course I want to help you. They bully you. I won't sit idly by. Sabo said lightly, find me on the highway, and then send me the coordinates. After saying that, without giving the second brother a chance to speak again, his figure flashed and disappeared in the air. The second brother sighed faintly. He didn't want his eldest brother to get involved in this dispute. At this point, he had nothing else to say, so he could only nod and disappear into the air. On the road, Sabo waited quietly, and soon felt the vibration of the manual. He clicked it, and found that it was a coordinate sent to him by a strange human named Lin Xia. The face of this creature was the same as that of a human, so it must be the second brother. It seemed that the second brother also used a human face on the road, which invisibly added a bit of goodwill to the second brother. Sabo did not hesitate at all, and clicked to transmit. On the endless road, a bonfire burned slowly, with all kinds of meat on it. A young man sat by the bonfire, but his face was pale and bloodless, and his body and his clothes was covered with large and small cracks, and the dark cracks spread to his neck, which looked a little creepy. The light of the teleportation array lit up beside him, and an equally young man walked out. Brother, you shouldn't have come, alas. The pale man sighed, and seemed a little worried. Lin Xia, I'm here to help you. This is my business. You don't have to blame yourself. Sabo said calmly, sitting cross-legged, his eyes fixed on the bonfire, where golden chicken wings were being roasted. Lin Xia said nothing, just looking at Sabo in surprise. He felt an inexplicable pressure on Sabo. Brother, have you advanced? Well, now it's the 4th level rule. Sabo casually took out some food from his personal space, put it on the fire to bake, and took out a lot of bottles and jars, and put them aside. These are all seasonings from the kitchen. Lin Xia's pupils suddenly shrank. 4th level. 4th level, brother, how did you do it? Can you teach me? You can't learn it. There's no way to teach this. Sabo said, as he smeared golden oil on the skewers. It wasn't that he was pretending, but that his second brother couldn't learn it even if he really wanted to. First, it had to become a rule of the fault world. Even his second brother couldn't do this. Lin Xia didn't say anything. His bright eyes reflected the shadow of the campfire. He seemed to have guessed something. The sky gradually darkened, and after the two had eaten and drunk enough, Sabo asked, "Tell me the reason for the incident." Lin Xia nodded. It was a team war. The team I joined was broken up by another team. Only a few of our low-level rules survived. The other side saw that our level was too low and had no desire to devour us. But they did not let us go. Instead, they would find us and beat us up every 3 or 4 days, leaving us with scars all the time. Sabo understood that these rules were raising pigs. The level of these low-level rules of Lin Xia was too low. It was useless to devour them. They could only increase a little bit, just like the 2 second-level rules he just devoured. The 2 second-level rules only increased him by 5 percentage points. Then the first-level rules might as well consume some evolutionary value to increase more. So the pig farming appeared, raising these rules to the second and third levels, and then devouring them, which is definitely more than the first level. Sabo's eyes became cold. What day is it now? The second day. So they will come to you in 2 days? Yes. Lin Xia nodded. The captain of their team is a level 6 rule. Brother, you are only level 4 now. Once they find you, they will probably send level 5 rules to kill you. You should leave now. At least they won't kill me when I haven't been promoted. Sabo shook his head and glanced at him. How long do you think you can hold on now? There are already 19th level players on the road, and it won't be long before everyone reaches level 20. 2 months or 3 months. You don't have much time. I know. But it's better than you dying with me, right? Lin Xia said. I have killed the level 5 rule, and as for the level 6 rule, although I haven't killed it, I can deal with him with full firepower. Sabo said lightly. He was not joking. After all, his current skills are mostly for the blessing of his own state. Once the firepower is full, the level 6 may not be able to beat him. This is his confidence. Time passed by bit, and Lin Xia didn't say anything, just took the eldest brother's words as a joke. Level 4 rule tried to kill level 6 rule. Isn't this a joke? The night was sleepless, and the bonfire was swaying. This was the first time Sabo found a real partner. After struggling on the endless road for a long time, this strange feeling would spread. Sabo glanced at Lin Xia. He had not recovered from the wounds on his body. His expression was a little numb. It was obvious that he had accepted his fate. He shook his head gently. There was nothing he could do. After all, the opponent's methods were very cruel. It had been more than 2 months since he saw Lin Xia injured. It was hard to believe how Lin Xia had persisted in these 2 months. Maybe he had accepted his fate now. Sabo smiled, without comforting or saying anything. Sometimes comforting did not play a big role. Instead, comforting after a battle could inspire his heart. When the group of people came next time, maybe they could inspire Lin Xia's heart. Entering the state of cultivation, a weak airflow appeared around the body, and the true qi in the body was still circulating. Lin Xia looked at Sabo numbly, and a strange color appeared in his pupils. He felt something. That seemed to be how the elder brother of the technique did it. The technique on the road could actually be brought to the regular road for cultivation. Maybe Lin Xia would never figure it out. He spent the whole night in cultivation. The next morning, Sabo opened his eyes, pinched a spell, and his body was refreshed. Dust removal technique, as long as you practice and explore it yourself, you can do this. It is not difficult. With a little improvement in strength, it is not far from breaking through the 5th level of Qi training. After the second brother stabilizes, he will go to the road to try to condense some spiritual medicines and herbs, which are the most important things for cultivation. Thinking of this, Sabo's face smiled even more, and his eyes swept over Lin Xia, who was still sleeping, and shook his head gently. Lin Xia's body was covered with scars of all sizes. If it were a human, these scars would be very fatal, but for the rules, these scars were insignificant, because they would not kill the rules, but would make them weak. Lin Xia was in this state at the moment, and the scars on his body made him weak. This was inevitable. There was little sunlight on the road in the early morning, and there was a faint mist everywhere, and the temperature seemed to have dropped. The sun was like a weak incandescent lamp, trying to emit temperature and light to dispel the cold and white mist on the ground, but it was a pity that it was useless. Sabo tightened his clothes. The temperature on this road is different from that on Highway 425. It seems that the temperature here has entered autumn, and it's a bit cold. The true qi in the body circulated, and the cold air on the body was also expelled. The temperature on the surface of the body gradually warmed up, and the tight body gradually relaxed. At this time, the second brother also woke up. Sabo took out his level 4 highway vehicle, a black Jeep, with plenty of gasoline in it. Come with me, I need to collect some resource boxes and supplies. He didn't have much supplies in his personal space now, so he needed to collect some. Chapter 483. Lin Xiao nodded, opened the passenger door and got in. There was no equipment in the car, and everything in the car had to be found on the Rules Road. Since the current situation was different from the next road, the demand for supplies was not that high. For the Rules, as long as they were not starving to death, it would be fine. They all came from the road, and were used to the feeling of not having enough to eat. But Sabo was different. He had a resource upgrade system, which could obviously make him live better. The Jeep started and roared on the road. Lin Xiao looked at the scenery outside the window with a calm look. You don't have to worry too much. Everything has its own conclusion. Besides, I have my big brother here. Tomorrow, you will know the meaning of my words. Sabo said lightly. Since the person Lin Xiao provoked was only a level 6 rule, it would be much simpler. Wouldn't it be enough to deal with him? But it would be inappropriate to deal with it so cleanly. He had to defeat this team bit by bit. It's not that he has a bad taste in his heart, but he wants to stay on this road for a while. The madness of this road is very suitable for improving the evolution level. The convoys on Highway 425 are too formal, and they are all related to each other. For example, the subordinate team of the first team is the fourth team, and the subordinate teams of the fourth team are also drunk. As long as you move a convoy, there will be a convoy coming to find you immediately. It's terrible. But it's different here. The convoys here all protect themselves. Whoever dares to send a coordinate on the road is looking for death. A bunch of people will come to you in a minute. Either they are staring at your supplies or your evolution value. On this road, raising pigs is just a normal operation. Even the team that Lin Xiao joined before may not treat them sincerely. I am afraid they are all playing the long game to catch big fish. These first level rules need protection, so they gave them protection, and when they grow up, they will devour them. This is the reality. It's a pity that Lin Xiao's team was destroyed in advance. However, Sabo thought that Lin Xiao had been on this road for so long, and he knew that the other party's actions must be purposeful. The reason why he joined was nothing more than to seek temporary protection. The rules that can struggle on the road are not simple. If you want to really grow up, you must experience killing. Sabo said that the rules of highway survival are much more demanding than highway survival, especially the system of upgrading levels, which can kill a large number of rules. It takes at least 1 year to stay at a level, because he needs to wait for the players to upgrade their levels to a stage that matches the highway level before he can upgrade. And often these people will be discovered by others while waiting for the level to be upgraded, and become pigs raised by others, or be ruthlessly devoured by others. Survival on the regular highway is always so cruel, especially on a chaotic highway like 360. Sabo's eyes were calm, and his mind was full of thoughts. If he hadn't turned on the plug-in, he might have died on Highway 425. Although it is unfair to others to use the plug-in, isn't the plug-in also part of his strength? While thinking about a lot of things, the first resource box appeared in his sight. The long-lost resource box made Sabo regain a sense of familiarity. He pushed open the car door and got out of the car, opening the resource box. There was some fresh water and fuel inside, but no food. In a corner that Lin Xiao couldn't see, Sabo upgraded the fresh water and fuel and stuffed them into his personal portable space. It must be said that with a personal portable space, it is much more convenient to get anything. He spent a whole day looking for resource boxes. This day was relatively calm, and his luck was not bad. He opened 3 resource boxes, and got a lot of food and fresh water, as well as a lot of fruits and vegetables. After the resource upgrade system was upgraded, they all became a huge resource in the portable space. Sabo's mood became more and more cheerful, and his face was no longer cold. Night fell. Bonfire was lit. Lin Xiao looked at Sabo, who was enjoying it, and sighed in his heart. Brother, this group of people will come tomorrow. If you come now. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sabo, and saw Sabo looking at him with a serious face. If you want to work hard to improve yourself, you must face the danger ahead. Besides, I don't worry about you. Hurry up and eat. Sleep in the car tonight. The weather is getting colder and colder. It won't be long before winter comes on your road. Don't freeze to death. Hearing Sabo say this, Lin Xia raised his head and looked at the sky. Even with a bonfire around him, there was still a faint chill. He couldn't help but tighten his clothes. The weather seemed to be really getting cold. Sabo spent the night in the car, and he practiced in the car. The air temperature gradually became humid, as if something happened to the weather. In the early morning, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The bonfire outside had long gone out, with a faint blue smoke, and raindrops dripping on it, making a sound. The tiny raindrops on the car window gradually gathered, forming a small river flowing down the glass. The fog outside was hazy, and the sky was gray. Lin Xia opened his eyes, tightened his clothes, opened his mouth slightly, and white breath gushed out. It's really getting colder. The air became colder, and he could vaguely feel a cold feeling sweeping over his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing him all over. At this time, a warm palm was placed on his shoulder, and warm air flowed into his body, and all the coldness disappeared. Lin Xia looked back and found that it was Sabo's hand on his shoulder. Is this the technique? Sabo did not hide it, and nodded. Yes, the technique can cultivate true qi, and what I pass into your body is a true qi. Second brother, if one day you can't stand this kind of life, I can help you remove the power of rules and live on the road I created. Lin Xia's pupils dilated, and he vaguely guessed something. When Sabo appeared on his road, he appeared as a player. It was obvious that Sabo had mastered this mysterious power of pinching the flesh. He sighed in his heart. The eldest brother is worthy of being the eldest brother. A brief thought. I still want to try hard. When I fail, I will find you again. Yeah. Sabo nodded, without saying anything. His method was very simple, that is, to use the power of the fault world to extract a part of consciousness from Lin Xia's body and integrate it into the flesh he created. Of course, he can completely control the body in the way of rules, but he is still a rule. He cannot get rid of the identity of rules. Sabo looked calmly, and looked straight ahead. They are coming to find me. Lin Xia's voice suddenly changed. Sabo turned his head. As expected, the other party had contacted Lin Xia. His manual showed the other party's extremely arrogant words. Boy, where are you? Send the location yourself. Don't let us waste time looking for you. Once we find you, it will not be as simple as a beating. The one who sent the message to Lin Xia was a third-level rule, with an extremely arrogant attitude. Lin Xia glanced at Sabo, who seemed to have no idea how to decide. Send him the coordinates and solve it as soon as possible so that I can take a walk on this road. Sabo didn't care about these. The 6th level rules only consumed some energy for him. The second brother's problem must be solved. Only after the second brother's problem is solved, his problem can be handled. At present, the second brother has surpassed the rules, so it is naturally very worry-free to create a technique. As for the skills, he is also going to let the second brother prepare some again, and by the way, improve the level of the skills that can be improved. He needs skills to reach perfection. But there are too many skills, too many of them are useless, and the skills will be eliminated sooner or later, especially after reaching the upper realm. The current skills are enough to use. Okay. The second brother nodded, and sent him the coordinates directly. Then the two opened the car door, facing the drizzle, and waited quietly. Soon, 3 lights lit up on the road in front of them, and 3 twisted figures appeared from the light. 3 third-level rules. The black-faced creature in the middle is the peak third-level rule. His voice was extremely unpleasant. Boy, you are obedient this time. Oh, it turns out that reinforcements have been brought in. The 3 people's eyes fell on Sabo, and they felt a faint pressure from Sabo. Level 4 rules. The 3 people's hearts moved, and the black-faced creature stared at Sabo. Boy, if you leave him now, maybe I can let you go. It's not easy to upgrade to the 4th level of rules. Don't make trouble now. After all, we don't interfere with each other. While he was talking, the other 2 held the manual in their hands and began to call another 4th level rule in the team. Between rules, 1 level higher means crushing, so facing Sabo, they did not dare to advance rashly. Similarly, they also felt that the pressure on Sabo was not very heavy, which meant that the other party had just been upgraded to the 4th level of rules. If you could persuade him to leave, then persuade him. Sabo did not say a word, and directly condensed the surging power of rules, turning it into a sky-opening axe. The invisible sharp blade fell suddenly, but one of the third-level rules immediately felt the pressure on his head. How? The remaining 2 also reacted, quickly condensed the power of rules, and fought against Sabo's 4th-level rule power together. Boom! The pattering rain curtain seemed to be broken by something, and the entire rain curtain vibrated and spread to the surroundings. At what time, Those invisible forces broke through. The rain curtain swayed, and soon resumed its vertical fall. It was blocked. Sabo was a little surprised. It seemed that 3 plus 3 plus 3 was greater than 4. Humph! You didn't listen to my advice, and insisted on seeking death. The three saw that they joined forces to resist the other party, and their confidence suddenly increased. At the same time, a bright light suddenly lit up in front of them, and another twisted figure appeared. This figure had a triangle on his head, and it was a triangular 4th level rule. Level 4 rules. And you just upgraded to level 4 rules. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you come. As soon as the triangular creature appeared, its cold eyes fell on Sabo. Scrutinizing and observing, Sabo was fearless. You seriously injured my brother. I will destroy your team. You are so arrogant. The triangular creature's face turned cold, and the surging power of rules emerged at any time. The remaining 3 creatures looked playful, and they didn't need to take action. After all, the confrontation between rules is very fixed and precise. But the surging power of level 4 rules pressed down with overwhelming force. Sabo's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and his black hair danced wildly. It's just a level 4 rule. I can kill level 5 with my knife. What can you use to fight me? As early as when he asked the other party to send the coordinates, he had already opened the transformation of the spirit, and the power value surged wildly. He did not use a knife, but a fist, and put on the posture of Bajiquan. Ha ha ha. You are overestimating yourself. You actually tried to use pure strength to fight against the power of rules. Stupid, too stupid. I never thought I would encounter such stupid rules in my lifetime. Ha ha ha. Just bragging. Who can't do that? I once killed the 8th level rules with the 3rd level power. Ha ha ha. The other 4 laughed wildly, and Lin Xia was also a little surprised. He immediately reminded, brother, fists can't compete with the power of rules. But Sabo seemed not to hear it. His black hair danced wildly, his eyes were sharp. With the passive blessing of the master of national martial arts, his fists and feet have very terrifying power. Waving his fists, punching burst out, and the rain curtain was torn apart by him. Lin Xia opened his mouth, and his heart became somewhat desperate, but the next second, the despair disappeared, and his face showed an extremely shocked expression, but the fist actually hit the opponent's rule power firmly, and a terrifying shock wave spread out at any time. The rain curtain seemed to be cut off by a knife, and the shock wave spread out more than 20 meters away. Crack! The sound of the crack of the rule power came. The 5 people present were all stunned, and their crazy laughter froze. But Sabo hit the empty rule in the sky with 1 and 2 punches, and the entire rule was actually smashed by his fist. Incredible. Shock, fear. What kind of monster is this? This thought emerged in the hearts of the 4 of them at this moment. Triangle panicked, and after Sabo reopened the terrifying rule power, he stepped on the mysterious footwork towards the 4 people. Attacked together. Seeing Sabo like a bulldozer, Sanju lost his arrogance and was shocked and horrified. The 4 of them attacked together. Sabo still used punches, and 3 punches hammered away the power of the 3rd level rules. These model power of rules were basically garbage in his eyes. As for the power of the 4th level rules, it consumed some of his strength, but not much. After all, his strength value had already broken through 700. With 1 punch, a 3rd level rule was hammered and turned into a ball of blood mist, and the power of the rules was completely swallowed up by him. Awesome! Sabo roared to the sky, and his speed soared, far beyond the reach of these 3rd level rules. He killed the remaining 2 3rd level rules with 2 punches, cleanly and neatly, without any drag. Lin Xia, who was standing aside, had already fallen into a daze. At this moment, he understood what Sabo said to him yesterday. Not to mention the 5th level rules, he can even fight against the 6th level rules. It turns out that the eldest brother is not joking. He really has the capital to fight against the 6th level rules. Thinking of this, Lin Xia swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chapter 484. When killing the level 4 rule, Sabo let it go and gave it some breathing time to continue calling for reinforcements. The moment he called for reinforcements, Sabo rushed forward at a very fast speed, punching the level 4 rule hard. The level 4 rule, without any protective power, was directly beaten into a blood mist by this punch. The power of the punch is too terrifying. Without defense, even the level 5 rule can be hammered into a blood mist. 3 minutes have passed, and his strength value has increased by 180%, and it is still growing. For the level 5 rule, the most difficult thing is their rule power. Increasing the power value by 180% is far from enough to deal with the 5th level rules. He needs to continue to increase his power, a single attribute, so the combination of the advent of the gods can solve such a problem. With the combination of the god reward and the transformation of the gods, Sabo can kill the 5th level peak rules. Boom! At this moment, after he completely absorbed the rules of 3 3rd level rules and 1 4th level peak rule, his evolution degree just reached 100%, and successfully broke through the 4th level rules and promoted to the 5th level rules, and the evolution value was only 1% more. Just touched the butt of the 5th level rules. Sabo clearly felt that he had entered a rather mysterious state. His senses were clearer, and at the same time, he vaguely felt that a branch of the power of rules appeared. It seems that as long as he develops along this branch to the other end, he can atomize the power of rules. This is a very powerful method. At this moment, Lin Xiao was shocked and looked at Sabo in horror. In addition to shock, he also envied. Who wouldn't envy this kind of breakthrough without obstacles? And now there is only a level 5 intermediate rule. Where's the triangle? Damn it! Smelling the faint smell of blood in the air, the level 5 rule looked coldly at Sabo. It was obvious that the man in front of him killed the level 4 rule along with the other 3 level 3 rules. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Sabo. Level 5 rule. Primary level 5 rule. They died in your hands, not unfair. The level 5 rule did not see that Sabo was a level 4 rule before. After all, the level 5 primary rule contains from 0% to 39%, and all of this period is primary. He thought that Sabo might have just been promoted to level 5 not long ago, and he absorbed the rule power of 4 people, and did not break through the primary level. After all, the rule power required for the level 5 rule is very huge, even if it is improved by evolution value. 100 billion evolution value can only increase by 1%. This requires a lot of time to settle. Sabo narrowed his eyes, feeling the increasingly surging power in his body. After breaking through the 5th level rule power, his strength value also increased by 10 points. Converted into evolution value, it is 1 trillion evolution value, which is very terrifying. Not only will they die in my hands, you will die in my hands too. Sabo's eyes were cold and his voice was indifferent, as if he had sentenced the other party's fate. You are so shameless. You just promoted to the 5th level rule, and you are trying to fight against a team. Your idea is too naive. The 5th level rule said coldly. A terrifying power fluctuation emerged. This power was very terrifying. Although it did not completely cover the rain curtain in the sky, it made the rain in the sky smaller. This is the power of the 5th level rules, which is still very terrifying. Unfortunately, he is facing Sabo, who is about to reach the peak value. He saw him swinging his fist, and there was a faint white light on his fist. Facing the rule power that was smashing down, he was not afraid. He punched and swung one punch after another. A powerful sonic boom came in the air. Under this terrifying sonic boom, the terrifying and surging rule power of the 5th level rules was actually hammered away little by little. The 5th level rules felt that the rule power they controlled was gradually shattered, and they were shocked. How is it possible? How did he do it? However, the next second, the rules in the sky disappeared, and they were all hammered away by his fist. The nether step was activated, and his figure disappeared in the rain like a ghost. The 5th level rules quickly condensed the rule power around him, and then carefully looked around, took out the manual at the same time, and began to contact the team. But at the moment he sent the message, he was hit by a huge force behind him. Crack! Puff! Even though his body was protected by the power of rules, it was still shattered by this powerful force. He was slapped away, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The internal organs were shattered by this punch, and his bones were displaced. His whole breath was weak. Sabo stood up, and a blood-red broadsword appeared in his hand. When he was struggling to stand up, he cut off his head with one knife, and hot blood spurted out. Sabo stood in the rain like a battle formation, and the surging power of rules gathered on his body. Lin Xiao was stunned, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and spit out 2 words, awesome. Then he became excited. The dilemma in front of him could really be solved. Let's go, let's leave first. Sabo took out the GPU drive. I need to rest. Although only 2 skills were used, punching was very exhausting for the body, especially when punching the power of rules one by one. His fists were faintly stained with the power of rules, and his whole arms were numb and painful. He needed to get rid of this inexplicable power on his arm. After all, he still needed to be cautious about the mystery of the power of rules. In addition to this inexplicable power of rules, his own state and the true chi in his body needed to be rested. He found that the true chi and skills had become a whole, and the power released by complementing each other was very terrifying. After a short thought, Sabo sank into rest, and Lin Xia hurriedly started the car and set off. The big brother killed 3 level 3 rules, 1 level 4 rule, and 1 level 5 intermediate rule. It was a huge loss for the team of little ghosts who were chasing them. Once they find out who killed them, they will definitely retaliate endlessly. Leave the scene immediately. In the afternoon, there was no pursuit, so Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed a little, and drove slowly. During this period, a lot of resource boxes were collected, and after an afternoon of rest, Xiaobo's body reached its peak again. The next time was to wait until the skill cooling time was ready, and then he could face the Little Devil team. At this time, the Little Devil team had already discovered the loss of the level 5 rule. The captain of the Little Devil team was a level 6 intermediate rule. He looked gloomy, as if he was on the eve of a storm. The members of the Little Devil team were trembling. There were only more than 30 of them. Of course, the lowest of these more than 30 people were level 3 rules, and there were only 5 level 5 rules. Today, they actually lost a level 5 rule, plus a level 4 rule and 3 level 3 rules. It was obvious that someone was going to attack their Little Devil team, and now they were secretly weakening their strength. Have you checked it out? The captain of the Little Devil team asked coldly. This incident had seriously affected the interests of the team, especially the loss of a level 5 rule. It directly weakened 20% of the team's backbone. We found out that the person in trouble was Xia. As usual, we checked the situation of the sparrow, but there was no news back. Later, Sanjia and Laoyu also went there, and then there was no news. One of them said, "Sparrow is a general term for the pigs they raise. Find out the location of the sparrow. Let's go there immediately." The level 6 rule had a cold voice and murderous eyes. He had already moved his murderous heart. It was obvious that someone helped the sparrow. He wanted to see who it was. Soon, a team member took out a round roulette wheel. The roulette wheel was covered with dark silk threads, pointing to different places. He moved one of the silk threads, and the silk thread exuded a faint breath, and soon guided them to another place. He said, "The area where this sparrow is located has been found. Send it to the team. Everyone go to the coordinates of this sparrow immediately." Level 6 rule said sternly. Others echoed, "Yes." Soon, a series of transmission lights lit up, and more than 20 people went to the area together. Level 6 rules looked cold. "I want to see who dares to touch my members." On the boundless highway, Xiaobo was practicing, while Lin Xia was driving the car forward. Suddenly he felt uneasy. "Brother, something is wrong." Xiaobo opened his eyes, turned on the hunting mode, and looked deep. "It's okay, just drive." He has reached the peak state now. Except for the incarnation of the spirit, all other skills can be used. There are many trump cards to enhance their own attributes. Even if the opponent appears, it is not at all weak. "Brother." Just then, the sound of a car came from behind. Looking back through the rearview mirror, a car was chasing this side under the gray sky. "You drive forward. Leave the rest to me." Xiaobo's voice was indifferent. After speaking, his figure flashed, appeared in the sky, and slowly fell to the ground. Squeak! The team braked suddenly, and more than 20 figures of rules got off the car. These creatures looked at Xiaobo in surprise. He could actually float in the air, and then fall to the ground. This scene is really amazing. You know, rules can't float, and they can't even step into the air. This is completely affected by the rules of this world. Xiaobo was dressed in black, and the wide hood covered his face, so his face couldn't be seen clearly at all. "Did you kill my team member?" Level 6 rules walked to the front of the crowd and asked coldly. But Xiaobo did not say anything, but clenched his fists and rushed forward, firing at full power. Burning a lot of mental power, his body's strength value soared, and it has soared to 2,700 points of strength. At this moment, his skin was red, and it seemed as if there was a flame burning in his body. It can be seen with the naked eye that the ground under his feet was cracked inch by inch. Even if he stood still, the ground could not withstand his power. Professional skills, full fire. Designated profession, Shura. Features, none. Introduction. Consume all mental power and enter the full fire state. In this state, strength, agility, and physical fitness are enhanced. Duration, half an hour. Note, the enhancement effect depends on the consumption of mental power. For every 5 points of mental power consumed, it increases by 1%. Side effects. Once the duration is up, you will fall into a coma. Shura, full fire. After the skills were upgraded with the profession, the improvement doubled. With 300 points of strength and nearly 5,000 points of mental power, if all of them were burned, the strength value could exceed 3,000. This is a very terrifying value. It can crush most of the 7th level rules. If you want to fight, then fight, so much nonsense. The next second, he disappeared from the spot. Yes. Disappeared from the spot. Everyone was shocked. This is not the power of the rules. It's his own power. Someone said in horror. The fluctuations of the rules could not be felt around. Obviously, the opponent did not use the power of the rules at all. Defense? Watch the surroundings. The 6th level rule narrowed his eyes slightly, and the power of the rules emerged at any time, covering his body layer by layer. More than 20 people stood on the endless road, staring at the surroundings. At this moment, someone felt the fluctuations in the air in front of him, and then a dark shadow appeared in front of him, and at the same time a fist was infinitely enlarged in his pupils. This fist was surrounded by black cracks. The rules were shaken, even the space couldn't bear his power. The next second he lost consciousness. There was a loud bang. A level 4 member was punched into a blood mist, the rules on the creatures behind him cracked, and the whole person fainted, and the group of people behind him were knocked out by the air wave of the blood mist, and fell to the ground. People struggled to stand up, and everyone was shocked, looking at the dark shadow in disbelief. Just one punch, the whole team was defeated. Together. Get rid of him. The level 6 rule said coldly, and the invisible rule power around him turned into mist, as if a thin layer of mist was shrouding him. The rest of the people stood up quickly, and a surge of rule power came out from them. As long as we join forces, no matter how strong his power is, we can suppress him, said a 5th level peak rule. The terrifying rule power also appeared around him. Everyone gathered together, and their confidence soared, but the next moment, the smiles on their faces disappeared, and they saw that the clothes on the creature in front of them disappeared, and the terrifying and hideous body was revealed. His body was raised, and his skin turned into burning flames, and he turned into a creature more than 4 meters tall, holding a bloody broadsword. What shocked them even more was that a bloody aura enveloped them, and the scene in front of them was filled with blood red. This is a profession. God-level profession Shura. Someone immediately recognized the source of this power, which was the power of the profession. How is it possible? How can a profession be used on the rule road? Shura, a profession that is 1 in a million. Even if there are more professional advancement books, it may not be able to be transformed into this 3rd level God-level profession. Everyone was stunned. Even the 6th level rules were dumbfounded. He has been on the road for nearly 70 years, and has seen everything, but it is the first time he has seen a profession used on the rule road to survive. Chapter 485. But a blood-red knife light whistled, sweeping the bloody aura around, and then engulfed a level 4 rule. The level 4 rule didn't even scream, and was directly chopped in half by the knife light. This group of rules felt that their worldview was overturned at this moment, and some people had already started to teleport and escape, but the whistling and rushing knife lights whistled out from the endless sea of blood, continuously harvesting their lives. Fight back. What about Shura? We are the rules of a highway. The eyes of the level 6 rule were full of coldness. He didn't think that he might not be a match for Shura. On the contrary, his chances of winning were still very high. In an instant, the rules of the little ghost members began to organize a counterattack, and the surging rule power slapped the sky. The originally whistling and steaming knife light disappeared. Sure enough, attack together. Suppress it. Seeing the knife light disappear, everyone became excited, and their expressions were excited, using the rule power they controlled to the maximum extent. The entire sea of blood seemed to be stirred, the wind and clouds changed, and the terrifying rules continued to stir in the sea of blood. Everyone looked excited and felt that victory was in their grasp. It turned out to be a bluff. Even if it was a god-level profession in the legend on the road, this world is ruled by rules. Professions have long been eliminated and have become a thing of the past. The 6th level rule snorted coldly, and it was definitely a fatal blow to the opponent. The mist-like power of the rules appeared around his body, turning into a surging mist-like ocean that covered the sky. The 6th level rule has already mastered the 2nd form of the rule, mist-like. The power of this rule is very terrifying. Although the 1st form of the rule cannot be seen, it can be felt. This kind of rule can be seen, but not felt. If he wants to sneak attack, he can succeed 100%. This is the strength of the 6th level rule. Even the 5th level peak rule can be reversed. The terrifying blood sea was stirred wildly, and the other members of the little ghost team took action one after another, slapping it with their most powerful strength. The blood sea rolled like a surging river. The shock on everyone's face disappeared, replaced by an absolute confidence. But the next moment, the rule power that was wildly stirring the blood sea was instantly broken by a huge force, The whole world was shocked, and the blood sea was shaking and spreading. A tall figure emerged from the blood sea. His figure was hideous, and the blood-red broadsword in his hand constantly stimulated everyone's eyes. Everyone in the little ghost team changed their faces. They could no longer feel the existence of their own rule power. The rule power condensed by everyone was destroyed by the creature in front of them with absolute power. Even the 6th level rule could only watch the mist-like rule power condensed by itself being destroyed. How is it possible? How strong is he? Why can he break through the road restrictions and hit the invisible force of rules with the power of the next level? Level 6 rules could no longer remain calm. His expression became terrified. He really couldn't figure it out. Even those people killed by Sabo couldn't figure it out. Sabo looked down at the group of people. His eyes were full of murderous intent. You have finished your moves. It's my turn next. The broadsword in his hand floated with blood light, and his figure disappeared. The next second, he rushed directly into their team, swinging the blood-colored broadsword with double heavy blows, and the endless blood-colored ocean was covered with dark cracks. Even the space was about to be unable to withstand Sabo's powerful power. Puff! The broadsword with a double shadow fell on a level 5 rule. The level 5 rule tried to resist, even wearing armor, but it was useless. The rule power he condensed and the armor were chopped together, just like cutting a watermelon. His strength value is really too terrifying. Even if the level 7 rule came, he would have to think twice. Sabo didn't waste time. One knife after another, someone teleported. He directly went over with a sword and a shadow, slicing the person and the sea of blood. Run! Looking at Sabo, who was like a god and demon, the level 6 rule no longer had any intention of fighting. This was a one-sided massacre and crushing. He felt that the power of this creature had reached the peak of level 7. Incredible. Today was really an eye-opener. His worldview has reached its peak. Skills can really be used in this world, and the strength value can hit the rules. He must have found some way. Level 6 rules wanted to drive away from this endless sea of blood. He drove the car madly and fled, but was horrified to find that the blood-colored ocean in front of him was spreading endlessly. Can't drive out at all, and the next second, a more horrifying scene appeared. He returned to the previous place, and the members of the little ghost team had already died. The ground was full of corpses and mincemeat. The space was filled with huge rules. A hideous figure stood on the sea of blood. His body was stocked, and he swallowed the surrounding rules in big mouthfuls. He forgot to come over, and his pair of blood-red eyes with red light had no emotion at all. Horror! Level 6 rules was shocked, and he no longer had any thoughts of resistance. This was a one-sided crushing, and there was no room for turning the handle. He could only watch the blood-red broadsword fall and split the mist of rule power. But the next second he was stunned, and saw dark cracks appearing around the broadsword, and an irresistible majesty descended. What is it? In the sea of blood, a figure appeared under the knife light. The 6th level rule was shocked, and he stared at the shadow. 8th level rule. But the terrifying invisible force tightly clamped the broadsword, preventing it from falling. The force of space floated around the broadsword. You shouldn't appear in this world. The 8th level rule spoke. Sabo stared at the creature standing with his hands behind his back, and his blood-red eyes turned. Who asked you to come? The will of this world. The 8th level rule spoke with irresistible majesty. Sabo felt the unrivaled power coming from the sword and was shocked. His power value had broken through 2,700 points, but he still couldn't break through the power of the man in front of him. Is this the power controlled by the 8th level rules? You dare to represent the heaven with an 8th level primary rule. Sabo's eyes were cold, and a double image appeared on the broadsword. Crack! A slight cracking sound came from the tip of the knife. The 8th level rule frowned, and saw that the space power he had condensed was faintly broken. He waved his hand, and space was formed. The broadsword fell and chopped through him. The 6th level rule was suddenly startled. Be careful! But the next second, a strange scene happened, and the broadsword passed through his body, and he was unharmed. Space power. Sabo's heart moved, and he immediately felt the existence of this power. The knife seemed to fall on this person, but in fact they were no longer in the same time and space. Either he created a time and space and stuffed himself into it, or the knife fell into another time and space. If only a basic 8th level rule could do this, how powerful would the 8th level peak rule be? He looked deep and turned on the hunting state, and found that many lines appeared around this person. These lines floated and outlined a new time and space. Incredible. This is the power of rules. Sabo felt that if he used all his trump cards, he might be able to kill the 8th level rule in front of him, but at the same time, the will of the sky would still send people to stop him. He was too ostentatious, which led to the will of the sky noticing. You can't kill me, and I can't kill you either. You are very powerful, and your identity is very special. Leave, let's just forget about this matter. I can guarantee that this person will not provoke you again. The 8th level rule said lightly. Sabo's eyes gradually turned cold. Not necessarily. Level 8 rules was neither sad nor happy, and continued, you can't hold on to this state for long. Hearing the other party's words, Sabo's eyes condensed. Let's just forget about this matter, said level 8 rules. Sabo stared at him intently, hesitating whether to take action or not. Just as he said, he couldn't hold on to this state for long. Even if he could kill it, he would have to pay a huge price. Even if he used all his trump cards, he might not be the opponent of this creature. After a brief thought, he said, I want this person's life. The 8th level rule shook his head. You can't kill people above the 6th level rule now, including the 6th level rule. Sabo sneered. Why, can they only kill the 1st level rule, but we can't kill them? The will of heaven and earth, if you want to die, you can try it. The 8th level rule staggered his body, waved his big hand, and the power of space floated. The 6th level rule was actually pulled out of the car by him, and thrown in front of Sabo. He said, the rules above the 6th level are already mixed with the will of heaven and earth. The will of heaven and earth exists in the upper realm. We can kill, but your identity is very special. Killing will cost a huge price, and even everything you do will be detected by the will, and you will disappear from this world. Sabo stared at him coldly, and after a stalemate of half a minute, he finally put away the knife. Lin Xia, I hope no one will ever touch this person. Otherwise, even the sky can't stop me. After that, the light of transmission appeared on his body. Just now, he had asked Lin Xia for the location coordinates. The transmission was completed, and the sea of blood swept around him and disappeared. After Sabo left, level 8 looked at level 6 and said calmly, don't provoke them again in the future. Also, keep this matter to yourself, otherwise you know the consequences. Yes, I know. Level 6's voice trembled. He was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked at the scene in front of him with tears in his eyes. His team was finished. He had no choice but to find a new team to join in the world. As for this matter, he just pretended that he didn't know anything. The 8th level rule glanced at the direction where Sabo left. The sky is changing. He really appeared. Using the skills, the god Shura, exactly the same as the message he received. Who left the message? Will the world really change because of him one day in the future? The 8th level rule shook his head. This guy has not grown up yet. Once he is discovered, many people will want to kill him. Moyer in the upper world is his biggest enemy. This matter is not something I can get involved in. I hope you can improve your strength quickly. The 8th level rule sighed, and finally turned into light and dissipated. At this time, Sabo had appeared in the jeep, his face pale and weak. This was the consequence of the full fire skill. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Lin Xia's heart tightened, not knowing what the situation was now. It's okay. The little ghost team has been dealt with by me. You are safe. I want to have a good rest. I overexerted myself. You help me watch. Sabo said lightly, then squinted and fell asleep. Lin Xia opened his mouth with a look of astonishment. The little devil team has been dealt with. Could it be that the captain of the little devil team is also dead? He was a little bit unbelievable, and hurriedly opened the manual, and found that the little devil team was basically dead, with only the leader of the little devil team left. It seemed that the leader would not dare to come to him. Thinking of this, Lin Xia showed a happy smile on his face. Relieved, the danger was finally lifted. The jeep stopped on the side of the road, and Lin Xia began to recover from the injuries in his body, but he still had to be vigilant around him at all times. In this way, time passed quietly. I don't know how long it has been. The whole road is deserted. Sabo opened his eyes first. Lin Xia was recovering from her injuries. He didn't disturb Lin Xia. Instead, he took out the manual. He wanted to find the 8th level rule from yesterday. How did he find me? The will of heaven. Is there really a will of heaven? Sabo didn't know this. Only when he found the 8th level rule would everything be clear, but he didn't know whether this guy would tell him. This road is really very chaotic. There are quarrels in the chat world of the manual, and even fights have begun. The ones who emerge in the world are basically the 5th and 6th level rules. It is rare to see the 7th and 8th level rules sending messages in the world. The 8th level rule is enough to be the leader of a team, so he must have a team. The strength of the 8th level rule is already very strong, enough to stand on his own. It is no accident that he appeared in front of him. He didn't appear when he killed the 5th level rule before, but he appeared when he killed the 6th level rule. Is it really as he said? Using skills to kill the 6th level rule will be noticed by the will of heaven. There are rules controlling the roads in the next level. So is there any rule controlling the survival on such roads? The higher the level, the more proficient they are in the power of the laws of the universe, and the easier it is to communicate with heaven and earth. Could it be cause and effect? Mastering some of the laws, they will pay more attention to the power of the laws. There must be a cause and effect. Maybe he got something, and was contaminated by cause and effect, so he must deal with this cause and effect. Sabo flipped through the manual and thought in his heart. He understood some of the laws, and some of them he didn't. Cause and effect is the general outline of the law, and everything follows cause and effect. Something will easily produce cause and effect. He thought of the things he had obtained on the road before. Will those things be contaminated by cause and effect? There is no way to know all this. Chapter 486. No matter whether it is or not, we must first find the 8th level rule. The 6th level rule has undergone a qualitative change. The rules above basically communicate with the heaven and earth. This means that these rules above the 6th level have been linked to the heaven. Just like when they were on the road before, the rules would not pay attention to other people, they only pay attention to the people on the ranking list. Thinking of this, Sabo was shocked. If he really used his skills to kill the 6th level rule, it would definitely attract the attention of the heaven. There is no information about the 8th level rule on the ranking. He doesn't know his name or his identity information. It is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack to find him on Highway 360. Very difficult. If he is not the team leader, then he must have joined a certain team. Forget it, let's make the best of it. We talk about this later. Just when Sabo was about to give up, a message was suddenly sent to him. He opened it, and found that it was the 8th level rule he had been looking for. Remember, don't use skills to kill rules above level 6 in the future. Sabo's eyes flickered, and he replied, have they been marked by the mark of heaven? If I use skills to kill them, it will attract the attention of heaven. And why are you helping me? 8th level rule. I am doing it for myself. This involves cause and effect, and I am also trying to settle this cause and effect. Whatever happens to you in the future will have nothing to do with me. It's really for cause and effect. Sabo's heart moved. He settled the cause and effect because he was afraid that if something happened to me in the future, the people who had cause and effect with me would be implicated. Cause and effect. We must quickly reach the 8th level of rules. He did not continue to talk to the 8th level rules. The other party really came for cause and effect, but now the cause and effect has been eliminated. How the other party obtained the cause and effect has nothing to do with him. The reason why he came to me was to remind me. Power. If you want to master these law powers, you still have to start from the highway. Sabo sank into the highway. At this stage, the players on the highway have reached a very stable state of upgrading their levels. Every day, it is a matter of time for the highway to be upgraded to level 2. Standing in the void, mobilizing the rule framework, a large amount of evolutionary value surged and consumed, and a book in his hand began to condense. To master the power of the law, you must devour the corresponding power, so the horror of this kind of practice is also a transcendent existence. The quality of the practice is definitely not low. Sabo condensed, and he was shocked to find that his evolutionary value was consuming crazily, and the trillion evolutionary value dropped to 800 billion evolutionary value. And it was consumed at a rate of 10 billion per second, but the speed of the practice condensation was also very fast. Swallow, absorb, control. Similar to the sky-swallowing beast, I have read many novels. This kind of cosmic creature must exist. Whether it is in this world or not is unknown. The existence of a space portal means that there is definitely more than just the one in front of us. There must be many universes, and the universe he is in is just one of them. He must master this power. The power in the foundation is varied. If he absorbs all of it, what will happen? I dare not imagine. After consuming 500 billion evolution points, this technique finally condensed successfully. The next time is to wait for the second brother to wake up quickly. Of course, this technique has defects, or to be more precise, it is incomplete. It only exists to devour and master the power, but it can only master one kind. Because of the subsequent devouring, Sabo cannot separate the two powers and make them not conflict. This is very difficult, almost impossible. 8 days later, the second brother's injuries improved and his complexion returned to normal. Second brother, I need your help with something. In front of the bonfire in the evening, Sabo casually put 2 pieces of meat on the fire and roasted them, and explained his purpose. Brother, you say? I will definitely help if I can. Lin Xia patted his chest and said. Sabo saved his life, and he didn't know how to repay him. I hope you can condense a technique for me again. Sabo said, this technique is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it will consume a lot of evolution points. Brother, how many evolution points do you need? 500 billion. Lin Xia showed an embarrassed expression on his face. Brother, my evolution points grow slowly, and now it's only 400 billion. I don't know how much is left after leaving the healing. I'm afraid I need to wait until I accumulate 500 billion evolution points. During this period, he was constantly injured by the people of the Little Ghost team, and his evolution points were consumed too much. The original trillion evolution points were now consumed. It doesn't matter, I still have to teach you something. Sabo smiled. The growth of evolution points is nothing more than promoting the enthusiasm of players on the road. This is too simple for him. Follow me into my highway. After saying that, Sabo's consciousness sank into the manual, and Lin Xia followed closely. On the boundless highway, the two stood in the void, and Sabo said to Lin Xia, Next, I will teach you how to promote the enthusiasm of players. As he said that, he called up the update content templates he had made some time ago. These were all left behind by him. Although the second brother's highway had completed a lot of updates, many of them were insignificant. Lin Xia was shocked when he saw the updated content. He looked at Sabo with disbelief. Brother, can you calculate their lifespan now? Sabo shook his head. No, it's just a number. Lifespan represents how long they can live without any danger, but most people can't survive to level 80. They will die in accidents. There are too many uncertain factors. Even if they have a lifespan of 1,000 or 10,000 years, accidents will happen in their survival. As for them reaching level 80, the road to becoming a rule is enough to cause countless casualties, and when they become a rule, these templates will lose their function. The most important point is that cultivation can indeed increase lifespan. Lin Xia was shocked. He could still play like this. He was speechless and could only give a thumbs up, high, really high. But the next shock was still to come. What about getting rewards by leveling up? Players at level 8 receive skills that can only be practiced at level 10. Players at level 10 receive skills that can be practiced at level 15. And players at level 15 receive skills that can be practiced at level 20. Moreover, each skill is more powerful than the last, which constantly stimulates the minds of the players on the road and firmly grasps the thoughts of all the players. This is not the end. The ranking system is very complete. Even when you reach the king level, there are peak competitions and peak competition rankings. There are also weapons such as the strongest Sword Saint, and Gun Saint in the national server. In addition to these, there are endless rankings of Sword Emperors and Sword Kings below. The most important thing is that in addition to the players actively improving the evolution value, it can also make players willingly hand over the materials they have obtained with great difficulty to the rules, and return them as evolution value to enter the rules system again, which forms a cycle. Incredible! Players can also obtain corresponding VIP levels by recharging a certain evolution value, and the highest recharge is 100 billion, that is, VIP 10, which will obtain a spiritual land and improve the speed of cultivation. The player with the highest recharge is currently VIP 7, and there are still 3 stages away from VIP 10. Brother, your update is really amazing. Lin Xia swallowed his saliva after reading it. He finally understood why others can be the big brother, while he can only be the little brother. Isn't there a gap here? Take this set to your road and update it again, and the enthusiasm of the players will be mobilized again. This is the skill. I can't take it out of the road. You observe it carefully and understand the production principle. Sabo said. This skill is of great significance. It can absorb the power of the foundation and control it for yourself. If you take it out, it will cause the world to shake. Lin Xia nodded and spent the rest of the time observing and learning. More than half a month passed in a flash. During this time, Lin Xia has also completed a series of updates to the road. The enthusiasm of the players on the road has been mobilized again, and the level upgrade has skyrocketed unprecedentedly, and the speed of evolution value has accelerated. It has reached 1 trillion. And the concentration of the technique has already begun to take shape. Apart from resting, my second brother has been concentrating on the technique during this period. Sabo also returned to Highway 425. After all, his roots were still on Highway 425, and he still had things to learn on Highway 425. After nearly a month of development, His cultivation had reached the 7th level of Qi training, and his strength had reached 350 points. Secondly, his evolution had also reached the level of the intermediate level 5 rules, which was already a very high level. Finally back. Sabo's eyes flickered. After the convoy battle, I still have to return to Highway 360. After all, I can only develop rapidly on Highway 360. Route 425 was still okay. He didn't have the strength to fight the first team yet, so his idea was to wait until his level reached level 8 before returning to Highway 425, and then ascend directly from Highway 425. The captain of the second team, I'm back. This is the coordinate. You can come directly. At this time, the second team, the convoy formed a long dragon on the highway, spreading endlessly. The people in the convoy were very powerful, and the first level rules were very rare. The majority of them were composed of super tanks. You and Chi Tian were sitting in the chariot, but you looked at the manual, stood up and said with a smile, "The little guy she was looking at has arrived. Let's go see him." A soft green light had already lit up on the road, and a figure emerged from the green light. When the transmission was completed, Sabo looked around, and many creatures surrounded him and stared at him, among which there were 2 familiar figures. The little guy is improving so fast. After more than half a month, he has reached the 5th level of rules. He was a little surprised, but then regained his composure. It was hard to imagine how this little guy could improve so quickly. As expected of someone she favors, he must have something special. No wonder. If it were me, I would also favor this little guy. Chi Tian said on the side. "Little guy, come with us." Yu said to Sabo, turned around and got into the chariot, and Chi Tian followed behind him. The creatures around were slightly shocked that they were brought into the chariot by Yu. Even the captain of the team rarely saw anyone who could enter the chariot, which showed that Yu valued him. What shocked them even more was that this person was only at the 2nd level of rules some time ago, not even at the 3rd level of rules, and now he has reached the 5th level of rules. Are all the players on his road going to die, or did he take some extreme measures? It is unknown. This was Sabo's first time entering a level 8 chariot. He looked around like a curious baby. If a motorhome is a home, then a chariot is a mobile fortress. The technology inside is very advanced, and it can detect the situation on the road ahead. It also has virtual imaging, human-computer interaction, and other functions that can only be seen in science fiction TV. The entire chariot has a sense of science fiction. Walking into the chariot, there is a round table with several camera-like things extending from the 4 sides. The light and shadow interweave to form the appearance of the convoy. The entire convoy can be supervised through the chariot, full of technology. "Sit." Yu sat in the main seat and pointed to the stool beside him. Sabo sat down calmly, not in a hurry. He didn't think these people would do anything to him. After all, he had very little to help them. "You are finally here. She told me before that if there is news about you on the road, I must protect you. What happened before was also a test for you. After all, the team needs to survive, and we can't sacrifice everyone's lives for you alone. You have to understand this," Yu said casually. Sabo nodded in agreement, but sneered in his heart. The team competition is about to begin. The team competition uses 2 competition systems. One is a free-for-all, and the other is a ring system. These 2 competition systems are alternating. Your luck is not good. This team battle uses the ring system. This means that you will have to face other level 5 rules alone. During this period, I can't help you. Even if it's other people in the team, I can't help them. But there is one good thing, that is, the ring system uses the same level or persists for a certain time. When the time is up or the opponent dies, then this ranking is over. Yu introduced while gesturing on the virtual image with his hands, and saw the light and shadow of the virtual image interweaving to form a ring. Death in the ring is real death. In addition to the power of rules, you also have strength, so the single-handed fight in the ring system is relatively friendly to you. In addition, both parties participating in the ring are of the same level. Even if you can't beat them, you can persist for a certain period of time until the time is up. The end of the world is a draw. Winning a game will get a victory point. Chapter 487. When you have collected 10 victory points, the will of heaven and earth will raise your rule level by 1 level, and will ignore your evolution level and the level of the players on the road. This is the advantage of team competition. And everyone has only one chance to be promoted. After getting 10 victory points, successfully advancing means that you have survived this mission. Of course, level 8 rules cannot participate in the battle. Yu continued, "We only have the right to watch the game, but not the right to participate." Chi Tian on the side followed up and said, This is the advantage of team competition. Countless people want to get 10 victory points, but 10 victory points are not so easy to get. 10 victory points means 10 consecutive wins. Of course, draws are naturally eliminated for you. 10 consecutive wins are not easy. You need to consider not only yourself, but also some level 5 peak rules. Sabo listened to the two people explaining the rules for him. A trace of doubt appeared on his face. The level 5 peak rules are matched with the same level 5 peak rules continuously. Their strength is equal, and the power of the rules is completely equivalent to the copy. So how will they choose? Chi Tian on the side smiled. Don't forget, in addition to the power of the rules, their own strength value is also considered their own strength. In addition to fighting against the power of the rules, team battles also have a huge consideration of their own power. The collision of power. You said again. So it is normal for you to see 2 level 5 rules, or even 2 level 7 rules fighting each other on the ring. As long as you can use any means to kill or cripple the opponent. The final victory or defeat will be determined based on the injuries of both players. This is also a kind of. And this kind of victory or defeat, for the loser, is another chance for him. After all, he is not dead, and can continue to fight on the stage. 10 victory points are not 10 consecutive wins. I said 10 consecutive wins means completely crushing the opponent and killing him, leaving the opponent with no chance at all. So that's it. Sabo nodded, and had a general understanding of the team competition in his mind. Overall, it was pretty good. The most important thing is that he can ignore the level increase once. Sabo asked, I have another question. What should I do with the rule power of the person I killed? You said, when you kill a rule, the rule power will be stored, and you can absorb it after it's over. This is after your rule level evolves? So team battle is a kind of battle that everyone yearns for. There is no doubt that it will improve your strength. Sabo's eyes were shining. If this was true, then he could get a lot of benefits in this team battle. The level was raised to level 6, and he could also get a lot of rule power. There were only 3 days left in the team battle. During these 3 days, Sabo stayed in the chariot and ate the team's food. Yu's attitude towards himself was pretty good, and the food was specially made to meet his needs. After all, Yu's team has people like Sabo, but they are not from the same planet. The team competition is getting closer. The atmosphere of the team is getting more and more solemn, and Sabo feels that he has broken through the 8th level of Qi training. When the time comes to the last night, the true Qi in the body becomes more and more heavy, like a big wave washing away the sand, like a lightning, and it begins to continuously wash towards the bottleneck period. He wants to break through the 8th level of Qi training on the last night. Time passed. Sabo tirelessly controlled his Qi to make the final breakthrough to the bottleneck. The sky was dim, and there was a faint airflow around his body. At this time, the team had also woken up, and the members walked to the road one after another, built a bonfire, and ate the last hearty breakfast, because no one knew whether they would still be alive after this mission. Or maybe the big waves washed away the sand and successfully advanced. Things are unpredictable. Pop! In the chariot, a sound of pulling a cork sounded, and then a faint ripple spread out. Sabo opened his eyes, opened his mouth and spit out a white silk. His 5 orifices became more transparent, and his whole body felt unusually comfortable. I have reached the 8th level of Qi training. My strength value has increased by 5 points, which is not bad. Next, I need a body training method. Sabo looked at the increasing strength value, and thought in his heart. This kind of Qi training method can increase Qi very quickly, but the increase in strength pales in comparison. Looking at the time, it was already 9:30, and the team battle was getting closer and closer. Sabo walked out of the chariot, and found that Yu and the others were waiting quietly. They didn't even move forward today. The world in the manual was indeed as lively, as if the whole world was celebrating. The team battle only happens once every 50 years. This day is the day for all the 7th level rules to pass the tribulation. You looked at the sun rising in the distance, which was hazy and not very clear. I have to go back to take care of my team too, Chi Tian said on the side. You nodded and didn't stop him. The time was getting closer and closer to 10 o'clock. Chi Tian also teleported away and returned to his team to start organizing. Chi Tian's team is the 3rd team. When she ascended, he warned the next team leader and deputy team leader that if they wanted to overthrow the first team completely, they could not rely on only one team. They needed more teams to complement each other and help each other. In this way, they might be able to overthrow the people of the first team. It was Xi's words before leaving that prompted the birth of the 3rd team today. And Chi Tian was the deputy team leader of the 2nd team. It has been developing until now. There is only one arena battlefield, 2-2 matching. system mechanism matching, and our opponent must be the first team. Since I joined the second team, our opponent in team battles has always been the first team. You seem to be talking to himself, and seem to be talking to Sabo. Sabo was silent, and waited quietly. 9:59. 10 o'clock. But he saw a light on his manual. Rule, Sabo. Rule level, level 5 intermediate. Current team, team 2. Currently challenging team, team 1. Choose the challengeable stage, level 5 intermediate / level 5 advanced / level 5 peak. At this time, Yu's voice sounded in his ears. Everyone chooses the corresponding stage to challenge, don't choose blindly. Over the years, those who have made blind choices have not survived to the end. Listening to Yu's voice, Sabo silently chose level 5 peak. After making the choice, a ray of light enveloped him. When his sight gradually returned, he found himself in an arena, and there were a lot of arenas below. Creatures gradually appeared around him. These were all people from Team 2. A figure also appeared on the opposite side. The arena was divided in the middle by a line. The people on the opposite side were obviously the people of the first team. Above the arena, there were also rows of seats. The leader of the first team appeared in the upper position, with the 8th level rules of their team. The team leader of the second team appeared in the upper position, with the 8th level rules of their team. At this time, the entire arena was already full of people. Team Battle Rally System. Rally Rules. The competition system uses damage judgment and death judgment. That is, the opponent dies and wins, and the opponent's injury is greater than yours. When the time is up, if both sides are alive and have no scars on their bodies, it is a draw. A draw does not deduct victory points, and is also not counted in the game. Upgrade conditions. 10 will get the right to upgrade after obtaining 10 victory points. First day, a level 1 rule challenge will be held. And so on, it will end in 7 days. After system detection, both teams have no level 1 and level 2 rules, and they will start directly from level 3 rules. Immediately, I saw rays of light on the arenas of both sides, and figures appeared on the arenas one by one. The number of participants in this competition appeared in the sky, 36, 710. Sabo couldn't help but take a breath when he saw the number of people above. Is this the foundation of a top team? There are 36,000 people in just the 3rd level rules. Shocked as he was, he saw that the arena on the entire dual field gradually shrank, and the field was divided into 4 blocks, namely the 3rd level primary, 3rd level intermediate, 3rd level advanced, and 3rd level peak. It seems to be a detailed division, but the evolution degree of each rule inside is actually different. After all, the evolution degree of the primary level is from 0% to 39%, while the evolution degree of the intermediate level is from 40% to 79%, and the evolution degree of the advanced level is from 79% to 99%. The peak level is beyond 99% until it reaches the full stage. Although the entire arena is divided into 4 blocks, as long as you look at a block at random, the ring in that block will appear in front of you. Just by casually scanning, you can see all the rings, and there is a feeling that your sight stays on each ring for a minute. All this happened in an instant. It's really amazing. There are many rings in each block, but it doesn't feel very messy. If you want to see the situation of each ring, you just need to scan back and forth. Very convenient. This way of watching is a miracle. As time passed, the number of people above the entire arena decreased sharply. There were originally 36,000 people, but in less than 5 minutes, there were only 25,000 people left. About 10,000 people died in 5 minutes, and the death toll is still decreasing. This death rate is really terrible. Basically everyone will fight and then rest. Of course, some arenas have already started fighting, relying only on fists and feet. As you said, players with equal rule power need to fight to determine the winner. By the afternoon, the number of people had dropped sharply to 15,000. Many people had already won 10 points, and the battle was still going on. Team Arena Battle. This is a team arena battle. The death rate is so terrifying. I have to say, opportunities and crisis coexist. Sabo thought to himself that even if he had modified the rule framework, and there was basically no need for any qualitative requirements to improve strength, he still needed to rely on team battles to improve the level of the rules. Then these rules that have been in the same realm for several years, or even decades, must urgently need team battles to improve their levels. Team battle, once every half a century. The next one will be a big melee. I wonder what a big melee looks like. Sabo thought in his heart. His eyes flickered twice. At this time, the battle has reached a white-hot stage. Those who survived either have strong rule power or high strength value. In short, no matter what method the rules use, As long as they can eliminate and injure the opponent, it will be fine. At this time, some people on the field have completed the promotion and reached the 4th level of rules. The power of rules surges all over the body, and the face is full of smiles. After getting 10 points of victory, these people will be kicked out of the ring and return to the audience. They will not be able to participate in the remaining challenges. Players have been on the ring one after another, but very few people on the second team have been on the ring, while many people on the opposite side have been on the ring. This shows that the number of people who survived on the other side is much greater than that of the second team. But Yu's expression has always been consistent and has never changed. The battle is not over yet, and the real victory and defeat have not been separated. Sabo stared at the ring, and many people were resting under the ring. With continuous fighting, they will have longer and longer rest time. Not only do they need to restore their own strength, but they also need to ensure that their rule power is full. As time passed, at around 3 p.m., some people began to log into the ring to fight, and the number of people above had dropped to more than 7,000. At this time, the speed of the number of people above had slowed down a lot. Sabo stared at the ring carefully. It must be said that the players' manipulation of the rule power collision was very interesting. Their rule power transformed into various strange forms. After the rule power collision ended, they used these transformed weapons to fight. The number of people on the stage became less and less. At this time, the number of players on the second team stage had exceeded that of the first team. At around 7 o'clock, with one player on the last stage falling down and another player standing up, the Level 3 Rules Arena competition came to a successful conclusion. Level 3 Rules Arena ends. Winners of the first team, 5,967 people. Winners of the second team, 7,182 people. Phase 1. The second team wins. Level 4 Rules Arena competition will be held tomorrow. With a prompt from the manual, the surrounding world changed again. The rules of the second team appeared on a sunny road. On one side of the road was a wide ocean, with waves surging and sweeping the beach. Sabo was stunned for a moment. He was still on the stage just now, but the next second he was teleported here. This is the rest area. You can do whatever you want here, said a rule with a smile. But on the other side of the ocean, there were rows of short buildings. Many rules had already selected their houses, but they were moving rapidly. In a blink of an eye, the buildings that were originally in a unified form turned into various strange, but very tall buildings. Sabo's heart moved, and he walked to a building on the side of the road that no one had chosen. Transform buildings. You can change the structure of the building at will according to your own ideas. Inside the building, you can transform and imagine various things, or people you want to transform. The main god space. Chapter 488. Looking at the prompt jumping above, Sabo showed a trace of surprise on his face. He understood the use of the building, and had a deeper understanding of its magical characteristics. This should be the law of creation and the law of the mind, Sabo said. He didn't know much about the law. He only knew that he had read the most popular laws in novels. It must be said that the application of laws can be seen everywhere in this world. It seems that the person who created this game may have mastered all the laws of the 3,000 avenues and the 3,000 laws. A series of luxurious items such as villas, swimming pools, TVs, cold drinks, soft Simmons beds, etc. appeared in the villa. Sabo looked at the empty room and raised his eyebrows. A person appeared in the originally empty room, but these people had stiff expressions and stood still. Creation. It seems that these people cannot be given souls. No matter how you think about these people's memories and behaviors, these people will not understand. I'm afraid this touches on the law of the soul again. After thinking for a while, he moved his mind, and these people disappeared again. The situation in the villa changed and turned into a bamboo forest. White mist rose in the bamboo forest, and a stone path appeared in the bamboo forest. He imagined the surging spiritual energy in his heart, but he couldn't create it. Some things with special properties cannot be created, such as skills, techniques, professional metals, etc. It seems that this world can only create ordinary things. Sabo sighed, and the scene in front of him changed again, returning to the appearance of a luxurious villa. In the bathroom, the large bathtub was filled with hot water, and Sabo lay comfortably in the bathtub. Food. Since it is possible to create simple things, then food should also be able to be upgraded through the resource upgrade system. Sabo narrowed his eyes and thought in his heart, and saw bags of rice, flour, various seasonings, fresh vegetables, big fish and shrimp appearing in the bathroom. Sure enough, the words upgradable appeared on these things. Can be upgraded. Swish, Sabo sat up from the bathtub all of a sudden, with a surprised expression on his face. The resource upgrade system can upgrade food and items with special properties. That is, I can use the resource upgrade system to upgrade the things I created. Sabo smiled. After taking a bath, he lay comfortably on the soft bed, and the warm-toned table lamp was extremely gentle. All kinds of food began to appear around him, and then these foods were upgraded by the resource upgrade system, and the quantity became even larger, but then disappeared with his thoughts. Satiation biscuits. Eating one piece can increase satiety for a week, and you don't need to eat during this period. Sure enough. Sabo's eyes lit up. On the third time, he finally upgraded a special item using the resource upgrade system. That means this idea and concept is feasible. Creation. This is creation. This room really contains the power of creation. Sabo smiled, and it seemed that he didn't need to sleep tonight. The next morning, Sabo was full of energy, and his portable space was filled with all kinds of strange foods, all of which had special powers. There was also a spear and a knife. Last night, he spent 2 hours upgrading weapons in the second half of the night, and none of the weapons had special properties. In the last few hours of the second half of the night, only these 2 pieces of equipment had special properties. A knife has a protective nature, just like the hatchet of the butcher Sabo. Through killing, it can form a protective shield around the body, which has a certain effect. The spear is quite powerful. As long as it pierces the enemy's body, the enemy will instantly lose its action, and its power will be sealed. It is simply terrifying. Unfortunately, the limitation of this spear against rules is very low. After all, the probability of this spear piercing the rules is very low. The rules are protected by the power of rules, and the spear will never pierce the power of rules. Even if it is useless now, it does not take up much space if it is placed in the corner of the portable space. Take a biscuit out of the storage space and chew it gently in your mouth. This is the full biscuit from last night. After eating it, the body has a full stomach. Soon, the 4th level rule ring match started, and the rules returned to the ring. The battle of the 4th level rule is cleaner and neater than the 3rd level. The gap between each level and each stage is still very large, so the battle of the 4th level rule is very fast. In addition, the number of people in the 4th level rules is much less than that in the 3rd level, and the 4th level rules ended the ring competition at around 3 p.m. The winner this time is the first team, and the number of the second team's 4th level rules is still relatively scarce. Not as large as the first team's 4th level rules. But Yu is not in a hurry at all. His focus is on the 5th and 6th level rules, and the number of the second team's 5th and 6th level rules is still very large. The ring starts with the 3rd level rules, 5 games, which means 5 games and 3 wins. As long as you win 5 games and 3 wins, you can win this team battle, and as the leader, he will also get a lot of good things. So the loss today was actually within his control. Tomorrow is the level 5 rule ring match. In the evening, Yu found Sabo and told him that he would go on the ring immediately when the ring match started tomorrow. After all, when there are many people, the strength of the rules is also uneven, and there is a chance to match you with the lower level 5 rules. Sabo smiled faintly and said nothing. Yu didn't know that he had already reported the level 5 peak rules. Tonight, Sabo did not create an upgrade because he found that the creation rules in the room had been used up by him. Even the most ordinary food could not be created, and the rooms in the entire area had been selected. In the evening, Sabo came to the beach to enjoy the sea breeze, listening to the sound of waves on the beach, and his heart was peaceful, which made him feel like he was still on Earth. It's a pity that he can't go back. Even the previous road can't go back. He has to climb up bit by bit. The 3rd day is coming soon, and today will be the level 5 rule ring match. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the rules entered one after another, and Sabo looked indifferent. Level 5 rules competition begins. Players please teleport to the corresponding competition area. Soon, the audience seats of the arena lit up one after another. The number of level 5 rules was very large, far exceeding the number of level 4 rules yesterday. This proves that the backbone of the 2 teams is still very strong. Yu was not panicked at all, and the leader of the same level 1 team, Mia, was not panicked at all. For them, they have seen too many such scenes. He has seen more brutal melees than the one in front of him. Compared with melees, the competition is still better. As the players entered one by one, Yu began to scan the players in the block below. When he scanned the block of the intermediate level 5 rules, his expression changed slightly. I didn't see Sabo. Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and he scanned the block of the intermediate level 5 rules again. There really was no sign of Sabo. Did this kid go to the advanced level? When he scanned the advanced level 5, his expression became solemn, and there was no sign of Sabo in the advanced level 5 rules. Soon, he found Sabo's expression in the peak level 5 rules. At this time, many single players in the arena and the audience also noticed that there was a level 5 intermediate rule running into the level 5 advanced rule. Hiss, am I right? That should be a level 5 intermediate rule. How did he run into the level 5 advanced rule? Did this kid make the wrong choice? Isn't this looking for death? I remember that he once killed a junior level 4 rule with a level 2 rule, and he relied on strength. I remember it too, but the level 5 rule is different from the level 4 rule. Not only can it crush him in terms of rule power, but the level of the level 5 rule is not comparable to the level 4 rule. This kid is really skilled and bold. Is he too confident? He actually challenged the peak level 5 rule with an intermediate level 5 rule. At this time, the rules in the audience were talking about it. Many people were shocked by Sabo's actions. At this time, Sabo sat cross-legged on the side, adjusting his body and resting, and practicing quietly. The rules on the arena also noticed the level 5 intermediate rule between them. This kid, isn't he going to be killed instantly when he comes here? I've seen him use his power to break the 4th level primary rules, but the difference between the 5th level peak rules and the 4th level primary rules is as big as the sky and the earth. It's over. This kid is definitely finished. When the rules of his team saw Sabo, their faces suddenly changed. They knew that this kid was favored by their former supreme leader. Who is she? He is a contemporary of Moore, and the two of them are on par with each other, neither of them giving in. Moore has several rule roads, and she has also had several roads. But now this kid actually appeared here. Isn't this purely seeking death? If the rule power of the 4th level primary rules is an ordinary stone, then the rule power of the 5th level peak rules is a piece of fine iron, indestructible. This kid joined the 5th level peak rules, purely seeking death. Boy, hurry up and go up now. The players at the beginning are still relatively weak. If you go up now, you may still be able to survive. One of the top 5 rules kindly reminded. Sabo narrowed his eyes and shook his head. It's okay, you go first, I come later. Alas. All the rules shook their heads and sighed. The gap between the 4th level rules and the 5th level rules is very large. You still have to be careful. Someone warned worriedly. Sabo waved his hand lightly. Don't worry, I know all these things. After that, he closed his eyes and continued to meditate. He was not in a hurry to fight. Those who stayed at the end were all top level. If he took action at this time, he could maximize the 10 win points. It was also what he had been thinking about. Above the sky, Nia was watching the level 5 peak rules arena competition with a smile on his face, his eyes calm, as if everything was under his control. On the other hand, Yu's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Sabo to choose a level 5 peak arena. He wanted to use the power of level 5 intermediate rules to fight against level 5 peak rules. This was unthinkable. At least not now. At this time, the fight on the arena had reached a white-hot stage. Sabo found that in addition to himself, many people on the opposite side did not move. These people were not trying to deal with him. They seemed to choose to target other rules with a purpose. When the rules of the second team reached 9 victory points, someone among them would take action. The rules were comparable, but their own strength values were very strong. They actually killed the opponent with weapons. This was unthinkable. At this time, the members of the second team on the arena also realized this. They looked at the rules of the first team in the distance with horror, and found that these guys had fierce faces, and their eyes were scanning the arena back and forth. They want to strike at the rules with 9 points. Stop them from advancing. Damn it! I didn't expect these people to be so mean. The opponent's own power is very strong. At least it's not something we can deal with. What should we do now? Many players in the second team have already given up. These people have similar rule power to themselves, but their own power is very strong, terrifying. The rule power is equal, but the power value is far greater than their own. Going up means death. Above the sky, you also noticed this phenomenon. His eyes fell on Ye. No wonder this guy was so confident. It turned out that he had a backup plan. These people probably put all their evolutionary values into strength values. Now that they have entered the ring, they can no longer use the manual. In other words, it is too late. It seems that the other party is doing these things here in the 5th level rules. They want to take down the 5th level rules, and then take down the 7th level, which basically means victory. If the 7th level wins, a large number of 8th level rules will be born. With the number of 8th level rules, they can also crush the second team. I have to say that this plan is perfect. When there are rewards for victory, the strength of these people will definitely increase again. The people in the second team want to fight against the first team again, so they need to think twice. Yu's eyes flickered. Mia's calculations were very good. He suffered a loss in the melee last time. Obviously, he had to get it back through the ring this time. It must be said that he was very likely to succeed. After all, the ring game lasted for a long time. Few people piled all the evolution value on strength. After all, this is a one-time consumption. Once the evolution value is consumed, the road is very likely to collapse. The evolution value is very important for the rules, and it is also very important for the players on the road. Are these people not afraid of the collapse of the road? Or did they use some means to eliminate the possibility of the collapse of the road? Obviously, the latter possibility is very high. Yu sighed in his heart. It seems that this ring game is likely to lose. If Sabo dies again, then he will lose a lot. At this time, the situation of the level 5 peak arena attracted the rules on the stage. The members of the second level team realized that these players came prepared. Some level 6 and level 7 players also began to increase their strength values, but they did not dare to increase too much, because the operation of the road requires the use of evolution value. Once the evolution value is exceeded, everything will be over. Chapter 489. The battle in the 5th level peak arena intensified. The strength of these players was terrifying. Many players who challenged them all lost. These people are well prepared. Their strength is terrifying. Players at the same stage can't fight them at all. This group of bastards is so sinister. At this time, the players of the second map team looked cold and wanted to kill all these people, but the power gap is here, there is no way to fight them. Thinking of this, these people couldn't help but show a heavy expression on their faces. I try. A rule that has won 9 games in a row gritted his teeth, holding a very strange weapon in his hand, and stepped onto the arena. The opposite player also understood that this kind of 9 wins needs to be handed over to professionals, so no one went up to challenge. The other side, who had been waiting for a long time and specialized in hunting 9 wins, showed a sinister smile on his face. Another fearless person has come. A rule stepped onto the stage and faced the 9 victory rule from a distance. With murderous intent on his face, I like people like you who are not afraid of death. You talk too much nonsense. The 9 victory rule snorted coldly, and the terrifying rule power surged like an endless tide, one wave after another, extremely terrifying. In this tide, it seemed that the mist-like rule was mixed with the tumbling, which merged the mist-like rule with the invisible rule power and condensed into a terrifying and mighty rule. As long as you stay at the peak stage of the 5th level rule for a long time, you can basically figure out this technique, and it is also the most common means of attack. But the opponent also made a move. After the 5-level rule power formed a situation of mutual confrontation, this guy suddenly drew out a strange weapon, his figure flashed, and rushed towards the 9 victory rule. The 9 victory rule was already prepared, and also made a move. The two used their own weapons, and the previous strength training methods to fight back and forth on the ring. In a blink of an eye, the two had fought for hundreds of rounds, but in Sabo's opinion, the two's moves were weak and powerless, just like playing house, but there was no way. These rules had not systematically learned fighting, and coupled with their own cultural development and body structure, they rarely learned fighting, so these creatures fought like children. But even so, the rules in the audience were all sweating for the 9 victory rule above. It was too dangerous. Soon the battle reached a white-hot stage, and the 9 victory rule gradually lost to the rule in front of it, and the time had just passed half. At this time, everyone was silently cheering for the 9 victory rule. And the 9 victory rule was also struggling to hold on. Gradually, his strength could not compete with this rule. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Clang! The golden swords intertwined and touched each other, and the weapon in the hand of the 9 victory rule flew out of his hand, and flew out directly, and a bright sharp blade attacked. Puff! The sound of piercing the flesh sounded, and the body of the 9 victory rule was directly penetrated by the opponent's sharp weapon. His face became paler and weaker. The ground of the ring was full of blood. It's over, another one died. The difference in strength is too big. Two forces, one of which is in the balanced stage, and the other force collides, naturally the winner is the king. The 9-win rules of the second team gathered together under the stage, with a hint of fear in their eyes. They survived the most difficult time, but in the end, they still couldn't defeat the enemy's promotion blockade, and there were a lot of these people. Obviously they were all prepared for them by the first team. Sabo looked at all this coldly. These people were already very powerful in the eyes of the 5th level peak rules, but in his eyes, they were just that. He activated the incarnation technique, waited quietly for 2 minutes, and then stood up and said in the silent arena, "I will deal with him." The voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it very clearly. A rule said, "Are you crazy? Even the 9 winds rule can't deal with him. You are just a level 5 intermediate rule. They don't even need to use their power. They can overturn you with just the rules." Other rules also dissuaded. "You can't contend with the power of the level 5 peak rule. I think you should stay here and don't move." Sabo shook his head. "No, I've made up my mind." "And do you think nothing will happen if I stay here?" "No, I will face it sooner or later. Besides, you all underestimated me." Seeing Sabo's excitement, the rules on the opposite side laughed, and some even sneered. "No way, you actually rely on a level 5 intermediate rule. This is too cowardly. A level 5 intermediate rule dares to step into the venue of the level 5 peak rule? Even the advanced rules dare not come, a mere intermediate rule, who gives you the courage? Any one of us can crush you." At this time, the people on the opposite side laughed, and didn't take Sabo seriously at all. For them, the 5th level advanced rules can be reversed with a backhand, and killing a 5th level intermediate rule is as simple as crushing an ant. It takes almost no effort. He smiled and walked to the ring. He did not immediately step onto the ring. His eyes fell on those guys who specialized in hunting. He took out the steel knife that had just condensed last night and said calmly, "The rules of the game don't say that you are not allowed to fight under the ring, right? In other words, you can fight under the ring, but I don't know if the game rule points will be recorded." Sabo's voice was flat, but his words were like thunder in everyone's heart. Their heads were buzzing, and they soon realized that the rules did not say that the rules could not fight under the ring. Could it be this guy? At this time, the people in the audience were also dumbfounded. They only thought about following the rules of the game, and never thought about the game without rules. Does this guy want it? The eyes of the 8th level rules in the sky suddenly showed a look of horror. I was horrified to see Sabo actually slashing with a knife under the ring. The terrifying blood-red knife light whistled up, tearing the ground, and whistled out with overwhelming force. At this moment, the 8th level rules in the audience, under the ring, and even in the sky stood up in shock. Skills. After Sabo swung the knife, he ignored the power of the knife, and the blood sea around him churned. His figure rose high, and the bloody aura filled his body. "I didn't plan to compete with you in the ring. That would be so boring." This scene completely shocked everyone, and they looked like they had seen a ghost. Skills, God-level profession. His identity is extraordinary. I remember there seems to be such a group of people. Even if they are promoted to the rules, they can use the skills on the road and the power of the profession. This guy actually wants to use the power of the lower realm to deal with the power of the upper realm. Crazy. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Everyone was stunned to see what happened in the 5th level peak rules. It was too unexpected. The blood sea spread, Sabo's figure rose, his firepower was fully opened, and his strength value rose again. His current strength could easily kill the 5th level rules. Not enough, still not enough. Sabo roared in his heart. Shura's wrath was activated, and the blood sea around him was surging. Professional skills, Shura's wrath. Features, health value plus 200, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, physical strength plus 10, mental strength plus 10. Introduction. Consume 50 points of health value. Get 50% of all attribute bonus. Duration 10 minutes. No cooldown. Strength value increased again, and these blessings are added to the strength value presented after Shura's transformation, that is to say, his original strength value was 350 points, and after the Shura incarnation was activated, the strength value reached 500 points, and Shura's wrath was increased on the basis of 500 points. Shura's skills can be superimposed on Shura's transformation, and other superimposed skills are superimposed on the original basic strength. It is not that after the firepower is fully opened, the power value increases several times, and then increases again after the power value increases several times. These are all separate. But it is still very terrifying. His power value is close to 5,000 points, and a shocking scene happened. The ground under his feet actually cracked, and everyone could only see a Gundam creature with horns on its head, and covered with bloody evil spirits in the sea of blood. The aura he exuded shocked even the 8th level rules, like Mia and you. They were extremely shocked. No wonder she chose him. They didn't expect this guy's power to be so terrifying. If even they were shocked by the power, it was basically certain that this guy had the power to kill the 5th level rules in seconds, and even the 6th level rules in seconds. not to mention the 5th level rules and the 5th level peak block at this moment. They were terrified at this moment. This power was like a mountain pressing on them, making them breathless. The rules who had just laughed at him were now terrified. As his figure flashed, these level 5 rules reacted immediately. Kill him! Attack together, don't give him a chance to react. At this time, the hearts of these level 5 peak rules were beating, and they immediately joined forces to suppress Sabo. The terrifying power fluctuations, the power of these rules gathered. Even the level 7 rules had to think twice. At this time, the level 5 rules of the second team also reacted. Damn it! Let's go with Sabo, kill them. We can't let Sabo face such a group of people alone. They also joined forces, the terrifying power fluctuations, and intertwined in the sky, and a big melee broke out. At this time, the people outside were dumbfounded. This is obviously a challenge in the ring. How did you turn it into a challenge match? Sabo stood in the sea of blood, feeling the power like a volcano in his body, and suddenly swung the handmade blood-red steel knife and slashed it towards the sky. The blood-red knife light whistled, and the surrounding space cracked inch by inch, covered with terrifying black cracks. When the sword light touched the rules of the sky, the whole world erupted with a violent roar. The level 5 peak rules of the first team were horrified to find that the power of the rules they had condensed had actually vanished. The figure on the opposite side approached rapidly, and with it came a sea of blood. The blood-red broadsword was extremely ferocious, as if it had turned into the blade of Shura along with Sabo's transformation into the god Shura, terrifying and ferocious. With a swing of the sword, the sea of blood rolled, a head was thrown high, and the blood was swallowed by the sea of blood. Horror! Everyone was extremely shocked and looked at all this in horror. A level 5 peak rule said to kill, and there was no room for fighting back. Horror! His strength has far exceeded the level 5 peak. Escape! We have to escape! Escape? Where can you escape to? This place is so small, only by joining forces can we solve him. These people were shocked and panicked. The terrifying and hideous sea of blood mixed with the smell of blood made people uncomfortable. Sabo suddenly discovered something unusual. It seemed that after killing a person, the sea of blood swallowed up all the blood of that person. The sea of blood became more solid, and even the Shura incarnation on his body became more solid. Could it be that the sea of blood has entered the breakthrough stage? Sabo's heart moved, and he immediately thought of it. No matter how he killed people before, it seemed that the sea of blood did not have this effect, but now it has this effect. Obviously, the Shura incarnation is about to enter a stage of evolution. I'm afraid it will enter the second stage. The sea of blood rolled, and Sabo did not hold back immediately. He turned on the swiftness, and the sea of blood and his figure sank into the enemy camp together, directly covering them all. In an instant, waves of screams came from the sea of blood. The people outside were dumbfounded. They looked at the blood sea in horror as it rolled and grew. Obviously, this student number had probably entered an advanced stage. Ha ha ha. What a pleasant surprise. I never expected it. No wonder she would take a fancy to him. No wonder, now everything is explained. You laughed wildly. This whisper was so harsh and sharp in Mia's ears. Mia held the sea tightly with both hands, his joints bulged, and his expression was ferocious. Level 5 is the backbone of the entire team. Once all the casualties here, the backbone will be broken. Even if the high-level combat power is more than the opponent, as time goes by, within a certain period of time, the strength gap between the two sides will be widened. The first team is very likely to be trampled under the feet of the opponent, and he is the sinner who ruined the first team. At this time, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by ugly, ferocious, and even faintly white. Although the opponent is a level 5 intermediate rule, his own strength is simply terrifying. The opponent even retained the skills of the lower world highway, and was able to perform them on the current highway. It must be said that this person's future growth is absolutely terrifying. A level 5 intermediate can kill a level 5 peak, and even kill it as easily as slaughtering a dog. It shocked everyone directly. Whether it is level 6, level 7 or even level 8, all the eyes are gathered in that block, gathered in that blood red. Accompanied by the terrifying and ferocious knife light flashing in the sea of blood, the sea of blood is constantly rolling and expanding. The entire sea of blood is like bright and sticky blood drops, from a blood mist before to a happy blood pool now. The terrifying and ferocious sea of blood blocks everyone's sight, but they can hear the voice coming from the sea of blood. How many people has he killed? The original blood mist is now turning into a sea of blood. A real sea of blood? Chapter 490. At this time, the counter above the head was dropping madly, and 2 or 3 people disappeared almost every second. The 5th level rules of the second team also reacted. One of them shouted, "Kill together. Kill all the opponents." The rest of the people gathered the power of the rules and rushed into the enemy camp. Sabo was the main force, and they cooperated. The situation suddenly showed a trend of one-sided collapse. The captain of the first team saw such a melee, and his eyes were about to burst. At this time, the emotions of the two were like a roller coaster, ups and downs. You laugh madly at this moment. It was incredible. He actually turned the whole game into a big fight by himself. It was incredible. In the sea of blood, Sabo looked indifferent, and the broadsword in his hand was like a harvester harvesting the lives of the 5th level rules in the sea of blood. Gradually, as the sea of blood solidified, he felt like a god in the sea of blood. The shape of the sea of blood could change with him, and he felt that he could appear in any corner of the sea of blood with just a thought. Of course, this was not caused by his own speed, but he really wanted to appear anywhere with just a thought. Even his own strength value doubled. As for the duration, it must have increased. Advanced? Feeling the terrifying power in his body, like a volcanic eruption, Sabo looked ferocious and howled to the sky. The sea of blood rolled with it. At this time, the panicked enemies in the sea of blood suddenly found that their movements seemed to have slowed down, and the pressure on their bodies was heavier. This feeling is exactly the same as when they first came to the rules highway. At this time, Sabo's figure was like a ghost. Every time he appeared behind them. The blood-red broadsword pierced their bodies, and was torn apart by the blood-red broadsword. It was terrifying. Some people wanted to escape from the Blood Sea, but they were shocked to find that when they entered the Blood Sea and looked around, it seemed as if the whole world had become a Blood Sea, and this place was like a different space. No matter how they went forward, they could not escape the scope of the Blood Sea. As for the power of rules, there was no target for them to attack. Their eyes were filled with a sea of blood. But the next second, their bodies were pierced by a knife, and their bodies fell stiffly to the ground, and the power of rules in the sky dissipated. The power of rules in this space can only be absorbed after the game is over. Sabo looked indifferent. After turning into Shura, he found that killing could actually bring him pleasure. Is this Shura? Sabo glanced around. The number of level 5 rules that entered the Blood Sea was very small. After a few breaths, the remaining few level 5 rules were cleared. The other level 5 rules have already left the Blood Sea. Some people even shouted, "Get on the stage. There are rules on the stage." After getting on the stage, as expected, they were enveloped by an inexplicable force of rules. This is the rule of the team arena match, and they will receive absolute protection here. Let them get on the stage. Sabo said to the level 5 rules of the second team around him. These level 5 rules nodded. At this moment, they were centered around Sabo, and Sabo's strength had been recognized by them. This world is a world where strength is respected. More and more people ran to the ring, but more people were killed by the level 5 rules of the second team. Sabo also participated in this ruthless killing. He didn't know how many people he killed. I only know that every time he killed a person, their blood would enter the Blood Sea, as if to strengthen the Blood Sea. Since the Blood Sea condensed, he found that his Blood Sea field has the potential for growth. A career with growth potential. It is worthy of being a god-level career. From hatred to butcher, and then from butcher to Shura, it has completed a span of 3 stages. Then what is the god-level career that the National Martial Arts Master and Automobile Engineer are promoted to again? Sabo cut the body of a level 5 peak rule with a knife, and then pondered in his heart. Since becoming a rule, he has lost too many things. Many things on the road have not been explored by himself, and they have become rules in a hurry. And now if you want to become a player again, you must use the things from the fault road to condense a body again. But there is no rush now. After finishing all the things on the rules survival road, I will go to my second brother's road, finish the rest of the things, and then go to the upper world. As time passed quietly, Sabo also clearly felt that his strength value had begun to gradually decrease. He could not maintain this state for too long, simply set his eyes on the arena. Figures flashed, and the sea of blood filled the air. On the arena, a level 5 rule looked at the other rules around him in fear, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no one came up. Then he showed a confident smile on his face again. As long as it was on the ring, 1v1. Then he had a chance, but the next second, the confidence on his face disappeared, replaced by a panic. A blood-red light suddenly engulfed the entire ring. The rule found itself in a sea of blood. Fuck. The rule screamed and hurriedly condensed the mist-like rule. The next second, the mist-like rule was shattered, and the blood-red broadsword tore the mist-like rule apart and emerged from the faint white mist. Puff! The blood-red broadsword tore the rule apart from top to bottom with an unmatched force. The ring emerged. Sabo found that he had gained a victory point. Continue. Through the detection eye, he focused on killing those rules with very high strength values. In fact, before this, many of them had been killed by Sabo, and the rest were killed by the second team. Not many people got on the ring. At this time, some players in other arenas have completed their tasks and returned to the audience. They are excited. After all, their strength has improved a lot, so they are naturally very happy. But the next second, their expressions froze. After seeing what happened in the level 5 peak block, these people's expressions froze instantly. What happened? The level 5 peak block was already in chaos. The rules of the second team jointly hunted the level 5 rules of the first team that did not enter the arena. The gap between the two sides was too big. The level 5 peak rules of the first team were defeated step by step. Originally, the strength of the two sides was not much different, but Sabo's appearance suddenly reversed the entire battle situation. Sabo killed hundreds of people by himself. It was like a ruthless harvesting machine. He kept harvesting other people's lives. This also greatly relieved the pressure on others. At least the people in the second team gathered together and could clean up all the remaining people. Sabo climbed onto the stage, hunting the remaining rules with super high power values. At this time, Sabo rolled up the sea of blood, which was very terrifying. The situation in the sea of blood could not be seen from the outside. But the players in the audience could see the situation in the sea of blood from a god's perspective. They could also see the tall figure in the sea of blood, bathed in blood, with a hideous figure and extremely powerful majesty. The sea of blood rolled and fell on a stage. The broadsword swung, and the level 5 peak rules had no power to resist at all. It was like killing a chicken. The blood-red broadsword split the body of the level 5 peak rules. Instant kill. The entire audience was in an uproar, and most of them were rules that had just completed 10 victory points from other level 5 areas. They were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Many people knew that Sabo was favored by you. It was said that he was a second level rule before, and he killed a 4th level primary rule with the power of the second level rule. Although he killed him, it was not that simple. And now he can kill the 5th level peak rule in seconds. The most important point is that this person can use skills including god level professions. Shura. Shura is a profession that appears in the late stage of the game. It is an advanced version of the hateful profession, which is very terrifying. The Blood Sea Divine Realm has unlimited growth potential. As long as you enter the Blood Sea Divine Realm, you are basically sentenced to death, because Shura is like a god in the Blood Sea Divine Domain. Coupled with the unlimited growth and extension of the Blood Sea Divine Domain, Shura is the most powerful god-level profession in the next generation. Even the god-level profession of the rare profession of the Curse Master cannot be compared with Shura. The Blood Sea Divine Domain is really terrifying. Now, they actually saw this god-level profession. You must know that this is the Rule Road Survival. These level 5 rules, who saw the scene for the first time, were crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4. 10 victory points obtained in 1 minute. Everyone was shocked. Others get victory points like playing. It's too easy. Sabo felt the loss of power in his body. His eyes fell on the ring. He directly withdrew from the state of Shura incarnation. The body gradually shrank, and the blood sea shrank and sank into his body. The next moment, he returned to his seat. At this time, everyone around looked at Sabo with a little respect. In addition to respect, there was no other expression. This person's strength has been recognized by them. Although Shura is only a profession, the growth potential of this profession is not much worse than that of the rules. Sabo half closed his eyes, calmed the turmoil of the blood in his body, and soon fell into a coma, but to outsiders, Sabo was dozing. Although it is noon now, the lay towers and other areas are still in full swing, while the entire level 5 peak block has entered the final stage. Even if they did not go to the ring, everyone killed 2 or 3, and almost all the rules of the first team under the ring had been cleared by the level 5 rules of the second team. Only the people on the ring were left trembling. But Sabo had killed all those with high strength values before, so it was not a big problem to leave the rest to them. Soon, the entire level 5 peak ring competition ended, and when they returned to the audience, waves of terrifying power surged, but they were quickly wiped out and dissipated by the will between heaven and earth, and nothing could be felt. Sabo also upgraded to the level 6 rule, and the rule became 2 forms. One was an invisible rule, which was very practical for sneak attacks, and the other was a misrule, with terrifying power. As for the power of the rules he killed, it has not yet been fed back to him, and he needs to wait until the end of the ring competition to obtain these rule powers. At more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Sabo opened his eyes, with a splitting headache after his mental strength was restored. This feeling was very uncomfortable. I didn't expect the side effects this time to be so great. Sabo rubbed his eyebrows, and thought to himself. He looked around and found that the game of the 5th peak rule was over. At this time, the battles in other blocks are now in a white-hot stage, and many rules have already won 7 or 8 points. But nothing like the peak rule happened. After watching for a while, Sabo lost interest and began to observe his own state. It must be said that after the upgrade, the strength value increased by 10 points, followed by the rule power, which showed 2 strange forms. That is the atomization rule and the void rule. The atomization rule has initially possessed some of the mysterious power of the universe rule, but it is not obvious. He can clearly feel the abnormality in the atomization rule. It seems that I need to reach the 8th level of the rule to feel it clearly. After the team is over, my rule level should be able to step into the 7th intermediate level, or even advanced. In the previous competition, he killed nearly 300 people. Even if each person could only increase the degree of evolution by 1%, that is 300%, not to mention that the level 5 rules are definitely not worth that much. After the team was over, Sabo was relieved. The next step was to deal with the first team. They were stumbling blocks on his growth path, and they must be eliminated. Sabo narrowed his eyes, with a hint of fierce killing intent in his eyes. If he had to do it this time, he would do it cleanly and neatly. This time, he would try to deal with all the things on Highway 425. The competition on the race card ended at more than 7 o'clock. There were too many people in the entire level 5, so the battle lasted so long, and other areas were more or less at a slight disadvantage. But the level 5 peak rules had a huge advantage. There were thousands of people participating in the level 5 peak rules arena, and the number of people who survived from the second team reached about 3,000, while the number of people from the first team was only about 100. This was enough to show the gap between them. There is no doubt that the first team was defeated miserably. Mia looked gloomy, staring at Sabo in the audience, and he roared in his heart that this matter would not end like this. Everything is not over yet. This has just begun. Night falls. You came to the door. He sat on the sofa, staring at Sabo. You may have angered Mia this time. The 5th rule game showed a crushing result that none of us could imagine. After this game is over, Mia may come to the door. Sabo waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry, let them come to the door. I'm not afraid at all. Even if they don't come to the door, sooner or later I will come to the door. Alas, Mia suffered heavy losses this time. As long as they dare to come to the door, we will fight. Take advantage of their illness to kill them. You laughed. I haven't seen Mia with such a face for a long time. I have to say, this feeling is really cool. Chapter 491. Sabo smiled faintly, took the hot tea on the table and took a sip. After the team competition is over, I plan to destroy the entire first level team. You gently took the tea, took a sip like Sabo, and asked calmly, are you kidding? No, the existence of the first team is a disaster. It's better for us to come to the door when the time comes, and we can catch them off guard. Sabo said while drinking tea. Don't care. You thought about it for a while, and felt that this was also a very good opportunity. The level 5 of the first team had already started to fall apart, and even couldn't compare with the middle strength of the third team, the subsidiary team of the second team. This fight was too hurtful to Mia. The middle combat power was directly reduced by half. The 4th day came quickly. After a night of adjustment, Sabo was refreshed. His evolution value reached 1 trillion, his strength value was about to break through 400, and his cultivation was about to reach the 8th level of chi training. Not to mention the power of rules. When the team competition is over, the power of rules will show a crazy rise. The 6th level rules competition on the 4th day is still very fierce. The winner this time is still the second team. After all, the backbone of the second team is still very strong. There are no ring competitions on the 5th and 6th days. The time for the 7th level rules is tentatively scheduled for the last day. After 2 days of adjustment, the strength of the team's rules has recovered well, and Sabo has successfully used the 2 days of retreat to push his cultivation to the 8th level of chi training, and the strength value has increased by 10 points. Getting closer and closer to 400 strength points. The 7th day is coming soon. Mia had a murderous look on his face, and he kept looking at Sabo, obviously targeting Sabo. Sabo did not show any fear, and looked at him coldly. The eyes of the two collided in the air, and the friction and collision produced a series of dense sparks. Mia's anger was burning wildly. For him, being stared at by a level 6 rule was undoubtedly a provocation. Brother Mia, being angry is not good for your health. You should cultivate your body and mind during this period. You teased on the side. Humph! Mia snorted coldly, retracted his gaze, and focused on the game. You looked indifferent, knowing that the level 7 rule was not as good as the opponent, so he was not in a hurry, and did not take this game to heart at all. The battle of the level 7 rule was very terrifying, the ring was full of cracks, and the fighting firepower was very fierce. But there was no doubt that the second team lost, but it was not so tragic, the gap between them was only a few dozen people. The number of level 7 and level 6 rules is very small, and there are only more than 900 level 7 rules at most. Team competition, ring competition is over. Winning side, Team 2. The battle is over, and everyone has completed the full member crossing on the 8th day. Back to the original road. As soon as he returned to the road, Sabo felt a large amount of rule power reappearing in his body. This is the final reward for completing the team mission. Sabo's eyes flickered, and he quickly took out his truck and sat in it. The car of level 6 rules is already a truck. Sabo entered the truck and quickly scanned the interior of the truck. It was similar to the trucks on the road. The co-pilot seat had been removed and replaced by an iron bed with no bedding. The next second, a huge, soft beast skin appeared on the iron bed. Sabo took off his shoes, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the condensed power of rules. He found that by practicing the power, he could speed up the absorption of the power of rules. And it can prevent the power of rules from escaping in the air, which is very convenient. And his evolution degree is also increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This power of rules is too huge. More than 300 level 5 peak rules fell on him at once, and it only took more than 10 seconds. His evolution degree reached 100%. Without the restriction of the road, he soon broke through the level 7 rules, and his evolution degree continued to rise. 1 minute later, the evolution degree stopped rising, and his evolution degree stopped at 87.35%. He was already a high-level rule, with terrifying strength. In particular, he became more and more sensitive to the rules between the universe. In the following time, Sabo began to consolidate this huge power of rules. You came to the door after a while, his eyes fell on Sabo, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, I guess right, your rule strength has reached the advanced level of level 7. It can be said that you are the fastest in the entire highway. Your talent has far surpassed more. It took more about 100 years to upgrade from level 1 to level 7, but you only took a few months. As he said, he sighed, it was really annoying to compare with others, but he also knew in his heart that Sabo must have taken some measures against the highway, which was most likely an extreme measure. When you reach the 7th level of rules, I will explain something to you. Nowadays, the rules of the highway have the will of heaven in survival. After reaching the 6th level of rules, you are very sensitive to things around you. This is the beginning of your control over the rules of the universe. You said, with a deep look in his eyes, level 7, you are more sensitive to the surroundings, and you can even touch some rules. A rule mastered a universe rule in his life, strength, speed, unlimited physical strength, and even space, time, etc., from high to low, but most people explored low-level universe rules, and a few people explored high-level universe rules, but it is also the same, the higher the universe rule, the more difficult it is to improve. And the lower the level, the faster the improvement speed. When you get to the universe rule highway, it's a fight between gods. Sabo thought, that is to say, at this stage, I can already explore my own rules, but if I want to really master it, I need to reach level 8. You nodded, yes, the level 8 rules will have the power to communicate with the world and look across the universe, and have the power to explore the universe rules. At this time, it depends on you, what universe rules you can explore. Sabo nodded, indicating that he knew, in fact, he was very open-minded about exploring the universe rules. At worst, he would wait until level 8 and go directly to the rule framework of the highway, looking at the terrifying foundation forces, and any force was a high-level universe rule force. So he was not in a hurry. You explained some things to make Sabo understand the rules of the universe better. Then the two of them talked about the first-level team. The first-level team may not come to us in the short term. After all, they need to recuperate, and so do we. Especially since the rewards have not been distributed yet, you have reached the 7th level rules now. Logically, I can give you some rewards and let you enter the 8th level rules, but you have just entered the 7th level advanced level not long ago, and you are not familiar with many things. Wait half a month, and I will give you those rewards. You said that in addition to a large amount of rule power, the team reward also includes a lot of understanding of the rules of the universe. The understanding of the rules of the universe is priceless. This is not available on the rule road. After you left, Sabo immersed himself in cultivation. His current cultivation has reached the 8th level of Qi training. Cultivation is still very worthwhile to increase strength, so this path cannot be abandoned. In addition, there is the rule power. The rule power is actually not very useful to him. It is just a means of promotion. The second is skills. He decided to wait until the things on the 425 road are done, and then he will go to the second brother's road to continue his studies, and thoroughly improve the skills he should have. In addition, there is the power of the foundation. I don't know how the second brother is progressing in creating the skills. If he could learn the technique, it would mean that he could master 2 cosmic rules. This was unimaginable. Sabo's eyes flickered. How could mastering 2 rules satisfy him? He wanted to master all cosmic rules. System, the next thing is up to you. The technique is flaws, but he has the resources to upgrade the system, and the resources to upgrade the system can make up for the flaws. The system is his only hope. In the following time, Sabo immersed himself in cultivation, and his cultivation increased rapidly. It seemed that after the Shura incarnation was upgraded, his cultivation speed was accelerated. In addition to his own reasons, the spiritual energy of the world under the public rule was also very abundant. In 5 days, he reached the perfection of Qi training from the 8th level, and he was only 1 step away from breaking through the Qi training and reaching the foundation. With the breakthrough imminent, Sabo began to consolidate his cultivation. Qi training is equivalent to laying the foundation. If the foundation is not solid, a 1,000-mile embankment will be destroyed by an ant hole. So after reaching the perfect state of Qi training, Sabo began to suppress his own cultivation, trying to compress it and avoid it as much as possible. After about 10 days, he finally successfully broke through to the first level of foundation building. The strength value reached 520 points, which is a huge improvement. Sabo felt as strong as an ox at this time, and the furnace in his body was boiling and steaming. This was a feeling he had never had before. The true Qi in his body was like a stream, flowing along the meridians, and it was very easy to perform the spell. The evolution degree of the rules exceeded 90%, and the evolution value reached 1.5 trillion. The second day after the breakthrough, the second brother found himself, and said that the rules had been condensed. After not seeing the second brother for a month, the second brother had successfully broken through to the second level. In addition, the series of updates he made greatly stimulated the desire of players on the road to upgrade their levels, and the evolution value increased rapidly. Even if he consumed hundreds of billions of evolution values, he still had hundreds of billions of evolution values. The second brother was in an unprecedentedly good state. After handing the skills to Sabo, he left. I heard from my second brother that he joined a team with good treatment. The team leader was very good to them, these low-level rules, and the development was gradually increasing. Sabo also happily accepted the practice. He used the power of the giant pillars in the fault world to directly condense a body. Then he sat cross-legged on the road alone and sorted out the practice. Sure enough, the practice I condensed has a very big flaw. It can only barely absorb a kind of law power, and this law power will be very unstable. Sabo's eyes flickered, and then it was time to look forward to miracles. He prayed to the goddess of luck in his heart, hoping that the resource upgrade system could follow the previous upgrade method, at least to make up for the defects of the technique. Upgrade. Accompanied by a milky light, he saw that the technique in his hand had changed. Book of Laws. Can absorb the laws between heaven and earth for his own use. The absorbed laws are very unstable, but the hedging of the 2 laws can be used to form a stable state. Use the hedging between the laws to achieve a stable state. Sabo thought in his heart, whether it is feasible or not will be known after trying it. Learning the technique, he has basically mastered the practice method of this technique in his heart. It is a bit risky to say, but for the sake of strength, Sabo feels that he must take this risk. In the following time, Sabo focused on this technique. A lot of things happened during this period. That is, there were a lot of frictions between the first team and the second team, and there was a tendency of war, and the world was also discussing this matter crazily. Many casual cultivators had their own opinions on these 2 teams. In response to everything that happened in the outside world, Sabo practiced and studied this technique in his car very steadily. Another week passed like this. That day, you came to the door. How do you feel during this period? In the car, you sat on the sofa and asked comfortably. He knew that Sabo was in seclusion to study his own things, so he did not let Sabo participate in the friction with the first team a few days ago. Sabo nodded. It's not bad. I have figured out some things so far. Maybe when I reach the 8th level of rules, I can successfully control a rule. He was a little surprised. So fast. When he was at level 7, he spent 3 years before he gradually found some ways. How long has Sabo been here? Half a month. How could he know that Sabo was facing the terrifying law power of the Foundation all day long? When he returned to the rule road to survive, he was naturally very clear about those law powers. Does this still need to be comprehended? This is completely familiar with the law power. Surprised, you took out a blue bead and handed it to Sabo. These are the rewards given by the team for winning before. I gave some to the people who contributed the most in the team, and some to the new rules in the team. This part is enough for you to enter the 8th level of rules. Sabo took the bead, felt the power fluctuations transmitted from the bead, and nodded. Okay. By the way, what is Team 1's attitude towards us now? They want to kill us. You smiled and said, Team 1 has been in the top position for hundreds of years. It's time for them to make room. When you reach level 8 and master the power of the law, we will blow the horn of counterattack. Okay. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Try to reach level 8 within half a month. There won't be many minor frictions between Team 1 and us. People in the world can see it. The road is going to change. I want to sit on the throne of number 1 too. He laughed and pushed the door to leave. It can be seen that he was in a good mood. Sabo focused his attention on this bead, and his heart moved. It can be upgraded. A ray of light flashed, and the bead that was originally only the size of a baby's fist turned into a bead the size of an adult. The resource upgrade system is still very abnormal. If I reach the 8th level of rules now, and master a kind of law power, then it should be much easier for me to absorb the power in the Foundation next. Thinking of this, Sabo crushed the beads without hesitation, and the surging rule power entered inside. Chapter 492. Soon, his rule power reached a limit. Pop! Like the sound of opening a bottle of wine, the rule power in his body surged, expanded instantly, and covered his whole body. An incredible scene appeared. His body was actually becoming rule-based. Level 8 rule, body becomes rule-based. Sabo's eyes flickered. Feeling the changes in his body, he immediately guessed what was going on. This is the characteristic of the level 8 rule, which I had seen before on the level 8 rule brought by the Prophet. It is also the symbol of the level 8 rule. It has to be said that this kind of power is very strange. Since the birth of the highway survival game, this kind of power has been unique, enabling a mortal to have the power to create the world. It is hard to imagine who exactly invented it. The Prophet, who did not upgrade his level, broke through the limit of his own level at the fastest speed, and quickly reached the level 8 rule. A strange feeling appeared. Sabo felt as if he had become rule-based, as if he was in a sea of stars, with the sky full of bright stars. Inexplicable forces surged. He felt the call of these forces, each of which was different, and there were several auras that he was very familiar with. That was the power from the Foundation, each of which was very powerful. Sabo didn't know how to choose, because he had been with the power in the Foundation for a long time, and he could clearly distinguish what these powers were. Time, space, creation, destruction, various elemental laws, laws of life and death, etc. Each power was very powerful. This made him entangled, because he didn't know how to choose. These powers seemed very powerful. After thinking about it, Sabo decided to choose a relatively mysterious law, time. Everyone says time is good and wonderful. Black fungus, purple grapes, and soft bananas. Time goes back or time is accelerated. These are all very wonderful, so he chose time. With a surge of power, Sabo felt his consciousness was groggy, as if he had entered a very mysterious world. In his world, a clock appeared. The clock represents time. The clock sank into his body, and soon his consciousness returned. At this time, his control over himself became more and more strange. Sabo felt that he seemed to be able to adjust his own time flow, and adjusting his own time flow, his physical state would also change accordingly. Transformation of the spirit. Randomly turn on the transformation of the spirit, and the power of the body began to surge. The law of time emerged. 10 minutes and 1 second passed. The power suddenly rolled several times. The power value increased terribly, and the body was like a volcanic eruption. The law of time constantly blessed his body. He found that as long as he paused his own time flow, he could maintain this time forever. Surprise, surprise, and even shock. This is a bug. His heart beat, and he turned on purification, and time paused. He saw a layer of light gold on his body. Fuck. I'm invincible. Sabo was shocked. His heart would not beat, and the blood in his body was coagulated, but he did not feel any discomfort. Everything was the same as if time had not paused. The body organs are still there, but the flesh has become regularized. Every organ of the body is composed of rules. It is the same whether you pause or not. It seems that the time was chosen correctly, but before he could be happy for long, the time-pausing effect on himself was invalid. The law of time, I have just learned the law of time, and the pause can only last for 30 seconds at most. It doesn't matter whether the power is increased or not, but the effect of the purification technique is greatly improved. 30 seconds of invincibility is more manly than 5 seconds. Sabo smiled, and he gained a lot this time. If there is an accident in the process of swallowing the rules, this technique can also save lives. 30 seconds of invincibility is enough for me to do many things. In addition, after Sabo's attempts, he found that this time law can only work on himself, and the range is only 10 centimeters. This means that he can only pause the 10 centimeters around him, and it can't work in other places. At least, he can control the passage of time within 10 centimeters around him. This is also very good. After his attempts, he found that he could go back to the time around him 1 hour ago, and he could also speed up his own time to 1 hour later. When the time went back to 1 hour ago, his skills were good again. But the power of time could not be used. After all, he has just reached the 8th level of rules, and mastered the power of the 8th level rules. The universe rules he has mastered are also very few, and he needs to keep exploring. Wonderful! The power of time can even go back to the past when it reaches the late stage. Sabo smiled. Just like what was described in the novel, he directly crossed the long river of time to kill the young you, and the future you will gradually disappear with time. This is time. It's unreasonable. In the following practice, Sabo also used time. It must be said that time is too convenient for him. Others have 24 hours a day, but he has 48 hours a day. Of course, the extra 24 hours are spent in an instant, because he uses time acceleration, and time passes in the blink of an eye. It seems very ordinary, but it is different when it is used in practice, especially as time goes by. The speed of one's own time will become faster and faster. Even when he enters the upper realm, the power of time he controls will become more and more, and the passage of time will become faster and faster. After playing with the passage of time in the car, he has mastered the passage of time very well. Time, a law that looks very scary but very useless. Because for other people, time is given to them. What can they do when it acts on themselves? Then when the speed is super doubled? Don't make a fuss. In fact, for them, time is very useless, because even if the rules have time, they don't know what they can do. It will not increase their combat power, because if they can't beat them, they can't beat them. It doesn't matter whether time passes fast or slow. Of course, this is relatively useless in the early stage, but it may not be the case in the later stage. But it also depends on whether you can grow up. If you can't grow up, you will be killed in the early stage. Then what's the point of playing? At most, you can go back in time when you die, so that you can take 2 more attacks, or super double it to accelerate death. In short, time is garbage in the early stage, but it is a powerful law in the later stage. It seems that only when it is placed on Sabo, it will play a huge role. After resting for 2 days, by accelerating the passage of time, Sabo has a very high understanding of the skills, and he feels that he can challenge the law of swallowing. He did it right away. He returned to the road, summoned his foundation, and his eyes fell on the flowing power. Horrible and weird. If I swallow a power, will it affect the road? Sabo pondered and thought that this kind of thing should be tried. Otherwise you will never know what kind of impact this kind of thing will have on the road. At least it seems so now. Before starting, he has to choose a power. At present, I already have the power of time, which can only be used as an auxiliary tool. Next, I still have to choose a very powerful life-saving power. At the same time, it must also have a certain degree of offensiveness. Thinking of this, Sabo fell into deep thought. Destruction is too overbearing, especially in the early stage when the power is relatively weak. Even if you master the power of destruction, you can still be killed by others if you are not as strong as others. Law of life and death, law of creation, creating everything, just like the law of time. In the choice of multiple law powers, he finally chose space, because space is weird. Just like before on Highway 360, put yourself in a different space, the enemy can't hit you at all, but you can hit others through space by controlling space. Save your life. Attack. In the end, Sabo decided to master the power of space, and he could only absorb some, and he must ensure that the law power that shakes the foundation will not collapse. Then, Sabo began to reach out and touch the power of space, while the inner chi surged, forming a light protective film on his palm. But a terrifying scene appeared. The terrifying power was revealed, constantly tearing Sabo's fingers. Blood and flesh splattered, and the finger bones splattered from the torn flesh. Touch! You must touch it! The flesh was like being shredded by a meat grinder, and the finger bones were hanging with flesh and blood was dripping. The 5 fingers were connected to the heart, the face was distorted, and the face was pale. His health value began to decline, but it was a pity that it could not be seen without the attribute panel. There is only one purification, and he wants to leave it for life and death. He can still bear the pain now. After all, compared with pain, he values his life more. Soon, his finger bones touched the terrifying power, and the finger bones began to break. Dissipated into nothingness, Sabo's face became paler and paler, and his body was shaky. He had no time to think about other things now. He endured the heart-wrenching pain and quickly operated the skills. A trace of space power swallowed and pulled into his body. Success? Sabo felt the emergence of a trace of space power in his body and immediately retracted his fingers. At this time, the true energy of the whole palm dissipated, the flesh and blood were blurred, the finger bones were broken, and only the little finger of the 5 fingers remained. Sabo's figure flashed and appeared on the endless road. A convoy quietly stopped on the side of the road. His eyes fell on one of the RVs in the convoy, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the RV. Inside the RV, a slim and beautiful woman was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. In her arms, a cute creature was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, the woman looked up and found that the air in front of her was distorted, and a pale man appeared in the RV. Sabo. Lin Jiao's eyes fell on his palm, and she was shocked. Your hand. It's just a little injured, it's okay. Sabo said, I came to you, Blueberry. My hand is hard to recover in a short time. Only Blueberry can make my hand white bone flesh. Although using the law of time can make one's own state turn around, but at the same time, one's physical state will also return to an hour ago, when the power of space was not yet controlled. However, as soon as this sentence was said, the space power in the body had problems in the next second. Out of control, his body began to twist, layer by layer of space. Superimposed on the body, one space for one body. If this continues, his body will be torn apart by the gap between spaces. Quick! Sabo's face changed drastically, and he quickly sat cross-legged on the sofa. There are only 30 seconds. Once 30 seconds pass, if this power is not suppressed, then I may die. The next second, a faint golden light appeared on his body. Purification relieved his dizziness and negative state, and at the same time increased the pain in his palm several times. At this time, the space around him began to distort, twisting his whole body into a ball, which looked very scary. Blueberry screamed, and quickly stood up and began to treat Sabo. The tingling in his palm was slightly relieved, and at the same time, he was able to concentrate on dealing with the space power in his body. This has a tendency to get out of control, but it doesn't matter. The practice method has a very good explanation for this phenomenon, and there are corresponding policies and forces. Sabo's mind moved, and he immediately had a way to deal with it. The internal skills were running, and the Book of Laws also transmitted a terrifying tearing, and began to devour the only spatial force in his body. Fortunately, he did not absorb too much spatial law at that time, otherwise he would be dead now. As time passed, the power of spatial law in his body has gradually stabilized. The distorted space around him began to gradually fade away, and at the same time, the flesh and blood on his palms gradually recovered after being treated by blueberries. Sabo opened his eyes, and 2 obscure lights flashed in his eyes. 2 laws. Enough, when the spatial law in the body grows out of control, it can devour the 3rd law. Sabo breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Blueberry, which was already a little confused. Continuous consumption made it a little powerless and very weak. He hugged the weak Blueberry, and held it tightly against his arm. The law of time enveloped Blueberry, and the next second Blueberry seemed to be resurrected with full blood. Sure enough, as long as they are close to the body, my time power can still work on other creatures. Sabo raised his eyebrows, with a faint smile in his eyes. The recovered Blueberry was a little surprised, not knowing what happened, and why his condition suddenly became so good. It saw the last gap on Sabo's palm, and used its own power to restore the last gap, and rubbed Sabo's palm with its little head. Sabo stroked Blueberry's soft fur with a faint smile, and his eyes fell on Lin Jiao. Her current level is already ranked first among humans, and her level has reached level 23. Her cultivation has also reached the first level of foundation building. The most important thing is that the four-dimensional attributes are very impressive, and the four-dimensional attributes improved by cultivation are far higher than skills. Lin Jiao's beautiful eyes are bright. Long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. Sabo nodded faintly, with a lot of thoughts, and several months have passed unknowingly. Chapter 493. His eyes fell on the fleet outside the window. Lin Jiao has developed her own fleet and managed it in an orderly manner. Currently, it ranks third in the fleet system ranking. In addition to the supplies he left for Lin Jiao, she is also living a happy life. Is this the fleet you developed? It's okay. Sabo glanced at it and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Jiao rolled her eyes at Sabo and said charmingly, "How long are you going to stay this time?" Sabo froze. "Tomorrow. I haven't rested for a long time. I have a good rest today. The strength foundation has been laid, so I might as well rest here for one night today." His eyes scanned the RV that he had not seen for a long time. It was still a familiar environment. Even if the RV could be upgraded, Lin Jiao did not upgrade it. I have to say that Lin Jiao is a very thoughtful woman. "Do you want me to get you a chariot?" He turned around and asked. "I'm used to living in the RV. I can't sleep well if I change to other cars. Besides, the RV is pretty good," Lin Jiao said charmingly. Sabo nodded, not forcing it, sitting on the sofa, brewing a cup of hot tea, and taking a sip. "It still tastes familiar. When I forget about the things above, I will return to this road and enjoy life." Lin Jiao sat beside him, her head slowly resting on Sabo's shoulder, and the latter's body was slightly stiff. "I want to have a home." Lin Jiao's voice was faint, with a hint of complaint. Sabo was stunned for a moment, and sighed. "I haven't finished my work yet, and I may die at any time. I can't give you too much. But you are my only master." Lin Jiao raised her head and stared at Sabo with bright eyes. Sabo drank tea gently and said seriously, "If I survive, I will give you a home. If you can't survive, it doesn't matter. With your current strength, you can walk sideways on the road. The real boss is Moore. As long as Moore is not killed, his mission has not been completed. It's not that he wants to fulfill the covenant with the patrol rules, but he is now helpless. Even if he doesn't follow the agreement with the patrol rules, he will still have a battle with Moore in the future. This is an unchangeable fact. If he has the resources to upgrade the system, he will eventually ascend to the upper realm and face the most powerful Moore at that time." Lin Jiao sighed softly, with a look of resentment in her beautiful eyes. If she couldn't beat him, she would have wanted to force him. Rubbing Blueberry's little head, Sabo drank a cup of tea. Just then, a noisy sound came from outside the door. Then a man came to the outside of the RV and shouted to the inside, "Captain Lin, there are wild monsters outside." "I'm coming." Lin Jiao quickly stood up, as if worried that Sabo would misunderstand, and hurriedly said to Sabo, "This is the deputy captain of the team? He is quite strong. After all, the team is ranked by strength." Sabo waved his hand lightly. "You don't need to explain this to me, I believe you." Indeed, the two people he trusts most are Lin Jiao and Blueberry. When the car door opened, a man looked into the car. After seeing the tall and hot Lin Jiao, his eyes lit up. When his eyes fell on Sabo, who was lying on the sofa in the room with Blueberry in his arms, he was stunned. The man felt as if he had been betrayed, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. He asked Lin Jiao, "Who is he? Why did he appear in your car late at night?" Lin Jiao was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face was instantly covered with dense frost. She uttered a word softly, "Get lost." "Why?" The man's eyes were blazing. Since he saw Lin Jiao, he was attracted by her stunning appearance and couldn't stop. Later, with his powerful strength, he became the deputy captain, which made him feel that he was one step closer to Lin Jiao. But he didn't expect to see a man in Captain Lin's car today. You know, no one can enter Captain Lin's RV, not even to sit in it. "Get lost." Lin Jiao still uttered a word lightly. At this time, more and more members gathered around, both men and women. When they saw the man sitting on the sofa in the car, they were stunned. Captain Lin is unbearable. Damn, I feel like I'm heartbroken. This man looks ordinary. Not even half as good as Deputy Captain Zhao. Deputy Captain Zhao, the man standing in front of the RV, is handsome and tall. His level has reached level 20, and he is ranked in the top 10 on the level list. Everyone in the team has silently regarded Captain Lin and Deputy Captain Zhao as a pair, but now they are shocked. A man appeared in Captain Lin's RV, who looked like a fairy. You should know that Captain Lin's RV is very noble. It is said that Captain Lin's RV has long been upgraded to the level of a chariot, but Captain Lin has not upgraded it, and her appearance is even known as a restricted area for team members. No man or woman can enter Captain Lin's RV. Even to report the battle situation, the news needs to be called from outside the car to Captain Lin. And now there is a man in Captain Lin's room. How can they not be shocked? The most important thing is that this man looks ordinary, and we don't even know how strong he is. For a while, the other men in the team were a little jealous, because Captain Lin was known as a beauty that is hard to come by on the road for thousands of years. She has the highest popularity, and the most fans in the space. She can detonate the entire space by posting a video, and she is the most powerful person in the world today. She is a person who combines all the halos and is known as a goddess-level figure. Even those stars are eclipsed in front of Captain Lin. Deputy Captain Zhao asked loudly. His handsome face was a little distorted, and he cast his eyes on the man in the RV. If you still follow men, don't hide behind women. What's the ability to hide behind women? Lin Jiao's pretty face was cold. Zhao Yu. That's enough from today. You will no longer be the deputy captain of the team. Lin Jiao, you fired me for such a man? Zhao Yu seemed unbelievable, and his heart was dead. Captain Lin, even if you have a boyfriend, you should let us see him. A man who usually has a good relationship with Zhao Yu stood up and said, this man is the third strongest person in the team, and his strength is strong, only second to Zhao Yu. You are also fired. The two of you get out of the team now. The team does not welcome you. Lin Jiao's face was cold, and she showed no mercy. In her eyes, Sabo was someone no one could touch, let alone talk about. Sabo was her Achilles heel. All the men in the team were extremely jealous of Sabo, who actually fired the two strongest people in the team for a man. At this time, something strange happened. There was a roar of wild monsters in the distance, and a group of wild monsters had appeared in the wilderness. You should know that the strength of wild monsters depends on the strength of the team members. In the face of difficulties, Lin Jiao expelled Zhao Yu and the third combat force, which was a very unwise choice. Zhao Yu snorted, Captain Lin, I respect you as the captain of the team. But you should never expel the two of us. Without us, I wonder who will charge for you. Without us, the team will also break through the tide of wild monsters. The third combat force also spoke up. Captain Lin, you ruined the lives of the entire team members for a man. Do you think you are still suitable to be a team captain? This sentence hit the hearts of the entire team members. At this time, the other members of the team were a little scared, and there were roars of wild beasts in the distance, just as Zhao Yu said. Without the two top combat forces, the team may not be able to withstand this wave of beasts. Just as the third combat force said, Lin Jiao's stubborn withdrawal of the second and third combat forces of the team for a man was undoubtedly the most serious mistake. This willful behavior is indeed not suitable for a qualified team captain. But Lin Jiao said something that everyone did not expect. She looked around and said coldly, who else thinks I am not suitable to be a team captain? Stand with them. She continued, I won't make it difficult for you, just go with them and leave. Whether we live or die, it has nothing to do with you. Everyone in the team was a little shaken. Zhao Yu and the third combat force never thought that Lin Jiao would say this. Is it really worth it for a man? Some men have started to approach the two of them. Apparently, after this incident, they realized that Lin Jiao was not suitable to be a team leader and had no overall view. At this time, some people chose to follow Captain Lin, and most of them were women. They firmly believed in Captain Lin's identity as the top fighter. As for whether Captain Lin was looking for a man or not, it had nothing to do with them. At this time, someone secretly took a picture of Xiaobo's face and posted it on the space. The man that the first goddess liked actually looked like this. I think I can be a gigolo. The night was the most lively time. Many people saw this message and immediately believed it when they saw Lin Jiao standing in front of the car door with a frosty face. Many men beat their chests and stamped their feet. I didn't expect women to like ordinary people. Why does he do that? I feel like my sky is gray. Who is this man? There is no one who matches this man in the top 100. Fuck, no way. This man is really a gigolo. The world is also discussing it crazily. The picture was infinitely enlarged. In the photo, Xiaobo's face was very clear, and he looked ordinary, with no outstanding features at all. He was even average in height, not too tall, and his figure was just so. I really don't know what the goddess saw in him. Some people even broke the news that the goddess kicked Zhao Yu, who ranked 9th in the level list, 11th in the combat power list, and 3rd in the team, out of the team for this man. Lin Shi, who ranked 15th in the level list, 21st in the combat power list, and third in the team's combat power, was also kicked out of the team. And he was kicked out of the team when the wild monster trend hit. This move is completely playing with the lives of the entire team members. After all, everyone knows that when the wild monster tide comes, the team will be split and most likely to be washed away by the beast tide. This is undoubtedly playing with the lives of the entire team members. For a moment, the online storm changed instantly, and some people sympathized with Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu is handsome, powerful, and strong. In every way, he is better than that gigolo. But the goddess actually fell in love with that gigolo, and the most important thing is that she broke the team into pieces for that gigolo. Some people were jealous of Lin Xiao, and at this moment, they all added insult to injury, especially the most popular star, Sun Qi, who is also a sexy goddess in the space. She became popular in the space with some sexy photos and videos showing her body, but was steadily suppressed by Lin Xiao. At this moment, she also posted a message to add insult to injury. This behavior is completely treating the lives of the team members as a joke. Sun Qi's article was recognized by everyone. It's not that. Creating division at this juncture is not treating the lives of the team members as a joke. Sun Qi is the most typical representative of taking advantage of others because of jealousy. Others just follow suit and take advantage of the popularity, but most people want to completely kill Lin Xiao and ruin her reputation. After this incident was exposed, the information previously released by Lin Xiao was full of abuse. After all, Lin Xiao's popularity is too big. Number 1 in the level ranking list, number 1 in the combat power ranking list, number 1 in the popularity ranking list, number 3 in the team ranking list, the world's number 1 goddess, the first person to open up space. As for other activity rankings, the first place is obviously beyond doubt. Even more influential than Sabo at the beginning. If you stand too high, you will fall miserably. At this time, on the dark road, these people didn't know what was happening on the internet. The number of team members was still very large, more than 200 people, some were hesitant, and some had already made their choice. Lin Xiao said coldly, "You will no longer be members of the team." Zhao Yu smiled and stared at Lin Xiao. "Captain Lin, the team is split, and the team level will also be reduced. Is it worth it for you to do this for him?" His eyes fell on Sabo again. What kind of ability is it for a man to hide behind a woman? Lin Xiao turned around, walked to Sabo and squatted down, and intimately put her face on Sabo's hand. "Don't get me wrong, these people are just members of the team. If you don't like it, I will disband the team." Wow! Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this still the goddess they have been thinking about? She actually squatted next to a man and rubbed his hand with her face. This scene was photographed by someone in the team and posted to the space, and this time it was a video. Even Lin Xiao's voice was captured. At this moment, the people who were defending the goddess were silent, and those who had a little fantasy that this man was the goddess's brother were also dumbfounded. The space was instantly filled with a storm. This was undoubtedly an admission. Sun Qi, ha ha ha, this is the goddess you are talking about. It's so funny. At this moment, no one was helping Lin Xiao to speak, and Lin Xiao's words hurt everyone's heart. The wind direction in the space changed rapidly, and the number of Lin Xiao's billions of fans actually dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. The people in the team who chose Lin Xiao were even more disappointed. Sabo smiled. "These people were so cute," he said lightly. "I have the ability to hide behind a woman." He stood up from the sofa, walked to the door, and glanced at the people who chose Lin Xiao. The expressions on their faces were painful, obviously the pain of being abandoned by Lin Xiao. This girl, in order to please herself, actually chose to oppose others. This will not be easy to develop on the road in the future. Chapter 494. This team will become better after this incident. You should be glad that you chose Lin Xiao. I am standing in front of you now. What do you want to do? Sabo looked at Zhao Yu in front of him jokingly, wanting to laugh in his heart, and said lightly, "Your strength is okay, but compared to me, it is far behind. You are so arrogant. Now the wild monsters are about to reach the team. Let's see how you can stop them." Zhao Yu sneered, "If you beg me now, maybe I will consider cooperating with you to resolve this crisis." Sabo's face suddenly turned cold, and then he sighed. "In fact, your previous behavior did not anger me. After all, facing the clamor of ants, I am still a relatively generous person. But you should never say this. I hope you don't regret it." Zhao Yu snorted coldly. "Regret? I think you should be the one who regrets. Of course, there is also our Captain Lin. Look at the space, you are now despised, your status and identity will be spit on. The rules are floating, linked to the space, and he sees everything in the space. Especially the speeches of the so-called Sun Qi, Zhou Wen, Qianfengrui and others, who took the opportunity to add insult to injury, which can be regarded as completely suppressing Lin Jiao's reputation, and the person who posted the video was Lin Shi. These people. Lin Jiao, record the video. Sabo said lightly. He originally just wanted to simply expel these wild monsters and teach these two people a lesson. But he didn't expect them to make such a big deal that even he was labeled as a gigolo. It seems that this idea is not feasible. Lin Jiao also noticed the abuse in the space. She didn't care about it. In her eyes, Sabo was everything. Yeah. Lin Jiao nodded very obediently. This scene made the jealous fire in the hearts of Zhao Yu and others burn. Zhao Yu snorted, "Let me see what you are going to do." But Sabo actually walked towards the wild monster group. Everyone was stunned. At first, they thought Sabo was going to deal with Zhao Yu, but they didn't expect him to walk towards the wild monster group. What is he going to do? Zhao Yu and others were stunned. The wild monster group was getting closer and closer. They were all ready to escape, but this guy went in the opposite direction and went towards the wild monster group. A guy who was not on the list went to face the wild monster group. Isn't this looking for death? Brother Yu, should we go? As the wild monster group got closer and closer to them, some people began to panic. Let's take a look first. Zhao Yu narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Didn't he ask for a video? We are live streaming. He is not qualified to pretend. Everyone can pretend, but you have to have the strength to pretend. A guy who has not even entered the rankings actually wants to face a group of powerful wild monsters. It's ridiculous. Since you want to pretend, let's let more people see you pretend. By the way, reveal this guy's face and let Lin Jiao take a look. This is the person she likes, but in fact, he is not as good as me." Zhao Yu asked Lin Shi to start the live broadcast. Lin Shi's face posted videos and pictures, and the attention was unprecedentedly soaring. Less than a few seconds after the live broadcast was opened, some people who were watching the show noticed it. They integrated into the live broadcast room and promoted it crazily in the world. More and more people entered the live broadcast room and saw the figure standing at the door of the RV that made everyone crazy. But now she was staring at a thin figure, walking towards the lonely darkness step by step. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room discovered that there was a group of terrifying wild monsters in the dark wilderness. This guy is going to face these wild monsters alone. You guessed it. It must be. Didn't you see that the others didn't move? Is this the man that Goddess Lin likes? So thin. Who knows? What if he has good physical strength? This guy didn't even make it to the rankings, but he faced a group of wild monsters alone. Is he afraid that the wild monsters won't be full? The people in the live broadcast room saw this scene and discussed it crazily, but the content showed a one-sided trend. Some scolded Lin Jiao a slut and a vixen, and some scolded the man. In short, Lin Jiao stood too high and was a recognized goddess in the space. After this exposure, most players chose to add insult to injury. Society is very realistic. Looking at the abuse in the live broadcast room, Zhao Yu snorted in his heart, and his eyes fell on Lin Jiao's beautiful face. The face showed a silly expression, which made him feel painful. Then a wave of anger rose. Stinky bitch. Wait until he dies. Take you down, and make you a female slave of our team. A bitch who can be picked by anyone. Zhao Yu became angrier and angrier, and the fire of jealousy in his heart burned wildly. Here it comes. There was a cry in the crowd, but they saw that the group of wild monsters was getting closer and closer, and everyone's heart was beating, as if it would explode in the next second. Some people even closed their eyes, afraid of seeing an extremely bloody scene. But the next second, they were dumbfounded. What did they see? Sabo took light steps, but he suddenly stepped out, as if he was stepping on the void, and actually rose out of thin air. The whole person took one step after another, as if he was stepping on the steps to heaven, soaring straight up, and there seemed to be invisible steps under his feet. Each step spanned a distance of several meters. Climbing up to the sky, walking in the air, and instantly arrived above the wild monsters. The next second, a blood-red broadsword appeared in his hand. The sword was more than 1 meter long, and the whole body exuded a strange blood-red color. The blade exuded a terrifying and frightening aura, which made everyone feel extremely scared. What kind of sword is that? It's so terrifying. Lin Shi was shocked. He actually felt a palpitating and tingling feeling from the blood-red broadsword. It was really too terrifying. Some girls opened their mouths slightly in shock. The broadsword in his hand was slowly raised in the eyes of hundreds of team members and hundreds of millions of viewers in the entire live broadcast room. The blood-red light on the broadsword flickered, dragging out a long blood-red residual blood, reflecting the entire sky in a bloody sky. The next second, a blood-red sword light more than 30 meters long rushed out with the dragged blood-red residual blood, whistling and spreading from the sky. In the road world, his strength was not suppressed, and the power of the sword light and sword shadow was far more than that. If he wanted, he could even split this world apart. A group of wild monsters felt something was wrong, and they stopped suddenly, and saw the whistling and steaming sword light in the sky falling at an appalling speed. The sword light carried the power of crushing, withering, and rotten to overturn the ground, and the soil splashed. The sword light crossed the border, and a group of wild monsters were killed. There was a gully more than 10 meters deep on the ground, and the edge of the gully still had the residual power of the blood-colored knife light. The residual power alone made the group of people feel palpitations. At this time, the entire highway was silent, and the members of the team seemed to have cast a spell of immobilization, and they were dumbfounded in the same place. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were silent, and even the barrage did not pop up. Watching the figure fall from the sky, a beautiful figure flew over. Sabo was a little helpless, and could only catch Lin Jiao. The latter hugged Sabo tightly like an octopus, with starry eyes shining. "You are so handsome, can I sleep with you tonight?" Feeling the strangeness on his chest, Sabo was helpless. This woman is now more and more greedy for his body. "Come down first, wait until I get rid of these people." Sabo patted Lin Jiao's little head. The latter pouted and reluctantly let go of Sabo. At this time, the members of the team were already standing there in a daze, staring at Sabo walking over. Behind him, in the wilderness, a gully with a width of several meters, a depth of more than 10 meters, and a length of 100 meters, with a knife light whizzing through, was extremely eye-catching. He walked in front of Zhao Yu and said with a smile, "You, what do you compare me to?" Zhao Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his face was covered with dense sweat. He looked panicked and stuttered, I. Sabo's palm gently fell on Zhao Yu, and Zhao Yu looked terrified and his expression froze. The whole person disappeared silently between heaven and earth. This kind of power is unheard of. Sabo glanced at the group of rebellious team members and said to Lin Jiao, "Are the people you recruited not good? Do you want to become the first team?" Lin Jiao shook her head and bit her red lips. "No, I just want to accompany you well." Sabo had no choice but to walk over and said, "You have to find something to do. When I'm done with my work, I settle down on the road and accompany you well, okay?" "Yes, I listen to you." Lin Jiao's cheeks were rosy, and her heart was cheering. He finally accepted her. "They are suitable to be members of your team. If you don't want to take them on this road, I change another road for you." Sabo decided not to escape anymore. After this incident, he also saw Lin Jiao's heart. She would rather bear the risk of ruining her reputation and being cyberbullied by the whole network than let herself go. Just based on this, most women can't do it. Sabo simply stopped escaping and accepted it with a relaxed mind. "No need to bother you. I feel it's good to stay here." Lin Jiao smiled charmingly. "Then let's go." Sabo smiled and nodded, not forcing him. "You guys follow me too. Those who loyally choose to follow your Captain Lin, I will not treat you unfairly, and it also proves that your choice is correct." As he said that, he condensed a book of God-level skills and distributed it to them. Most of the people who chose to follow Lin Jiao were women. When they saw these skill books, they were stunned for a moment, and their breathing became rapid. God-level skill books. It's really right to say that they are God-level, because these skill books can grow. Those who chose to follow Zhao Yu were also dumbfounded. The live broadcast room seemed to be ignited. "I only have more than 40 skill books, and I will give them to you as soon as I say it." Who is this man? Did you notice that he just asked whether he wanted to change a road for Lin Jiao? What does this mean? There are other roads. Awesome. No wonder Lin Jiao followed him. Too awesome. Who is Zhao Yu? He was wiped out by someone touching him. Ha ha ha. Those who insulted Captain Lin, who are you? The live broadcast room was boiling at this moment. But in a blink of an eye, the man said something that made everyone panic. Sabo looked back at Lin Jiao and asked, "By the way, there are many people in this space who are taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Do you want me to help you deal with them?" Everyone's heart was lifted up at once. Looking at the things sent into space, they quickly deleted the comments previously posted in the space. Especially Sun Qi, she was the first to delete. This sentence sounds very calm, but it carries a sense of might and dominance. It makes everyone in the live broadcast room crazy. Fuck, too domineering, isn't it? Spoiling women with strength. Awesome. Sun Qi is very panicked. 666, This is the person who speaks the most domineering words in the calmest tone I have ever heard. Love, love. Lin Jiao will definitely be very happy. At this moment, the wind direction in the live broadcast room also changed. This group of people is really very realistic. Lin Jiao shook her head and said softly, there is no need to trouble you with this matter. I have remembered these people. I will deal with them myself. It is not appropriate for you to take action. Sabo said nonchalantly, what is appropriate or not? Just kill them if you don't like them. Oh! Lin Jiao felt sweet in her heart, her face flushed. I can't be looked down upon by others, right? If you solve everything, I will have no fun. Go to sleep, leave this to me. Okay then. Sabo had no choice but to nod. His eyes fell on Lin Shi. You should be glad that you didn't say anything just now, otherwise you are like Xiaoyu now. In addition, delete everything that should be deleted in the space. Apologize if you should. Don't let me find you one by one. A man who says one thing and thinks another. Lin Jiao was wrapped in sweetness. Yes, yes, don't worry. I will delete everything, and I will apologize. Lin Shi nodded quickly, with a respectful tone, not daring to have the slightest dissatisfaction. He just saw Xiaoyu disappear silently. It was so scary. Is this still a method that players on the road have? Sabo went back to the car to rest, while Lin Jiao quietly looked at the betrayer and shook her head gently. Since everyone has their own choice, I hope you all have a better life. She said to the rest of the people, let's go. The live broadcast room was closed, and a farce ended. But the aftermath was still spreading, and the power of Xiaobo's knife was recorded as a video and widely circulated in the space. Who on earth is he? He is so powerful. Oh my god, it's like a cow giving birth to a calf. He is so awesome. What a terrifying power. Holy crap. The video playback volume of this knife increased wildly, and the space was shaking. The next day, things got worse and worse. Some people even speculated that this man was from another highway, and the evidence was what he said to Lin Jiao last night. Some people even speculated that Lin Jiao was also from another highway, but the matter soon came to nothing because they were afraid that this man would come to their door. This man's strength was so strong that no one said that this man was not worthy of Lin Jiao. Instead, the space was full of praise. A hero deserves a beautiful woman. God made a pair, and the earth made a pair. It's perfect, very realistic. Chapter 495. At night, after explaining something, Lin Jiao slipped into bed, stripped naked and hugged Xiaobo to sleep. She enjoyed this time very much. She even thought of the past. But she didn't expect Xiaobo to go further and further away, and it was difficult for her to touch him. In order to follow Xiaobo's footsteps, she worked hard to improve herself. She tried hard, hesitated, and struggled. In the end, she accepted her fate. Since she couldn't catch up, she would stay well and wait for Xiaobo to come next time. She must seize the opportunity, but when Xiaobo really came back, Lin Jiao was a little scared. She didn't know how to do that thing. At night, Lin Jiao regretted a little. She knew to read those books earlier. The next day, when Lin Jiao opened her eyes again, she found that there was no one around her. She got up in a hurry, put on a simple pajamas, and went to the kitchen. She found that the food was ready. There was a note on the table. If I can come back alive, I will never leave again. Lin Jiao stared at the note in a daze. Her eyes fell on Blueberry. Has he left? Coco, Coco! Blueberry shouted. Lin Jiao nodded silently, feeling a little disappointed. Damn it! Returning to Highway 425, Xiaobo has perfectly mastered two laws, one for life-saving attack and one for assistance, which complement each other. It's so wonderful. In the following time, he will improve the degree of evolution and deepen his control over the law. But the effect of the improvement is very small, too little. 5 days later, there was a movement outside, and Sabo also knew that the war with the first team was about to begin. The conflict between the two sides has progressed to a white-hot stage. Previously, the friction between the two sides had been constant, and they quarreled and insulted each other every day. After more than half a month, both sides could not help it. Sabo found you, and you had assembled all the offline teams. The captains of these teams were all level 8 rules. Strong strength. The meeting lasted for several hours, mainly focusing on the request for external aid from the first team. After all, Moore's power has been developing on the highway for so long. In addition to Highway 425, other highways also have forces left by Moore. This time, you and others also held the belief that they must win, and also pulled in external aid from other highways. They wanted to remove the first team in one fell swoop. If the first team can be removed, Then it will be a good thing for the entire Highway 425. After all, the first team has been arrogant on Highway 425 for too long, and the members of the team are arrogant and domineering. Many players on the highway are unhappy with the members of the first team. But there was nothing they could do, because they were the first team. When they learned that the second team was going to deal with the first team, the players in the world were the first to agree, and some even helped the second team to scold the first team. The night fell, and the atmosphere sank. The road became dim. The second team's cars had all been put away. It seemed that they had noticed something, and the spies of the first team and the second team quickly sent this matter to the first team. Mia was eating, and was shocked and angry when he received the news. He hurriedly discussed the decision with the top management of the first team, and ordered the first team to put away the cars, and be ready for battle. And you has already mastered the coordinates of the first team. I didn't expect that this guy Mia would react so quickly. He actually received the news of our departure so quickly, but it doesn't matter. You smiled and didn't care about the fact that there were spies from the first team in the convoy. After all, there were spies from the second team in the first team. This is inevitable. The team recruits new members every day, and no one can guarantee that these people are really coming to the first/second team. Prepare to teleport? You was not afraid. He had waited for this moment for a long time. Sabo stood aside. This time he did not use his own power. For him, the first team with many rules is the best place to grow. The more people he kills, the faster he grows. Of course, he must maintain his own evolution level and cannot let the evolution level exceed 100%. Once it exceeds 100%, it is very likely that he will leave the road and ascend to the upper world. At this time, he has no plan to ascend to the upper world. For this operation, you and his team have been preparing for half a month, and have discussed many plans. One word: kill. Kill them all. During this period, you and his team have significantly improved their high-level strength, especially the 7th level rules. After experiencing the team battle, they have been promoted to the 8th level rules. In addition to use training, these rules that have just entered the 8th level elementary level have entered the 8th level and above level. After all, they have killed many 7th level rules in the arena. In addition to use training, some have even entered the advanced level. With such a rapid improvement, Yu is determined to win this operation. What surprised him the most was Sabo, who actually mastered an extremely rare space rule. Space rules can create space and have mysterious power. At present, most players have obtained rules related to 4-dimensional attributes, such as power law, speed law, and physical law. They are not very useful. Perhaps in the upper realm, these laws will be developed and used. But in the rule highway, a world dominated by rules, these laws are not very useful. But the space rule is different. Even on the rule highway, it has a very big effect. It has to be said that this control rule is like a lottery. If it is not done well, it is a garbage rule. In short, the rules of the 8th level rule control are very strange. It depends entirely on one's luck, and Sabo, a man who has opened a plugin, chooses the rules with his eyes open. The action begins. Sabo followed you closely, and beams of light from transmission lit up on the highway, densely packed, like stars twinkling in the sky. In an instant, the people in the first team exploded. Enemy attack. The people in the second team are coming. Mia Zongshan jumped onto the chariot and looked at the darkness ahead. On the endless road, green lights dotted the road, densely packed, tens of thousands of them. Level 6 rules stick together. Level 6 and above rules include level 6 rules free action. Kill the enemy. Mia's figure was like being amplified by a loudspeaker, rolling across the road. Boom! The air in front vibrated, the terrifying power surged, and the entire road was shattered. The second team rushed to the front with the 8th level strongest rules. The 8th level rules led the way, and the other rules followed closely. Mia was extremely calm when he saw this scene, as if he had expected it, but he saw figures rising into the sky on the road ahead, and the terrifying power fluctuations were mixed layer by layer. Both sides were bombing each other on the road. Sabo. Seeing this, you shouted. Understood. Sabo nodded, but saw the space around him wriggling, and the next second, several figures disappeared. And then he appeared in the crowd of enemies. The terrifying power of rules erupted, and the rules near them were crushed by this terrifying power of rules. Crushed into meat paste. Terrifying abnormality. Damn it! Space law. Mia's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he rushed up with the remaining reserve personnel. Mia! Your opponent is me! You let out a long roar, his figure flashed, and the creatures around him exploded like bombs. You are looking for death. You? Mia's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he rushed up with the power of the rules. The two collided, setting off a terrifying wave, and the entire road was shattered, and Sabo began to transform into a god, took out the money, and began to kill crazily, one knife at a time, so terrifying. In addition, his strength was upgraded to level 8, and his strength value reached 500. After turning on the incarnation, his strength was terrifying. At the same time, the dense transmission light of the road was lit up again. This is because other teams have also joined the battle. The already chaotic battlefield is even more chaotic at this time. Some people can't tell friend from foe, just kill them. This battle spread to the entire highway. Various private messages bombed the coordinates, turning the entire highway upside down. Route 425 is in chaos. The battle spread over more than 10 kilometers, and the entire highway broke and collapsed under the terrifying fluctuations of the rule power. The terrifying power of rules interweaves in the sky, and with the sky dark, countless large and small teams join in, and even some individual players. A chaotic battle is the best time to make a fortune, especially the life and death battle between the first team and the second team. These people all want to make a fortune from the war. But they ignored the rules of this war. Because the top 10 teams all joined, the number of people expanded from the original 50,000 to more than 200,000. The scope of the war spread to more than 10 kilometers. Sabo was a little dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen such a big melee, and he had already stepped from the intermediate level of the 8th level rules to the advanced level of the 8th level rules. He didn't know how many he had killed. He just felt his arms numb, and even his transformation skills were up. Half an hour, or an hour. Seeing that his rule evolution had reached a high level, Sabo simply set his sights on Mia, who was fighting you in the distance. He didn't forget Mia's palm, almost slapped him to death. The evolution level was still there before the time flowed to the point where the skills just turned well. The evolution level will not be affected by the passage of time. It seems that the passage of time can only affect one's own state and skills, and will not affect the evolution level. I think the people who made these rules didn't expect that the players on the rule road would have skills. This created his own unique cheating scene. With the improvement of the evolution level, Sabo's mastery of the law power became stronger and stronger. Even if time went back for an hour, the law in his body could still support it to go back twice more. Ha ha ha. Cool. Sabo howled to the sky and went all out. Life burning. Transformation. All the skills that can be used are used. The power in his body is like a volcanic eruption, extremely terrifying. The ground under his feet even began to collapse, and with a little force, the road collapsed, completely unable to withstand Sabo's powerful force. The power value soared wildly. Yeah. I'm here to avenge you. Sabo jumped up, his body covered in blood. His figure was thin, as if he had experienced some inhumane torture. The next second, a blood-red light tore the sky. The sharp knife light passed through, and the ground was torn apart. Mia, who was knocked away by you, was suddenly startled, and his hair stood up. He turned his head, and saw a terrifying blood-red knife light tearing the sky, and the murderous aura was rolling. Looking for death. Mia's face was filled with murderous intent. If I can't beat you, how can I beat you? He immediately condensed the terrifying power of rules, and slapped the blood-colored knife light. In this power of rules, there was even a law of force mixed in, rubbing the air, and making a sharp sound. Sabo was not afraid at all. He fought hard and chased the blood-colored knife light with a domineering attitude. His current strength value has surpassed the 8th level rules. Facing the overwhelming 8th level rule power, he was not afraid. Break the sky with a mile. There were bursts of roars. The knife light touched the skywide rule power, and the whole world burst into a deafening roar. The knife light dissipated, but Mia's rule power was also chopped into pieces by a knife. Ha ha ha. Mia, you can't even beat a little kid who just stepped into the 8th level rule. You mocked? Mia's face was gloomy. He stared at Sabo, who was flying in the air. This rule was really strange. Not only was the power terrifying, but all the skills could be used. Even the invisible power of rules could be used. Even if he used the law of force to bless the power of rules, he could not shake the opponent. It was simply terrifying. Little did they know that after Sabo's power value reached 500, he had used all his trump cards. Even if it was the first level universe rule of the upper realm, he could kill the lower realm. Not to mention that these were the peak of the 8th level rules. Not even the first level universe rules. Sabo's eyes were cold, and he went up against the wind, determined to kill the Mia in front of him. His figure disappeared in the air, and the space around him squirmed. The next second, Mia noticed something was wrong behind him, and turned around and punched. The law of force splashed, and the space collapsed instantly. The blood-red broadsword collided with it. Crack! The blade broke, and the power of rules around Sabo rolled. The next second, a special space enveloped him. The terrifying law of force was added to himself, and its power was far more terrifying than that added to the power of rules. Although the law of force is the most common law, never underestimate its power. The fist passed through Sabo's body, but did not hit Sabo's body. Law of space. Mia immediately reacted and pulled away from Sabo, with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. I didn't expect you to master the rare law of space. There are many things you didn't expect. Sabo had a sneer on his face, and a trace of blood-red air spread from his body, and turned into a sea of blood and a pool of blood. The sea of blood and the pool of blood spread endlessly, and in a flash, they covered the other rules on the road. Everyone stopped and looked over here, but saw a hideous figure emerging from the sea of blood. After the Shura's transformation was upgraded, the blessing of power was directly doubled. The law of power is just like this. Sabo was extremely arrogant, and he activated all his means. With the blood pool and the sea of blood, he seemed to be a god on this road, an extremely terrifying god. The next second, his figure disappeared, and he appeared directly beside Mia. The broken broadsword was restored again, and the Shura incarnation also changed to be extremely hideous, and even a residual image appeared on the blade. Mia tried desperately to block the blow, using the law of force. The surrounding space could not withstand the power of the law of force and collapsed. The power was even stronger than Sabo's blow. But when the two really collided, the law of force was shattered. Mia was chopped away by the blow, and his arm was blurred. Chapter 496. Sabo's figure disappeared again, and the bloody broadsword fell on Mia's body, not giving him any chance to react. No! You can't kill me! More won't let you go. At this moment, Mia was terrified. What is more? I will definitely ascend to the upper realm and kill him when the time comes. Sabo sneered and chopped without hesitation, and the hot blood splashed on the ground. Mia, who had been arrogant on Highway 425 for 100 years, was actually dead. The rules who saw this scene in the blood pool were dumbfounded. Even Yuta was shocked. Collect. Sabo directly activated the time flow, and his own state was restored to an hour ago, when only the transformation of the spirit was activated. The surrounding sea of blood and blood pool also disappeared. Yu stared at Sabo intently. He felt a wave of law coming from him. It was a new law. You? Sabo did not admit it, but said, my evolution has reached the peak of the 8th level. I believe that this road will become better with your rule. I plan to leave. Yu glanced at Sabo and finally nodded. After killing Mia, Sabo did not have much feelings for this place. Since he killed Mia, Moore would definitely not let him go. Even if there were no patrol rules, with his personality, he would have a dispute with Moore sooner or later. It was a matter of time. After killing Mia, his evolution reached the peak of the 8th level. If he killed someone again, he might be able to ascend to the upper realm. In the upper realm, who knows what uncontrollable things will happen on the road. He simply stopped and went to see his second brother first. After explaining to Yu, Sabo left. Yu glanced at Sabo's back, with a trace of regret on his face. It's a pity that such a good talent didn't stay. Moore turned the road upside down 100 years ago, but he never thought that 100 years later, there would be someone stronger than him. This kid has been in the horror of rules for a year, and his improvement speed is simply terrifying. It's like there is no barrier when he breaks through. The most important thing is that he doesn't bother to use the power of rules. On the contrary, his own power is stronger than the power of rules. It's outrageous. This guy ascended to the upper realm, which is definitely a big cancer. It's a pity. I don't know if I can see the decisive battle between Moore and him. I don't know when Chi-Tion came over, looking at Sabo's gradually disappearing back, and enviously said, Moore is called the first person of this era and avoided several game restarts. I think this young man is the same. He is called the first person in this game. Maybe he is the first to ascend to that level before Moore. You nodded. They have lived here for hundreds of years, so they naturally know the existence of the upper realm. No one has ever been there. It is said that this is where the road game was born. Some people also say that this is where the god of creation lives. There are even more outrageous ones, saying that there is no upper realm at all. This is all a conspiracy. Once you reach the 9th level of the universe rules, you will be killed. In short, there are a lot of rumors. Sabo used the teleportation disc to leave this road. The remaining battles will be very simple for you and his team, and it will not even be a problem. and his goal is to destroy. After modifying the foundation rules, the speed of strength improvement has accelerated a lot, crossing and practicing without wasting a moment. Soon I returned to the road where my second brother was. After Lin Xia separated from Sabo again, it didn't take long for him to become a second level rule, and then he found a team. The team leader was a 6th level rule, and he treated them well. However, Lin Xia and his team have not lived a very good life in recent days, because people from other teams have targeted Lin Xia and his team. The captain of the other team is also a 6th level rule, but the level of the members in the team is higher than that of the members in Lin Xia's team. After all, the captain of the team recruited several 2nd level rules, like Lin Xia, and there were only 10 3rd and 4th level rules in total, and only 3 5th level rules. There was only 1 6th level rule. But the opponent had 6 5th level rules, and more than a dozen 4th level rules, which were more than their 3rd and 4th level rules combined. The sky was dark, and the bonfire was burning in front of the convoy. Lin Xia and his team's faces showed a trace of sadness again. After all, being taught by this team, it would be a lie to say that they were not panicked. "Why don't we leave?" A creature beside Lin Xia whispered. "You forgot when the captain took us in. Now that the team has problems, you want to escape." Lin Xia glanced at the creature beside him. This is his new friend, Ken. The creatures here have strange names. To be precise, the names of the creatures here are all single character. Some are 2 characters, and some are 5 characters. In short, it's very strange. Ken looked around and lowered his voice. "Look, there are already 3 level rules that have escaped." Lin Xia looked over, and saw that the number of people on the 3 level rules side had indeed decreased a lot. He sneered, "Where do you think we can go if we leave here? If we are discovered by other rules, we will die." Ken sighed, fiddled with the bonfire in front of him, and asked curiously, "Lin Xia, since you said your big brother is so powerful, why didn't you leave with your big brother?" Lin Xia looked up at the sky and said faintly, "I don't want to be a burden to my big brother." Ken didn't understand. At this moment, there was a commotion in front. "Let's go, let's go! What are you still doing here?" The voice was very familiar. Lin Xia and other 2nd level rules stood up to look. The one who spoke was their leader, who was also the only 6th level rule. They walked over to see, and found that their leader was chasing people away. "The enemy is coming. Why are you still staying here? Waiting to die? Go quickly." Their leader is called Dong, a very good person, and treats them very well. There are very few people who can keep their original intentions and remain unchanged on such a road. "Leader, if there is anything, we will carry it together." A 5th level rule stood up and said. He was only 4th level when he joined the team. At that time, he was chased by a 5th level rule for a long time. If it weren't for the leader, he might have died long ago. Hold on. The team targeting us is very strong. Even if we all fight, we may not be able to beat them." The team leader stared at these people, and kicked a 4th level rule sitting on the ground. "Let's go. Escaping is more important." Some people have chosen to leave for their own lives. Ken pulled Lin Xia and signaled him to leave quickly. Lin Xia shook his head firmly. "We are all gone, and there will be one more sad person in the world. And you have lived here for so long. Don't you know the cruelty of the road? There are not many teams willing to take us in, and there are even fewer people who treat us sincerely." Ken Yu sighed, not knowing what to say. Some people left one after another, and some chose to stay. In the end, only 7 people were willing to stay, including Lin Xia and Yu. The other 5 people had 2 level 3 rules, 1 level 4 rules, and 1 level 5 rules, including the leader. The leader sat on the ground, looked at the burning bonfire, sighed and said, "Have you decided not to leave?" "Yeah." The others nodded. "The other party's target is me. You can survive if you leave." The leader continued. "But where do we go if we leave? Continue to wander on the road? If we meet other people, we will be eaten without leaving any residue." A level 4 rule said. The others were silent. This was very realistic. After all, the current situation on the road is like this. You kill me, I kill you. It's already a mess. The leader sighed, not knowing what to say, but this is the fact. At this moment, Lin Xia suddenly felt the vibration of the manual. He took out the manual and saw that it was Sabo who sent him a message. "I'm back. Where are you? I find you now." His expression was shocked, and he smiled at Ken. "Maybe we don't have to die. My elder brother is back." Ken was stunned for a moment, and then overjoyed. "Your elder brother is back? Well, he is already on the road. I sent him the coordinates." Lin Xia smiled. As long as his elder brother comes back, Maybe this crisis can be easily resolved. The coordinates were sent. Soon the transmission light on the road where they were. This startled the other members of the team, and they immediately stood up and looked at the transmission light vigilantly. Lin Xia sensed something was wrong and quickly said, "Captain, this is my elder brother." Captain Dong still looked at the transmission light vigilantly. "Your elder brother? Can you trust him?" Lin Xia said, "Don't worry, he is absolutely trustworthy." A figure appeared in the light, a creature of the same species as Lin Xia. The captain was relieved, but the next second, everyone was shocked. The man walked out, exuding a terrifying aura, not from the 6th level rules, not even the 7th level, also not the 8th level, but the peak of the 8th level. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Lin Xia was shocked. "Second brother. Brother, you are now the peak of the 8th level rules?" Lin Xia asked in disbelief. Sabo nodded. "Well, after dealing with things over there, I have reached the peak of the 8th level. During this period, I plan to deal with things on the road, and then go to the upper realm." Lin Xia swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Can you go to the upper realm now?" Sabo nodded. "Yes, but I haven't finished dealing with things on the road, so I have been suppressing it. I will go after I finish dealing with it. Maybe I need your help." Lin Xia nodded. "No problem." At this time, Sabo looked at the 6 people around Lin Xia and asked curiously, "Your new partner?" "Yes. Big brother, let me introduce you." Lin Xia said quickly, "This is our leader Dong, who is very good to us. This is Kan, who is a good friend of mine." Sabo nodded one by one and said calmly, "Hello, I may have to stay here for a while during this period. Sorry for the trouble." Dong was a little flattered. He didn't expect that Lin Xia, the big brother, would be so easy to talk to. He quickly said, "No trouble, no trouble." "Oh, big brother, we are being targeted again. They are chasing us now. They may come to us soon." Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell Sabo about the potential danger. Sabo didn't take it seriously. "Come, just kill them. I have killed even the peak of the 8th level rules." Hiss. These people took a breath of cold air, a little shocked. Sabo didn't pretend to be cool, but told the truth again. "Oh, second brother, I want to go to your road. You connect all my previous information, that is, Sabo's information on the road." He planned to deal with all the things on the road and understand what should be understood. Now that he has become a rule, he has also learned a lot of things. In fact, there are still remnants of various races on the road. They left bad information about the rules in order to change the views of the players on the road on the rules, and make them resist the rules of the game. In fact, only by becoming a rule will they understand that it is not like this. In addition to completing the supplement of his own skills and professions, the rest of going to the road this time is to say goodbye to his old friends. Another thing is that if possible, the National Martial Arts Master will be promoted again. As for the automobile engineer, it is used a lot on the next highway, but it is used very little on the rural highway, almost nothing. After all, the survival here is different from the highway. The survival on the highway is to find supplies and face wild monsters. And the survival in the rules, in addition to finding supplies, is to face the same kind. As for the dangers in the wilderness, there are much fewer. Okay. Lin Xia nodded. These are all minor problems. The most important thing is that there is a big brother in the team, and the 8th level peak rules are in charge, and the thorough safety issues have been improved a lot. After staying on the road for a while, Sabo sank into the road, and came to his second brother's world. The backup plan he had left on his second brother's road was still there, and Sabo did not use it, and condensed a new body again. This body looked the same as his own. This time, he was going to let the name Sabo return again, and he had been away from the road for half a year. Many players on the road thought he was dead. The void was squirming, and the second brother came over in a panic. "Brother, those people are coming." "So soon?" Sabo stood up, sealed the half-condensed body, and returned to consciousness. Sabo, who was sitting in the car, suddenly opened his eyes. The road ahead had been blocked by a team of about 40 or 50 people, who were confronting Dong. "You guys should leave quickly, I'm kindly advising you." Dong had an 8th level peak rule sitting behind him, and he was not worried at all. He even had the idea of teasing the other party. The leading level 6 peak rule glared. "Dong, you still can't change your pretentious nature. You have collected so many garbage, and now only these few people are left in the team. Let's see what you can do." "Alas, I am really doing this for your own good." Dong sighed faintly. Level 8 peak rule. Killing these people is as easy as drinking water. Don't look at the opponents, so many people. Even a level 7 peak rule can easily kill the opponent. So he is really doing this for the other party's good. Stop talking nonsense. I have been watching you for a long time. The level 6 peak rule showed a sneer on his face, not taking the other party's words seriously, and immediately condensed the power of the rule to slap Dong. Dong reacted and was about to fight back. Suddenly a wave of fear spread, and the power condensed by the level 6 peak rule disappeared in an instant. Chapter 497. Level 6 peak rules breathed hard, and suddenly shook, saying in surprise, "What a terrifying power fluctuation." Dong was also startled, turned his head and looked behind him, but saw that the young man had woken up, and quickly made way. "Brother, you are awake." Sabo is now the boss of the team. Sabo didn't care too much about these people calling him brother. The one who has achieved success comes first. It's right to call him brother. You? Level 6 peak rules looked at the young man, and in an instant his whole body seemed to fall into an ice cellar. His hands and feet were cold, and a chill ran straight through his body. Level 8 peak rules. Plop! Before Sabo came over, he knelt on the ground directly, his voice trembling. Big brother. The team members behind him were so shocked that their eyes fell down. Their eyes fell on Sabo, and their faces immediately showed a look of horror. Some people wanted to leave, but suddenly found that they had been covered by an invisible wall. This is a space barrier. The space constructed by Sabo. Seeing that they couldn't run away, these people also knelt on the ground. More than 50 rules of different shapes knelt on the ground, which was really spectacular. I give you two choices. The first one is death. The second one is staying and joining my team. Sabo said calmly. The level 6 rule was stunned for a moment, and then overjoyed. Brother, I choose the second one. Very good. Sabo smiled, and the surrounding barriers disappeared. The level 6 rule wiped the sweat off his face. He suspected that if he had just refused, then none of them would be able to run away. Now it's good. Joining a team of level 8 peak rules, the upper limit is immeasurable, Sabo said calmly. The team will use Dong's team name first, and publish the information of team recruitment in the world, requiring level 3 rules or above. Our future is to occupy the throne of the first team. Damn! Such a big ambition. The new members were shocked. The throne of the first team. You should know that there is no first team on the entire road. Anyone who dares to claim to be the first is simply looking for death. Sabo didn't care. He looked at the people around him and smiled. Are you scared? I'm here, it's okay. This is not him bragging. When he comes back from the second brother's road, he will definitely be reborn. And he also told his second brother to get him some skill upgrade books. As for the career advancement books, he needs to wait until the 4th level road. Sabo didn't make it difficult for his second brother. After explaining it, he returned to the car and entered the road again. When Sabo left, the 6th level rule stroked his chest. Dong smiled and said, well, I told you everything. Level 6 rules didn't care. Now that he was on the pirate ship, he could only ask cautiously, does he really want to build the first team? Dong shook his head. I don't know the details, but I can be sure of one thing, this person is very powerful. And he came from another highway. Before coming, he had killed an 8th level peak rule. Huh? Level 6 rules took a deep breath, stared at Dong, and said, we are also a team in the future. We are sorry for the previous things. Dong waved his hand nonchalantly. Let him let the past go. Thank you. Level 6 peak rules breathed a sigh of relief. Road world. A body that looks exactly like Sabo condensed. Second brother, come out for a moment, I need your help. After the body condensed successfully, Sabo transformed into the rules, and called the second brother. Big brother. The second brother's figure appeared on the road. Match this body with the information I left in this world before. Sabo said that this matter was not a big problem. It was very simple. After a person dies, the original information will be left in the rules, and the second brother only needs to search for it to find it. It took him more than 10 seconds to complete it. By the way, big brother, do you want a car for you? After doing all this, he asked again. No, I can just go for a walk on the road by myself. Sabo shook his head. At this stage, it didn't matter to him whether he had a car or not. He now retained the power of the Rule Road survival world. Level 8 peak rules, play here at will. After saying goodbye to his second brother, Sabo merged into his own body, and his identity was connected to his previous identity. In the space, Sabo's gray avatar suddenly lit up. At this time, there were still many people in the world browsing the space. Some people suddenly noticed that Sabo's avatar, which had been gray for half a year, actually lit up. They immediately sent this discovery to the world. Fuck. Sabo's avatar lit up. He's back. Xiao is back. His avatar really lit up. Is it true? It's true. His avatar in the space is all lit up. The originally peaceful world appeared with the news that he is back, like a stone falling into a calm lake, causing huge ripples. Countless people rushed to the space. Yes, the man's avatar lit up, and a man of an era came back. For a moment, the world was shaken. Everyone was discussing the news of his return. And within 2 minutes of his connection, Sabo found that his back end had exploded, and he had no choice but to hide. The news of Sabo's return caused a violent response in the world. Many players on the level list, who had never appeared, also left messages in the world. Chuxia, level 25, he is really back. I think we were still in the same team. Feng Xian, level 24, Sabo is really back. I just went to see him, but his level is still at level 12. What happened to him? In a blink of an eye, he disappeared for more than half a year. Han Yi, level 23, time has changed. Old Man Joe, level 27, Sabo, if you have any questions, you can come to me. Sabo browsed the information posted by several acquaintances in the world, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old Joe has become more stable. After the team became the first, he seems to have gained a lot of benefits with the update of his second brother. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the game update, which was almost the same as the content on his road. Level list, combat power list, team list, qualifying. All the same routine. Xiao is still level 12, and his strength is probably the same as before. Times change, and the latecomers are superior. The old gods are eventually replaced by the new gods. It shouldn't be like this. How can he still be level 12 after half a year? Gradually, bad comments began to emerge in the world, and there was even a more arrogant person who said that Sabo was no longer good. This person was ranked second in combat power, and had the title of Mad God. He was currently ranked first in the ranking competition. He had reached the 100-star Mad God of War. He was also the fastest rising person in the world, and his combat power was second only to Old Man Joe. And Old Man Joe was only ranked second in the ranking. His level was not high, but with the emergence of immortal cultivation techniques, he rose rapidly with his strong cultivation talent. With the cultivation level of level 22, and the first level of foundation building, he ranked second in the combat power list. With more than 100 less combat power than Old Man Joe, he is now about to break through the second level of foundation building, and his strength will increase greatly, surpassing Old Man Joe in one fell swoop and becoming the new god of the road. The title of Mad God was originally given to him by others. Later, as his cultivation level improved faster and faster, he naturally accepted this title, and even began to regard himself as Mad God. The surge in strength brought a surge in self-confidence. Mad God, very arrogant. After becoming the second on the road battle power list, he launched a fierce attack on Chuxia. Chuxia posted beautiful photos in her space every day, and has become a well-deserved goddess on the road. In the past, his strength level was not very good, and he could only hide this love silently in his heart. But now, with the emergence of the skills, his practice is smooth sailing, and he feels more and more that he is a genius in practice. With his strength rising rapidly, he is naturally flattered by the praise of players on the road. Some things that he didn't dare to do before, he can do them now. Seeing that after Sabo returned, the world was bragging about Sabo's past deeds again. He was very unhappy in his heart, and naturally had to mock. And now the opponent's level was only level 12. He could have crushed him to death by just flipping his fingers, so he naturally didn't care. Similarly, some people also had the idea of kicking someone when he was down. These people had been killed by Xiao more or less. Level 12, Sabo hasn't appeared on the road for a long time. Times are changing, and he can't be the so-called Xiao anymore. Xiao used to be so arrogant, but now he is not as powerful as he was back then. To be honest, I really want to challenge Sabo to make up for the regrets of the past. At this time, many people in the world sighed, but no one praised him anymore. After all, that era had passed, and now cultivation was on the rise, and skills were declining. Some talented and qualified people have become cultivation masters, and these people have been killed by Sabo more or less. And these people are not high in the level list, but most of them are in the top 100 in the combat power list. Although some people are outside the top 100, they have very high qualifications. It has only been a short time since the cultivation of immortals appeared, and many people have successfully entered the top 1000 in the combat power list with their strong cultivation talents. You have to know that there are more than 1 billion players in the world now, and the top 1,000 are already very talented. It is even very amazing. Sabo's return caused a lot of controversy in the world. He did not respond to the ridicule in the world, and strolled on the long road. After the control of the second brother, the weather on the road has become very comfortable, neither cold nor hot. It is very comfortable to stroll here and enjoy the warm sunshine. In front of him, a dense high grassland area appeared in front of him. This is. A memory came to his mind. When he just entered the road, wasn't the first special road he passed by the high grassland area? Sabo smiled. The world has changed, and the times have changed. Unconsciously, he has changed from a young boy to a top-level existence on the Rule Road. Even if he enters the upper realm, he will definitely have a place. Upgrading is very difficult for others, but for him, it is easy and simple. With the system, it is difficult not to take off. Sabo walked into the high grassland area. The grassland swayed left and right with the wind, and a shadow came quickly. But after the shadow approached Sabo, it burst directly. The hot blood was splashed, and the flesh was directly pressed into a pool of meat mud. The power of rules acted on his body, forming a strong pressure area. As long as any creature approached, it would not be able to withstand this strong pressure. The power of the rules at the peak of level 8 is very terrifying. Sabo didn't care about the clamor in the world. Would people care about the clamor of an ant? No, just crush it to death when there is time. For Sabo, these people can't run on the road, so he can kill them if he wants. Walking on the road, he could cross more than 30 meters with each step. When he lifted his foot, his figure would appear 30 meters away. Very scary. The sound of wind caressed his ears, which was extremely comfortable. Passing through the high grassland area, he came to the boundless grassland road, passed through the air wall, and lay on the grassland, enjoying the softness of the grassland, which was not much worse than the soft big bed in the RV. After resting for a while, Xia Yuan continued to move forward, and he naturally ignored the resource boxes on the roadside. He no longer lacked resource boxes. In the world of cosmic rules, skills were not very useful. The power of the law is too terrifying. His current mastery of the power of space has reached a very terrifying level. He can easily separate a person from this world, and even use space to dismember him, unless he also masters the power of the law. Otherwise, the power of the law is like a dimensionality reduction attack for the people of this world. It is not on the same level at all. Black Mountain, it is the second special road he has experienced, and it is also the first place for hidden tasks. Climbing Black Mountain, a deserted village appeared in front of him. After going deeper, a group of wild monsters will appear. Looking at the familiar environment, Sabo was full of thoughts. He vaguely remembered the days with Old Man Joe here. Second brother, send me to Old Man Joe, I will go to him to ask some questions. He still has many questions in his heart. What did Old Man Joe get at the beginning? With these things, Old Man Joe also rose rapidly, which is inseparable from what he got. The second brother appeared and nodded. Then the situation changed. Sabo removed the power of rules around him, and walked on the road like an ordinary person. At the end of his sight, a huge convoy appeared. Seeing him, a man came out of the convoy. Sabo. After seeing his face clearly, the man was so shocked that he couldn't speak. In the chariot, hearing that Sabo appeared in the convoy, many people crowded over, wanting to see the former legend. But now Sabo is just like an ordinary young man, with a calm expression on his face. How are you these days, Sabo? Old Joe, with a ruddy face, sat on the podium in a luxurious dress, looking at Sabo calmly. You have changed. Sabo stared at Old Joe. In the past, Old Joe's eyes always exuded a shrewd light, but now that light disappeared, replaced by stability. Everyone will change. Old Joe smiled. This is inevitable. He worried too much and paid too much for the convoy. When the team was first established, he couldn't sleep all night. The pressure from the outside world was too great. His temper was gradually smoothed out. Chapter 498. Sabo had no way to refute. Old Joe had been under too much pressure during the initial dark turmoil. When the camps were divided, that period was really a dark turmoil, and he used his own power to split a path for the dark turmoil. With the implementation of a series of measures later, the players in the yellow camp gradually caught up. What have you been doing during this period? Your level is still at level 12. Logically, your strength should be far ahead of us. Old Joe was a little confused. Levels don't matter to me, but I have a lot of questions to ask you. Sabo said with a smile. Old Joe's mystery left a very deep impression on him. Old Joe raised his eyebrows. I want to know the information you predicted the future. Sabo said. Predict the future? Old Joe smiled. I don't have anything to predict the future. You are talking about this. A yellowed parchment scroll appeared in his hand. The prophet's parchment scroll cursed by the witch. It carries information about the future. Curse, the more you know, the deeper the curse. Sabo's eyes flickered, and he smiled and said, so that's how it is. This records the changes from the future highway. Now that he has become a rule, he has a certain understanding of these things. They can communicate the rules, and decide based on the nature of the rules. Generally speaking, there are two forms of rules. One is after the players on the highway reach level 80, and the other is born from the rule framework. The latter will follow a set of update methods. But as the game progresses, these rules will become smarter, and will be updated according to the current situation. For example, the original rules are updated very quickly. There are also very slow updates. This kind of parchment can continue according to what has been set. But as more and more information is presented, the curse will become deeper and deeper. No wonder a monster was inexplicably attracted when it was in Black Mountain. I think it has something to do with this. The two chatted for a long time and talked a lot. Sabo drank the wine in the glass. Old Joe, you are also my first friend on this road. The road ahead will be very difficult. Work hard to practice. As long as you remember the way, even if you lose all your skills on the road, you can still practice on the rule road. This is a benefit that skills never have. Old Joe smiled. Sabo, if you have to fart, just fart. You are hesitant and cover up. Sabo smiled. I am afraid of hitting you. You are under enough pressure now. If you are under pressure again, you can't get through it. Hee hee. Old Joe smiled faintly. By the way, where have you been in the past 6 months? If you hadn't left, I'm afraid you would still be the number one on the road, still the most dazzling new star. Sabo shook his head and grinned. These are all false names. I don't care about them, but I won't let go of those who discredit me. Although I don't value these titles now, I remember when they stepped on me. Old Joe's eyes flashed. Sabo, I see that you don't have any cultivation, your level is not as good as his, and you haven't made it to the battle power list, so forget it. The Mad God guy is just a little bit arrogant, and I tolerated his remarks to me. After all, that kid does have the capital to be arrogant, and he is a genius in cultivation. If it can promote the evolution and improvement of mankind, it's good. Sabo turned his eyes away from Old Man Joe. How come you have become like this now, and you actually start to believe these things? Although I don't know what you experienced outside, the more information I receive, the more horrible I am about the future. Old Man Joe's eyes sank slightly, and his voice was calm. I still know my own weight. What humans will face in the future will be very horrible. There must be someone to carry the banner. Although Kwangshan is arrogant, he has good qualifications, and is very suitable to be the person who carries the banner. What will humans face in the future? Sabo raised his eyebrows. Old Man Joe pointed to the sky and shook his head again. It's unspeakable, unspeakable. Ha ha ha. Sabo laughed. He understood what Old Man Joe was worried about. It turned out that he was worried about his second brother. Obviously, Old Man Joe knew about the existence of his second brother from the parchment. But then again, he was really a little uncomfortable with Old Man Joe becoming like this. In the past, Old Man Joe always thought of taking advantage of small things. But now Old Man Joe seemed to have changed into a different person, and he actually had such a big picture. The situation suddenly became bigger. What are you laughing at? You don't understand. I am really under too much pressure now. Old Man Joe took a sip of wine. Under great pressure, his personality also changed. For the future of mankind, he had to face these pressures. Old Man Joe, so that's the case. You mean the rules? Old Man Joe suddenly widened his eyes with horror. Shh. Don't talk nonsense. He is like the way of heaven. He doesn't need to kill you at all. You disappear. Ha ha ha. Sabo stared at Old Man Joe and said with a smile, this is the first time I find you so cute. Second brother, second brother. The void in the chariot squirmed, and a strange, cold figure floated in the air. Old Joe looked horrified, and suddenly stood up, and was about to kneel down. Rules. Sabo's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Old Joe and pulled him up. Old Joe, take a look. This is my second brother. Big brother. Lin Xia nodded. Old Joe stood up, his eyes full of shock. You. Ha ha ha. Sabo turned again, and his figure turned into a twisted phantom floating in the air, while his body stood still, stiff and motionless. Fuck. In the chariot, the second brother left. Sabo sat on the chair, picked up a peanut, and threw it into his mouth. Old Joe said depressedly, "So you kid knew it a long time ago." "I know a lot more things, I'm not pretending. If I want, the first in this world is mine," Sabo said lightly. "You kid, I've been worried for so long. Now that you know him, I won't worry anymore." Old Joe relaxed, as if he had unloaded all the burdens on him. "Okay, I won't say anything else. Next, I will clean up the people in this world. Just watch." Sabo looked at the people in the world, who were still mocking him, and his mouth curled. "Just do it, and leave some incense for mankind." Old Joe waved his hand helplessly. Everything today was too shocking for him. He had to digest it well. Sabo disappeared, and appeared in the world the next second. Refresh. The original data was frozen when Sabo became a rule, but with this refresh, Sabo's terrifying four-dimensional attributes suddenly appeared. Originally, Old Man Joe's combat power was defined as 1,300, and Mad God's combat power was defined as 1,200, but Sabo's ranking suddenly rose. The combat power value was fixed at a terrifying 2.83 million. This combat power value added the power of rules and strength. At this time, someone in the world suddenly discovered that the combat power ranking list had been updated. When they went to check, they were shocked. Randomly the whole world explodes. Strength. Sabo, level 12. Strength. 2839452. Strength. Joe Guoping, level 27. Strength. 1394. Strength. Choose Your Way, level 22. Strength. 1284. The whole world explodes at once. Fuck, 2.8 million strength, it must be fake. What did I see? Is it true or not? Is this thing broken? 2.8 million strength. How can I reach 2.8 million strength? I'm afraid I have to become an immortal to have 2.8 million strength. Where's the Mad God? Mad God? It's so funny. Mad God was just saying that Sabo can be killed with one hand. Ha ha ha. It's over. Why do I feel like Mad God is going to die? 2.8 million strength. If he farts or sneezes, he might be gone. At this time, on the endless road, a convoy was making a lot of noise. The crazy god Choose Your Way, who was eating, was interrupted. "Brother Chew. Brother Chew." A panicked voice sounded. It was the deputy captain of the team. Choose Your Way did not pay attention to the changes in the world. He was eating now, and the delicate women around him were massaging his shoulders. "Li Dong, you are now the deputy captain of the team, but you are still so impetuous in doing things." Choose Your Way put a piece of meat in the bowl and said dissatisfiedly, "Brother Chew, you should look at the world, it's all exploded." Li Dong said with tears and laughter. "Explosion? What explosion?" Choose Your Way curled his lips. "Wait until I finish this piece of meat." However, as soon as he bit the meat, a group of women around him exclaimed. What happened again? Choose Your Way put down the meat and looked at the woman behind him with cold eyes. "Brother Chew, you should look at the changes in the world. Sabo has ranked first in the combat power list." A plump and beautiful woman said delicately with a pinched throat. "Sabo, combat power first." Choose Your Way hurriedly opened the system and looked at the information flashing in the world, most of which were related to himself. "Let's make a bet. Sabo can kill the Mad God with just one fart. I bet a spit. I bet a breath. What's going on?" Choose Your Way was shocked and quickly clicked on the ranking list. He was shocked and stood there. He lost his voice. 2,830,000 combat power value. What a joke. Li Dong said bitterly, "Brother Chew, you should open the space and take a look." Choose Your Way opened the space and found that Sabo had actually started a live broadcast. In the live broadcast screen, a cold figure was suspended in the sky, overlooking the road. That figure was Sabo. On the road, a convoy stopped, and the people inside knelt on the ground, begging bitterly. But Sabo's voice was cold and indifferent. "You are taking advantage of my misfortune, disdaining me, and insulting me. Die!" With a casual wave of his hand, a blade whistled, and the blade whistled into nothingness. The next second, it suddenly appeared on the road, swallowing up the entire team in an instant, and heart-wrenching screams came from the live broadcast room. This is his latest skill. The speed of the blade light spreading over is a little slow, but it can be sent directly through space conversion. The enemy has no chance to react to the blade light sent over. This scene stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. Awesome. Why didn't he use his full strength? Be more confident, and you lost 2.8 million combat power. Is this a joke? Sabo put away his knife, looked at the broken team with cold eyes, and said coldly, "This is a punishment for you." Anyone who insults me, I will return a knife. Next, Qian Hui. After speaking, his figure gradually dissipated, and the scene changed, and he appeared on a road again. Qian Hui was also in a team, but he was not the captain of the team, but he was also a deputy captain of the team. Mr. Xia. He is Qian Hui. All the insults to you came from him alone. No one else in our team has ever made any insulting remarks to you. Please understand. The team leader had Qian Hui, who looked ashamed, dragged over and bowed. Sabo nodded. I know. I have recorded anyone who posted insulting remarks in the space. Even if I delete them, it will not work. Qian Hui has posted a total of 37 insulting remarks to me. You will understand after you take my blow. Qian Hui looked ashamed, and he seemed to have accepted his fate. After the people around him let go, he actually screamed and turned around to escape, but he was horrified to find that his body could not move at all. Turning around, he saw a blood-red knife whistling. No! Qian Hui's figure disappeared. Sabo swept the convoy coldly, and uttered 2 words. Next. Sabo still held back, otherwise the power of this knife would be enough to smash the road. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into flames. Is this 2.8 million combat power? A casual knife is so terrifying. It's over, it's over. Guangshan may not be able to withstand a knife. Laughing, a knife? You think too highly of him. A fart is enough. Guangshan is too arrogant on weekdays. He deserves it. In the world, those who do not insult others gloat over others' misfortunes, and those who have insulted others tremble in fear. Guangshan's face was pale, his hands and feet were cold. How could he be so powerful? No, I don't know what happened during this period. Li Dong was bitter. He also cursed. Anyway, no one could escape. The whole world of human beings fell into unprecedented shock and panic. Feng Xian, Chu Xia, and other people on the battle power list had such wonderful expressions. Xiaobo is still Xiaobo, Xiaoyidao is still Xiaoyidao. The live broadcast has been going on for 3 days, and no one knows how many people Xiaobo has killed. In short, anyone is a knife. There are too many people who take advantage of others' misfortunes, and it is still too difficult for Xiaobo to purge them, but he only focuses on those who insult more severely, and he doesn't care about the lighter ones. But he still scares these people half to death. Chapter 499. He told the mad god to stay here for the last time, and the greatest torture for him was to let him wait for death. Time passed quietly. In a week, Xiaobo killed tens of thousands of people. No one had ever resisted his sword. Tens of thousands of people, nothing to him. Finally, after knowing the last person, his figure appeared above the mad god. The popularity of Xiaobo's live broadcast room broke through the sky, and people on the entire highway were watching this massacre. The mad god went crazy for a few days, and finally accepted his fate. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at the figure floating in the sky. Xiaobo had a playful look on his face. Didn't you say you would slap me to death? I'm right next to you now, slap me to death. Guangshan looked crazy. You can kill me or chop me up. What else? Xiaobo reached out and touched the blood-red blade, with a look of pity in his eyes. Your vision is too narrow. If it is broader, you may not die. Guangshan was silent, with madness in his eyes. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Xiaobo smiled and killed Guangshan with a knife, clean and neat, without any drag. He didn't even let Li Dong in the convoy go. It's over. Xiaobo put away the knife, stretched his waist, turned around and looked at the live broadcast room. Remember one sentence, disaster comes from the mouth. It's easy to be a keyboard warrior, but you have to bear the cause and effect. After that, the live broadcast room went dark. Xiaobo appeared in Zhou Laoda's chariot again. Seeing Xiaobo suddenly appear, old man Zhou was not surprised at all. Instead, he joked, I thought you were going to kill everyone on the road. Xiaobo lay flat on the chair, with his legs folded on the table, and said nonchalantly, Killing 10,000 people is killing. Killing 100,000 people is killing. They are just like ants to me. The height determines the vision. Wait until you reach my height. In fact, I can use the rules to kill them. But wouldn't it be too easy for them? Killing one by one, wouldn't it be very painful for those who are waiting for death to come? That's how it feels. Old Zhou was silent for a long time before saying, You still say that I have changed. I think you have changed. The 425 Rule Highway, the void was suddenly torn apart. A hideous figure walked out of the torn crack. The terrifying breath emanated, and the will of the surrounding heaven and earth continued to act on him, but then disappeared. He patted his shoulder and looked around. This is Highway 425. It seems that I have come to the right place. A manual was taken out, and the contents of the manual were presented together with the will of this world. The first team was wiped out. No wonder I was sent down. Let's finish it as soon as possible, and go back as soon as possible. His eyes turned cold and his figure disappeared. Skill, advanced swiftness. Feature, consume a little intelligence to release the skill. When performing, increase the movement speed by 500%. Time, lasts for 1 minute. Cooling down, 10 minutes, the primary swiftness has been successfully upgraded. The movement speed is 5 times faster. It is almost impossible to catch the shadow. It is already very terrifying. Hand of Shura, full level when using any weapon. The sharpness is increased by 1000%, the hardness is increased by 1000%, and the armor penetration is increased by 1000%. Introduction. There is nothing that Shura can't cut. If there is, it may be a tenacious heart. After the Shura hand reaches the full level, all the improvements become percentages, and the improvement is more than a little bit. If all the trump cards are revealed, I am afraid that one sword will have the power to kill the universe level 1. Ashura Incarnation, full level. Introduction. Incarnate Hell Shura, all attributes increased by 1000%. Duration, infinite. Blood Sea. Blood Sea can affect the enemy, and has a very high blessing for Shura. Ashura Realm, Blood Sea becomes the world. In this world, you are a god. Sabo only upgraded some skills that can be upgraded, and the other upgrades are similar. Basically, there is no other upgrade. Besides, he doesn't need it. The next time is to focus on cultivation. After wandering on the road for a while, Sabo said to Old Man Joe, I'm leaving, you keep going, there will definitely be a place for you in the future. Boy, what level are you at now? Have you become an immortal? Old Man Joe couldn't help asking before leaving. Sabo smiled and said, It's too early to become an immortal, but it's almost the same. It doesn't matter whether I become an immortal or not. In fact, in some aspects, I am even more powerful than immortals. Hiss. Old Joe took a breath of cold air. More powerful than immortals. Looking at Sabo's fading figure, Old Joe came back to his senses after a long time. Immortals have their own strengths. If they fight hard, Sabo may not be the opponent of immortals. Some aspects he mentioned are actually the laws. If they grow, they are actually more powerful than immortals. No matter how powerful immortals are, can they turn back time? The end of the laws is the road. Creation, destruction, time, space, mind, life and death, force, speed, immortality, cause and effect, etc. There are so many laws. If you control all these laws, wouldn't you be a god? Sabo showed a faint smile on his face. Walking the path of law is actually more powerful than being an immortal. Cultivation has now become a way for him to provide strength. After returning to the highway, Sabo devoted himself to cultivation. Little did he know that a brutal massacre was happening on another highway. Where is Sabo? Hand him over. On the boundless 425 highway, a huge team was shattered and corpses were everywhere. The corpses were all chopped open by a knife. But the strange thing was that there was not a trace of blood on the entire highway. The terrifying second-level universe rules stood on the chariot, looking indifferently at the 8-level peak rules, such as you and Chi Tian, who were kneeling on the highway. You have violated the rules of heaven and earth. We will not let you go. An 8-level rule spat out a mouthful of blood and said coldly. TSK, the body of this 8-level peak rule seemed to be cut by an invisible and sharp silk thread, and the body fell to the ground in 2 halves. The strange thing is that no blood flowed out of the cut. The will of heaven and earth? So what if I kill you? I ask you one last time, where is Sabo? The terrifying power around the ferocious figure surged. If you don't tell me, all of you go down. This power frightened him. Are the bones still hard? He showed a ferocious smile on his face, and a terrifying power descended. Only the sound of a knife piercing the flesh was heard. In an instant, an 8th-level peak rule died. The first team is the team under the seat of emotion, and this road is the tribe of emotion. You are really very brave. The second-level rule of the universe spoke coldly, with murderous intent on his face. Shoo! In a blink of an eye, the life of an 8th-level peak rule disappeared. You and the others just waited for him. They knew in their hearts that even if they told him, this person would not let them go. Still not telling? I like your hard bones. The second-level rule of the universe showed a grim smile on his face, and the terrifying power of the law rolled. In an instant, a group of lives of the 8th-level peak rules disappeared. And his figure disappeared. The 8th team. The prophet sat in the car, holding a piece of green raw stone in his hand. This was a special material from their planet. The energy inside could be used by their prophet clan to enhance the power of their prophecy. At this moment, he opened his eyes. But he saw the void wriggling and cracking a dark hole. A hideous figure walked out of the crack. Where is Sabo? This figure was the second-level rule of the universe after slaughtering the first team. From the upper world. The prophet sighed faintly. He already knew that his people and more were united, which was a union under the form of a general trend. There was no way. He had to point him in the direction, otherwise the 8th team would be slaughtered by the other side. 360 highway. The void cracked again, and the figure sank into the crack and disappeared. I don't know whether it is good or bad. After saying that, he closed his eyes again, and the original in his hand emitted an inexplicable light. 360 highway. The void suddenly cracked. A hideous figure appeared on 360 highway. His figure disappeared into the darkness, and began to search for Sabo's figure. On the boundless highway, in a luxury chariot, ripples spread around Sabo. He suddenly opened his eyes, and looked at his current strength value. It has reached the terrifying 600. There was a crackling sound all over the body. The cultivation has reached the foundation building stage. Stretching his waist, he stopped practicing. Cultivation cannot be blindly pursued, but should be gradual. After the breakthrough, it is best to consolidate one's own cultivation. The true energy in the body rolled, and the whole day was spent consolidating the cultivation. Time passed quietly, and a gap suddenly appeared on the road in front of the convoy. A hideous figure walked out of the gap. His eyes fell on the convoy in front, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. Finally found you. A rule in charge of night watch suddenly saw the person coming from the front, and immediately opened his mouth to stop. Stop! Looking for death. In a flash, the body of the rule in charge of night watch was split from the middle. The cut was smooth, and there was not even blood flowing out. In the convoy, Sabo suddenly opened his eyes, and his figure appeared on the chariot, looking far away. The second-level rule of the universe also looked over, and the two people's eyes collided in the air, bursting out terrifying and hideous sparks. Sabo saw that strength. His eyes were filled with fierce murderous intent. You are Sabo. The air around him was emitting ripples, like an invisible knife staying beside him. The next second, Sabo felt that something was wrong with the air around him, as if an invisible blade had cut through the space. The power of space was activated. This invisible blade passed through his body and disappeared. The law of the edge. It can cut through anything in the world, even space. This blade passed through his body. Even if he was in another space, he still felt that this space was full of cracks. If the other party used a little more strength, he might hurt himself. The next second, Sabo's figure disappeared and appeared behind him. The blood-red long sword suddenly fell, and the double image overlapped. Law of space. The second-level rule of the universe was suddenly startled and dodged quickly. The blood-red broadsword fell next to his body. His back felt cold. This knife fell on him, and he would definitely suffer a lot of injuries. Law of space. Apply space to yourself. Don't you know that the law of edge is the nemesis of the law of space? The second-level rule of the universe sneered. He didn't understand it just now, and was almost caught off guard by him. The rules that master the law of space can often use the magical power of space, and even complete incredible counterkilling. If I were the first-level rule of the universe, I would have to spend some energy to deal with him. But I am the second-level universe, and the other party is just an 8th-level peak rule. In an instant, the surrounding space was torn apart by this weird law. Sabo was not panicked at all, and directly started burning his life. With the law of time, this skill can be used at will. During the coughing of blood, he was in an absolutely invincible state. Even if more came in person, he could not hurt him at all. The law of the edge fell on him, and disappeared. The second-level rules of the universe widened their eyes, with a hint of surprise. No wonder they can eliminate Emotion's team. It turns out there is such power. He could feel that as he continued to cough up blood, the breath on this guy became stronger and stronger. But this kind of life-consuming power, even if I can't kill you in a short time, once the time is up, even if I don't do it, you will die. The second-level rules of the universe immediately saw something strange. This is a way to burn life to gain power. Sabo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and smiled grimly. The next moment, he opened fire with full power, and turned into Shura's fury, and even Shura. The terrifying blood color spread. Turning around, he wrapped the second-level rules of the universe. But Sabo had already transformed into a 9-meter-tall terrifying Shura, with power rolling all over his body, and blood boiling all over his body. It looked extremely terrifying. Hiss! The contempt on the face of the second-level rules of the universe disappeared in an instant. He could feel that the specialness of this world was no longer on the road. This was an endless blood-colored world. Just like the Shura world. Instead, he had a solemn look, skills. God-level profession. Your identity is not just an ordinary rule. You guessed it, but you can't survive. After transforming into Shura, he had a terrifying and ferocious smile on his face, and the broadsword turned into the Shura blade. After being blessed by Shura's hand, Sabo disappeared and swung the knife. The terrifying blood-red knife light rolled in the Shura blood sea, and his figure approached the second-level rules of the universe. Spaces blocked the second-level rules of the universe. The second-level rules of the universe were horrified and immediately used the law of the edge, but he was shocked to find that his movement slowed down. No, it wasn't that his movement slowed down. It was, the speed of time was wrong. He suddenly thought of an unbelievable fact. You? Space, time, and his time can already act on himself. The speed of time slowed down his speed. The law of the edge is an absolute nemesis of space. But the law of time is the nemesis of all laws. The terrifying characteristic of controlling the flow of time alone can make everyone retreat. You are only at the peak of the 8th level. Why? The second-level universe rules eyes were about to crack. The slowing down of the flow of time had an effect on him, and defeat was inevitable. Ha ha ha. Sabo laughed wildly and swung a knife. With the flash of swords and shadows, this knife shattered the space he had condensed together. The knife fell on him, and he was chopped into meat paste in an instant. Chapter 500. You didn't come earlier or later, but you came after I increased my power. If I don't kill you, who will? Sabo's voice was cold, and the law of time rolled around him. The power in his body gradually faded. It must be said that the law of time was like a tiger with wings for him. As for why the law of time can be exerted on him, it is entirely because of this Shura realm. The Shura realm gave him the power to strengthen the law. This is also the reason why he can use time and space on the second-level rules of this universe. After the Shura incarnation was upgraded to the full level, the power gradually appeared. The Shura realm is a world of its own, with very high growth potential. If I obtain the power of the law of creation, can I use the law of creation to create a world that belongs to me here? This idea is not impossible to implement. But not now. Along with the death of the second-level rules of the universe, Sabo suddenly discovered that a law of the front was overflowing from the other party's body. What's going on? Why can I feel the law of the front after the other party's death? Sabo put away the Shura realm and Shura blood sea, and suddenly felt the rolling law of the front in the other party's body, and was suddenly surprised. The Book of Laws. It was the Book of Laws that showed its effect again. Sabo showed a rare surprise on his face. It was the first time he encountered such a strange thing. Thinking about it, can he use this law power to do something? He touched the already cold corpse with his hand, and operated the Book of Laws. The law of the front was actually pulled by himself, and sank into his body. Yes! He showed surprise on his face, but the next second, a tearing pain came from his body, and his body was actually shattered and bloody. A series of smooth wounds appeared on his body. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The passage of time had an effect on him. The law of edge in his body disappeared, and the wounds on his body also disappeared. This power is so overbearing, I must use the Book of Laws to refine it as soon as possible. Sabo thought in his heart, made up his mind, and carefully touched the cold corpse, and the law of edge sank into his body again. At this moment, Sabo directly activated the Shura incarnation. His body rose, and he sat on the ground of the Shura realm. After the blessing of the Shura realm, the laws of time and space in his body were strengthened. The true chi, the law of space, and the law of time simultaneously put pressure on the law of edge, and with the powerful refining of the Book of Laws, the originally indestructible law of edge was actually refined bit by bit. Even so, Sabo's Shura incarnation was also covered with scars of all sizes. When this power was completely controlled, Sabo began to recover from the injuries caused by the law of edge. It was already the next day when everything recovered. Lin Xia and the others who woke up only then noticed the two bodies on the ground. Someone attacked the team last night, and the brother who was on night watch was killed. Sabo's eyes fell on the second-level rules of the universe, with cold murderous intent in his eyes. What a terrifying power! This doesn't look like the power of rules. Lin Xia walked to the side of the killed brother, and his eyes fell on the other's body that was split in half, with a trace of horror. The blood in the body seemed to be sealed by a mysterious power. This is the power of the law, said the 6th level rule, Huanling. Dong was thoughtful. Sabo's eyes were full of fierce murderous intent, and he said, "This matter will not end like this. Bury the body, and I will keep watch in the future." The appearance of the second-level rules of the universe has proved a reality. That is, Moore has noticed that the first team on Highway 425 was destroyed. Then a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. He came to Highway 360, but he didn't tell anyone, so this guy is very likely to go to Highway 425, and then turn to Highway 360. You and the others didn't know that they went to Highway 360, not to mention you and Chition, to be precise. No one on the entire highway knew. But only one person knew. Prophet. He narrowed his eyes slightly. No, that's not right. My existence should be very secretive. The destruction of the first team is related to the second team. This guy will destroy the second team first after he arrives in the next term, and then come to find me. He has a purpose. Thinking of this, Sabo's face showed a trace of coldness. You would not say himself, because he was just an 8th level peak rule. But the other party set a 2nd level rule of the universe, obviously not just to kill you and the others. This guy is staring at me. Who leaked my information? The patrol rules will not be. He is still on the road. If he knows his future growth space, Moore will definitely kill him. The destruction of the first team will not make him send people to the next level, because this has already touched the will of heaven and even violated the rules of the game. Sabo thought in his heart, all this may have something to do with the Prophet clan. He had already shown signs of breaking up with the Prophet clan. An ordinary 8th level rule, and a small prophet, would not have such a big background to make a clan break up with him. Then these decisions came from the Prophet clan in the upper world. After the quarrel, they basically concluded that they would die. After all, they were still too weak at that time, because they had a quarrel with Moore, which was obviously irrational. In addition, they had already obtained what they wanted, so it was inevitable that they quarreled with Moore and showed goodwill to Moore. But they didn't expect that they were still alive, and even killed the people of the first team. Therefore, they attracted the attention of the Prophet clan. Moore may not be able to notice the changes on the road, but the Prophet clan can notice it. In other words, the fundamental reason for the arrival of the 2nd level rules of the universe this time is still because of the Prophet clan. His eyes were cold, and he had to act quickly, otherwise the strength of the people coming down would become stronger and stronger. As long as his cosmic rule power reached the 3rd level, let alone the 4th level, even Moore might not be his opponent. He had too many trump cards. In addition, the growth coefficient of the law was very difficult, and it was obviously impossible to become a god in a short time. He couldn't let Moore become a god before he took action. He now speculated whether the upper realm could enter after becoming a god. This was unknown. Thinking of this, his eyes became sharp. If this matter is not dealt with earlier, someone will break the space barrier and enter the lower world. Sabo's eyes flickered. Everything on Highway 360 had to start ahead of time. He called all the other people in the team together for a brief discussion. Originally, I planned to stay on Highway 360 for half a year, but something suddenly happened, so I had to start ahead of time. Sabo glanced at the creature in front of him. His original plan was to improve his cultivation to the nascent soul, or even the spiritual sorrow realm on the highway. But time waits for no one. Dealing with Moore early is good for everyone. But before leaving, he needs a trump card to deal with Moore's trump card. It is far from enough to rely on the power of 3 laws. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what happened. The plan of the first team should be implemented in advance. You should go to the highway to recruit people now. Some top teams will be handed over to me. Sabo said that the first team should be built quickly. It can also be regarded as a team for himself. After explaining one copy, Sabo asked them to start publishing it in the world and send the coordinates to the leaders of other teams. Such behavior is undoubtedly a provocation. But this group of people was extremely excited. They believed in Sabo, so they dared to send the coordinates to these people. So, many team leaders received such a strange coordinate. And with a sentence, the first team of 360 highways came to challenge. This made them angry enough. At the same time, they also found that those who sent them the coordinates actually stated in the world that they wanted to build the first highway team. This was like poking a hornet's nest. So arrogant, you don't take us seriously at all. Go! Take the people and go up and kill them! On the road, beams of light were lit up. Sabo, who was sitting cross-legged on the chariot, opened his eyes. His eyes fell on these beams of light, and his mouth curled up. This is how the plan was slowly implemented. Use the method of provoking. You all get into the car first. This battle is not for you to participate in. Sabo stood up and looked at the road with lights on. A ball of terrifying blood red rose from under his feet, spreading endlessly, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire road. The people who were teleported here suddenly found themselves in a blood-red space. Many people panicked immediately, but some people looked calm, and some even looked arrogant. The next second, they were all shocked. In the blood-red space, a 9-meter-tall Shura stood quietly in place, and at this moment, he seemed like the center of the world. Shura! Someone immediately recognized the appearance of this creature. How is it possible? Shura is a profession. Someone can use professional skills here. Is it fake? A wave of discussions came. Sabo opened his eyes, looked at them indifferently, and pointed the blood-red blade. Submit or die. Everyone's face changed, and then anger appeared on their faces. Boy, you are too arrogant. I tell you, even if you know a god-level profession, we may not be afraid of you. This road is the world of rules. Professions have long been outdated. An 8th-level rule snorted coldly, staring at Sabo. God-level professions may be invincible on the road, but here, even god-level professions have to lie low, because this is the world of rules. Attack together. The 8th-level rule snorted and took the lead. Seeing this, the others followed closely. One by one, like a downpour, this powerful force is enough to tear apart the first-level universe law. This powerful force gathered and twisted together. The bloody space twisted and vibrated. But Sabo even killed the second-level universe rule. So why should he be afraid of them? His power value broke through the sky, and the sword light and shadow combined with the law of the edge were enough to tear apart all the rules and laws. The blood-red blade light had a tendency to tear the Shura world apart, whistling and steaming. The twisted air in the sky was instantly broken. The power of a blade, everyone widened their eyes. It was the first time they saw all the attacks broken by skills. This is skills. How is it possible? Someone was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. This scene was really shocking. Sabo swung the blade, and the invisible law of the blade disappeared in the air. The next second, the space around the 8th-level rule suddenly shook. The invisible force passed through his body and cut it in half. There was not even blood. These rules took a breath of cold air, and the 8th-level rule just died. Submit or die. Sabo's eyes were cold, and the blade pointed at them again. An 8th-level peak rule couldn't stand this anger, and snorted coldly. What do you have to make me surrender? Sabo looked at it. Suddenly, the 8th-level peak rule was horrified to find that the air around him was locked, and time became very slow. He wanted to exert the power of the law, but because the law of time became slow, his movements were so slow. Space law plus time law. The face of this 8th-level peak rule showed a look of horror. The next second, the law of the sharp edge passed through his body. All the laws disappeared, and his body was separated from the middle, and his death was the same as the 8th-level rule just now. Hiss. This time, no one dared to be the first to do it. They didn't see how these two people died. The law of the sharp edge is the sharpest law in the world, which can easily tear a hole in the space, and even break through the space barrier from the upper world to the lower world. As for the sharpness of this law, this is also his nemesis as the law of space. No matter how many spaces you create, all spaces will collapse when the law of the edge passes. This is the power of the law of the edge. It is terrifying. No one said anything, then you agreed. I am about to go to the upper realm, but I will still pay attention to the situation in the lower realm. I don't want you to fight on the highway. If you want to kill, go to other highways to kill. I will support you behind the scenes. Sabo glanced at the peak rules of level 8, and his voice was quite cold. 360 highways must unite together. What's the point of bullying low-level rules? A group of guys who bully the weak and fear the strong. You are so bear-like, and still treat it as a rule. If I didn't need to develop a team, I would have killed you all with a knife. All the rules clenched their fists tightly, but they were powerless to refute, just as he said. They are indeed bullies. The law of time surged, the surrounding Shura world disappeared, and Sabo returned to human form. Everyone stand together. I have something to discuss. The creation of the first team starts now. You will be the first members of the first team. I hope you can help each other. Only in this way can you go further. Sabo said coldly. The first team was thus finalized. At this time, the world was shocked because the first team was really established, and the team has 13 level 8 peak rules, more than 60 level 8 rules. The number of level 7 and level 6 rules below is even greater. In the following time, Sabo led these people to kill from Highway 361 all the way to Highway 374. After plundering a large number of items, plus Sabo's presence behind them, the level 8 peak rules were no match for them at all. The team successfully arrived at Highway 375, and at this time, the team had grown to 50,000 people, with more than 300 level 8 peak rules. There were 4,000 level 7 rules, and the number of rules of other levels was even larger. Chapter 501. After a month of development, the team controlled by Sabo has become larger and larger. Such a large team has conquered other roads with Sabo and plundered resources. The amount of resources in the team has become very large, especially the power of rules. They use a container to store all the power of rules they kill. In this way, they can store a large amount of power of rules after obtaining it. At present, the evolution level of everyone in the team has reached the peak level of this level. Now with Sabo leading, plundering other roads. Everyone in the team has tasted the sweetness, which is much better than staying on a road and waiting slowly. Especially some 8th level rules, they rely on absorbing the power of rules to improve their strength. In the past, even if their power of rules reached the peak of the 8th level, the power of rules could not keep up. But now, after such repeated plundering, the power of rules in their bodies has gradually kept up with the strength of the 8th level peak. In particular, many people's rules have reached perfection, and they are only one step away from upgrading. Sabo was very generous, and gave a lot of the law power in the body of the 8th level rules to his subordinates. This won the hearts of many people. The team is developing rapidly. Sabo saw everything. These people are already able to take up the responsibility, and he will go to the upper level in 3 days. In the past month, 2 second-level universe-level rules have descended on the lower level. Sabo seemed to want to establish his prestige and show his strength. In front of everyone, he killed these 2 universe-level rules. Such a powerful force naturally shocked the team players. Only then did they realize that their leader was so powerful. 2 second-level universe-level rules can kill at will, which is simply terrifying. 3 days later, I will go to the upper realm. Once again, I will form an Elder Council, and the election of the leader will be decided by the Elder Council. In addition, the Elder Council has the ability to revoke the leader. If the leader does not take action, the leader can be revoked. At night, Sabo convened a meeting of the 8th level peak rules, with more than 300 people, each of whom involved different law powers. Everyone was silent. As soon as the leader left, they seemed to have lost their backbone. You will eventually have to take up the responsibility, but I will give you a contact method. If there is any problem that you can't solve, you can contact me and I will receive your call. Sabo said that too many things happened in this month. First of all, his cultivation broke through the 5th level of foundation building, and his strength value reached 700. At the same time, he used the mind beads to create an avatar, which has the strength of the 1st level of the universe, slightly weaker than him. The two will go to the upper realm together. He couldn't face more or even the entire Prophet clan alone, and the clone would be the best attraction. One bright and one dark, they would play a huge role. Finally, these people realized that their leader was going to the upper realm. This trip is also to pave the way for you. Our goal is not the rule road in front of us, but the law road in the upper realm. Sabo's eyes were calm, but all the 8-level peak rules gasped. I didn't expect their leader to be so ambitious, but when it comes to this, their hearts are also beating. Yes, if we can go to a higher level, who would still be bound by the present? Sabo continued, now I can give you a chance to stay or leave. After all, we may not have the same ideas. If you firmly defend me and stand on my side, you could raise your hands. He was very decisive this time. The game restart, the cosmic storm, and the more incident are the 3 major crises he faces. But the first 2 are actually nothing. After all, so many people have survived, and I believe that I can almost survive. Sabo has no worries, even for more, he doesn't worry too much. Strength represents unity. Now, with 4 forces improving at the same time, what is more? Hundreds of people hesitated for a moment, and then raised their hands to vote. All agreed. No one objected. This is his appeal. After fighting on several roads in a row, his strength has convinced everyone. Very good, in 3 days, I will go to the realm, and you will be the first group of elders. Vote internally, and elect a suitable leader. Continue to fight on the highway. I hope you will become a brave team. Sabo said calmly. The next day, Sabo led the team to Highway 425, and found the Prophet. The Prophet looked at Sabo with a bitter face and sighed helplessly. You will eventually grow up, and the Prophet clan will regret their choice for the rest of their lives. Sabo did not spare his life, and killed him directly. The Prophet had helped him before, but don't forget that they also got what they wanted from him, so they didn't owe each other anything. Now the prophet's behavior is naturally his own fault. Don't blame others. On the third day, Sabo resigned as the team leader, and the elders elected an 8th level peak rule as the team leader. This 8th level peak rule is called Shilin, and he is also a militant. The elders elected, Sabo examined. Shilin had no other record of killing others except for militancy, so he successfully took the position of team leader. The entire team of 70,000 people was in an uproar. Why did Sabo resign? Later, it was learned that Sabo would go to the upper realm tomorrow to make a place for their development in the upper realm. The whole team was boiling. The next day, under the gaze of 70,000 people, Sabo tore the space and went to the upper realm. This trip must make a place in the upper realm. The upper realm. It is still a vast highway world. But the place where he appeared was actually in a service area. For 25 highway service area. Sabo looked up at this service area, which was the service area of the next highway. This was something he had not expected. Arriving at the upper realm turned out to be a service area. He was not in a hurry to go out, so he wandered around the service area first. Toilets and supermarkets really have everything. Sabo walked into the supermarket. There was a staff member of another race in the supermarket. He welcomed him happily. Welcome, I didn't expect that after so long. I finally waited for a player to reach the upper realm. Sabo raised his eyebrows, walked forward and asked, could it be that no one has come here for a long time? Yes, for a few years, more than 50 years, or more than 60 years, no one has come here for a long time. The staff member said. No one has appeared for 50 or 60 years. Why is this happening? Sabo asked in surprise. I don't know either. Maybe there will be a problem in the next session. The staff member continued. Oh, Sabo nodded indifferently, and suddenly the Shura realm opened, instantly covering the staff member. In an instant, the spatial laws were blocked layer by layer, the time laws surged, and the law of the edge mixed with bloody knife light blasted over. A set of combos flowed smoothly, clean and neat, without any drag. How did you find out? The staff member's voice was stiff. He was the second level of the universe, but at this moment, he was actually tightly clamped by the opponent. It was terrible. Is this really the rule of the upper realm when he just came? Because you are too stupid. Sabo's voice was indifferent, and the law of the edge passed through her body, just like a butcher knife cutting a watermelon easily, only revealing the bright red internal organs, and no blood flowed out. After absorbing the opponent's law power, he withdrew the Shura realm with a cold look. It was not a difficult task to find him. The other party's words were full of loopholes. Highway 425 was not a deserted highway. How could no one ascend for decades? I'm afraid only a fool would listen. The most important thing was the layout of the supermarket. There was even a notice at the door saying no one is selling goods. Why was there a staff member? So Sabo concluded that this guy was obviously not a good person. And this container was collected through war money. After the resource upgrade system was upgraded, it could already accommodate the power of the law. And some items used by the rules to lead to the upper realm can be brought to the upper realm. But basically, the two worlds are at different levels, and it is the same whether there are items or not. At the same time, Sabo felt a great pressure from the existence of the upper world, just like the feeling when he went to the rule road just now. The power value of up to 700 is now about the same as 200 or 300. The suppression of power in the advanced world is too obvious, so that even a very powerful force cannot be exerted. Almost 70% of his strength was suppressed. If he did not have 3 laws, and the blessing of the Shura world, he might have been killed by this guy. I didn't expect the suppression of this world to be so great. Sabo's power rolled in his body, and he felt a strong force acting on him, making him unable to exert force. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Putting away the container, his eyes fell on the supermarket. There are many items sold in the supermarket, and the consumption of buying these items is actually the power of the law, according to the degree. For example, the cheapest food only needs 0.5 degrees to buy a lot of food. There are also many different laws sold here. And these laws are ownerless laws, which are more pure and easy to absorb. Most of the main laws are violent. These are the most obvious feelings of Sabo when he improves the power of the law. Every time he absorbs the power of the law, he is always injured by the power of the law. Sabo took out containers from his personal space and placed them on the ground. There are 200 or 300 law collection containers. These are what he collected by killing people on the road. The laws are modeled, and there are all kinds of strange laws. In addition to these things, there are some compressed biscuits with special properties in the space, enough for him to eat. Sabo looked calm, thought briefly, and collected all the containers. Not worth it. 10 degrees of mastered laws can only be exchanged for 1 degree of unmastered law, which is too dark. I have more than 200 containers, close to 300, with more than 300 degrees of laws, and can only exchange for more than 30 degrees of laws, which is not worth it no matter how you think about it. It is better to collect them and absorb them when there is a way to deal with these mastered laws in the future. Although his current strength is suppressed, 3 laws, 2 auxiliary, and 1 main attack complement each other, which is perfect. Sabo browsed the supermarket and didn't find what he wanted. Here, basically everything is linked to the law. After wandering around for a while, Sabo found a corner and tried to see if he could enter the highway from here. It didn't work. At this time, a figure came out from outside. Sabo opened his eyes and said coldly, "You are here." "Yeah." It was the clone who came. He already had the same consciousness as himself, but he would not betray himself. "We can't enter the highway world here, which means that we have no idea of using the highway world to contact our second brother." Sabo exhaled. When he entered the upper world, he had this idea, that is, to use the highway to try to contact his second brother. But this way is not feasible. The only way is to use the transmission machine he left behind. After the system upgrade, this transmission machine can break through the space barrier to transmit information, and it is very fast, almost in seconds. But there is a very serious problem, that is, this transmission machine can only be used once a month, and it needs to slowly restore energy. So when heading to the highway to the upper realm, Sabo specifically instructed that it should not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Unless we can break through the barrier between the 2 realms, it will inevitably attract the attention of the will of heaven and earth. The clone nodded and said. Sabo also knew that unless there was a law to deceive the secrets of heaven, and this law was related to concealment, he had seen one when observing the Foundation, but unfortunately he could not enter the highway world now, and could not contact the highway world. However, he noticed that when he killed the second-level rule of the universe, he was able to take out the manual, which means that as long as he returned to the original highway, he could still connect to the highway above. So Sabo was not in a hurry. Since he came here, he would take a look around first. Sabo's main body stayed in the original place to practice, swallowing the ownerless law collected from the lower realm, and the clone was in the service area. The highway in the upper realm is no longer an ordinary highway, but a wide highway. Sabo took out the chariot, and suddenly accelerated to the distance. 129 service area. This is the base camp of the Prophet clan. Inside the chariot, a group of elders quickly convened a meeting. The team leader stood on the main seat and looked down. According to our observation, Sabo has come to the upper realm. This is our best chance. Contact more, tell him where he is, and chase him. Try to kill him. The clan leader's voice was a little indifferent, with a hint of cold murderous intent. An elder immediately said, "Clan leader, after what happened in the next term, don't you understand? Sabo is growing very fast. And he is very powerful. If you regret it now, it's not too late." The clan leader looked over with a hint of coldness. "I'm the boss of this matter, you don't need to object. Do you still think that a guy who has just entered the upper realm can resist more? Now is our chance. Immediately notify the war clan to send someone to capture Sabo." Seeing that the clan leader was so determined, the elder who opposed it stopped talking and could only sigh faintly. Sabo's growth rate is really too fast. If you regret now, it's not too late. But the patriarch insisted on arresting Sabo to please Moore. Does Moore need to be pleased? Chapter 502. Thinking of this, some elders who were inclined to make friends with Sabo all felt a headache. On the one hand, Moore, a creature, has a cruel personality. If he wants to kill you, the prophet, there is no need to waste words. Even if you were once his partner, you still have to turn against him. At the service area of Highway 1, Moore's base camp is stationed here. Moore, 3 meters tall, with 3 eyes and 2 mouths, looks very scary and ugly. Bare upper body, black and green muscles bulge high. He is filled with terrifying law fluctuations. Level 5 universe law, and he has mastered the power of the second law a few days ago. His strength is terrifying. And he has recently felt that he has broken through the 5th level of the universe. He is only a thin piece of paper away from entering the 6th level. God-mo, according to the patriarch of the Prophet clan, Sabo has already reached the upper realm. A tall creature came from behind and said in a deep voice, "It's so fast. The elder of the Prophet clan once told me that Sabo would be my lifelong enemy. If I can get through, I can become a god. A true god." Moore looked around the wide highway and said calmly, But how could my path to becoming a god be blocked by a little guy who just stepped onto the road? The creature thought for a while, and continued, God Imo, the prophet power of the prophet clan is still very terrifying. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. And it doesn't take much effort to kill him. Killing him early can save a lot of trouble. Mower said calmly, You don't need to tell me about this matter. I will deal with it. According to his understanding, the power he belonged to on the next highway was almost uprooted by this guy, and even a second-level universe rule sent to the lower world was killed by the other party. Although he didn't know how he died, he knew it in his heart. Sabo couldn't be left alive. If he was allowed to develop, maybe in the future, this guy could even threaten his position. According to his understanding, this guy has only been on the survival world of the rule highway for half a year. Who would believe that he grew from a first-level rule to an 8th-level peak rule in half a year? It's terrible. This guy must have used some means on the players on his road. When they were in the next level, they also learned that if they wanted to quickly improve their own levels, the best way was to transfer all the players on the road to car mechanics, because car mechanics are not restricted by levels. And such a profit is also effective for upgrading rules. The second is to kill all professions except car mechanics. This can also achieve the situation where a profit is not needed to improve the level. But once discovered by the will of heaven and earth or the patrol rules, the consequence is death. Although I don't know how this guy evaded, one thing is certain, that is, the speed of his growth. Even more was shocked. Don't look at his calm face now, it seems indifferent. But in fact, the murderous intent was in a mess, and he couldn't help wanting to kill this guy. As early as hearing that the forces he left on Highway 425 were uprooted, the murderous intent had already emerged in his heart. But because of face, he did not directly explore the lower world. He just set a second-level universe rule to the lower world. In order to survive according to the laws of the universe, besides myself, there is also service area number 2 that is confronting me head-on. If I go to the lower world in person, I will definitely be laughed at by them, and they even have legitimate reasons to go to the lower world. If the lower world breaks the rules of the game, and is even discovered, the end will be very miserable. They have developed here for 100 years, and have mastered certain ways to circumvent the will of heaven and earth. But there is a clear agreement between these major forces, that is, they must not enter the lower world and affect the development of the lower world. After all, the personnel supply of the upper world comes from the lower world. If they rashly affect the development of the lower world, even if they have ways to cover up the will of heaven and earth, they will be discovered. If they investigate further, their upper world will naturally be exposed. What they face at that time is not a simple punishment. They may even be forcibly erased by the rules of the game. This is something they don't want to see. After all, that rumor is still deeply rooted in people's hearts. It is said that there were gods in the 4th layer, but these gods reached out to the lower world and affected the development of the lower world. In the end, the game wiped out all the gods in the 4th layer. Even some cosmic rules in the lower world that were related to contact with gods were also wiped out. This is why there is such a big gap between the 3rd and 4th layers. Of course, these are just rumors. But rumors cannot be disbelieved. The game is still very majestic. Godimo, you don't have to worry too much. The war clan of the Prophet clan has gone to track down Sabo's traces. The creature continued. I will handle this matter myself. Moore said lightly, as if he didn't take it to heart. But in fact, only he knew his inner thoughts. The creature was not talking. On the other side, Sabo drove the car without concealing his own breath, and drove the chariot on the road at a high speed. Is this the road of the law of the universe? There seems to be nothing strange. If there is really something strange, it is that everything here seems too quiet. In the chariot, Sabo adjusted the chariot to the automatic driving mode, got up and walked to the control room. His eyes seemed to penetrate the big screen, and fell on the world outside the highway. Indeed, everything is too quiet. There are dense forests on both sides of the highway. Although the breeze blows and the leaves sway, everything is too calm. It seems that there is something hidden behind all this silence. Murder. Sabo turned on the hunting state and entered a kind of overclocking state. In this state, he can maintain the best state of his body. The hunting state seems to be able to work no matter which road it is on. This is obviously a panacea skill. Of course, there is also the blood demon heart. As for the phantom demon eye, he has not used it for a long time. After all, the eye of the phantom demon is also a trump card, which can be used to pull him into the illusion when he is not prepared. It can be used as a trump card. At this moment, he faintly heard the movement from behind, and quickly called up the picture behind. I don't know when, another chariot appeared behind the car. The clone has not mastered the power of the law, but without reservation, it can still barely deal with the second-level law of the universe. What Sabo thought in his heart was that the power mastered by the clone was to upgrade all the skills to the maximum level. With full firepower, it is still possible to barely deal with the second-level law of the universe. Besides, the most powerful Moor in this world only has the fifth-level law of the universe. Sabo was not too flustered. He stopped the chariot and put it away. He stood on the highway and quietly watched the chariot coming. The chariot came and stopped in front of Sabo. A tall creature got off the car, staring at Sabo with eyes like copper bells, and said in a muffled voice, "You are Sabo, and there is no breath of law on your body. You are not the law." No, it's a bit strange." The creature's eyes fell on Sabo, and his eyes widened immediately. He did not feel the breath fluctuations of the law from Sabo. The clone itself does not control the law. Sabo did not let the clone control the law. He had his own plan. The clone is like a piece of white paper without writing, which is very suitable for controlling some more terrifying laws. For example, destruction is matched with creation, and mysterious laws such as the law of life and death. Sabo stared at the creature in front of him with cold eyes, and said coldly, "The warrior clan of the prophet clan. Interesting, I didn't expect you to find me just after I came here. You are worthy of being a prophet." Guessed it? Then there is no need to hide it. The strength of this creature is exactly the second level of the universe. The second level of the universe is a medium combat power here. It is more reasonable to send a second level of the universe. But they don't know? Moore once sent a second level of the universe to the next level to try to kill Sabo. But he failed and was killed by Sabo. They didn't know about this. Otherwise, they wouldn't send a second level of the universe. Sabo drew out his broadsword, his eyes were cold, and red light spread under his feet. The Shura realm enveloped the entire highway, and in an instant, enveloped the ruler. The ruler instantly felt that the world around him had changed. It turned blood red. Shura realm. The ruler was suddenly startled, but saw a figure standing in the Shura realm in this world. At this time, Sabo had already opened fire, and all his skills were fully displayed, even including the burning of life. The strength value increased wildly, which was terrifying. But he suddenly swung a knife, and the blood-colored knife light was crisscrossed, faintly tearing the space. The power of this knife was extraordinary. Skills. The strength is so strong, no wonder it can turn the Rule Highway in the lower world upside down. If it was in the lower world, your skills could still kill most of the rules in seconds. But here, skills have long been eliminated. The creature said coldly, outsiders are not unheard of in the upper world, and they have long been killed by major forces. The existence of such people, who go against the will of heaven and earth, really affects the balance of the game. The use of skills is already very abnormal. Once the law and skills are combined, it is very terrifying. Therefore, in the major forces, outsiders are creatures that cannot be allowed to exist. The law rolls. This is an ordinary law of force, but it is very powerful. With a punch, the law emerges. When it touches the sword light and sword shadow, the sword light and sword shadow dissipate, and the law of force floats and trembles. The creature suddenly stepped back several steps. His eyes were horrified. What a powerful force. He used the law of force himself, but he was beaten back several steps. Sabo looked at his own state, which was not good. This was an overloaded battle, so he simply didn't hold back and bullied himself. The terrifying power rolled. It was like thunder exploding in the Shura realm, layer after layer. The blood-colored blade swung and slashed down horizontally, extremely powerful. The space was like a calm lake, split by a knife. Seeing this, the creature immediately urged the power of the law, gathered it all over the body, and the power of the whole body rolled. In just a dozen seconds, the two fought dozens of times, and the sand and stones in the Shura realm flew, and the dust was thousands of feet high, like a terrifying sandstorm. Sabo's expression was cold, and his body was bathed in blood. He looked very terrifying. His strength value had reached the peak. Every time he fought, his arms were numb. The law of force is the most common law, and it is also the simplest and crudest law. The power of the law reaches the extreme. One force can defeat 10 skills, and one force can break all laws. Even time and space can be broken with one punch. This is the simple and crude law of power. His own condition is not good, but the opponent's condition is not good either. The law of power is constantly consumed, and neither of them can do anything to harm the other. Sabo's current strength has reached the second level, and it is very difficult to kill him. The two people are just persisting now. Whoever can persist to the end will win. Sabo has a trick up his sleeve, that is purification. purification can remove one's own negative state, and at a critical moment, it can play a huge role. This kid is simply a monster. No wonder he can turn the rule road upside down with the things on the road. Touching and separating again, the creature's eyes sank, and his face was solemn. With a knife light coming, the creature struggled to condense the power of the law, and the Shura world was shocked. Can't delay here any longer, must leave. The creature's face sank slightly. If it delays here, he is definitely not this guy's opponent. If you consume slowly, you will be exhausted to death. The law is not inexhaustible. It's just that the second-level universe law has more power than the first-level law, and it is stronger. But if you continue to consume like this, you can't stand it. At this moment, the creature began to plan to escape. Seeing Sabo rushing up again, he quickly separated from Sabo, condensed the law of all his strength, and slammed down on a point in the air. Want to run? Sabo's eyes were cold, and he immediately understood the guy's intention. He immediately gathered all his strength on the blade and exerted his swiftness. The broadsword in his hand, which turned into the Shura blade, emitted terrifying fluctuations. His figure disappeared on the spot, and his swiftness was improved. He could increase his own speed to 5 times the original speed. With the blessing of his own strength, he seemed to teleport and appeared in front of the creature. The creature was shocked and horrified, and immediately gave up the attack on the space. Boy, you are looking for death. The creature was stubborn. In fact, there is not much power left in his body. Sabo knew that this guy was already at the end of his strength, and in fact, he was almost there. His strength began to fade. But he still had other skills. So he was not afraid at all. Double blade shadows appeared on the blade, and a sharp friction sound was heard in the air. Sabo also let go for the last time, and his whole body strength faded. If he didn't kill him, he might die. With one swing of the knife, the law of power collapsed. In fact, both of them were already at the end of their strength, and they were at the end of their rope. There was not much power left in the biological law, and Sabo's strength began to fade. The time for skills was about to come. Both of them had made their last desperate fight. When Sabo rushed forward, he had already used purification to eliminate all his negative states, and his strength briefly reached its peak. And the biological gathered the power of the law in his body. 2 powerful forces collided. Crack. Chapter 503. The space of the Shura realm was full of cracks, and Sabo's tall figure transformed into Shura actually flew backwards. It fell to the ground with a bang. The creature had already fallen to the ground, and the power of the law in his body was exhausted. At this moment, he had become a lamb to be slaughtered. Mission failed. This was the last message he released when he died. The law of force. Sabo thought about it, and decided to merge the law of force. The clone took the tough route of the god of war, while the main body took the weird route. Sabo had already made plans. He didn't expect these people to come so quickly. He wanted to wait until he explored this world before considering looking for more. But he didn't expect that the other party would come to him just after he came to the road, even less than a day later. What I lack most now is the understanding of this world. The law of force. I will find the original body later to ask for some laws of firmness, shock and speed, including the law of edge. Sabo's heart moved. Since he took the violent route, he might as well absorb it directly. It seems that there is no time to explore this world. I just arrived. I uprooted the other party's forces in the world of rule highways. The other party would let me develop here. This is a plot that only exists in novels. As a Shura incarnation, Sabo fell asleep in the dormant chamber, and the law of force was stored in the storage tank. This is the sequelae of using skills. Originally, Sabo planned to let the clone control the law of time. After all, time is a very abnormal law. But time waits for no one. He plans to let the clone try to control it after he reaches the upper realm. But who knew that the road could not be opened, and reaching the upper realm meant that he had been cut off from everything in the lower realm, even including the road he had worked so hard to manage. Fortunately, when he left, he had spent almost all his evolutionary points, and his strength was about to break through 700. It was not a loss. As the strength increased, the side effects of the skills were actually very small. This time the coma lasted only an hour. But an hour was already very scary. Sabo got up drowsily from the hibernation chamber, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party didn't send anyone again. Sabo's eyes flashed. He couldn't go back yet, but he could go back to the 426 service area. His role was to attract firepower for the main body, and it didn't matter if he died. As long as he gave the main body a lot of time, and waited until the main body absorbed all the other laws, his mission would actually be completed. The law of force. The main body also knows the book of laws. It is actually very difficult to absorb the law of force. After all, the clone is not a law at all, but just a person with great power. And every part of his body is the most powerful race on the road. The strength value reached a terrifying 800, even stronger than the original body. If this world had not been so oppressive, he could easily deal with this second-level universe rule. It should be possible to absorb the law with a body that is not a rule. Sabo took a deep breath and reached his hand into the storage tank, only to see his skinny palm twisted in an arc visible to the naked eye. The law of force was very violent, and this was the result of physical contact. Just like the law when the main body touched the foundation. The book of laws was activated, and the law of force was immersed in the body. Sabo quickly entered the state of cultivation. He found that it was actually relatively simple to control the law in the state of cultivation. Although the surging true energy could not match the power of the law, it could help him share a lot of pressure. The book of laws was like a big net, trapping the power of the law firmly. On the big net, the true energy was like a spider, constantly harassing the prey. The power of the law was terrifying. After all, this was the power in the world that could make ordinary people become gods. The law of force struggled hard, but finally failed to escape the big net of the book of laws, and was sucked into Sabo's body bit by bit. His strength value began to soar wildly. Sabo, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, and a shocked expression flashed in his eyes. This is considered a first-level cosmic law, but it is only a first-level cosmic law, and it actually provides me with 100 strength points. Feeling the rolling power in his body, Sabo was a little surprised. He never expected that the law of power would be so terrifying for the body. After feeding this information back to the main body, Sabo immediately got up, regardless of the sequelae of burning life, and drove the car to continue along the road. Bang! The Prophet clan. The clan leader was furious, his face gloomy. Send a third-level law this time. An elder hurriedly stopped. Clan leader, you still don't understand. Since he can kill the second-level law of the universe, he is obviously not afraid of the third-level law of the universe. He continued to sigh. Being able to kill the second-level law just after entering the law of the universe, this person's future achievements are immeasurable. The elders of the Council of Elders nodded and agreed deeply. 100 years. No one has ever been able to kill the second-level law just after stepping into the law road. This person is the first person in history. If he still insists on doing it, he will not die, which will be a huge trouble for the Prophet clan in the future. The clan leader looked gloomy. These elders only thought that this person could kill the second level now. Could he kill more in the future? There is no room for negotiation on this matter. We are already enemies with him. If we give up now, it is equivalent to telling more that we will not get involved in this matter. He glanced at the group of old guys and said coldly, "Don't forget that we almost broke up with Moore for Sabo. Now we can only make a choice. Stick to Moore. His strength is the 5th level law of the universe, and decades have passed. Maybe he will be able to reach the 6th level soon. Do you think this guy can kill the 6th level?" The elders were silent one after another. "Indeed. We can support Moore, but don't get involved in this matter anymore. It's bad for our clan's reputation," said an elder. "A rising star or an old god, we can't get involved." An elder who mastered the law of cause and effect sorted out the cause and effect and said in a deep voice, "But the problem now is that we have been tainted with them, and this matter is not easy to deal with. The law of cause and effect can see the cause and effect of a person, or even a race. Once tainted, anything this person does in the future will inevitably have an inevitable relationship with the person he is tainted with. This is a very troublesome matter." The clan leader's face was gloomy. For their Prophet clan, it was extremely uncomfortable to be caught in the middle of this matter. At this time, a piece of news spread across all the roads. The Prophet set a second-level law of the universe, but was killed by Sabo. Just arrived in the world of laws, he was able to kill a second-level law. He is really a rising star. Even Moore at the time might not have such a powerful force. TSK, this is enough for Moore to have a headache. What is the headache? If Moore takes action, that guy will definitely die. TSK, the 5th level law bullies a little guy who just stepped onto the road. It's really ridiculous. The people who speak in the world are all big bosses of some forces, or ancestors. This family is a 1,000-year-old monster that has avoided thousands of game restarts. These guys have already withdrawn from the world, and some of them are even at level 7 or 8. Once they take action, the war that breaks out will be at the level of a nuclear bomb. These guys withdraw from the world mainly to avoid the next cosmic storm. The cosmic storm is different from the restart. Especially restarting them can be avoided, but the cosmic storm is indiscriminate, even they may not be able to avoid it. The large-scale death incident on the 4th floor was reported by these ancestors. Sometimes they just pop up in the world, and basically they will not appear on the road. So Moore has become the most powerful law in the world. Moore looked at the information records in the world, and even the best cultivation would be broken. For their taking advantage of the situation, he could only curse them in his heart, but he could not express his opinion. These guys are just like the old guys in their own faction. They all like to watch the show. Whenever something happens on the road, the old guy will show up. Moyer, deal with this matter as soon as possible. Don't worry about your face. An old man from a faction sent him a message. This matter is not trivial. The Prophet clan, the prophetic power of those guys is still very accurate. These guys said he is your calamity. That must be your calamity. Be more decisive before it develops. Okay. Moyer replied, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. Sabo is not only his calamity, but also the calamity of their first faction. When the Prophet clan calculated it for them, he didn't believe it. After all, he was already a genius that was rare in 1,000 years. There was actually someone in the world who would become a calamity for him and his faction. Now it seems that this guy is really capable. He was able to kill the second-level cosmic law of the Prophet clan with the strength that had just stepped onto the road. Just based on this record, he could attract him to take him seriously. This matter cannot be taken lightly, Moyer said in a deep voice, and immediately contacted the Prophet, and quickly asked them to tell him where Sabo was now. Between Highway 425 and Highway 426. Currently moving to the 426 service area. Having grasped Sabo's whereabouts, Moore did not go there immediately, but sent a third-level cosmic law to investigate. Although he took it seriously, he was the leader of the first force, and if he went there like this, he would definitely be laughed at by others. At that time, he would also be accused of bullying the weak. At this time, Sabo had completely absorbed the law of power, and his whole body's strength surged. The next time was to cultivate. His body is now like a bamboo pole. The sequelae of burning life are still very serious. Time passed quietly, and a day slipped away in a blink of an eye. In this day, except for a second-level law, no other laws were encountered. In the distance, a service area sign suddenly appeared on the side of the highway. For 26 service area. Sabo's eyes flashed, and he did not rush in, but put away the chariot, and the red light spread under his feet, and his figure disappeared on the spot. If the Prophet clan can find me, then my whereabouts have been exposed. Since they cannot appear on the road, these people obviously appeared through the service area. Maybe there is someone waiting for me in this service area. Sabo was very careful. After transforming into Shura, he used the Shura realm to leave quickly. He was not stupid, and did not stupidly enter the 426 service area. After all, his whereabouts are now in the control of the other party. If he enters the service area, there must be someone waiting for him. He killed the second-level law, and this time it may be the third-level law. The possibility of the fourth and fifth-level laws is still relatively small. Emotion. Sabo has left the 426 service area. He is very cautious, and did not enter the service area. The Prophet clan constantly provided information about Sabo to Emotion, and they had made a choice. It must be Moore who is inclined to the first force. After all, Sabo is alone and has no backup. As long as Emotion sends 2 third-level laws, Sabo can be easily killed. Moyer's face was calm. I didn't expect this guy to be so cautious. He immediately asked the third-level law to chase him. The third-level law received the message and disappeared from the spot. He is the law of speed, and his speed is very fast, even faster than the speed of the chariot. Sabo was speeding in front, and he had noticed this guy, the third-level universe law. With his current strength, he is not enough to fight against this third-level universe law. When he came to a deep mountain, Sabo used the transformation technique to turn into a towering tree, hiding his body, and saw a black shadow floating on the road and disappearing. What a fast speed! Sabo, who turned into a big tree, was a little surprised. This is the law of speed. After he left, Sabo withdrew the transformation, hid his figure and quickly moved towards the direction of 425. The main body is over there. He is currently weak and powerless. It is best to master 2 or 3 laws before wandering on the road. Time passed quietly. Sabo did not expect the opponent to be so fast. The third-level speed law, the punch is very terrifying. Sabo did not hold back, and directly opened the Shura world, and the Shura incarnation flashed wantonly in the Shura world. The speed is comparable to the law of speed. The two chased each other in the Shura realm. What a terrifying speed! This guy can use a profession to play a law. If he masters the law, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? The creature who controls the law of speed thought in shock. Sabo's speed is really too fast. Sabo was also shocked, because he was like a god in the Shura realm, but this guy's speed was even faster than his own, and he was not affected by the Shura realm at all. This made him look up to the rules a little more. For 2-5 service area. Sitting cross-legged in a dark corner, a blood red. In the Shura realm, Sabo's huge body suddenly broke, and black gas spread on his body. This gas is shocking, and looks very scary. Even the space around the gas has cracks of varying degrees. The law of destruction is terrifying. Is it difficult to suppress this destructive power with the power of 3 laws plus true chi? The body is reorganized, the law of life. He spent the entire day absorbing the laws. Yesterday, he absorbed the law of life from the law of life and death, which cost him a lot of the main laws. Chapter 504. The law of life has a very strong vitality. As long as the power of the law does not dissipate, he will be immortal. This is the law of life. Yesterday, he spent dozens of jars to exchange some laws of life, and then used the book of laws to absorb them. The 3 kinds of law power struggled in his body, and with the characteristics of the book of laws, he successfully mastered the law of life. Today, he consumed dozens of jars, and exchanged a trace of the law of destruction. This thing is very domineering, and it forcibly suppressed the 3 kinds of law power. If it were not for the book of laws, he would have died long ago. The law of destruction is like a cannon, running rampant in the body. It is not easy to suppress it. Fortunately, there is the law of life, and the law of time constantly acts on him, and time passes quickly. Several forces in the body gradually wear out the law of destruction. Gradually, the law of destruction has shown signs of being calmed down. There is hope. Sabo, who turned into Shura, had a sturdy body, a hideous face, and a black aura around him. You should control the law of creation. The law of creation should be the nemesis of the law of destruction. An hour acted on him, and an hour slipped away in an instant. The law of destruction in his body gradually showed signs of stabilization. Sabo opened his eyes, took a long breath, and suddenly noticed the movement outside. With a cold face, his figure suddenly appeared in the Shura world of the clone. At this time, the clone and the law of speed were chasing each other. The speed of the law of speed was very fast, and there was a tendency to catch up with Sabo. He had a sneer on his face, and the power of the law acted on his whole body. He was now like a human nuclear bomb. The collision of the power of laws is not like the power of immortal cultivation. Their power collision is very low-key. But if you are at the center of the collision of laws, you are doomed. The next second, the surrounding space became solidified. Layers of space power completely blocked the law of speed. The law of space is the nemesis of the law of speed. The creature was shocked and looked horrified. What's going on? He clearly felt that the world around him had become unusual, as if something was covering his body. Breakthrough here. He was shocked and used the law of speed, but what made him even more terrified was that his law of speed became abnormally slow. Not good. In a flash, a sharp knife light spread over, carrying the law of edge and the law of destruction on the knife light. The knife light penetrated space-time and the law of speed and directly cut the creature. The 3rd-level universe rule died tragically in front of him. Even the Shura world could not resist this terrifying knife light and was instantly shattered. You are finally here. If you hadn't come, he would have killed me. A tall figure walked in front of him, and the figure gradually faded, revealing the shadow of the clone. The two looked similar. I overlooked one thing. I will find you some matching life-saving laws. After I integrate more laws, I can fight back. Sabo said lightly. That's great. I want this law of speed. It is a must-have artifact for escape. The clone walked forward and contained the law of speed in a container. Follow me. The space in front of them squirmed, and the two walked in. The surrounding scene changed, and the next second they appeared in the supermarket. Sabo took out a can of law power and said to his clone, "You should merge these laws quickly in the next few days. We don't have much time. I need a lot of time to develop." His idea is to use the law to pile up his strength. With his current strength, he can kill the 3rd-level law in seconds. After all, the law of the edge plus the law of destruction is very domineering. But it is far from enough to kill the 3rd-level law in seconds. What he wants to do is to kill the 5th-level law in seconds. It can really fight against the 7th and 8th level laws. Sabo does not believe that the most powerful law in the world is the 5th level law. After all, the time when the game appeared is beyond imagination. What he has to do is to work hard to improve his strength. And the way to improve the law is to experience a long period of accumulation and absorption of the same law. More has gone from the 1st level universe law to the current 5th level, and it has been 100 years. He doesn't have time to wait for 100 years. Then he can only win by quantity or absorb a large amount of law power. Every time the laws absorb the law, it is a life-threatening test. Don't think that if you master the power of a law, then you can be safe and sound after absorbing it for the 2nd time. Not really. Every time you absorb it, it's like the 1st time, a life or death situation. This is why the law gate would rather use time to accumulate than exchange the law for absorption in the supermarket. Even the ownerless law is very brutal. No one wants to experience a life or death situation. But Sabo is different. He has the Book of Laws. Through the Book of Laws, he can suppress the laws that enter his body with other laws in his body, so that this law can calm down. This is a very abnormal practice, especially after the resource upgrade system upgrade. So many? The clone was a little surprised that the main body gave him so many bottles and jars of laws. Could it be? Sabo nodded. Yes, the resource upgrade system can upgrade the exchanged laws, both in quantity and concentration. Fuck. The clone was shocked. Isn't this equivalent to using a cheat again? Sabo said again. Don't be happy too early. Although this is equivalent to unlimited laws, it still takes time to improve. I plan to control dozens of laws first, and accumulate the number of laws in my body. In this way, it will be much easier to absorb the laws and improve the level of the laws. The clone nodded and immediately understood what Sabo meant. To improve the level of the law, you need to absorb the same law, but each absorption is a life and death struggle. Even if you have the Book of Laws, the process is very dangerous. After all, these ownerless and ownerless laws are very violent. The only way is to suppress them by quantity. Continuously accumulate the power of the laws you master. When the number of laws reaches a critical point, you can upgrade the level of the laws again. The laws absorbed into the body are suppressed by the Book of Laws and dozens of laws. Even if you are a dragon, you have to lie down. This is Sabo's idea. Win by the advantage of numbers. Then upgrade the system with resources. You can have as many laws as you want. You can even upgrade your own power to the 9th level of law in a short period of time. This is his plan. It seems crazy, but it is feasible. After all, there is a plugin, so it is useless if you don't use it. Now I will buy you time to quickly stack your strength to the 3rd level. Especially the law of speed, and the law of hiding, the law of space, and the law of time. You have a job to control them. I will come to see you again in a month. After Sabo finished speaking, he turned and left. The Shura realm can also be hidden, but it is not as convenient as the law of hiding. The Shura realm can only enhance the power of the law. The clone nodded, turned into a god Shura, hid the Shura realm in the corner, and then disappeared, grabbed a few bottles and jars and began to absorb. Sabo put his hands in his pockets and strolled on the empty road. The terrifying thing was that every time he took a step, his figure appeared hundreds of meters away. His feet seemed to fall in different spaces. The law of space. The scenery here is pretty good. After these messy things are completely solved, I can take a rest. Sabo felt that the 4th level might be the level of God. He controlled all the laws, and was actually almost like a god. Creation and destruction, time and space, life and death, soul, these can all become the creator god. But here it is just ordinary law. The worldview is different. There is no comparison between Hongwang and Jitian. The worldview is different. After wandering on the road for 2 days, no one came to chase him. Sabo turned into Shura and hid in the Shura world. Using the Shura world to hide the figure, they found that they disappeared from Highway 429 to Highway 430, and they must come here to look for it, which can be regarded as delaying a lot of time for the clone. Sabo thought in his heart, walking in the blood-red Shura world. The laws that the clone controls include the law of speed, the law of time, the law of space, the law of hiding, the law of creation, and the law of change. These laws are actually similar to the laws that he will control in the future. And these laws are very powerful in saving lives. A month later, Moore led people to search Highway 400 to Highway 500, and he was determined to find Sabo. Sabo didn't want to collide with Moore now. He also saw Moore's appearance, which looked very ugly. Not in the human aesthetics. After Moore left, Sabo showed a faint smile on his face, and his figure flashed on the road. An hour later, he appeared at the 425 service area. The clone had been waiting for a long time. At this time, he was filled with terrifying law fluctuations, and his breath was disordered. It was obviously because of his anxious absorption that his foundation was weak. How do you feel? I still need to slowly adapt, but it's enough. It's no problem to make them run around. If you can kill more, then kill more. You don't need to collect the power of law. There is no shortage of this thing. Got it. Since he found that the resource upgrade system can upgrade the exchange laws, he has become rich and powerful. Be careful. The clone nodded, and then went to Highway 424. This time he didn't hide his figure. His appearance was immediately sensed by the Prophet clan. When they sensed it, they all took a breath. Level 3 Cosmic Law. On Highway 424. The entire Elders Council was shocked. It's only been a month, and this guy has become a Level 3 Cosmic Law. With this speed of improvement, if he is given another month, I'm afraid he can kill more. Thinking of this, these people felt terrified and immediately informed Moore of this news. At this time, Moore was patrolling on Highway 494. When he received the news, he was suddenly shocked and his face turned livid instantly. He was fooled. This guy is so cunning. Although Moore's face was calm, his heart was up and down. They had been searching for more than half a month, but there was still no trace of Sabo. Every time they were about to find him, the other party disappeared, as if he had evaporated from the earth. The hiding method was very clever. Highway 424, let's go! Sabo took out a large amount of law power from the supermarket in the service area of Highway 425, and then disappeared and hid in the Shura realm. After transforming into Shura, he began to absorb these law powers. After the clone, it can be basically confirmed that this plan is feasible. What he lacks most now is time. As long as the clone can hold on, he will have time to prepare. The clone is heading to Highway 423 at this time. The clones of the third level space law can travel several kilometers at a very fast speed. Moyer and his team were also very fast. They could cross several roads in just a few minutes and disappear in an instant. The space law can travel through space, so it is very convenient to escape. In addition, there are the speed law, Shura space, and the concealment law, which are enough. Sabo disappeared and moved quickly towards the road below. The first force almost came out in full force, and the shock to the world can be imagined. Moyer has no regard for his face at all, and wants to kill Sabo. The current situation does not allow him to make a choice. If they continue to procrastinate, they will be surpassed by this guy sooner or later. You know, it's only been a month, and he has reached the third level of the universe. If he is given another month, wouldn't he have reached the sixth level? This speed of improvement is so fast that even the big guys hiding behind the scenes are shocked. Especially the big guys of the first force. They keep following the latest progress. But the enemy is too cunning. It took 1 month to reach the third level of the universe. If we give him another 2 months, I'm afraid he will shit on our heads. Moyer has been chasing for a month. This guy obviously has a very superb escape method, especially this guy can use skills. I infer that his escape method is inseparable from the skills. If we come back, we will definitely be targeted by people all over the world. This is a violation of the agreement, and we can't be careless. Is it possible to wait until he grows up? The hidden big guys discussed. This is indeed a problem. They have lived here for thousands of years, and are very serious about handling things. They will not ignore Sabo just because he is a small third-level universe law. On the contrary, they had to take him down even if they risked violating the agreement. So, we will send a 6th-level law to assist more in chasing Sabo. 1 is not enough, at least 3. And they are all space laws. They can form an absolute space on the road together. As long as we trap him, our chance will come. A group of big men discussed shamelessly how to deal with Sabo. In the end, the discussion was passed, and 3 6th-level space universe laws were quietly sent out. For the people on the road, the 6th level is already very powerful. After all, at this stage, the 4th floor is empty, and the 3rd floor itself is very chaotic. Later, in order to allow the people behind to continue, these big men stipulated that the 6th level and above laws cannot appear. This can bring a small amount of competitive pressure to the 3rd floor, so that the low-level laws can also have a room for growth. But Sabo's improvement speed really shocked them. The message from the prophets of the Prophet clan was received a month ago. Sabo mastered the 1st-level law. Only 1 month has passed, and he has become a 3rd-level law. The speed of improvement really frightened them. Chapter 505. Moyer, mastering the law of destruction, is powerful and has a tendency to break through the 6th-level law. He stood in the chariot, and through the acceleration of the space law and the speed law, the speed of the chariot was very terrifying. We have tracked down Sabo, Highway 318. A prophet suddenly said. This prophet was sent by the prophet clan to assist more. Now it has been half a month since the pursuit of Sabo, and 3 6th level laws have also been hiding in the convoy, responsible for assisting in the pursuit of Sabo. The front and back teams will attack together. This time, I will take him down completely. After more than 40 days of searching, I finally found him. In the past half month, after the prophet's continuous exploration, each time Sabo appeared, it was 1 day apart, and the appearance time would last for 2 days, which means that his hiding method can only hide for 1 day. It takes 2 days to slowly recover. Once the pattern is understood, it will be easy to chase and kill again. Moore is determined to win this time, and he doesn't even need to make a move for the 3 6th level laws. At this time, Sabo was on the run. He had already noticed something was wrong. After this period of escape, his rules had been figured out by the other party, but he could do nothing about it. The other party had a way to block the space, that is, to use a higher level of space to form a unique space here, so that his own space law could not be used. This is also a way for the space law to deal with other space laws. This power is probably not just as simple as the 5th level law. The sky was dark, Sabo's figure was hiding in the forest, looking at this world with cold eyes. He could not use any power of the law now. He was in someone else's space. Once he used the power of the law, he would be noticed by the other party. Seal off this space, and start a carpet search. Moyer stood outside the space, his face full of coldness. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Sabo had quietly taken out his broadsword, and he was ready to fight to the death. After hiding for more than half a month, I think the development of the main body is almost enough. As long as I die, the main body will be safe. Sabo thought in his heart, and took the broadsword to walk out of the hiding place. He appeared. A 2nd level law pointed at the figure that appeared on the road. Sabo. He is Sabo. He looks so thin, but he can make emotion go out in person. Don't underestimate him. He is a 3rd level law, and he has been promoted to the 3rd level law in 1 month, which is abnormal. If he is given enough time to develop, I am afraid he can surpass emotion and become the new generation of kings on the road today. The appearance of Sabo caused some of the bottom level laws of the first force to be shaken, while those 3rd level laws and 4th level laws were very calm. This time, their first force went all out and organized a large number of people just to encircle and suppress this person. Even including 3 level 6 rules, this encirclement and suppression must be a sure thing. Sabo, I have to admit that you are indeed a genius, but it's a pity that you met me. Moore smiled faintly and continued. The Prophet clan once predicted that you are my greatest enemy in this life. Now it seems that this prediction can be realized. I should be your most powerful enemy in this life. Sabo said nothing and stared at them coldly. There was no need to talk big at this time. What he had to do was to kill as many people as possible, but the opponent didn't seem to give him a chance, and Moore actually came out in person. His whole body was filled with black air, and he actually tore through the space and attacked Sabo. Law of Destruction. Sabo's heart moved, and he didn't dare to be arrogant. The 5th level law was the most powerful law he faced. He immediately opened his trump card, his body rose inch by inch, and his whole body was covered by red light. The blood-colored sword energy roared and rushed into the Law of Destruction, and the sword light was actually swallowed. The Law of Destruction destroys everything in the world. The 5th level Law of Destruction does not look powerful, but it is actually suppressed by this space and the world. Let him leave the game space. These laws of destruction are enough to destroy the entire galaxy. It's so terrifying. It can be said that this space is just an arena created by God. The Law of Destruction instantly enveloped his whole body, and Sabo immediately performed life burning, staring at Moore. Moore must be killed. Maybe there is a chance to escape. No, there are 3 6th level space laws. Sabo's heart sank. This time he wanted to escape. The difficulty coefficient directly increased by several degrees. I can only give it a try. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from his body, but it was not enough. After the burning of life ended, the surrounding laws of destruction continued to erode his body, but were restored by the law of life. But the recovery speed of the law of life was not enough to resist the law of destruction. His body was covered with blood pits of various sizes, which were basically destroyed by the law of destruction. In the distance, the eyes of the high-level law were slightly condensed, and they saw something wrong. Strange, this guy can actually fight against the law of destruction. If the invincible time just now was the time when the skill was used, then is this recovery? It's not recovery. There is a breath of law above. This is the law of life. How is it possible? 2 laws. Everyone was shocked. Even Moore's face changed slightly in shock, and then he became silent, saying, 2 laws. One is to hide your own breath, and the other is the law of life. Both laws are very life-saving laws. But how did he control the 2 laws? Everyone was in doubt. You know, the laws on the entire highway are all controlled by one law. It is already a great achievement to cultivate such a law. He actually controlled 2 laws. The method of controlling 2 laws must come. A 6th-level law said quickly with a greedy look. Others didn't say it, but the greed on their faces had betrayed them. Moore nodded, staring at Sabo, and said coldly, Sabo, you are also a genius. If you can hand over 2 methods of control, I can spare your life. Sabo's eyes were bloodshot, and the pain of his flesh, blood vessels, and tendons being destroyed bit by bit was like a nail hitting the wall. He gritted his teeth and stared at Moore. Dream on. Swift. A desperate fight. The bloody broadsword chopped on the space, and the whole space exuded terrifying ripples. Don't waste your energy. The space cage of the 6th-level law cannot be broken with your level of the 3rd-level law. Moore said lightly, if you can hand over the methods of controlling the 2 laws, this matter can be settled. Controlling the 2 laws is something that they dare not even think about. If they can obtain the method of controlling the 2 laws, the improvement of their first force will be further improved, even completely crushing the 2nd and 3rd forces. Humph. Sabo snorted coldly, and the space around him squirmed. Layers of space alternately appeared on his body, resisting the law of destruction. But the penetration of the law of destruction was too strong. The space stretched out, and pushed the law of destruction away, and soon corroded the stretched space. Everyone widened their eyes. Wait for 3 laws. At this moment, all the laws couldn't help it, and the greedy look on their faces almost drowned Sabo. Although his strength is strong, his skills can't deal with this kind of law power, unless he has the power to counter it, but this kind of crushing is unbearable for everyone. The surroundings are blocked by 3 layers of level 6 laws, and the level 5 law of destruction is shrouded. The law of destruction can be called the nemesis of all laws. This is the top law in the world. Very domineering. If the law of the edge can tear the space, the law of destruction can destroy the space. Even if Sabo has mastered so many law powers, he can't do anything about the level 5 law of destruction. The law power is too far apart. The law of force, the law of edge, combined with powerful strength, combined with the Shura realm, Sabo barely resisted the erosion of the law of destruction. But the Shura realm was full of dark cracks, and the blood-red space flickered. The people of the first force had already been shocked. Capture him alive. A 6th-level law looked crazy, and he could actually control so many law powers. This method must be mastered, at all costs, it must be mastered. But Sabo would not give them a chance. What he had to do now was to delay time. At this moment, his whole body turned into a blood man, and a powerful force condensed all over his body. I can't complete your instructions. I hope you can avenge me in the future. Sabo murmured. He was the consciousness copy from the original body, and the clone created by using the consciousness storage bead. In addition, he continued to improve his skills on the road, and his strength was already very terrifying. After all, Moore was a powerful demon god, and the law of destruction was very terrifying. No matter how many skills you master, you can't fight against the law. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. Sabo turned into Shura, standing upright, staring at Moore, and the broadsword in his hand exuded a terrifying and amazing aura. The 3 layers of 6th-level law space around him began to gather towards Sabo, obviously wanting to capture Sabo alive. Kill! Sabo was covered in blood, and he quickly performed, and the Shura space collided with the 6th-level law space. A 6th-level law shouted coldly, break his space. 3 6th-level laws attacked together, and the power of the space law layer by layer crisscrossed, opening up space in space, and forcibly broke and tore the Shura space belonging to Sabo. Space began to gather, and the law of destruction enveloped the sky. The 4 people joined forces to block almost all of Sabo's retreat routes. Boom! The entire space barrier shook, Sabo stood up against the sky, and the blood-red broadsword was covered with cracks, and the space law was also covered with cracks. What a powerful force! The 6th-level law space was actually split. A 4th-level law was horrified. It's worth his life to shake the 6th-level law with a 3rd-level law. The 6th-level law snorted coldly, and a new space was opened up. At the same time, the law space fault appeared on Sabo's broadsword. Crack! The entire broadsword was instantly torn apart by the cracks formed by the space. Rules are ultimately no match for laws. Sabo glanced at the hilt of the knife, threw it aside, and assumed the posture of Bechequin, with the laws of force and speed added to his body. The law of time had previously acted on the law of concealment, and was basically exhausted. He has not really grown up yet, but once he really grows up, he will be able to turn the entire highway upside down. But all this is for his body. The battle lasted until dark. Sabo knelt on the ground, covered in blood, dying, and the surrounding space was completely blocked. Moyer and others had complicated expressions. This guy was more powerful than he could imagine, enough to fight against ordinary level 5 laws. It's a pity that this time he encountered 3 level 6 laws and a level 5 peak law. The surrounding space was blocked layer by layer. Sabo couldn't commit suicide even if he wanted to, and at the same time, the sequelae after the skills were used began to appear, and the time law in his body was exhausted. But it had little effect on his own recovery, but it also alleviated his own sequelae, so that he did not fall into a coma. Take him back. Moore's eyes were cold. Sabo was imprisoned under the layers of space blockade. A siege that lasted for nearly 2 months finally ended. But a message was spreading wildly in the world. Sabo has been captured alive by Moore, but Moore led 3 level 6 law masters to capture Sabo alive. And Sabo actually mastered the means to control multiple laws. The means of laws I saw include the law of life, the law of hiding, the law of space, the law of force, and the law of speed. At the same time, all major forces also received information about the undercover in the first force. Combined with the release of the hidden message in the world, the whole world was shaken. The first force violated the agreement and used the laws above level 6, but the other party's purpose was very clear: to capture Sabo alive and master the power of multiple laws. Multiple laws have always been our lifelong dream, but being mastered by a new law is a crime. Sabo must be handed over by the first force, and the mastery of multiple laws must also be handed over. The major forces discussed internally. The world also became active, and most people asked the first force to hand over the means of mastering multiple laws. Otherwise, they would make a fuss about the first force using 3 level 6 laws. And some old monsters of level 7 and 8 laws also emerged from the world. The way to control multiple laws, even these old guys are jealous, because this is their lifelong pursuit, the first force. At this time, a month has passed since the capture of Sabo, and the first force has been under tremendous pressure. The second force has joined forces with other forces to start a crusade against the first force. There are many ancient chariots gathered from Highway 1 to Highway 2, and the status of the people sitting in them can be imagined. The ancestors behind the first force have been discussing for several days. Is that guy's mouth still not loose? At the meeting, an 8th level peak ancestor glanced at Moore. No! That guy's mouth is very hard. We have tried all the means. Moore said very respectfully, and the once arrogant Moore also lowered his proud head. He said, a large number of people are now gathering outside, all wanting to obtain the method of controlling multiple laws. A month has passed, and these guys can't wait any longer. They give us the last half a month. If we don't hand over the control method, they may jointly attack the number 1 service area, and the consequences will be disastrous. Chapter 506. In fact, for them, this matter was originally just a simple violation of the agreement. If Sabo was killed, it would be enough to show their attitude. After all, they also knew that there were undercovers from other forces in the first force, that is, their force also planted undercovers in other forces, and these were all very clear in secret. But they never expected that something unexpected would happen in the middle, that is, Sabo mastered multiple ways of controlling the laws. This is fatal to them, and even to the entire highway. The reason why the ancestors above level 6 stayed away from the world, in addition to providing new blood for the highway, was to find a way to control the second law. After all, one law is so terrifying, if there is a second law, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? All the laws in Sabo's body must be imprisoned. An ancestor said worriedly. Multiple laws, once grown up, will definitely be a devastating blow to them. Thinking of this, everyone felt chilling. Multiple laws are really frightening. Don't worry, I have imprisoned them all. The speaker was a 7th level law master, who mastered the most powerful imprisonment law. That's fine. Now let's come up with a countermeasure for what's happening outside. A respected elder said. We use the law of change to change Sabo's body, and throw it outside, and lie to them that Sabo is dead. No, the law of change is useful for low-level laws, but useless for high-level laws, and can even be seen through at a glance. Then lie to the outside world that Sabo has escaped. I'm overthinking. After a discussion, nothing came out. The only way is to delay for 1 day, just 1 day. Time passed quietly. The time to attack the first force was getting closer and closer. On Highway 425, a terrifying momentum suddenly erupted, rolling straight into the sky. 9-level law. Above the sky, colorful, all kinds of law power returned. Light beams shot up into the sky. 1, 2, 3. Each one was an extremely terrifying 9th-level law. Above the sky, a figure appeared. Sabo stood in the air, his eyes opened, and a sky appeared in his eyes. In his eyes, half of the sky was ice blue, half was fiery red, half was wood green, half was gold and stone, and half was earth yellow. And above this sky, lightning flashed, and space emerged. Destruction and creation coexist. Life and death intertwine. An independent space opened, and in a moment, high-rise buildings stood in a forest, traffic was heavy, and life was at its peak. In a flash, the space collapsed and everything disappeared. Above his head, a golden door opened, which led to the 4th floor. Sabo stood in the air, his body became illusory, and countless laws surged in his body. In 2 months, he mastered more than 30 laws, and then began to absorb and improve these laws with all his strength. In 2 months, more than 30 laws were all upgraded to level 9. Level 9 laws, like a god. Sabo's voice was calm. When he really started to improve the laws, he felt the difference. Now his law power is already very terrifying. Especially the law of time. He can now change the passage of time in a world, but if he wants to really travel on the timeline, he still lacks some fire. The realm of the 9th level law cannot actually become only the 9th level cosmic law. But it is God, the god of time. It is hard to imagine how many gods there were in the 4th space. But now, he has not completed the real transformation. The 9th level law is not the point. If you go up 1 level, the 9th level law will usher in a transformation and become a real god. Sabo smiled. After struggling in this game, he finally became the most powerful creature in the world. Next, it's time to find more. The clone has been captured alive, and there is no danger at present. Huh? At this time, he noticed a figure lying on the ground and shivering on the road below, a 4th level law. After Sabo fell, the creature carefully raised his head and cowed out heavily. God. Sabo shook his head. I am not a god yet. Not a god, but better than a god. God, what can I do for you? The creature said while lying on the ground, but his heart was full of huge waves. He just saw everything. This god is a 9th level law, and has mastered more than 30 laws. It's terrifying. Where did this god come from? Why have I never heard of this god before? You should know that the most powerful law now is only the 8th level peak law, and it is still a long way to gather the 9th level law. You stand up, I ask you a question. Sabo's eyes were calm. What's the situation on the road now? Now, the first force is being attacked by other forces. It is said that the first force has mastered the means to control the power of multiple laws, and, like you, it is said that there is still 1 day, and these people will attack the first force. The creature stood up carefully, and said very respectfully, What's your name? Respected God, my name is Z. Now I'm going to the first force. Do you think I'm a guide? Sabo waved his hand, the void squirmed, and the RV appeared out of thin air. This is the law of creation. The next second, the surrounding scenery flashed quickly in front of his eyes, like a picture. When all the sights returned, the creature was shocked to find that he was already between the 2nd and 3rd highways, and there were a lot of cars parked around. The RV was parked perfectly between these cars. As for the sudden appearance of an RV, the people around seemed to think it was very normal, and had no doubts. And around, there were some 6th and 7th level ancestral laws. The creature swallowed his saliva secretly. This is the power of God. Sabo was lying on the sofa, and suddenly the void began to squirm, and a figure appeared from the void, very ordinary, without any breath on his body. The creature stared at the figure. He had only heard of Sabo, but had never really seen Sabo's appearance. Only the ancestors had seen Sabo's appearance. You're here. The clone's voice was a little weak. Sabo nodded lightly. Leave the rest to me, you have a good rest. With just a thought, the imprisonment law in his body disappeared. At the same time, in the first force, an ancestor suddenly changed his face, stood up hurriedly, and came to the prison where Sabo was imprisoned. Ancestor, why are you here? The person in charge of guarding is a level 5 law. Letting a level 5 law guard is enough to show how important Sabo is. Where is Sabo? The ancestor asked hurriedly. Sabo is in there? The level 5 law was confused, turned around and looked, and was stunned for a moment. The cold prison was actually empty, and the iron chain of the law that imprisoned Sabo inside fell and swayed in the air. In an instant, his back was wet. Disappeared. How did he disappear? He quickly opened the prison, and everything in the prison was intact. Even the iron chain of the law had no signs of being damaged. But the strange thing was that Sabo just disappeared. Report to Moore immediately and ask him to find someone to investigate, the ancestor said, and when the 5th level rule hurriedly left, the ancestor's eyes sank. This is trouble. The rule chain was intact, but Sabo just disappeared, and even his imprisonment law was broken. The one who could break his imprisonment law must be at least level 8, and the one who could quietly take Sabo away from the prison without even alerting the level 5 law, and even the level 7 and 8 ancestors were not alerted, it is very likely to be the level 9 law. Level 9 law, already demigod. He frowned. How is it possible? Demigods and gods have disappeared in the long river of history. Why are there still demigods alive? As for why the other party rescued Sabo, it is not difficult to infer that the other party also saw Sabo's means of mastering multiple laws. Mastering multiple laws, let alone demigods, even gods would be tempted. This is trouble. Soon, a message spread across the highway. Sabo disappeared. This time, no one bought it. They didn't believe that Sabo would disappear. You know, Sabo is at most a level 3 law, and the first force has 11 people at the peak of level 8 laws. The 3rd level law can disappear, which is similar to 11 adults watching a baby who can't walk yet, and then the baby disappears, and these adults say that the baby ran away on its own. Inside the RV, the creature sat at the driver's seat, his mind was shaken. The person God rescued looked exactly like God, and combined with the news that came out, he had a huge inference in his heart. That is, this Sabo is actually God's clone. At this time, the sky turned gloomy, and dark clouds covered the sky. Sabo, who was lying comfortably on the sofa, had a calm look in his eyes and murmured, "It's time to start." The races outside included the ancestors of the Prophet clan and the First Force, all of which were his enemies. Now that all the enemies had gathered, Sabo will naturally start to act. Why is the sky dark? Is this the law of weather? On the road, all the creatures raised their heads, and everyone felt a strong sense of oppression. Hands on! God is taking action. Sitting in Sabo's car, the 4th level law responsible for driving was tense all over. Just now, God asked him what these forces were, and actually stayed on the Prophet clan for 2 more seconds. Suddenly he found that the God in the car disappeared, and through the car window, the sky became more gloomy, and raindrops were already falling. The next second, the God disappeared. He saw a figure flying in the sky. The creatures on the ground also noticed the figure in the sky. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, and purple thunder flashed like a thunder dragon. The Law of Thunder, Level 9. Demigod, he is a demigod. Level 9 Demigod Law. An 8th level peak ancestor felt the strong sense of oppression, suddenly realized, and looked at the figure bathed in thunder and lightning in the sky with a shocked expression. Everyone gasped. The demigods have appeared. Obviously they are envious of the power of controlling multiple laws, said another ancestor. No! Look around his body. What is that? An elder stared with eyes wide open. Everyone was silent and stiff, and their hearts were all shocked. They communicated through the law, and their eyes flashed with shock. This demigod has mastered the means to control multiple laws. So why did he appear here? At this time, everyone on the road stared with eyes wide open. The patriarch of the Prophet clan raised his head with shock in his eyes. Demigod, if there is a demigod in my clan will definitely be glorious. One of them knew first. Concealing the secrets of heaven, this is the law of concealment. He concealed the secrets of heaven, and it is impossible to calculate how this demigod survived the disaster. But the next second, the demigod spoke, and the people of the Prophet clan fell into stagnation. My name is Sabo. The First Force imprisoned my clone, and the Prophet clan aided and abetted the evil. Both clans should be killed. 5 minutes, all idle people evacuate, otherwise they will be killed. Above the sky, the thunder dragon flashed, and the sound rolled, sweeping the earth. Everyone was stunned. Sabo. He is Sabo. It turns out that the people from the First Force have captured someone's clone. Evacuate. The players on the road rushed frantically. They were shocked and hurried away from this place. In the First Force, Moore and a group of ancestors stood in the service area, looking up at the figure in the sky, with ugly faces. They didn't expect that the person they caught was actually a clone. They didn't expect that this guy actually became a demigod. In 3 minutes, everyone on the road hid on the third road and looked at the movement here from afar. This driving method is not meant for us. I didn't expect that the first force would capture a clone of Sabo. The first force is going to be in trouble. And the Prophet clan, these guys are just like fence sitters. When they caught Sabo before, they acted like lackeys. Now they are adding insult to injury. They deserve it. I heard the news from the people in the lower realm. Before, Sabo mastered a certain creative method on the road and could use the road rules to create things. Later, the Prophet clan became friends with Sabo and fought against more for this. After they mastered this method, they planted a large number of prophets in the lower realm to use the rules to create what they needed. Later, they became friends with more tut-tut. On highway number 3, a group of ancestors of major forces stood together and talked about the past. The space law is also level 9. It actually directly covered highways 1 and 2. It's hard to imagine, the level 9 space law, the level 9 thunder law. This is going to change. Not to mention the demigod, he masters many laws. Maybe after this battle, he will go to the upper realm. So his clone will definitely stay in the lower realm. After this stop, find his clone immediately, and we will seek shelter. The whole world there has been covered by a different space, and thunder dragons are flashing in the sky. God Xia, we are so stupid. There are 10,000 people in the Prophet clan, all kneeling on the ground. They can bend and stretch for survival. Only when they are in space can they feel the powerful momentum of Sabo. It is terrifying. The 9th level space law plus the 9th level thunder law, and he is surrounded by various terrifying laws. The ancestors of the Prophet clan have already felt that these laws are all 9th level. Even if all the ancestors on the road are united, they may not be this guy's opponent. It's fine to master one law to the 9th level, but he actually mastered so many. The current chief of the Prophet clan has been arrested and taken to the road. This man is the chief of the Prophet clan. He is the one who arranges everything. Please God Xia, please look into it. An 8th level peak ancestor stood up and said respectfully. But the next second, a thunderbolt descended, directly splitting all the laws and turning the 8th level peak ancestor into ashes. As an elder, you can't influence the will of the patriarch? Do you think I'm stupid? Everyone will die today. Sabo's voice was cold, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and his eyes fell on the first force. Everyone was shocked. I remember you said something to my clone. You are wrong. You are not even qualified to be my enemy. Sabo stood above the clouds, his figure was blurred, but his voice rolled like a thunder dragon. Moore's eyes were about to crack. He had been dominating the Fengyun Road for 300 years, but now, he was being lectured by a latecomer. But he was powerless to refute. Because what he said was true. The latecomer is superior. He really wanted to know how this guy could master so many laws, and reach the level of a demigod in just a few months. I admit that you have the capital to be arrogant, but I really want to know why you came to me when we have no grudges. Moore said calmly. He has let it go. Life is like this. Today, either you kill me or I kill you. Sabo pondered and smiled. It comes from a person's commission. His figure flashed. At this time, in the boundless gray space, the patrol rules patrolled the world as usual. Suddenly, the space was torn apart, and a figure with a terrifying aura walked out of the space. The patrol rules looked carefully and were shocked. The next second, he found himself in a high altitude. This is the world of rules. He saw the people below, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Mower. It's you? Moore's expression was clear, and he sighed. For 200 years, you have been looking for someone to kill me, and you succeeded. The two were from the same clan, and both were top geniuses, but she was always suppressed by Moore. Later, she gave up and stopped fighting with Moore. He found the goddess of their world at that time to be his woman, but he never thought that a bloody plot would appear. Moore appeared, took the woman away, and even killed she. If she had not been rewarded with a resurrection coin for doing a task, she might have died long ago. Later on Highway 425, he witnessed Moore's glory, but Moore lost her figure. Later, he learned that she was dead, died under Moore's knife. But in the end, she was defeated by Moore, and was pressed by the will of heaven and earth to become a patrol rule, and could not advance or retreat forever. This is the origin of the two. Sabo moved his mind, and Moore appeared in the sky. He was now an ordinary person. Moore seemed to want to say something, but was killed by Moore, who had accumulated hatred for a long time. He looked back at the weak man who had grown to this level in just 1 year. Thank you. Everyone has their own gains. You led me into the rules. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be on the road now, otherwise I would be killed by the first-class highway. Sabo said lightly. But I still want to thank you. She said. Do you miss her? Sabo asked again. I want to. She's face showed memories. The two were in the passionate love period. Let's talk about it later. I deal with all these people first. Sabo smiled, like a killing god. With the power of various laws on his body, his strength has far exceeded that of a demigod. Sabo, you are looking for death. Seeing their people being slaughtered, the eyes of these ancestors were about to burst. They united and followed the ancestors of the first force to launch the strongest attack together. But for Sabo, this behavior is like hitting a stone with an egg. The terrifying air wave swept the whole world, but was blocked by space. At this moment, Sabo did not hold back. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, time, space, destruction, the law of death, the law of force, the law of edge and other terrifying laws intertwined. All of them are 9th level laws. He has already become a demigod, and the power of laws fills the entire space. The vision of people outside has been blocked. When everyone's vision was restored, they were shocked to find that the first and second highways had been wiped out, and the people of the Prophet clan and the first force had disappeared long ago. It's over. Sabo's eyes were calm, and he went all the way from the highway to the high-level highway. Now he has become a demigod. He called his clone. Leave the people outside to you. I'm going to go to the 4th level. For 125 kilometers, I created a unique space there. The time inside is 10 times that outside, but it can only last for 1 year, which is 1 month outside. When the things outside are dealt with, you go back to practice. I wait for you in the upper realm. Okay. The clone has recovered, nodded and left. Sabo took she to the 425 highway in the lower realm and directly led out the will of heaven and earth. Query Lian's information. The will of heaven and earth did not dare to act rashly with the demigod. He was also a law, but he became a special profession in the game, and his strength was only level 7. He was very respectful to the demigod, and quickly queried Lian's data. I defined Lian's data when she was still on the same road as you, or... Sabo hesitated and asked. No, just enter the information before her death. She was excited and realized what Sabo meant. Okay. In front of him was a condensed body. This was she's race. It didn't look beautiful, but for she's race, this was the goddess level. The rest is up to you. Sabo condensed the data into a bead and handed it to she, and pointed to the will of heaven and earth. Go up to the upper realm and talk to him directly. Okay. She looked at the beauty with closed eyes in front of him, and his expression was excited. Sabo left, and she could solve it. The next time was to go to the 4th floor. Come out. The door to the 4th floor opened, and Sabo suddenly said. A huge crack appeared in the sky, and a young man in casual clothes walked out. Fuck, after 300,000 years, someone finally came. Let's go! The next second, Sabo was surprised to find that he was in a rental house, and there were 2 computers in the rental house. Play 2 games with me first. The young man sat in front of the computer and put on headphones. Sabo's mouth twitched slightly. This game lasted for 2 days. The young man seemed to have had enough. He put down his headphones, took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring brand mineral water, and handed it to Sabo, saying, How do you feel about seeing me? A little surprised. Sabo touched his chin and said seriously. Outside the door, he even heard the sound of a car. The young man smiled. This world is so strange. Outside is the world where I live in real life. You can take a look. Sabo disappeared. 2 seconds later, he appeared on the chair again and said, It's a bit incredible. What is going on? The young man took out a book and said, You can understand the world of each race in the game as a piece of paper in this book. But one day, this book suddenly caught fire, and the world of these races will disappear with the fire. I got a golden finger that can create the world and create everything I want to create, so I created various games. Island survival, cave survival, shelter survival, and even highway survival. Why survival? Sabo was a little surprised. The young man smiled, turned on the player, and showed the figure of Bear Grylls. Don't you think survival is interesting? Sabo was dumbfounded. It was really interesting. Then my golden finger. Sabo sensed it, and the golden finger disappeared, but the terrifying rules were still there. Yes, in fact, everything in the game is fake. What outsiders? Game restarts, and cosmic storms are all a little fun I added to the game. Otherwise, it would be too monotonous to just survive. This is what I discovered accidentally. When I went to work that time, the game was inexplicably closed, that is, restarted. After the restart, some creatures in the game will disappear. The young man said, later, I defined it as a form of entertainment, but these creatures will not disappear, but will become wild monsters. As for the power system inside, it is an online game I played. I copied the power system directly from the game, which is convenient and easy. Sabo's mouth twitched slightly. Great. The young man continued, the game has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, but unfortunately no human has become a god, only other races. A few days ago, I cleared all the gods on the 4th level. These gods are not good. I feel that humans are better at becoming gods, so a few days ago, I recruited some people from your planet. In fact, your planet has been destroyed, but I let the people on the planet experience the end of the world and sent them to a relatively peaceful place. So all this is just your game? Sabo looked at the unkempt young man in front of him with hair like a chicken coop, and his mouth twitched and his face twitched. Yes, otherwise, I actually just followed the golden finger, just like you follow the resource upgrade system. The young man took a sip of water and said, so that's how it is, it's really surprising. Sabo said, you have already delayed the game, which means that even I cannot control your fate. The young man said, with a hint of satisfaction on his face, it's finally over, this thing is yours, and you will be the one running the game from now on. Why? Sabo watched the ball in his hand sink into his body, and the next second, all the information of everyone on the entire road was in his mind. In addition to the road, he also saw the island, raft, and cave survival world. I have become a god too. I am going to enjoy life in the movie world, which is much more interesting than reality. The terrifying law fluctuations in the young man's body made Sabo extremely frightened. This power was even stronger than him. He felt like a leaf in a storm. But the young man suddenly transformed into a handsome guy. Okay, the rest is up to you. I'm going to the movie world to pick up girls. Fairy sister, here I come. End, postscript, Sabo returned to the most basic road and accepted Lin Jiao. He didn't plan to touch the game either. Everything in it had its own rules, so he just had to watch.